On his first day in an alternate world, the top student found himself attacked by a beast after being dumped, only to awaken the legendary immortal phoenix bloodline. In the evening on Chuanxi Road, Spring City, Lin Yin sat on a bench rubbing his aching forehead, next to the roses rejected by the goddess he admired. A barrage of strange yet familiar memories exploded in his mind like firecrackers. The dark energy radiation from a century ago, the human catastrophe caused by rampant beasts, the global awakening of bloodlines, and the arduous journey to reclaim cities. These memories left him with a splitting headache. This can't be a time travel scenario, can it? How could I still be on Chuanxi Road if I traveled through time? Lin Yin was about to leave when a figure with wings suddenly flew overhead, causing him to collapse back onto the bench in shock. At that moment, he had to admit that he had indeed traveled to another world, one fraught with danger and awakening bloodlines. In this world, dark energy radiation had awakened dormant bloodline powers in plants and animals, causing humans to fall from the top of the food chain. Cities were overrun, and the population drastically reduced until bloodline awakeners appeared and gave humanity a fighting chance. However, powerful beasts still lurked in the mountains, and weaker ones continuously infiltrated the cities, causing havoc. Lin Yin sorted through the current situation. The original owner of his body was a high school student from the slums, who would lose financial support if he couldn't awaken or get into college. Fortunately, coming from another world where he was a top student capable of getting into the prestigious imperial capital's Huaqing University, passing the entrance exams shouldn't be an issue. Coincidentally, tomorrow was the bloodline awakening ceremony. I should get some rest to be prepared for tomorrow, Lin Yin decided, recalling the roses he had dropped. The original owner had been humiliated after confessing to the goddess before the awakening ceremony. Her cold words as she got into a sports car still echoed in his mind. Did you really think I was interested in you? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but a pauper. You think you can get into college or awaken your bloodline successfully? Keep dreaming. Being a sycophant gets you nowhere. Lin Yin disdainfully tossed the roses into the trash, ready to leave, when a black hand suddenly reached out from the bin. The metal trash can burst apart, revealing a half-human-sized figure with glowing red eyes, a demonized monkey that had undergone a first awakening. Before Lin Yin could react, another demonized monkey blocked his escape and bit into his arm. Strangely, the wound healed at a visible speed, and a mechanical voice sounded. Dark energy detected, strongest bloodline purification system activating. In an instant, Lin Yin felt a surge of power throughout his body, and the system informed him that he had awakened the immortal phoenix bloodline. With a newfound confidence, he smirked. You think you can bite me and get away? Phoenix speed. At that moment, alarms blared throughout Spring City. In a nearby barbecue restaurant, Du Wei and his two friends put down their drinks. Oh no, 5 awakened beasts have appeared on Chuanxi Road. But there are only 3 of us. The safety of the people is paramount. We have to go. Meanwhile, on the other side of Chuanxi Road, the battle was already one-sided. The 2 demonic monkeys glanced back warily, trying to see if the human was following them. To their horror, they suddenly realized Lin Yin was already right behind them. How could this recently awakened human be so fast? A cold smile played on Lin Yan's lips as he swung his right fist towards one of the demonic monkeys' heads. The power of the divine phoenix erupted from his bloodline, and the intense energy distorted the air around his fist, as if a legendary phoenix spread its wings behind him. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Mission: eliminate demonic monkeys 05. Reward: immortal phoenix bloodline purity 20. Accept. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and he responded without hesitation in his mind. Accept. Bang! His fist landed, and the monkey's head exploded instantly, the corpse sent flying by the immense impact. Lin Yin immediately turned his attention to the other demonic monkey. The remaining monkey let out an angry howl, but dared not attack recklessly. It felt an unprecedented pressure from Lin Yan, as if its limbs were frozen, and even its desire to attack vanished. This was the suppression from the bloodline. The demonic monkey howled to the sky, calling for reinforcements. Lin Yin snorted coldly. Calling for backup? Perfect, I'll take you all down together. The surrounding greenery rustled, and faint whistling sounds reached Lin Yan's ears. He murmured softly, "They're coming," secretly admiring the intelligence of these beasts, realizing they could no longer be seen as ordinary animals. Lin Yin quickly scanned the area and instantly locked onto 2 more demonic monkeys hidden in the greenery. He smirked. Clever, but ineffective. With a powerful push off the ground, Lin Yin shot forward like a cannonball. Before the monkey in front could react, he struck it down with a single punch. Simultaneously, the 2 hidden monkeys seized the opportunity, lunging at Lin Yan's back like black lightning. A sharp light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as his entire body surged with strength, his bloodline boiling like fire. With a swift push of his right foot, he perfectly leaped backward, dodging the ambush. The 2 demonic monkeys looked up, shocked to see the human suddenly above them. In midair, Lin Yin looked down at them with a cold smile. his hands moving like lightning to grip their necks. As he landed, he forcefully threw the two monkeys against the wall. Bang! With two loud crashes, blood and flesh splattered, exploding like two gruesome fireworks. That's four. Lin Yin narrowed his eyes, scanning the area for the last demonic monkey. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no sign of movement. He pondered quietly, acknowledging the intelligence of these demonic monkeys. Seeing its companions killed, the last one had likely already fled. It might be a patrol, or perhaps humanoid beasts. Lin Yan's muscles tensed, his blood boiling, ready to strike first. The footsteps grew louder, about to emerge from the alley. "Captain, there's someone here," came a sudden shout from around the corner. A small, thin man appeared at the alley's entrance, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Yan. Following him, two burly men quickly stepped out of the alley. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing slightly. Fortunately, it wasn't some new breed of beast. He scrutinized the three men, who carried a faint scent of alcohol, wondering if they were skilled in handling beasts. Du Wei frowned, his gaze fixed on Lin Yan. The young man stood alone in the middle of Chuanxi Road, wearing his school uniform, looking out of place. "A student? Are you okay? Did you see any beasts?" Before Lin Yin could respond, Su Hao's voice suddenly rang out. "Captain, there's something. We found a demonized monkey's corpse here." He pointed to a headless body on the ground not far away, his voice filled with surprise and vigilance. "There's more here." Ma Yi followed the strong scent of blood to the side of a house. Two mangled masses of flesh slowly slid down the wall, forming a heap at the corner. Two severed arms lay scattered nearby, silently testifying to the fierce battle that had occurred. Ma Yi crouched down, examining the bodies carefully. The hardest part of a demonized monkey is its skull. All four of these monkeys' heads are shattered. What kind of powerful being could do this? At least someone who has undergone a second bloodline awakening. Ma Yi and Su Hao cautiously collected the remains of the demonized monkeys, the gruesome sight making them draw in a sharp breath. The ability to defeat four beasts with a single move indicated the mysterious ability user's formidable strength. It's a pity this ability user is so low-key, doing good deeds without leaving a name. They eliminated the demonized monkeys and then left. Du Wei mused, turning to Lin Yan with concern. "Are you alright? Were you injured?" Lin Yan shook his head, his gaze shifting between the three men. These seemingly ordinary drunkards were surprisingly knowledgeable about beasts. Who exactly were they? Dewey looked at Lin Yan, a slight smile playing on his lips, as he pulled out an ID from his pocket. "I'm Dewey, captain of the 16th Squad of the Yulong Spring City Patrol. These two are Ma Yi and Su Hao." His gaze fell on Lin Yan's school uniform. "You're from number 1 high school, right? Are you here alone? Did you see the senior who took out these 4 demon beasts?" There was a hint of doubt in Dewey's voice. The school uniform made him immediately dismiss the idea that Lin Yin could have been the one to defeat these demonized monkeys. After all, even high school seniors wouldn't undergo their official bloodline awakening ceremony until tomorrow. Lin Yin nodded, calmly responding. "Lin Yin, student of class 6, grade 12 at number 1 high school. No one else has been here. I killed these 4 demonized monkeys." At this moment, Su Hao and Ma Yi were busy handling the demonized monkeys' corpses. Hearing Lin Yan's words, they couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, don't exaggerate," Su Hao teased. "Your first bloodline awakening is only tomorrow, and these 4 demonized monkeys have already gone through their first awakening. They're not just some little chicks." Ma Yi chimed in. "Awakening naturally before adulthood? That would take a genius of unimaginable talent." Lin Yin merely glanced at them with indifference and shook his head slightly. Since they didn't believe him, he didn't see the need to insist. Dewey observed Lin Yan's reaction and initially intended to warn him against claiming undeserved credit, but he swallowed his words. He carefully scanned the surroundings and found no trace of other demonized monkeys. Assuming it was a system error, he took out his phone to cancel the crisis alert. Just then, a sharp scream from a young girl pierced the air from afar. "Ah!" Ma Yi spun around, his face changing dramatically. "Captain, there's another demon beast." In the distance, the last demonized monkey leaped from a wall, heading straight for a little girl. "Damn it!" Dewey cursed, immediately activating his bloodline power and rushing forward. But with over 100 meters to cover, he couldn't outrun the demonized monkey that was only 20 meters away. Did we underestimate it? Is there no saving that little girl? Dewey thought anxiously. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him. A figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, moving at 3 times his speed. Dewey's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the figure wearing a number 1 high school uniform. "Divine Phoenix speed!" Dewey exclaimed, watching the rapidly advancing figure in astonishment. Not far away, a middle-aged woman was anxiously scanning the road, clutching supermarket bags. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and a terrified scream caught in her throat. A beast, half the height of a person, was charging toward her daughter. "Nyo-nyo!" Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. The shopping bags slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground as their contents scattered. She dashed toward her daughter, but her speed was no match for the ferocious creature. In her panic, the woman fell heavily, scraping her knees and palms against the rough pavement, drawing blood. "Someone help. Save my daughter," she cried desperately, momentarily forgetting to stand as she crawled on the ground, face streaked with tears and snot. The distance between the shadow and Nyo was closing rapidly. The little girl finally sensed the danger, turning to see her mother on the ground, and cried out in fear, "Mom!" The beast's fangs were inches from Nyo's neck, its foul breath upon her. "Nyo!" The woman's desperate scream echoed down the street as she fainted. Just then, a miracle happened. Another shadow, like a lightning bolt, intercepted the beast with speed surpassing that of the beast itself. "Lin Yan!" someone exclaimed. Lin Yin scooped up the little girl and rolled swiftly on the ground, dodging the beast's lethal attack. The creature missed, its sharp teeth biting into the hard asphalt. It quickly adjusted its stance, baring its fangs menacingly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan gently released the girl, asking softly, "Are you okay?" The girl looked up at him with a sweet smile. "I'm okay, brother." "Thank you, brother." Lin Yin affectionately pinched her little nose. "Good girl, no need to thank me." Turning to shield the girl behind him, Lin Yin faced the last beast. At that moment, Du Wei and his team arrived, quickly forming a defensive circle. "Stay alert. Block all its escape routes," Du Wei ordered, while looking at Lin Yin with a mix of surprise and respect. The speed Lin Yin had just displayed far exceeded his own, at least 3 times faster. This young man was an awakened one, and possibly had already undergone a second bloodline awakening. For awakened humans surrounded the beast, which bared its teeth warily, its gaze shifting among them. "Captain Du Wei, can I handle this beast?" Lin Yan suddenly asked. He knew that only by defeating all 5 invading beasts could he complete the system's task. Du Wei nodded in agreement. "No problem, it's yours to handle. We'll make sure it can't escape." After witnessing Lin Yan's incredible speed, Du Wei no longer regarded him as an ordinary student. Especially since that speed surpassed his own, he began to treat Lin Yan as a peer. This was a prodigy, a young talent who awakened naturally. Such a talent had limitless potential. Establishing a good relationship early on could be greatly beneficial in the future. With Du Wei's approval, Lin Yan nodded slightly. He was unaware of Du Wei's thoughts, but knew that this beast could not be defeated by anyone else. The power of his bloodlines surged within him, awakening the divine phoenix force. A scorching energy swept through his body. Buzzed the air distorted from the heat, waves of heat radiating outward. An invisible force erupted from Lin Yan's hands. Du Wei and his team, tasked with blocking the beast's retreat, watched Lin Yan's transformation in awe. That S-grade talent, they thought, shocked. In the vast city of Chuncheon, there had never been an S-grade awakened individual before. Even S-grade talents were extremely rare. Du Wei watched Lin Yan, whose eyes glinted with golden light, and he silently marveled. If this young man could grow, he would become a pillar of the nation, a hope for the people. The beast also felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from Lin Yan. Fear seeped into its very being, as if an ancient mythical creature had set its sights on it. Its fur stood on end, and a low whimper escaped its throat. Bang! Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Lin Yan, the demonized monkey couldn't withstand it any longer. Driven by its beastly instincts, it let out a piercing screech and fled frantically in the direction behind Lin Yan. "Where do you think you're going?" He shouted, ready to capture it. However, just as he reached out, a figure darted past like lightning. Lin Yin appeared ghost-like in front of the demonized monkey, swiftly grabbing its head. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable, and the demonized monkey was instantly killed. Immediately, a wave of scorching heat erupted from Lin Yan's body. The monkey's fur turned to ash in the intense heat, and even its corpse began to spontaneously combust. Lin Yan released it, letting the burning body fall onto the asphalt, quickly turning to a pile of ash. The small patch of asphalt also became unusually sticky due to the high temperature. Du Wei and his companions stood in stunned silence. Witnessing Lin Yan not only crush the monkey's skull with his bare hands, but also ignite its body out of thin air. This completely overturned their understanding of a first bloodline awakening. Lin Yan had reached the pinnacle of bloodline forging and martial refinement on his first awakening, and could even construct supernatural abilities. With the death of the last demonized monkey, the surging energy within Lin Yan gradually calmed. The enormous expenditure briefly left him feeling disoriented, as forcibly triggering his bloodline was indeed draining. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have eliminated 55 demonized monkeys. Undying Divine Phoenix Bloodline Purification 20. Instantly, a wave of heat coursed through Lin Yan's meridians. In the rising warmth, the moisture in the surrounding air condensed into a thin mist, enveloping him. "Big brother looks amazing," Du Wei marveled. He astutely noticed that despite the intense battle, Lin Yin showed no significant signs of fatigue. He couldn't help but admire him. Truly a genius. If I were to face him, I might only manage a win through extensive combat experience. Lin Yin recalled the scene he had just witnessed and shook his head in disbelief. He had watched Captain Du Wei effortlessly defeat the demonized monkey and couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating. With my limited combat experience, I'd probably struggle to win, he muttered to himself. Beside him, Ma Yi and Su Hao nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging Lin Yan's assessment. They all understood that awakening one's bloodline required not only hard work, but also innate talent. Lin Yan suddenly remembered a famous saying, "Genius is one talent and 99 hard work." This phrase was widely known, but few realized the deeper truth that followed. That one talent is often more important than the 99 effort. Just then, the woman who had been lying on the ground regained consciousness. Her first reaction upon opening her eyes was to search for her daughter, anxiously calling out, "Nyo-nyo, Mom, I'm right here." The little girl replied softly, holding her mother's hand. The woman pulled her daughter into a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, thank goodness you're okay," she sobbed, hugging her daughter as if to fuse her into her own body. "Mom, not so tight, it hurts." The girl whimpered, prompting her mother to quickly loosen her grip. The little girl pointed at Lin Yin and said to her mother with a smile, "Mom, it was this big brother who saved me. He's really amazing." Hearing this, the woman turned to Lin Yin, almost overcome with gratitude, as if she might kneel down to thank him. "Thank you for saving my daughter." Lin Yin hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "There's no need for that, really. I'm glad I could help. Please, stand up," he said, gently declining her offer of thanks. "I should head back to the dormitory now. You all." Lin Yin looked toward Du Wei and his team, wondering if they would take him back for questioning. Du Wei, holding the sealed, demonized monkey's corpse, smiled and said, "We're heading back to submit our mission report, so we'll be off." He handed Lin Yin a business card. "Here's my contact information. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out." Lin Yin took the card, examined it carefully, and then put it away with a nod before turning to leave. He thought to himself about getting a good night's sleep and wondered what surprises tomorrow's bloodline awakening ceremony might bring. As they watched Lin Yin walk away, Ma Yi and Su Hao couldn't help but ask, "Captain, about the mission report." A sharp determination flashed in Du Wei's eyes as he replied, "We'll report it truthfully. A talent like his must be recognized in Spring City." As night fell, what seemed like an ordinary patrol team mission report quietly landed on the desks of the high-ranking officials in Spring City. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. The content of that report was like a bombshell, exploding over the city and sparking an unprecedented storm. His speed was astonishing, at least 3 times faster than mine. The demonized monkey, which had only experienced one bloodline awakening, was no match for him. Its skull, as hard as stone, was effortlessly crushed by him. These gruesome scenes replayed in Du Wei's mind, each time sending a shiver down his spine. At the headquarters of Yulong, Spring City Division, Du Wei donned a somber black trenchcoat uniform and stood at the podium in the briefing room. His gaze swept over the high-ranking officials of the Spring City Yulong Division seated below, and he couldn't hide his excitement. As a mere patrol team captain, he never imagined he would one day stand here, reporting to these bigwigs. All of this stemmed from the mission report he submitted an hour ago, thanks largely to Lin Yan. Du Wei didn't need a speech script. The events of the night were too shocking, with every detail etched in his mind like a film on repeat. He took a deep breath and began to narrate. 10 minutes later, Du Wei concluded with, "I believe he is a genius, an unparalleled genius. Thank you. That concludes my report." He bowed slightly, but no applause or response followed. The entire briefing room was engulfed in a dead silence, as the senior leaders present were too stunned by Du Wei's account to speak. Moments later, a leader snapped out of his shock and sternly questioned, "Captain Du Wei of Patrol Team 16, do you realize the consequences of submitting a false mission report?" Du Wei stood straight and replied firmly, "Report. Everything I said is true. The results on my mission report are accurate. If you don't believe me, you can ask my team members, Ma Yi and Su Hao. They were present at the time, and if there's any falsehood, I'm willing to face military justice." The young assistant beside the leader whispered a few words in his ear, further intensifying the leader's look of shock. Meanwhile, in 2 other rooms, Ma Yi and Su Hao were also giving their mission reports. Although the perspectives differed, the facts they described were strikingly consistent. "Shaoli, check the records on this Lin Yan," the leader instructed the young man beside him. "Yes, Minister." Shaoli immediately opened his computer and began searching for Lin Yan's information. The details provided by Du Wei were very comprehensive, and soon, Lin Yan's entire profile was displayed in front of Minister Xie Yibin. Lin Yan, 17 years old, a student in Class 6 of Grade 3 at Spring City No. 1 High School, lost his parents to a beast attack 13 years ago. This utterly ordinary background left Xie Yibin deep in thought. Could such a commonplace family background truly nurture a peerless genius, a naturally awakened minor? This question echoed in his mind, leaving him both puzzled and excited. However, The appearance of Lin Yin matched exactly with the descriptions given by Du Wei, Ma Yi, and Su Hao. Xie Yibin rubbed his temples, furrowing his brows as he stared at the report in front of him. The detailed evidence should have been enough to prove everything. Yet they still found it hard to believe that such a genius awakener could come from an ordinary family. Cheng Binghong, the captain of the patrol team, noticed the minister's concern and said with a relaxed smile, "Minister, why worry? Isn't Lin Yin a senior at First High School? Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony for the seniors. The truth will be revealed then, won't it?" Xie Yibin's eyes lit up, and he turned around, praising, "Great idea. Let's call it a day and discuss further once we have the results tomorrow." Meeting adjourned. Before everyone left, Cheng Binghong gave Du Wei a meaningful look and nodded slightly. As Du Wei's direct superior, he was confident that Du Wei would never fabricate a mission report for no reason, as it would benefit no one. The female captain of the communications team hurried to catch up with Xie Yibin, hesitantly asking, "Minister, should we upload this report to the central office in the capital?" Xie Yibin shook his head, saying, "No rush. Let's wait until everything is clear tomorrow." However, the female captain's face changed, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Minister, I already uploaded it upon receiving the initial instruction." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xie Yibin quickly reassured her, "Don't cry. It's already done. It was my shock that led to the instruction. If there's any blame, I'll take it." He glanced complexly at Du Wei on stage, silently hoping that the report was indeed accurate. Spring City, China, and even all of humanity desperately needed such a genius. On stage, Du Wei observed the departing leaders. He hadn't expected Minister Xie to question the report's authenticity, but the more they doubted, the more impactful Lin Yan's revelation would be tomorrow. Although this might lessen the help he could provide Lin Yan, it wouldn't affect his role as Lin Yan's recommender. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, at the headquarters of Yulong, the Minister of Information, Tian Peng, hurriedly left his office with a mission report from Spring City. He briskly walked to the parking lot and, upon getting into the car, instructed the driver to Old Hutong, First Town General's residence. The driver turned his head in surprise to look at Minister Tian Peng in the back seat, frowning slightly. "Minister, couldn't you have had the message delivered by someone else? Did you really need to bring it yourself?" Tian Peng, his expression serious, tightly gripped a document in his hand and replied in a deep voice, "This document is crucial. I have to deliver it personally." "Drive." "Yes, sir," the driver responded, immediately starting the car. As the vehicle moved smoothly along, Tian Peng looked down at the report in his hand, stamped with his personal seal. He took a deep breath, recalling his shock upon first reading it. Without hesitation, he had labeled it with an SS-level top-secret classification. Even now, his breathing was quick, and he couldn't help but wonder how the first commander would react upon seeing the report. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley, a young man was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. He picked up the teacup from the table, took a gentle sip, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Westlake Longjing truly lives up to its name," he murmured to himself. It took quite an effort to find this top-grade tea tree. He glanced toward the entrance, as if expecting someone. "I wonder if Minister Tian will come to enjoy a cup." Just as he said this, Tian Peng hurriedly entered the courtyard, looking anxious. "Commander Qi, I have a top-secret document to report." Qi Chun remained calm, smiling as he invited. "Perfect timing. Come and try the Westlake Longjing I just found." He pushed a teacup towards Tian Peng and poured half a cup of the fragrant Longjing tea. Understanding, Tian Peng nodded lightly and sat across from Qi Chun. He knew the first commander's temperament well. Even in urgent matters, tea must be savored first to calm the mind. He respectfully handed over the document, then picked up the teacup and took a small sip, genuinely praising. "Excellent tea." Qi Chun accepted the document and remarked meaningfully, "The tea is excellent, and so are the people." He opened the document and began to read carefully. Tian Peng held his breath, watching Qi Chun's expression intently. Suddenly, Tian Peng's eyes lit up as if he had caught on to something important, and he asked eagerly, "Do you mean?" Qi Chun didn't answer directly, but instead said with a deep meaning, "At night, seek Longjing to Lin Yan. Longjing is top grade, and Lin Yin is a pillar." Tian Peng suddenly understood and immediately stood up to take his leave. "Got it." He quickly walked out of Qi Chun's home. The driver, seeing this, was a bit surprised and asked, "Minister, did the commander kick you out? Doesn't he usually keep people for half an hour of tea?" Tian Peng, annoyed, kicked the driver lightly and said sternly, "Get lost. Drive back." He then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Su Fei, head to Chunqing now. I have a task for you." Meanwhile, back in the alley in the capital, in the home of the first commander Qi Chun, he held a teacup in one hand and the task report in the other, deep in thought. He drank the last sip of Longjing, his gaze lingering on the name, Lin Yan, in the report, and shook his head slightly. "It's just a pity this Longjing isn't aged enough. It's too mild." The next morning, Lin Yan woke up at 6 o'clock sharp. This was unusually early for him, but it was the biological clock of the original owner of this body. He glanced at his phone to confirm the time and couldn't help but sigh. As someone who had already gone through the college entrance exams, getting up at 10 was considered early, but today was the day of the bloodline awakening, so he might as well get up early. Forcing himself to be alert, Lin Yin quickly got ready and headed straight to the cafeteria. On the way, he noticed that he was the last one from his dorm to get up. His 3 roommates had probably rushed to the classroom excitedly around 4 or 5 o'clock, especially Luo Hongyi, who had been so excited last night that he barely slept. After a quick breakfast, Lin Yin entered the classroom. It was already packed, and the sound of discussions filled the air. Some were talking about the upcoming bloodline awakening ceremony, while others were abuzz with the beast invasion incident from the previous night. Did you hear? A beast snuck into Chuanxi Road last night, one boy said excitedly. Yeah, I heard it was a beast that had already undergone its first bloodline awakening, another chimed in. You must have seen that video, right? My uncle sent it. He was drunk last night and video called my aunt from Chuanxi Road. It was my aunt who noticed it. A student claiming to have inside information interjected. Really? I heard someone took care of all the beasts in one go. Was it a second awakening person? A curious girl asked. The self-proclaimed well-informed student replied without hesitation. Of course, it was a master from the Dragon Guardians. Once I succeed in my bloodline awakening, I'm going to ask him to be my mentor. A chorus of envious gasps erupted around them. As Lin Yin sat down, the discussions around him grew louder. He was somewhat surprised at how quickly the Chuanxi Road incident had spread. Although he knew information could travel fast online, he had assumed the authorities would control information related to beasts. It seemed that ordinary people in this world were not entirely kept in the dark. The front rows were discussing the bloodline awakening, while the back rows were talking about the Chuanxi Road incident. Neither topic piqued Lin Yan's interest. As someone who had already awakened, today's ceremony was just a formality to him, a chance to see if there were any additional benefits. As for last night's event, he had experienced it firsthand, so there wasn't much to discuss. Feeling bored, Lin Yin pulled out a chemistry book to review. Even though he was in a different world, knowledge from Earth was still applicable. However, he had only read for a few minutes when he felt someone tap his shoulder. You're about to have your bloodline awakening, and you're reviewing? A surprised voice sounded in his ear. Don't you want to become an awakened one? Luo Hongyi, Lin Yan's roommate, who prides himself on being the most agile, heavy-set person in history, asked with a hint of excitement. Lin Yin glanced at him and pretended to sigh. Of course I do, but it's all about luck. If I can't awaken, I'll just have to take the college entrance exam like everyone else. Luo Hongyi laughed heartily and gave Lin Yin a firm pat on the back, causing Lin Yin to wince slightly. Don't worry, Lin. With your luck and hard work, you'll be fine. Easy there, Lin Yin said with a smile, waving him off, thinking that no matter which world they're in, this guy's strength is always impressive. He secretly speculated that if they were in the original world, with some proper training, this guy might even make it to the national weightlifting team. The classroom's noise didn't last long. As soon as the early self-study period began, a middle-aged teacher entered the room. This teacher wasn't just any teacher. He was a professor who had successfully undergone a bloodline awakening. He had awakened the bloodline of a great scientist, instantly becoming a professor-level figure. Although he later chose to stay at Chunqing No. 1 High School voluntarily, his rich and engaging lessons were still loved by the students, who affectionately called him Professor Yang. Today, Professor Yang was different from his usual casual self, wearing a stern black trench coat uniform and carrying a metal briefcase. His appearance immediately quieted the chattering students. They were well aware of the significance of this uniform Yulong. At this moment, Professor Yang was no longer the humorous teacher they knew, but a representative of Yulong, the only official Awakened Ones organization in China. Professor Yang placed the briefcase on the podium and surveyed the class with his hands behind his back. His expression was serious, a stark contrast to his usual jovial demeanor. Is everyone here? His voice was deep and commanding. Then let's begin with the first part of the awakening ceremony. Understanding bloodline awakening. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became tense, and all the students held their breath, waiting for Professor Yang to continue. Bloodline awakening. Professor Yang continued, is the process of awakening the dormant power in your bloodline through dark energy radiation. His words were succinct and powerful, each one landing heavily on the students' hearts. The power in one's bloodline is like a slumbering dragon, lying dormant within each person. This power stems from a complex family lineage, possibly deriving strength from a father's clan or resilience from a mother's lineage, or even from some mysterious ancestral energy. The strength of this power varies, and upon awakening, one might become a formidable warrior, a shrewd merchant, a wise scientist, or a mysterious psychic. Professor Yang stood on the podium, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the attentive faces in the classroom. His voice was steady and powerful. According to precise calculations, a person has 9 opportunities to awaken in their lifetime. Each awakening is a chance for breakthrough. When the purity of the bloodline reaches 100%, the door to the next awakening opens. With each awakening, power increases geometrically. He paused, with a hint of pride in his tone. Currently, The most powerful awakened individuals in the world have completed 6 awakenings. There are only 21 such strong individuals globally, and China claims 8 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, a low cheer erupted in the classroom. The students' eyes shone with pride, and their faces were alight with barely contained excitement. They knew that China was the first country to reclaim its cities from the beasts, and these 8 powerful 6-time awakened individuals, the Dragon Guardians, were instrumental in that achievement. Professor Yang continued his lecture, his voice brimming with passion. In China, we have an official organization for managing awakened individuals, Yulong. The 8 6-time awakened individuals I mentioned earlier are the guardians of Yulong. He paused again, letting his gaze sweep over each student's face. Before us, countless outstanding predecessors worked tirelessly for the future of humanity and the development of our nation. Now, the future of the world is your stage. A thunderous cheer erupted in the classroom. Some students silently clenched their fists, vowing to themselves, "I will awaken my bloodline, join Yulong, protect my country, and bring honor to my family." Professor Yang looked at these passionate young faces with satisfaction, his gaze finally resting on the classroom door. There stood 3 individuals in uniforms identical to his. He continued, "Next, these 3 colleagues from the Spring City Yulong branch will guide you through the second phase of the bloodline awakening ceremony." The 3 Yulong members entered the classroom, their eyes scanning each student. However, their gaze eventually focused on one individual, Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Among these 3, there was a familiar face. That was Due. Lin Yin frowned as he looked at the 3 members of the Yulong team, their eyes fixed intently on him, making him wonder if last night's events had been exposed. Although he hadn't deliberately hidden anything, this attention still made him wary. After a moment, one of the 3 began to speak. "I am Xie Yibin, head of the Yulong Spring City branch, and today I will be overseeing the bloodline awakening process. Please follow my instructions carefully, understood?" "Understood." The students below responded enthusiastically, clenching their fists in excitement. Xie Yibin nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now is your time to awaken. Line up and each receive a piece of dark alloy." Lin Yin joined his classmates in forming a line, eager to see the dark alloy for himself. Suddenly, he felt a strong pull from behind. Turning around, he saw Luo Hongyi, a burly classmate known for his recklessness, now trembling with fear. "Lin, I'm scared," Luo Hongyi stammered, reflecting the common sentiment among most of the class. Lin Yin replied calmly, "What is there to fear? It all depends on luck and talent. Being scared won't help." Luo Hongyi paused, realizing Lin Yin made sense. Stepping forward, Lin Yin took a small piece of dark alloy encased in a sealed tube from a briefcase. He mused that dark alloy was indeed one of humanity's greatest inventions in the past century. Although it couldn't directly induce awakening, its rapid decay upon exposure to air released dark energy radiation that could significantly accelerate the bloodline awakening process. Once all the students had received their dark alloy, Xie Yibin sternly emphasized, "Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail to awaken the first time, unless you use awakening elixirs for a secondary awakening, you won't have another chance in this life. The method is simple. Open the tube, hold the dark alloy in your hand, and bring it close to your forehead. I wish you all success in your awakening." Luo Hongyi glanced nervously at Lin Yan, then focused on the less than 2 grams of dark alloy in his tube, gritting his teeth. He cautiously opened the tube, held the dark alloy in his palm, and leaned his forehead forward, silently praying, "I must awaken." The other students followed suit. The classroom fell into a pin-drop silence. Xie Yibin, Cheng Hongbing, and Du Wei watched closely, prepared for any unexpected occurrences. Lin Yan also placed the alloy near his forehead, curious about what changes might occur in someone who had already awakened once, and whether he could awaken again. Soon, the dark alloy in some students' hands began to emit a faint glow, merging into their bodies. The glow from Lin Yan's alloy was especially intense, like a miniature sun. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. "Ding! Dark energy absorption complete. Second bloodline awakening will initiate once Undying Phoenix bloodline purity reaches 100. Simultaneously, a system interface appeared before Lin Yan. "Host, Lin Yan. Awakening. First bloodline awakening. Bloodline. Undying Phoenix bloodline 47. Dark energy, 100. Lin Yan pondered, amazed that the purity of his Undying Phoenix bloodline had already reached 47. With a few more system tasks, he could reach 100 and initiate a second bloodline awakening. At that point, he could truly wield abilities that defied all scientific understanding in his original world. Meanwhile, Xie Yibin, Cheng Binghong, and Du Wei hurriedly pulled out spectrograms to compare the intense light emanating from Lin Yan. Xie Yibin was so excited he wanted to shout, but bit his lip to avoid disturbing the other students in the midst of their bloodline awakening. Across the street, on the rooftop of the opposite building, another figure in a black trench coat uniform lay observing the classroom. His name was Su Fei, and he yawned, holding Lin Yan's personal file. Flying overnight, barely slept. I don't know why the minister wanted me to monitor a student's bloodline awakening. Su Fei lazily watched the light surrounding Lin Yan. I just hope Lin Yin doesn't make this trip a waste. Suddenly, Su Fei's eyes widened. What? Still not over? S level? Just like me. No. S level. He was too shocked to speak. Based on the spectrogram he memorized, Lin Yan's talent was definitely S level, a rarity among rarities, a talent befitting a top-tier general. Even more astonishing was the light undergoing indescribable changes, unrecorded in any spectrogram. Su Fei froze, dismissing the possibility of a mistake, and recalled an article on SS-level talent he had seen on the minister's desk. Su Fei quickly texted Tian Peng, "Minister, is there truly an SS-level talent in this world?" After a long pause, Tian Peng replied with a short message. "Yes, SS level is top secret." Su Fei gasped, swiftly flying from the rooftop into Lin Yan's classroom. Upon entering, he produced a Yulong badge with a steel seal. "I am Su Fei from the Yulong Imperial Capital Headquarters Information Department. On behalf of Minister Tian Peng, I am placing Lin Yan's information under SS level confidentiality, accessible only to top-tier generals." With that, Su Fei ignited a flame, completely destroying Lin Yan's personal file he had reviewed earlier. Xie Yibin and his colleagues, seeing the Yulong badge with four blazing marks indicating a warrior who had undergone 4 bloodline awakenings, nodded respectfully, understood. Their gazes at Lin Yin were filled with pride. Spring City had finally produced a true dragon, the first S-level talent in its history. However, they were unaware that Lin Yan's true talent was the world's first SS level. By now, some students had emerged from their bloodline awakening states, and the system began announcing their talent levels. Those who still hadn't entered the awakening state might never have the opportunity to awaken. As Lin Yin opened his eyes, he noticed an additional person in a trench coat uniform in the classroom, along with Xie Yibin and the others. All four were looking at him with peculiar expressions. Lin Yin felt a pang of anxiety, fearing his secret had been exposed. At that moment, Xie Yibin excitedly declared, "Lin Yin, your talent is S level, the highest in Spring City's history." Xie Yibin's booming voice was loud enough for the entire school to hear clearly. At that moment, the whole school was in an uproar. A deafening explosion echoed through the campus of Spring City First High School, like a bolt of lightning shattering the tranquility. Xie Yibin was overwhelmed with excitement, his voice amplified as if by an invisible megaphone, resounding across the school. S-grade talent. Someone in our school has awakened an S-grade talent. That's a martial-level talent. The news jolted every student awake, and whispers filled the classrooms, hallways, and playground. Even the teachers of the first and second years paused their lectures, standing in shock. "Lin Yan." Xie Yibin's voice rang out again. "It's Lin Yan. He has awakened an S-grade talent. This is unprecedented in the history of Spring City, even in the history of Huaxia. Only 8 marshals in all of Huaxia possess S-grade talents." The news was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir throughout the campus. Newly awakened students turned their eyes to Lin Yan, filled with envy and amazement. Even those who had awakened decent bloodlines only reached upgrade talent, which paled in comparison to Lin Yan's S-grade. In no time, Lin Yin became the center of attention in his class. Classmates swarmed around him. Someone curiously asked, "Brother Lin, is it true you have an S-grade talent? Can I touch you?" Before Lin Yin could answer, another voice interjected, "Sun Long, you idiot. You're not a girl. Why do you want to touch Brother Lin?" A bold girl blushed and approached, coyly saying, "Brother Lin Yin, can I date you?" Then someone else shouted, "Me too, me too. Brother Lin, do you have a girlfriend? If you do, would you mind changing? Or if not, would you mind having another?" Some even boldly declared, "Lin Yin, I don't need a title, just come find me when you're bored." Lin Yin was taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm. He noticed even the usually aloof class president, who only had eyes for her studies, was now looking at him with unusual warmth. Lin Yin couldn't help but sigh internally. In this world, awakened ones, especially those with high talents, were indeed highly sought after. As Lin Yin was surrounded, his friend Luo Hongyi squeezed through the crowd to his side, helping to fend off the overzealous classmates. "I awakened too. Why are you all crowding Brother Lin? Aren't you afraid of leaving a bad impression?" Luo Hongyi's words brought a slight calm to the excited crowd. Someone curiously asked, "Luo Hongyi, what bloodline and talent did you awaken?" Luo Hongyi puffed out his chest proudly. "Crade talent. Especially good at eating." His response left everyone dumbfounded. Good at eating? What kind of bloodline is that? Such a waste of a decent crade talent. Unfazed by the skepticism, Luo Hongyi said, "You don't get it. My mom says being able to eat is a blessing. Being especially good at eating is a great blessing." Lin Yin looked at the chubby friend who exposed his own weakness to help him out, feeling touched. He patted Luo Hongyi's shoulder, silently expressing his gratitude. Just then, a stranger's voice called out, "Lin Yin, come over here. I have something important to discuss." Lin Yan looked up to see a man holding a blank profile form with his photo attached, beckoning him over. Who are you? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. He didn't recall seeing this person before the bloodline awakening ceremony. I'm Su Fei from the Yulong Headquarters Information Division in the Imperial Capital. The man introduced himself. I need you to fill out your bloodline awakening profile. Once completed, your profile will be sealed, and the Minister of Information has classified it as an SS grade top secret. SS grade top secret? Lin Yin took the form with curiosity. When his eyes landed on the talent section, they widened in disbelief. SS grade talent. Not 2 S's, but 3. This was unprecedented in the century-long history of bloodline awakenings. Lin Yin looked up at Su Fei, who nodded silently. It turned out, the SS grade top secret was to keep his SS grade talent confidential. Publicly, it would only be announced as an S grade talent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yin wrote, Firebird, in the bloodline section. He didn't write the true, immortal phoenix, as it was too conspicuous. If it were discovered that he awakened a mythical bloodline, he would face not just admiration, but also the covetous eyes and control of various forces. Su Fei glanced at Lin Yan's entry and frowned slightly. Firebird bloodline, not bad. With your talent, your future achievements could rival the first marshal. Placing Lin Yan's profile into a titanium alloy briefcase, Su Fei said, I'll personally submit your profile. I look forward to meeting you again in the Imperial Capital. With that, Su Fei soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Watching Su Fei's departure, Lin Yan sighed. To be able to fly upon the fourth awakening, amazing. The sky is always a man's dream. Meanwhile, Xie Yibin and others were working hard to maintain order in the classroom, preventing Lin Yan from being swarmed again by enthusiastic classmates. All right, discuss later. Now, all awakened students go have lunch, and gather at the playground at 2 p.m. to go to the Yulong Spring City branch for your awakened certificates and archive your profiles. As Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly perked up his ears, frowning as he looked out the window. What's that sound? Some students who had awakened canine bloodlines also seemed to notice, looking puzzled toward the playground. Suddenly, a loud rumble resounded. The ground of the playground split open, creating a massive chasm. Basketball hoops and soccer goals crashed into the crevice. A sharp, ear-piercing screech assaulted everyone's ears, and despite the pain, their eyes remained fixed on the crack in the playground. Chaos erupted again. The school buildings shook violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. The crack on the playground rapidly expanded, forming a gigantic pit 20 meters in diameter. A massive, elongated body, supported by countless iron legs, burst from the pit. Its scythe-like mandibles silently roared at the school buildings, crimson eyes glowing with the light of awakened bloodlines. This colossal creature's body grew larger and harder at a visible rate. Its crimson eyes, like the gaze of death itself, seemed to promise that those who met its gaze would be mercilessly devoured. Du Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. How can there be a beast in the school? In the classroom, the sudden appearance of a gigantic centipede monster terrified all the students. This colossal creature was as large as half the school building, and its presence sent chills down their spines. The students held their breath, fearing they might provoke this terrifying beast. Xie Yibin stared at the giant centipede, his expression changing drastically. He understood that this beast had already undergone 2 bloodline awakenings and was now undergoing a third, the process of drawing energy into its body. Each awakening was a transformative process, and the third awakening meant it would evolve into a highly intelligent demon, rivaling human intelligence. Xie Yibin realized the imminent danger. If this centipede completed its awakening, the entire city of Chunxiang would face catastrophe. As the only cultivator in Chunxiang to have completed the third bloodline awakening, he had to prevent this disaster. Yang Mingqiao, Cheng Binghong, Du Wei, evacuate the students immediately and ensure their safety, Xie Yibin ordered as he drew a standard longsword from his black coat and leaped down from the 3rd floor. Du Wei suppressed his fear, drawing his sword while guiding the students of Class 6 to evacuate, and simultaneously called for reinforcements. Professor Yang and Cheng Binghong also took action, organizing other classes to evacuate in an orderly manner. The school building is designed to withstand an earthquake of magnitude 8. It can hold for a while. Stay calm and proceed downstairs to safety, Du Wei shouted, ensuring that no stampede occurred during the evacuation. Lin Yin glanced at Xie Yibin, who was battling the centipede, and silently followed the group out. He believed that with Xie Yibin's strength, he could handle the not yet fully awakened monster. As time passed, more members of the Yulong team and military arrived at the scene. However, Xie Yibin insisted on fighting alone, ordering all support forces to prioritize student protection. Just as Lin Yan's class was about to evacuate to the 1st floor, the situation changed. The centipede ignored Xie Yibin's attacks and suddenly charged towards them. Throw away the dark alloy, Lin Yan suddenly realized and shouted. It turned out that the dark energy radiation from the dark alloy they used today had attracted the centipede, which was on the brink of its 3rd awakening. In panic, the students fumbled, and the alloy fell to the ground. Seeing this, Du Wei rushed forward but was knocked away by the centipede, slamming heavily against the wall. In a critical moment, a system prompt appeared to Lin Yan. Mission: eliminate the thousand-legged iron worm. Reward: undying phoenix bloodline purification 25. Accept. Accept. Lin Yin responded without hesitation. To protect his classmates, he had to act. Lin Yin darted out from the crowd like an arrow, picked up Du Wei's dropped sword, and faced the charging thousand-legged iron worm. Phoenix speed. Phoenix strength. Phoenix awakening, he shouted. A resounding phoenix cry erupted from the sword, as if a blazing phoenix soared into the sky. With a thunderous crash, Lin Yin collided head-on with the thousand-legged iron worm. The scene left everyone watching in awe. The girls were moved to tears, and the boys were filled with fervor, eager to join the fight. Professor Yang quickly held back the restless students. Stop. Going now is suicide. Lin Yin would have to protect you too. Don't worry. Lin Yin is the greatest prodigy in Chuanqing's history, and with Minister Xie below, he'll be fine. On the playground, Lin Yin fought fiercely with the thousand-legged iron worm, and Xie Yibin soon arrived. What are you doing here? Xie Yibin scolded. Slaying the monster. Lin Yin replied briefly, blocking the worm's fierce attack with his sword. Reckless. Xie Yibin exclaimed angrily. You've just awakened, and this is a monster on the verge of its third bloodline awakening. Unfazed, Lin Yin continued to engage the worm. He knew he couldn't maintain his state for long and needed to end the battle quickly. Xie Yibin had no choice but to join the fight, determined to protect this crucial young talent for China. The battle intensified. Lin Yan's sword danced like lightning, emitting a piercing sound as it cut through the air. The thousand-legged iron worm, in the midst of swallowing the dark alloy, suddenly lifted its head, its blood-red eyes locking onto Lin Yan, and its massive mandibles lunged at him. I've got this, Xie Yibin shouted, swiftly positioning himself in front of Lin Yan, channeling all his spiritual and bloodline power to fend off the worm's attack. Lin Yan seized the opportunity, skillfully maneuvering past Xie Yibin. He infused his sword with the power of the undying phoenix and delivered a powerful slash. In an instant, the sharp blade sliced through the worm's head as if it were tofu, cutting off a significant portion. With a sudden slash, the head of the centipede-like iron creature was mostly severed, significantly weakening its strength. Xie Yibin seized the opportunity to break free from its grip, swiftly escaping danger. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yin had already positioned himself on the remnants of the creature's head. His sword gleamed with a cold light as he unhesitatingly plunged it into the monster's wound. He then forcefully stomped down, and with a puff, brain matter splattered everywhere. The massive body of the creature fell heavily to the ground, its upper half weighing over 1,000 pounds crashing onto the field, kicking up a cloud of dust. The shattered ground broke apart again, with debris flying and flesh scattering. The beast writhed in pain, frantically trying to shake Lin Yin off. But Lin Yin clung to it like a nail, firmly anchored to its head, unmoving. Meanwhile, Xie Yibin restricted its movements from the ground, preventing it from acting freely. During this life-and-death struggle, Lin Yin noticed the creature's exoskeleton softening, revealing the vulnerability of its head. His eyes flashed with determination as he seized the moment, driving his sword like a pile driver into the unsuspecting creature's head. With a loud bang, the creature's head exploded instantly. Red and white fragments of flesh and exoskeleton flew in all directions, comparable to a grenade explosion. Lin Yin agilely dodged aside, landing steadily. As the battle concluded, Lin Yin felt a familiar wave of fatigue wash over him, stronger than before. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! You have eliminated the centipede-like iron creature. Undying Phoenix Bloodline Purification 25. A surge of warmth coursed through him, dispelling his exhaustion. Xie Yibin, seeing the creature no longer moving, cautiously approached Lin Yan. He noticed the red glow in the monster's eyes had vanished, and its steel-like body had reverted. It dawned on him. The creature's ability was indeed hardening. When Lin Yin opened his eyes, he found Xie Yibin staring at him in disbelief. Lin Yin, you killed a beast that had awakened 3 times. You're truly a genius. Xie Yibin exclaimed excitedly. He recalled Du Wei's report from the previous night, which he had doubted, thinking Lin Yin couldn't possibly handle 5 First Awakening demonized monkeys alone. Yet now, Lin Yin had defeated a creature on the verge of its 3rd bloodline awakening. His strength was nearly on par with Xie Yibin's. This is the power of an S-level talent? To surpass the 2nd bloodline awakening with the strength of the 1st. Xie Yibin thought in awe. Behind the school building, countless students, soldiers, and dragon tamer members witnessed this astonishing scene through windows and doors. Xie Yibin's exclamation reached their ears. Lin Yan had indeed slain a beast that had awakened 3 times. Before they could recover from their shock, another jaw-dropping revelation erupted. Cheng Binghong, supporting an exhausted Du Wei, stood in front of the students, having witnessed everything on the field. He excitedly shook Du Wei, laughing. Ha ha! Du Wei, Your mission report was spot on. Last night on Chuanxi Road, it was really Lin Yin who took down 5 demonized monkeys. Cheng Hongbing excitedly shook the weakened Du Wei, who turned pale and quickly stopped him, saying, Yes, yes, please stop shaking me, Captain Cheng. I'm going to throw up. Du Wei suddenly realized the implication of Cheng Hongbing's words and widened his eyes. What? The beasts that invaded last night were taken down by Lin Yin? 5 demonized monkeys that had undergone bloodline awakening. He gasped. Doesn't that make Lin Yin a natural awakener? Since the invention of dark alloy, natural awakeners among humans have become extremely rare, especially someone as young as Lin Yin. The titles Natural Awakener and S-level talent instantly crowned Lin Yin. Du Wei murmured. If he grows up, Huaxiao will surely gain a dragon guardian general. Just then, a petite and adorable girl suddenly screamed. Lin Yin, my husband, is so handsome. As if on cue, the entire campus erupted in excitement. Countless girls shouted in unison. Lin Yin, my husband, is so handsome. Lin Yin, marry me. Lin Yin, I want to have your babies. Are you crazy? Lin Yin killed monkeys last night. Lin Yin, I want to have your gorillas. Faced with this scene more frenzied than any fan craze, all the boys in the school stared at Lin Yin with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Some even recognized their girlfriends' voices, feeling a mix of emotions. At that moment, a curvaceous girl pushed through the crowd to stand in front of Luo Hongyi. She softly pleaded, Luo Hongyi, can you call Lin Yin for me? I want to apologize for last night. Luo Hongyi glanced at her, recalling Lin Yan's excitement before leaving the dormitory last night, and instantly understood the situation. This woman had rejected Lin Yin and now wanted to use him to reconnect with Lin Yin? Bullshit. Luo Hongyi cursed inwardly, expressionless as he refused. I'm not close with Lin Yin. If you want to find him, do it yourself. Zhang Shuyan stomped her foot in frustration and angrily said, You and Lin Yin are the closest, and now you say you're not familiar with him. Lin Yin is back. A shout instantly electrified the entire campus. Students surged towards Lin Yin like a tide, while members of Yulong and soldiers struggled to maintain order, forming a human wall to hold back the fervent crowd. Lin, you're amazing. Lin, I didn't know you were so incredible. Can I be your apprentice? Lin Yin, can I have your autograph? Please, can I have a photo with you? Lin Yin smiled as he moved among his classmates, responding warmly to each request. He pulled out a pen, leaving a stylish signature on paper, and took photos with them one by one, as if he were just an ordinary student. Suddenly, a girl shouted, Lin Yin, marry me. Lin Yin paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't. I'm not even of age yet. I can wait, the girl insisted. Lin Yin gave a slight smile and humorously replied, Still, it's not possible. I'm the man you can't have. The surrounding girls immediately erupted. OMG, Lin Yin is so handsome and funny. I'm going to faint from excitement. Oh, at this moment, Zhang Shuyan pushed her way to the front, her cheeks slightly flushed, speaking softly. Lin Yin, can we talk? I was wrong last night. Whispers immediately spread around them. Isn't that the school's goddess, Zhang Shuyan? Yeah, I heard Lin has always had a thing for her. Some girls grew nervous, fearing their Lin Yin might be taken away. Luo Hongyi looked at Zhang Shuyan's seemingly contrived demeanor and spat in disdain. Ugh, what a fake. Lin Yan's gaze briefly scanned Zhang Shuyan's curvy figure, prompting her to straighten up. Talk. Lin Yan suddenly laughed coldly, placing his hands on his hips and looking at Zhang Shuyan with a sidelong glance. How many want to talk to me? I do. I do. I do. All the girls in the school responded in unison, the scene turning chaotic. Lin Yan turned and looked around, then directed his cold gaze back at Zhang Shuyan. You see, there are so many devoted girls waiting to talk to me. Who do you think you are? Why should I, Lin Yan, grovel for you? After escaping the chaos caused by his classmates, Lin Yin was led by Xie Yibin into the private canteen of the Yulong Spring City branch. Compared to the school cafeteria, the meals here were astonishingly lavish. The most delightful surprise was the steady hand of the serving lady, who ladled out each portion with perfect precision. Lin Gu, look at this braised pork. Luo Hongyi, who was fortunate enough to join Lin Yin at the Yulong cafeteria, excitedly shook Lin Yan's arm. It's all meat, no filler. Lin Yin replied helplessly. I see it. I see it. The braised pork can't even stop your mouth. He silently mused that the cafeteria ladies in this world had the same shaky hand issue as in his original world. Seeing Luo Hongyi's excitement, Lin Yin couldn't help but think that his friend's family situation wasn't much better than his own, which explained his thrill at such a meaty meal. Xie Yibin, sitting across from Lin Yin, smiled kindly and said, Eat as much as you like. Consider it my treat. There's plenty of braised pork. Really? Thank you so much. Luo Hongyi was moved to tears and immediately began devouring his meal. Watching the spot where Xie Yibin kept his wallet, Lin Yin felt a twinge of sympathy. He thought to himself, this guy probably doesn't know how much Luo Hongyi can eat. Before awakening his bloodline, Luo Hongyi could down 2 bowls of plain rice soaked in water in one go. Now, With his awakened big eater, bloodline, and a clever talent, it's likely Xie Yibin will be in for a surprise. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, Xie Yibin chuckled. What? Afraid I can't afford a meal? Yulong's salary is quite good. Lin Yan nodded, secretly amused. Let's see if you can still say that in half an hour. As they ate, Xie Yibin explained to Lin Yan. After high school students awaken their bloodlines, they need to come here to Yulong to store their archived data. However, your file has been classified as an SS-level secret, accessible only by marshal-level personnel, so you can skip this step. What about me? Luo Hongyi asked, his mouth full of food. Xie Yibin replied, you follow the usual procedure. But since the archive room is just upstairs, I'll take you there after we eat, so you'll be ahead of the other students. Luo Hongyi nodded and accelerated his eating pace, quickly going for a second, then a third serving. Xie Yibin, seemingly unfazed by Luo Hongyi's voracious appetite, continued explaining the subsequent steps to Lin Yan. After skipping the archive storage, you can directly choose which squad you want to join. By completing missions for the main team, you earn points. These points are your survival currency for entering the Awakener University and are the standard transaction currency within the Yulong system. Squad? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Xie Yibin explained. Yes, depending on the city's location, different types of main teams are established. In Spring City, we have 4 main teams: the patrol team, the guard team, the exploration team, and the combat team. Du Wei, he's the captain of the 16th Patrol Squad. If you're interested in joining a patrol squad, he's a good choice since you're already somewhat familiar with him. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan asked, Minister Xie, which team is the easiest to earn points? As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 main team captains approached Xie Yibin. Among them was Cheng Hongbing. The patrol main team captain Lin Yin had met that morning. Of course, it's our combat team, one voice eagerly responded. The 4 team leaders sat around Lin Yin, the atmosphere tense yet filled with anticipation. Gao Hang, the captain of the combat team, was the first to break the silence. He looked at Xie Yibin with a slightly apologetic smile. Minister, I apologize for any offense earlier, but I just don't want young Lin to be led astray. This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the anger of the other 3 captains. They all turned their heads in unison, their gazes sharp as knives, as if ready to counter. Sensing the tension in the air, Xie Yibin chuckled to ease the situation. Oh, speaking of captains, here they are. He glanced around and began introducing the captains to Lin Yan. No need to introduce Captain Cheng Hongbing of the patrol team, right? This is Captain Gao Hang of the combat team. This is Captain Bin of the guard team. And this is Captain Qiu Liu of the exploration team. After Xie Yibin's introduction, the atmosphere in the room subtly shifted. Each captain sized up Lin Yan, as if evaluating this potential newcomer. The choice was quietly placed in Lin Yan's hands, and the captain's persuasive skills would be key in swaying his decision. Gao Hang was clearly eager not to miss the opportunity. He spoke first, his face full of enthusiastic smiles. You must be young Lin, right? Though I'm in my 30s, let me call you Brother Lin. His tone was friendly, like an old friend. Brother Lin, were you asking which team is the easiest to earn points with? No question, it's our combat team. Gao Hang's voice grew more animated, as if painting a vivid picture of heroism. Every time there's a beast siege, our combat team is at the forefront. We fight the beast's hidden, embodying courage and valor. Killing a first awakening beast earns you at least 100 points, while a second awakening beast is worth at least 1,000. He gave Lin Yin a meaningful look. Didn't you just kill a second awakening peak beast about to undergo its third awakening? Join our combat team, and that beast could be worth at least 8,000 points. That's a benefit unique to our combat team. As soon as Gao Hang finished, Cheng Hongbing couldn't hold back, interrupting with a sharp, nonsense. He then turned to Lin Yin, his tone softening. Lin Yin, don't listen to his boasting. Their combat team doesn't earn many points during regular training, only during beast tides. Cheng's eyes gleamed with temptation. Consider our patrol team. We earn hundreds of points with every patrol mission. If you're willing, I can assign you the highest point patrol tasks. You can choose from 30 patrol squads, including Du Wei's. Before Cheng Hongbing could finish, Bin couldn't resist interjecting. Cheng Hongbing, stop trying to butter him up. Is our guard team any less? Though we don't engage in constant battles, we stand at the forefront, representing the face of Spring City. With Bin joining in, the room's atmosphere grew even more vibrant. Each captain was eager to showcase their team's advantages, hoping to catch Lin Yan's attention. Lin Yin sat quietly in the middle, listening carefully to each person's arguments, weighing his options. At this moment, a glint of interest flashed in the eyes of Bin, the captain of the guard team. He sincerely said to Lin Yin, Brother Lin Yin, if you agree, I can arrange a top-tier position for you, the personal guard of the mayor of Spring City. You'll earn thousands of points daily, far more than the patrol team. Moreover, you'll have a relaxed work schedule with 4 days off every 7, paid vacations, and comprehensive benefits. He paused and added in a lower voice. Additionally, I can personally arrange a private residence worth $1 million for you. These offers stirred something in Lin Yan's heart. The thought of owning a private residence worth $1 million was a luxury beyond the reach of his middle-class family before his time travel and his current housing in the poverty-stricken area. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, his eyes revealing a hint of longing. Xiao Liu, the captain of the exploration team, noticed Lin Yan's interest with keen perception. She winked at him with a charming smile, her voice as sweet as honey. What's the point of hanging out with a bunch of men? Our exploration team is filled with beautiful women. Plus, a single exploration mission can earn you thousands of points, and you'll receive an allowance of over 100 points daily when out of the city. She leaned closer to Lin Yin and whispered, I can also arrange a private residence for you, a $3 million villa. Won't you consider it? Xiao Liu. Gao Hang interrupted angrily. Brother Lin is the most talented elite in Spring City. How can you corrupt the future pillar of our nation with material goods and women? Cheng Binghong and Fang Sherbin also nodded in agreement, expressing strong disapproval of Xiao Liu's actions. But Xiao Liu just laughed and said, if you had the same conditions, you could do the same. The three captains were momentarily speechless, looking at each other. Indeed, their teams didn't have many women, let alone ones who could compete with the appeal of Xiao Liu's exploration team. Shameless, the three captains spat out angrily, though they couldn't deny that they couldn't match her offer. Lin Yin had made up his mind and was about to speak when suddenly, the entire Yulong division was filled with blaring alarms. The piercing sound of the sirens echoed all around, and the expressions of the four captains and Xie Yibin immediately changed, tension evident on their faces. Everyone halt. Take your positions. Xie Yibin suddenly stood up, the power of his bloodlines surging within him. His voice thundered through the entire branch building. The four squad leaders, who had been on the brink of conflict over Lin Yin, immediately snapped to attention. They rushed out of the office without delay and quickly used their communication devices to urgently summon their respective team leaders. Luo Hongyi, who was wolfing down braised pork, was startled by the sudden command. With his mouth full, he mumbled, what's going on? Is there no more braised pork in the cafeteria? Xie Yibin looked sternly at Lin Yin and Luo Hongyi, explaining, the alarm has sounded 3 times, signaling a beast tide attack. You two are still students and have never experienced a large-scale beast tide. Stay here. His gaze lingered on Lin Yan's face, especially you, Lin Yan. You are the future pillar of our nation. Until you truly mature, you cannot afford any mishaps. At that moment, a system voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yan's ear. Mission: participate in repelling the beast tide. Eliminate at least 2 second awakening beasts. 02. Reward: Phoenix Bloodline Purification 28. Do you accept? Lin Yin took a deep breath, his expression serious. It wasn't just for the reward of bloodline purification. It was also to protect the city that held so many of his memories. Without hesitation, he answered in his mind, accept. Then, Lin Yin earnestly said to Xie Yibin, Minister Xie, I request to join the battle. For the first time, Xie Yibin sternly rebuked Lin Yin. This is a battlefield, not child's play. You haven't matured yet and cannot afford any mistakes. Lin Yin, however, stood firm and replied resolutely. A sharp sword is forged through tempering, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. A fledgling eagle can only soar after facing life and death. If I don't participate in the training, how will I grow? Seeing the determination in Lin Yan's eyes, Xie Yibin paused, then sighed appreciatively. You? All right. You have ambition and spirit, truly worthy of being the top prodigy in Spring City. He patted Lin Yan's shoulder, seeing in him the same fervor that his generation had during the city defense battles. Come with me. Let's find you a suitable weapon. Xie Yibin led Lin Yan to the underground armory. Luo Hongyi followed closely behind, still chewing on his rice, asking, Lin, what about me? Lin Yin glanced back at him and said, you're too weak right now. Going out would be a death sentence. Stay here and hide well. If you're worried about your parents, call them and tell them to head to the shelter early. Luo Hongyi nodded, selected a spiked club from the armory, and hid by a third-floor window. This position was safe, allowed him to observe the situation outside, and provided an escape route through the window if flying beasts attacked. Lin Yin eventually chose a standard longsword. His morning battle with the centipede had shown him that the power of the Phoenix bloodline was highly compatible with sword-type weapons. At this moment, the eastern edge of Spring City was in chaos. Artillery roared, gunfire was incessant, and the roars of beasts intertwined with the cries of humans. The bustling malls and amusement parks had become slaughterhouses overrun by beasts, littered with flesh and blood. In the sky, helicopters and reconnaissance planes hovered, monitoring the life-and-death struggle between humans and beasts. Silhouettes of fighter jets flickered in and out of the clouds as wave after wave of dragon warriors headed to the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of war, fallen soldiers were swiftly replaced by new warriors, and even ordinary soldiers bravely faced the onslaught of the beasts with guns, cannons, and bayonets. Lin Yin had just arrived at the battlefield when he witnessed a harrowing scene. A wounded soldier was decapitated by a tiger-like beast. Before his death, the soldier pulled the pins from all the grenades on his body, his eyes shining with fearless resolve. "Come on, beast!" His final roar drowned out the booming artillery and the beast's howls. The grenades exploded, but only managed to blow off one of the beast's legs. Such sacrifices were a constant on the battlefield. Xie Yibin witnessed this and clenched his fists in anger. "With warriors like this, how dare these beasts?" he shouted, summoning his spiritual power and bloodline strength. He charged forward like an arrow from a bow, and with a single punch, he exploded the head of the tiger-like beast. Seeing Xie Yibin wreak havoc among the beasts, Lin Yan's blood boiled. These beasts must be exterminated. He drew his long sword and charged at the nearest wolf-head beast. But before he could reach it, the beast's head suddenly exploded. Not far away, a bloodied soldier weakly supported himself with a grenade launcher. "Student, run," he said, his face pale and voice weak, yet still clearing threats for Lin Yan. This scene deeply moved Lin Yan. Chinese soldiers, no matter in which world, always prioritize protecting the people, even at the cost of their lives. Lin Yan's eyes welled up, filled with a strong sense of emotion. Suddenly, Lin Yan's bloodline ignited, awakening the divine phoenix within him. A scorching wave surged from his body into his sword. At that moment, a serpent-like beast lunged at him. Without hesitation, Lin Yan swung his sword upwards, decapitating the beast. He quickly lifted the wounded soldier onto his back. "I'm not just an ordinary student. I'm an awakened one." The soldier was taken aback, then weakly smiled. "An awakened one? How wonderful." Before he could finish, he lost consciousness. Lin Yin swiftly delivered the soldier to the medical station, then returned to the battlefield with his sword. Against beasts below the second awakening of the bloodline, Lin Yin had only one move. The sword strikes, the head falls. His sword, like the scythe of death, carved out a clearing among the beasts. Countless soldiers and dragon warriors witnessed Lin Yan's heroic feats. In the eastern war zone of Spring City, tales of this seemingly unparalleled sword immortal began to spread. With just one sword, he cleansed the beasts with blood, becoming the most dazzling presence in the battle. Even years after the beast siege ended, people still remember the legend of the one sword, one head, unparalleled sword immortal of the eastern war zone of Spring City. In the eastern war zone of Spring City, an intense battle is unfolding. "Command Tower. Command Tower. This is High Wall Squad 1. Came an urgent call over the radio. A second awakening beast has appeared. The first line of defense at the high wall has completely fallen. Requesting artillery coverage." At the defensive high wall, located more than 10 kilometers north of the amusement park, the scene of rampaging beasts was terrifying. Countless soldiers, dragon warriors, and civilians who hadn't managed to escape were being torn apart and devoured, their screams echoing. On the rooftop of a two-story building, a wounded soldier sat slumped. His name was Li Ming, surrounded by a broken sniper rifle and empty magazines. He clutched the radio, breathing heavily as he stared at the breach in the high wall where the beasts had broken through. "Hold on." The commander's voice came through the radio. "Rescue will arrive in 10 minutes. Li Ming smiled bitterly at the approaching horde of beasts, touching the cold hand of his fallen comrade beside him. "I'm sorry, sir. I might not be able to complete the mission this time," he said resolutely. "The high wall's defense is more important than my life." Requesting artillery coverage. After a brief silence, the commander asked heavily, "Do you have any last words, Li Ming?" "Please tell my parents that the safety of the nation is paramount," Li Ming said, closing his eyes and holding his comrade's hand tightly. Just as a leopard-like beast was about to devour him, a flash of a sword split the beast in two. Li Ming opened his eyes in surprise to see a young man in a high school uniform standing in front of him, sword in hand, exuding a heroic aura. "Hold off on the bombing," the young man shouted into the radio. "I can hold them off for 10 minutes. Li Ming hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Student, it's too dangerous here. Go find shelter." The commander also questioned, "How is there a student on the battlefield? Who are you?" The young man glanced at the approaching beasts and calmly replied, "My name is Lin Yan. I'm not just a high school student, but an awakened one. I can hold them for 10 minutes. In the command room, an officer wearing a black dragon coat suddenly recalled a recently received report. You're the peerless sword immortal, Lin Yin?" he asked excitedly. Lin Yin shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "I don't know about being a sword immortal, but for these 10 minutes, I will hold the line." In the command room of the Eastern Theater, the commander nodded excitedly, hope glimmering in his eyes. "That's right, you must be the sword immortal." His voice trembled slightly with excitement. 10 minutes. I'll dispatch the support team right away." The commander abruptly turned and shouted towards the artillery direction. "Cease fire on the high wall defense line." Before the words were fully out, he grabbed another radio and urgently issued orders. "Patrol teams 16 through 19, listen up. Head to the high wall defense area. We're going to support the sword immortal. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Eastern Theater, Du Wei, who had just finished a brief rest, was preparing to lead his team back to the front lines. Suddenly, the commander's orders came through the radio, interrupting their deployment. Sword immortal? Ma Yi looked at Du Wei in confusion. Captain, when did Spring City have such a figure? Du Wei frowned in thought for a moment, and then slowly said, maybe Feng Qiu from the combat team has experienced a second bloodline awakening during this battle. On the high wall defense line, Lin Yin put down the radio, bent down to pick up a handgun and 4 magazines from the ground, and handed them to Li Ming beside him. Take these for protection, he said calmly. I'm going to slay the beasts. I might not be able to look after you for the next 10 minutes. Li Ming took the weapon, momentarily stunned. He watched Lin Yan's back as he prepared to move forward with his sword, and couldn't help but remind him, be careful. These beasts are strong. Whoosh! Lin Yan's sword sliced through the air like lightning, instantly severing the neck of a demon ape about to attack. Without turning back, he responded, don't worry, I'll only be stronger than them. Li Ming watched Lin Yan move through the beast horde as if he were in an empty field, a flicker of realization in his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled what the squad leader had said about the sword immortal at the amusement park defense line. So, the sword immortal truly exists, Li Ming murmured to himself. Spring City is saved. Reflecting on his earlier advice to Lin Yan, Li Ming felt a pang of guilt. He realized that although Lin Yan was just a high school awakener, he was indeed the true sword immortal. He thought to himself wryly, why would a sword immortal need my advice? His eyes widened as he stared intently at Lin Yan, who was effortlessly slaying the beasts like they were mere weeds. Li Ming silently vowed to forever remember this glorious moment of the sword immortal. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air. A massive horned beast, as large as a truck, broke through the high wall and charged at Lin Yan. Its sharp, lethal horns aimed directly at Lin Yan's waist, as if intending to pierce him through in one blow. Watch out! Li Ming was about to shout a warning, but Lin Yin had already moved. Like a skilled matador, he deftly sidestepped the beast's deadly attack. However, an unexpected change occurred. The horned beast's head extended skyward at an unnatural angle. Lin Yin instantly realized this was a beast that had undergone a second bloodline awakening. To his surprise, Lin Yin was not afraid. Instead, he seemed delighted. I was wondering where to find you. And here you come on your own, he chuckled, positioning his sword defensively, using the momentum of the beast's charge to land lightly 20 meters away. Just as Lin Yan was preparing to launch his attack, another giant beast, with a snake head and turtle shell, emerged through the breach in the wall. As soon as it appeared, Li Ming's pupils contracted, and he gripped his gun tightly. He recognized it as the very beast that had breached their defenses, leading to the demise of his comrades. Worse, this beast too had experienced a second bloodline awakening. Sword immortal, be careful. That one's also had a second bloodline awakening. Li Ming shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin turned his sharp gaze towards the menacing turtle-shelled beast at the wall, excitement evident in his expression. Another one, he muttered to himself, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Now, with 2 beasts that had undergone a second bloodline awakening surrounding him, Lin Yin showed no fear. Instead, he was filled with uncontainable excitement. The complete purification of the undying phoenix bloodline is near, he thought to himself. At this critical moment, reinforcements finally arrived. Du Wei immediately spotted Lin Yin encircled by the 2 awakened beasts and felt his heart tighten. Lin Yin, we're coming to save you, he called out loudly. Brothers, follow me. However, Lin Yin sternly stopped them. Stay back. These 2 beasts are mine. His voice was brimming with confidence and determination, as if he was facing not a life-and-death challenge, but an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. The members of the rescue team looked at each other, utterly perplexed. They had come to provide support, only to be told to stay back. What was even more astonishing was the scene before them. 2 massive, awakened beasts were wreaking havoc, while a young man faced them alone. Even for the sword immortal, could he handle this? The 3 squad leaders turned their gaze to Du Wei, who was evidently familiar with the young man claiming to be the sword immortal. Captain Du, this situation. One squad leader hesitated. Du Wei carefully observed Lin Yan's calm demeanor and decisively ordered, do as he says. Don't interfere. Clear the surrounding beasts. Another squad leader, and I will stay close to him, just in case. With the order given, the others quickly dispersed to eliminate the nearby beasts. Du Wei and the leader of the 17th squad, Luo Yi, stayed near Lin Yan, ready to assist if needed. Ma Yi gently placed the injured Li Ming into the fast-moving armored vehicle. Hey, buddy, you're lucky to have run into Lin Yan. Lying in the vehicle, Li Ming asked curiously, is this legendary sword immortal well known in your Yulong group? Ma Yi chuckled. Honestly, I didn't know he was the sword immortal. But if you want to talk about fame, he made headlines just this morning. He's the most gifted awakener in Chun City's history and teamed up with our minister to take down a beast on the verge of a third awakening. Now, with the title of Sword Immortal. If we make it through this, he'll be tomorrow's headline. In this era of awakened bloodlines, people revered the strong. Only warriors with extraordinary strength and achievements could become the main story in the news. Li Ming looked out the window in awe. The figures skillfully maneuvering between the attacks of the two awakened beasts made him exclaim, "I didn't expect him to be this powerful." The future of Chun City looks promising. Outside the vehicle, Lin Yin deftly dodged the fierce attacks of the two beasts, occasionally leaving a sword mark on them. Though he initially struggled against the high-frequency vibration abilities of the snakehead turtle-shelled beast, he quickly adapted. Despite the beast's ferocity, Lin Yan remained unscathed, while the beasts bore numerous deep sword wounds, dripping hot blood. Luo, Yi, and Du Wei, watching from nearby, were stunned by Lin Yan's exceptional agility. "Old Du, am I seeing things, or is he toying with the beasts?" Luo Yi tugged at Du Wei's sleeve, incredulous. Du Wei marveled, "You're not seeing things. I see it too." Who would have thought that with the right skills, a warrior with just one bloodline awakening could hold his own against a twice-awakened being? He shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Yan's speed is incredible. Exceptional agility often relies on speed, and we're nowhere near his level. To display such speed after just one awakening, you'd be hard-pressed to find even a handful like him in all of China. At that moment, Lin Yan once again expertly thrust his sword into the open mouth of the turtle-shelled beast, breaking two fangs. His body and sword emitted intense heat, instantly vaporizing the incoming venom. With a swift strike, he pierced the beast's brain through its gaping maw. The first twice-awakened beast was down. Inside the armored vehicle, Li Ming leaned against the window with effort. Seeing the snakehead turtle-shelled beast fall, he clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Revenge is ours. Brothers, your revenge is served." Around Lin Yan, Du Wei and Luo Yi were speechless. What had just happened in that moment of rising venom? Such a formidable twice-awakened beast was taken down in an instant. It all happened so fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan had already dealt with one beast. Du Wei clicked his tongue and sighed. This kind of feat, not even a twice-awakened being could pull off, let alone someone who's only experienced one awakening. Luo Yi nodded in agreement. Even our captain would struggle against two such beasts, let alone handle them as easily as he does. Du Wei shook his head. That's the talent of a genius with a commander-level gift. With one beast down, facing the horned beast was much easier for Lin Yan. After the intense battle, the horned beast was clearly exhausted. Lin Yin had figured out its ability, which was to extend and bend its neck, primarily using its horns to attack. He estimated he could slay this horned beast in under a minute. However, a sudden change occurred. Moo! The horned beast roared, its body suddenly engulfed in fierce flames. The wounds cauterized instantly under the fire, and its eyes flared with a fiery gaze, fixated on Lin Yan. It charged at him with fury. "This is a second awakening in a desperate situation," Du Wei exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the horned beast. Whether human or beast, upon awakening the second bloodline and becoming a being with abilities, one could not only gain abilities from the second awakening but, in certain cases, also acquire abilities from the first bloodline awakening. The abilities of awakened bloodlines could accumulate. And this horned beast, in its dire state, awakened the abilities of its first bloodline. In this situation, they couldn't possibly aid Lin Yin in time. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "So it can go berserk with red blood? Feels like playing an online game. Well, if you want to test heat, let's give it a try." Divine Phoenix Awakening. The power of his bloodline surged wildly. His school uniform couldn't withstand the intense heat and turned to ashes instantly. Divine Phoenix Power. With his sword imbued with searing heat, he fiercely struck at the charging horned beast. The horned beast split in two from head to tail. Ding! You have eliminated two twice-awakened beasts. Undying Phoenix Bloodline Purity 28. Current Bloodline Purity, 100. Dark Energy, 100. Ready for the second bloodline awakening at any time. The scorching flames burned around Lin Yin without harming him. His standard-issue sword, bent and bladed by the extreme heat and the horned beast's impact, had become a curved short rod. Du Wei and Luo Yi hurried over to congratulate Lin Yin on vanquishing the two beasts, only to be stopped by Lin Yin. "Don't come over yet. I'm not into that. There's a spare uniform in the vehicle. I'll get it for you." Du Wei brought Lin Yin a black windbreaker uniform from Yulong, which fit perfectly. After putting it on, Lin Yin flexed his hands and noticed the system interface showing his Undying Phoenix Bloodline Purity at 100. He commanded the system, "Initiate the second bloodline awakening." Lin Yan's solo feat of slaying two twice-awakened beasts once again astonished Du Wei. Within the high walls, all the beasts had been eradicated, and patrol members swarmed around Lin Yan, eager to witness the legendary Sword Immortal in person, their admiration echoing around him. Is this the unparalleled Sword Immortal? Truly deserving of the title. He took down two twice-awakened beasts without a scratch. Even the captain couldn't do that, right? Probably only Director Xie could. His strength is nearly on par with Director Xie's, the second best in Spring City. The praises from the dragon warriors were unending, yet none realized Lin Yan had only completed a single bloodline awakening. Lin Yan modestly replied to Du Wei, just a stroke of luck. Just as Du Wei was about to seize the chance to get closer, a surge of flames suddenly separated everyone. The intense heat wave forced the surrounding dragon warriors to retreat. Someone shouted in alarm, "What's happening? Is there another beast attack?" Luo Yi squinted at the sudden flames, noticing the high activity of dark energy around. He spoke gravely. "This is a bloodline awakening." The dragon warriors were taken aback. Someone was so moved they trembled with tears. Is Spring City about to have its own fourth bloodline awakener? They envisioned that with a fourth awakener, not only could they fend off beast invasions, but they might also reclaim the towns and villages occupied by great beasts. However, Du Wei's words were like a cold shower on their enthusiasm. It's not a fourth awakening. It's a second bloodline awakening. He's still just a high school student. This revelation caused an uproar among the dragon warriors. They looked at Du Wei in disbelief, who solemnly nodded to confirm. Du Wei added, "His talent is extraordinarily high, S-class, at the level of a commanding general. Commanding general level talent." These words echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. No wonder he's so formidable. To have a second bloodline awakening before adulthood, even the first commanding general can't compare. This is a monster. In the flames, Lin Yan's second bloodline awakening was nearing completion. Thousands of shadowy figures flashed through his mind, including mythical beasts like the Ryu, Shuhu, Bo, Xiongqi, and Bifong from the classic of mountains and seas. Lin Yin murmured softly. Could it be that these mythical beasts' bloodlines are not the strongest my second awakening can bear? Eventually, all the shadows dissipated, leaving only one standing before him. The shadow dispersed, revealing a majestic white tiger. A system notification sounded. Ding. Hongming Purple Eyes, Emperor of all beasts. Congratulations to the host for awakening the purple-eyed white tiger bloodline. In Lin Yan's mind, the image of the purple-eyed white tiger expanded infinitely. A powerful and warm bloodline energy, comparable to the immortal phoenix bloodline, coursed through his body. A hint of purple flickered in his eyes before vanishing. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. This isn't inner strength, it's a power of abilities. Countless wondrous abilities surfaced in his mind. The purple-eyed white tiger abilities Imperial Presence, Purple Armor, Piercing Gaze, and Immortal Phoenix abilities Self-Healing, Divine Flame, Phoenix Wings. With the bloodline awakening complete, the flames vanished. The dragon warriors surged forward excitedly. Du Wei curiously asked, "What bloodline did you awaken this time?" Lin Yan didn't answer immediately. He first summoned the system interface to check his status. Host, Lin Yan. Awakening, second bloodline awakening. Bloodlines, Immortal Phoenix, Purple-Eyed White Tiger. 23 Dark Energy, 0. Purple-Eyed White Tiger abilities, Imperial Presence, Purple Armor, Piercing Gaze. Immortal Phoenix abilities, Self-Healing, Divine Flame, Phoenix Wings. Lin Yin realized that not only had the abilities of his second awakening, the purple-eyed white tiger, been activated, but also those of his first awakening, the Immortal Phoenix. This simultaneous activation of abilities from two bloodline awakenings was unprecedented, and if known, he might be taken away for research. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yin replied, "A gigantic tiger." The crowd fell silent. Du Wei praised, "A tiger, king of beasts, your awakened bloodline is impressive. With your talent, this tiger is likely no ordinary one, perhaps a divine beast tiger. I heard the first commanding general's second bloodline awakening was a black dragon. You're not far behind." Lin Yin nodded, realizing his response was still too reserved. With the comparison to the first commanding general, he'd have to come up with an even more formidable beast for his next awakening. Du Wei smiled. "We were quite curious about the abilities you awakened, but your information has been classified as SS level top secret, so we can't ask much. But I believe, besides the ability from your second bloodline awakening, you can also gain abilities from your first bloodline awakening. Then you'll have 2 abilities, making you a match for those with 3 awakenings." Lin Yin nodded thoughtfully, sensing another piece of information from Du Wei's words. One bloodline typically has only 1 ability. Yet for him, each bloodline had multiple abilities. Soon, under the starry sky, alarms across Spring City sounded twice, long and short. The dragon warriors surrounding Lin Yin erupted in cheers. "We won. We've won. Spring City is safe. It's safe. Long live the dragon warriors. Long live Spring City. Long live the sword immortal." Inside the Yulong branch building, the air was filled with a sense of relief following tension. Xie Yibin, with his left hand wrapped in bandages, sat at his desk, his eyes gleaming with joy. He looked at Lin Yan, who had just returned, and said with a hearty laugh, "Hey, the legendary sword immortal is back. I must say, you look quite dashing in our Yulong uniform. Are you thinking of joining us?" Lin Yin walked up to Xie Yibin and placed a battered standard issue longsword on the desk. His gaze fell on Xie Yibin's hand, and he frowned slightly. You call yourself a sword immortal with a broken sword? What happened to your hand? The beasts in this invasion were only at the second awakening level at most. They shouldn't have been able to harm you. Xie Yibin raised his left hand slightly, a hint of pride on his face. I got ambushed by a few of those second awakening beasts while saving people, but everyone else is fine. I just traded a small injury for their lives. Lin Yin nodded, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not bad. I might consider joining Yulong. His thoughts drifted back to the days before he crossed over, where his biggest regret was not being able to enlist due to health reasons. Now, with an organization like Yulong, similar to the military, right in front of him, he was indeed tempted. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this world was vastly different from before. He couldn't join Yulong on a whim just to fulfill an old wish. In this world, improving his own strength was crucial. Only by becoming stronger could he truly protect the nation, which was more meaningful than simply joining Yulong. Xie Yibin seemed to notice Lin Yan's hesitation and shook his head with a smile. Yulong never forces anyone. He knew well that Yulong was always a voluntary, patriotic organization. He never intended to be a spokesperson for Yulong, persuading Lin Yan to join. In his view, as long as Lin Yan was an awakened one from Huaxia Spring City, that was enough. Excessive promotion might backfire and cause Lin Yan to resent Yulong. Shifting the topic, Xie Yibin asked, after being delayed by these beasts all day, have you decided which team you want to join? Without hesitation, Lin Yin replied, I've already made up my mind. I choose to join the exploration team. He briefly explained his reasoning. If he joined the combat team today, he would undoubtedly earn a lot of points by slaying so many beasts. But he understood that beast invasions were not everyday occurrences, and he didn't want to face such situations daily. In comparison, the exploration team, which often ventured out into the core areas of the beasts, suited his development needs better. As soon as Lin Yin finished speaking, Qiu Liu walked over with a bright smile. Accompanying her were the other three team leaders, who didn't look too pleased. It was clear they had been eavesdropping on the conversation. Just as the combat team leader Gao Hang was about to speak, Qiu Liu interrupted him, hands on her hips. What's there to consider? Unless you want a beast invasion every day. Her words left the three team leaders speechless and embarrassed. Lin Yin gave Qiu Liu an approving glance. He knew that the extra conditions Qiu Liu offered could easily be met by the other three leaders, but they simply didn't want to do so. He had seen too many empty promises in his past life. After Qiu Liu finished scolding the three team leaders, she took a key out of her black coat and handed it to Lin Yin. Lin Yin accepted it without hesitation, and the other three team leaders could only sigh in resignation, realizing they had lost this round of competition. Seeing Lin Yin accept the key, Qiu Liu's smile grew even brighter, as if she had won an important victory. Qiu Liu's words undoubtedly granted Lin Yin the greatest authority she could give. The other three team captains looked at Qiu Liu in surprise, a hint of admiration flashing in their eyes. Cheng Hongbing sighed inwardly, realizing he had missed an opportunity to make a good impression on Lin Yin. Qiu Liu glanced at Cheng Hongbing with a smug look, feeling a secret delight. Humph, a bunch of men can't even match the generosity of a woman like me, she thought. She reached out to pull Lin Yin up, ready to show off a bit. However, the moment she grasped Lin Yan's hand, Qiu Liu's expression suddenly froze. She stared at Lin Yin in astonishment, as if she were seeing something unbelievable. Lin Yin noticed her strange reaction and smiled wryly. Captain, what's wrong? Cheng Hongbing also noticed Qiu Liu's unusual behavior and asked in confusion. Qiu Liu, what's going on? You just got Lin Yin on board, and now you want to push him away? Qiu Liu forced a smile and slowly released Lin Yan's hand. Taking a deep breath, she said, you should sense it for yourselves. Maybe it was just my imagination. She paused and added, Lin Yin, he's not even 18 yet. Xie Yibin, filled with curiosity, cautiously approached Lin Yin. As soon as his hand touched Lin Yin, a look of shock appeared on his face. Trembling, he announced a fact that seemed unbelievable to everyone. A second awakening of a psychic. The other three captains widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging looks of shock and doubt. Minister, maybe you're mistaken, one captain tentatively suggested. Lin Yin is still a minor. The three of them simultaneously placed their hands on Lin Yin, eager to verify for themselves. When they sensed the intense psychic energy within him, they all gasped in astonishment. It's true, he's really a psychic. I feel like cursing. Damn, damn, damn. Xie Yibin looked at the three of them and complained. You all used up the curses, what am I supposed to say now? Qiu Liu covered her mouth, staring at Lin Yin in surprise. She finally confirmed her feelings were correct. Lin Yin had indeed completed a second awakening. Xie Yibin cleared his throat, interrupting everyone's shock. He looked at Qiu Liu, half jokingly, half seriously saying, Qiu Liu, don't forget how old you are. Lin Yin is just a kid, don't lead him astray. Qiu Liu blinked innocently and replied, Minister, what bad intentions could I possibly have? I just saw Lin Yin go through a second awakening and wanted to test his level. She paused and countered. Or is it you? Minister Xia. Thinking about something inappropriate? Xia Yibin's face flushed red at her question, and he turned his head away with a huff, inwardly cursing. Women. Ignoring Xia Yibin's reaction, Xiao Liu focused her attention back on Lin Yan. She gently lifted his chin, gazing at him with an alluring look, and softly asked, Lin Yan, how about it? Want to spar with your sister for a bit? Lin Yan licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Having just completed his second bloodline awakening, he was eager to find a test subject, and Xiao Liu's suggestion was just what he needed. Xiao Liu nodded with a smile and drew a standard long sword from her waist, handing it to Lin Yan. The reputation of the Eastern War Zone's unparalleled sword master has spread throughout the city. Let your big sister witness your prowess. Lin Yan shook his head, politely declining. Captain, this time I want to test the power of my second bloodline awakening without a sword. Abilities? Xiao Liu asked in surprise. Are you sure? I've been an ability user for a long time, and you just awakened today. Competing with abilities puts you at a disadvantage. Cheng Hongbing and Shi Fangbin also tried to dissuade him, worried that the competition would be unfair to Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan was firm. In this world, is there really such a thing as fairness? Let's use abilities. Xiao Liu put away the long sword and led everyone to the training room on the third floor. Shi Fangbin quietly explained to the others the terrifying nature of Xiao Liu's illusion abilities, and they speculated how many rounds Lin Yan could last. Inside the training room, Lin Yan looked around, noticing the array of weapons on the walls. Xiao Liu put down the long sword and gripped a dagger in reverse. A shorter weapon means more danger. Aren't you going to use the long sword? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. My ability is better suited for a dagger, Xiao Liu explained. And you're unarmed too. Lin Yan assumed a martial stance. Captain, you first. Xiao Liu's expression turned serious, showing no signs of underestimating her opponent. Suddenly, Lin Yan noticed a dense fog rising around him and looked around warily. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Task: defeat Xiao Liu. Reward: purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 5. Accept? Lin Yan silently accepted the task, and the scene changed instantly. The fog cleared, and Xiao Liu lay unconscious on the ground. Captain. Lin Yan frowned as he approached. Outside the training room, Xia Yibin and others observed the situation through bulletproof glass. Seeing Lin Yan fall for the trick, they sighed. Cheng Hongbing had his phone ready to record Lin Yan's impending failure. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yan suddenly vanished. Xiao Liu looked around in astonishment, only to feel a light tap on the back of her head. Captain, you let me win, Lin Yan said, having somehow appeared behind her. Xiao Liu was stunned. I lost. The system prompt sounded again, announcing the task's completion. Curious, Xiao Liu asked Lin Yan how he saw through her illusion ability. Lin Yan pointed to his eyes, which emitted a purple glow, and humbly explained, this is my ability, the eye of analysis, capable of seeing through all illusions. If you were serious, I wouldn't last long. Xiao Liu smiled, acknowledging Lin Yan's strength. Your ability is truly a bane to illusion-type powers. A win is a win, and the title of the top under the minister in Spring City is yours. Outside the training room, Cheng Hongbing, who was recording, was trembling with shock. He couldn't believe Lin Yan had defeated Xiao Liu, as if his worldview had shattered. Suddenly, he realized he had accidentally posted it on social media. In just half a minute, the comments flooded in like a tide. People expressed disbelief, with some even questioning their eyesight. Cheng Hongbing's face darkened as he read the comments. Gao Peng chuckled beside him. Haha, does it hurt, old Cheng? Cheng Hongbing quickly deleted the mistakenly posted social media update and quietly noted the names of those who had commented on it. He thought to himself through gritted teeth, none of you brats will get away with this. He glanced at Gao Peng, who was gloating, with a cold glint in his eyes. Who was it that said they wanted to challenge Lin Yan? Aren't you going to give it a try? Just then, Lin Yan and Xiao Liu walked over and overheard the conversation. Gao Peng's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he quickly laughed it off, saying, Lin, my friend, you must have misheard. It's been a long day with so much going on. I was just saying we should get some rest early. Lin Yin was indeed exhausted. So much had happened today. The invasion of the thousand-legged iron insects, the beast-tide outbreak. If it weren't for his second bloodline awakening, he might not have been able to handle it all. Xie Yibin checked his watch and said to everyone, he's right. It's almost midnight. Let's head back and get some rest. We have new tasks tomorrow. The beast-tide attacked the city, and the outskirts of Spring City suffered severe damage. We need to start rebuilding the defenses. Xiao Liu took out his car keys and shook them at Lin Yin. Let me give you a ride home. Your villa is near my place. Lin Yin didn't refuse. He simply nodded and said, no problem, but I need to pick up a friend. He remembered Luo Hongyi was still hiding on the second floor. When he found Luo Hongyi, the chubby guy was clutching a spiked club, fast asleep by the window, occasionally mumbling in his sleep. Brother Lin. Take me, flying. Beast. Luo Hongyi suddenly woke up, shouting with his club in hand. When he saw it was Lin Yan, he exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Lin, why is it you? Where are the beasts?" He sheepishly hid the club behind him. Lin Yin said speechlessly, "You can sleep through anything. The beasts are long gone. Let's go home." Luo Hongyi immediately followed Lin Yin, not forgetting to flatter him. "Brother Lin is the coolest, the best." Lin Yin rolled his eyes. "Your flattery skills are getting sharper." Outside the Yulong building, Qiu Liu was already waiting by a modified armored SUV. Luo Hongyi, seeing this beast of a car, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Arctic armor." As he got in the car, running his fingers over the leather seats, he sighed with comfort and looked at Lin Yin pitifully. "Brother Lin, get lost," Lin Yin replied, exasperated. Qiu Liu couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yan's exasperation, his earlier defeat by Lin Yin now forgotten. The Arctic armor finally stopped in the slums. This was where Lin Yin used to live, and it was also Luo Hongyi's home. Despite it being midnight, the people in the slums were still awake. The area was close to the edge of Spring City and showed signs of beast invasion. Fortunately, under the protection of Yulong and the military, there were no casualties. When the polar battle armor rolled in, those busy repairing their homes under the cover of night paused their work. The sleek design of the vehicle glinted with a cold light under the moon, eliciting gasps of amazement from the crowd. "Look, that's the uniform of Yulong," someone whispered in awe. "Why are Yulong people here so late? Are there still beasts that haven't been cleared out?" Another voice asked, filled with concern. Suddenly, a stir ran through the crowd. "That's Lin Yin and Luo Hongyi. Why is Lin Yin wearing a Yulong uniform? Isn't today the bloodline awakening day for the high school seniors? Could it be that Lin Yin awakened his bloodline and joined Yulong? He's really made it big." Those who knew Lin Yin and Luo Hongyi gazed at them with envy. In this world, those who awakened were the chosen ones, and in Huaxia, Yulong was the epitome of honor. As the car door opened, Luo Hongyi's parents rushed over from the ruins as soon as he stepped out. "Son." Luo Jianjun hugged Luo Hongyi tightly, checking him for injuries. Yang Lan, her eyes brimming with tears, said, "Hongyi, where have you been? We were so worried." Luo Hongyi exclaimed with excitement, "Mom, Dad, I went to take shelter with Lin. Oh, I became an awakener. Mom, didn't you say you'd make ribs for me? Let's go home." Yang Lan and Luo Jianjun exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Luo Hongyi frowned as he looked behind him, where their home was now a scene of devastation. "Mom, Dad, where's the house?" Luo Jianjun patted his son's shoulder. "Hongyi, be strong. It's just a house. You're an awakener now. You'll have a new home soon." "What kind of bloodline did you awaken, son?" Yang Lan asked eagerly. Luo Hongyi said with a hint of tears, "One that makes me especially hungry." Lin Yin watched the family and suggested, "Uncle Luo, Aunt Yang, why don't you come to my place? I've just been allocated a house." Luo Jianjun hesitated. "How could we impose? You're still a student, and the three of us might not fit. Maybe Hongyi could stay with you, and we can apply for temporary housing." Lin Yin shook his head and turned to Qiu Liu. "Captain, how big is that villa of mine?" Leaning on the car, Qiu Liu calmly replied, "400 square meters on the first floor, 300 on the second." 700 square meters, someone exclaimed nearby. Luo Jianjun and Yang Lan looked at Lin Yin in disbelief, then glanced at the poised Qiu Liu behind him. "Xiaoyan, your parents asked us to look out for you. We hoped you would always strive for success, but have you really reached this point?" Behind Lin Yin, Qiu Liu couldn't help herself and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. In the early morning, Lin Yin awoke from his comfortable, soft bed as sunlight poured through the curtains, bringing him a long-lost sense of peace. He stretched lazily, savoring the rare comfort. From the kitchen came the clatter of pots and pans, followed by Yang Lan's voice. "Xiaoyan, you're awake? Come have breakfast." Rubbing his eyes, Lin Yin walked out of the bedroom. "Okay, Aunt Yang. Where are Uncle Luo and Hongyi?" He grabbed a bun from the table and took a bite. The savory flavor filled his mouth, not too greasy, and the familiar taste brought a satisfied smile to his face. Yang Lan, tidying up the kitchen, replied, "Your Uncle Luo went to work early, and Hongyi hasn't woken up yet." She added apologetically, "Do the buns taste all right? I'm still getting used to this kitchen." Lin Yin nodded repeatedly. "Delicious, just like always. Aunt Yang, your cooking skills haven't changed a bit." After breakfast, Lin Yin wiped his mouth and prepared to head out. He recalled last night's conversation and couldn't help but shake his head. It took quite an effort to explain to Uncle Luo and Aunt Yang that this house was arranged by Qiu Liu to keep him in the exploration team. He almost got misunderstood by these two who loved him like their own son as a freeloader. However, Uncle Luo and Aunt Yang were principled people. They insisted on contributing to living there. Yang Lan would handle cleaning and cooking, while Luo Jianjun would pay some rent each month. They said they wouldn't feel comfortable otherwise. Lin Yin felt grateful for their simplicity and kindness, typical of people who returned from the city, willing to help him selflessly for over a decade without taking advantage. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Yin saw Qiu Liu leisurely sitting on the hood of the polar battle armor, basking in the sun. "Captain, Are you sunbathing? Lin Yin approached with a smile. Xiao Liu jumped off the car with a dismissive huff. With your straightforward nature, you'll never find a girlfriend. She opened the driver's door, got in, and gestured for Lin Yin to join her. Get in the car. Today is your first day with our exploration team. Let me introduce you to the girls on our team. As soon as Lin Yin got in the car, Xiao Liu pointed to a box and said, "Oh, I have sunglasses and masks in the car. Cover your face." Cover my face? What? Lin Yin asked, puzzled, looking at the box containing masks and large round sunglasses. Xiao Liu chuckled. Are you pretending, or do you really not know? Check the headlines. You're famous now, the hero of Spring City. Prompted by Xiao Liu, Lin Yin quickly took out his phone. The top 10 news stories were almost all about him. Beast Siege, legendary sword immortal stands alone. Shock. The genius sword immortal is him. Breaking news. The legendary sword immortal is still a high school student. The legendary stories of the sword immortal. Each headline was designed to capture attention. Tens of thousands of netizens in Spring City were instantly drawn to these stories. Yesterday's Beast Siege left people on edge, and today, they eagerly embraced this newly emerged hero as their guardian. Lin Yin was surprised to find that within the Spring City network, his popularity had surpassed that of Yulong's branch minister, Xie Yibin. For the first time in his life, he truly felt what it was like to be at the forefront of an era. Lin Yin felt a bit disoriented, having been an unknown high school student yesterday and a celebrated hero today. The stark contrast was overwhelming for him to process. Lin Yin gazed out of the car window, utterly stunned by the scene before him. The streets were teeming with fervent fans. Some had his name emblazoned on their clothes. Others were waving signs that screamed, "Absolute Sword Immortal, I love you." To his utter disbelief, there was even a shirtless male fan shouting his name with wild enthusiasm. This chaotic spectacle filled Lin Yin with a surge of panic. He quickly pulled his head back inside, instinctively donning a mask and sunglasses to conceal himself as much as possible. At that moment, he finally understood why celebrities from his past life always ventured out in full disguise, often accompanied by a throng of bodyguards. Without such precautions, even stepping outside could pose a problem, with the risk of being overwhelmed by frenzied fans looming constantly. Xiao Liu noticed Lin Yan's reaction through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. Now you realize how famous you are, huh? She teased. In Spring City, everyone knows your name. Even the top stars from the old times can't compare to your current popularity. Lin Yin shot Xiao Liu a glare through his sunglasses, thinking to himself. Just as Minister Xie said, women. Seeing his expression, Xiao Liu laughed and said, "Oh Lin Yin, talking to your big sis like that will break my heart, you know. But no need to share those thoughts with me. Save them for the young ladies under my command. They've been clamoring to meet you." The car accelerated into a Yulong base. Upon recognizing the polar battle armor vehicle, the guard saluted respectfully and opened the gates without even a check. Once inside, Xiao Liu eagerly began to boast to Lin Yin. "Look, this is our exploration team's base. Isn't it grand compared to the other 3 shabby ones? I'm not exaggerating when I say we're the most well-equipped team in Spring City. You won't regret your choice from yesterday." Lin Yin nodded. Though he hadn't seen the other team's bases, this one was undeniably impressive. Xiao Liu stopped the car, and a valet immediately took over. She then instructed one of her subordinates, "Notify all team members in the base to gather at the training ground. I have an important announcement." The subordinate left to carry out her orders, while Xiao Liu stretched her arms, unabashedly displaying her impressive figure in front of Lin Yin. "Do you like what you see?" she asked with a sweet smile. Lin Yin pondered for a moment. "The truth?" "The truth. Curvy, long legs, stunning," he stated candidly, but quickly added, "But I'm not interested." "Oomph. You missed your chance." Typical straight male attitude. Xiao Liu retorted indignantly. On the training ground, 23 squads stood in neat formation. Xiao Liu led the fully disguised Lin Yin onto a platform. The team members whispered among themselves, speculating about Lin Yan's identity. Who is this guy standing with the captain? Could he be her kept man? Why is he hiding behind sunglasses and a mask, scared of the sun? Someone exclaimed, "Oh no, the captain is my goddess. How could she do this?" Standing on the platform, Xiao Liu gestured for silence with her hands. "Today, I want to introduce a new member to you all." She pulled Lin Yin to the front, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and suddenly yanked off his mask and sunglasses, loudly announcing, "The absolute sword immortal Lin Yin." "What? The unparalleled sword immortal." As soon as Lin Yin removed his sunglasses and mask, the exploration team members below erupted like a crowd of fervent fans seeing their idol. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, and voices rose one after another. "Oh my gosh, it's really him. He looks just like in the photos. He's so handsome. I want to have his babies. I heard he's completed his second bloodline awakening and is now as strong as the captain. No, even stronger. There was a video from the patrol team last night. He sparred with the captain and the captain lost. Wow, that's incredible. Why is he even on the exploration team? He should be the captain." Lin Yin the sword immortal. Lin Yin the sword immortal. The chants reverberated, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Lin Yin felt his face flush with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, trying to calm the frenzy. Everyone, please settle down. Yes, I am Lin Yin, the sword immortal you speak of. However, for the time being, I am also one of you. I believe we will soon fight side by side, and you'll see I'm not as formidable as the rumors suggest. The crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, sword immortal, you are way too modest. We all saw the video of your match with Captain Xiao last night. Exactly, you defeated our captain with just one move. There's no need to be humble. Lin Yan paused, surprised that the video had spread. He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, I really don't want this much attention. Below, several female team leaders were already extending invitations to Lin Yan. Sword Immortal, come to our fourth team. We're all beautiful women. Don't listen to her. Our first team is the strongest, and we have pretty ladies too. Oomph. The first team's goddess Yu Wu is in our second team. What makes you think you can compete? Lin Yan rubbed his temples, realizing he was about to be auctioned off once more. Just then, Xiao Liu approached with a smile and addressed the team members. Actually, I have another announcement today regarding Lin Yan's joining the team. As soon as she spoke, the chaotic recruiting scene instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her decision. Lin Yan also listened closely. Xiao Liu gave him a slight smile and turned to announce. As you all know, Lin Yan's strength is no less than mine. So I have decided to appoint him as deputy captain, with the authority to choose and appoint a mystery exploration team. Moreover, he will personally select the members of this team. The moment she finished speaking, the crowd eagerly raised their hands. Me. Sword Immortal, pick me. Sword Immortal, pick me. I'm about to undergo my second bloodline awakening. Lin Yan looked at Xiao Liu with a wry smile. Captain, this isn't how it's usually done. According to tradition, every student after awakening is assigned to a team. They all start as team members. Why am I suddenly a deputy captain? Xiao Liu gave him a charming smile. Because you were destined to break the rules. At the same time, she handed Lin Yin a brand new phone. Lin Yin took the special phone for the Yulong team handed to him by Xiao Liu, feeling the cool touch in his palm. This device not only stored his identity information, but also allowed him to check points and accept missions. Xiao Liu reminded him that there were many features and permissions in the phone that he could only access once he officially joined the Yulong team. Lin Yin gently swiped the screen, and the phone lit up. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The points section astonishingly displayed 23,549 points. Captain, what's going on? Lin Yin asked in confusion. I just got the phone. How could there be so many points? Xiao Liu smiled slightly and explained, these are the points calculated by the smart system from your performance in the city defense battle yesterday. Your reputation as the sword immortal of the human emperor is well known. If we didn't count the points from the beasts you killed yesterday, many people would feel it was unfair to you. She paused and sighed. It's just a pity that the creature that appeared at first high wasn't counted. Otherwise, your points would have exceeded 30,000. Lin Yin put away the phone and smiled. No need to worry. That beast was partly thanks to Minister Xie's efforts. He turned to face the eager members of the exploration team, ready for his selection process. Lin Yan's criteria were simple. As long as they were strong, they could join. During this time, several female warriors tried to approach him with charm, but he sternly rejected them all. Finally, Lin Yin confirmed his team members and handed the list to Xiao Liu. She glanced at it and remarked in surprise. Oh, I thought you would pick all the pretty girls. Lin Yin replied seriously. On the battlefield, there's no distinction between men and women, and I don't need vases. Xiao Liu chuckled. Well said. If the team's number one beauty, Yu Wu, weren't in your squad, I might have believed you. She picked up a stamp and approved Lin Yan's team application. All right, your team is now officially formed. And you're in luck. There's already a mission for you within a minute of creation, Xiao Liu said. What mission? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Xiao Liu handed him a task sheet and explained. Early this morning, our communication with Winter City was suddenly cut off. Minister Xie has requested the exploration team to go there and verify the situation. Lin Yin frowned. Could it be that the communication cables were damaged by the beasts? Let's hope so, but I fear the situation might be worse. Xiao Liu stretched lazily. Go prepare, we'll gather and depart in 10 minutes. Lin Yin nodded and left. As soon as he reached the training ground, 5 team members excitedly surrounded him. These were the skilled individuals Lin Yin had carefully selected, each nearly reaching the second stage of bloodline awakening. The team is assembled. Lin Yin stated concisely, now get ready. In 10 minutes, we embark on our first mission as a new team. All right, don't worry, Captain, we won't let you down. A hearty man responded enthusiastically. 10 minutes later, the 5 team members were fully prepared and stood on the field. Captain reporting. Zhu Yang ready. Captain reporting. Li Junhai ready. Captain reporting. Hu Shilong ready. Yu Wu ready. Yusin ready. Lin Yan's gaze was sharp as he scanned his team members and issued a brief, powerful command. Good. Let's get on the vehicle. Minister Xie, you wanted to see me? Xiao Liu asked with a hint of confusion as he pushed open the door to Xie Yibin's office. Xie Yibin put down the documents he was holding, his expression grave. Xiao Liu, for the task this morning regarding communication with Winter City, who did you send? All top operatives. Xiao Liu started to reply, but he noticed Xie Yibin's frown deepening. Good. You didn't send Lin Yan, did you? Xiao Liu's expression instantly turned awkward. The captain of that elite team is Lin Yan. What? Xie Yibin stood up abruptly, releasing a wave of pressure that made Xiao Liu's heart skip a beat. How could you send him? He slammed his fists on the desk, causing the marble to dent under the impact. Xiao Liu shakily picked up the scattered papers, his face turning pale. The document showed that 5 minutes ago, Winter City had sent out a final distress signal. Large demons had invaded, and Winter City had fallen. This news was shocking. Winter City's defenses were far superior to Spring City's, and it had a commander who had undergone 3 awakenings. For Winter City to fall, it meant at least 2 major demons were involved. How long have they been on the road? Xie Yibin asked seriously. Over 8 hours. They're likely close to Winter City by now. Xiao Liu glanced at his watch and asked urgently. Minister, how long would it take the fastest fighter jet to get there? No way. Xie Yibin rejected the idea immediately. Remember the 3 Gale fighters we lost yesterday? The sky is the domain of flying beasts. As they were grappling with the situation, worse news arrived. Both Summer City and Autumn City were being invaded by beasts simultaneously. Both cities were requesting assistance. Xie Yibin was about to order reinforcements when Spring City's alarms suddenly blared. Wah, wah, wah. A level 2 alert. The city plunged into chaos. Alert everyone to enter emergency combat mode. Contact the Imperial Capital's Dragon Guard headquarters immediately for warrior support. Xie Yibin commanded decisively. Meanwhile, on the road to Winter City, Lin Yin and his team faced a daunting challenge. In the glow of the setting sun, a broad, flowing river blocked their path, with the only bridge having a 40-meter gap. Only if there's a major demon directing this. Lin Yin analyzed calmly. Everyone, get in the vehicles and back up 500 meters. We're going to make the jump. Facing the team's concerns, Lin Yin assured them. I guarantee you'll all land safely. He climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, gripping the railings tightly. As the engine roared, a phoenix pattern flickered in his eyes. His power, the divine phoenix wings. Winter City, once an impregnable fortress, faced its darkest hour today. For the first time in 28 years since its reclamation, the city's walls were breached, plunging it into unprecedented chaos and despair. The deafening sound of artillery fire was incessant, with explosions echoing throughout the city. The roar of heavy machine guns pierced the sky, forming a dense web of firepower in an attempt to fend off the oncoming aerial beasts. On the walls, soldiers and awakeners fought side by side. Occasionally, a stray beast would be swiftly slain by an awakener, but more often than not, the beast claimed several lives before being taken down. The air was thick with the scent of blood, heightening everyone's nerves. Hold the line. Machine Gun Team 1 rest. Team 2, take over. A hoarse voice cut through the clamor. Send a squad from Sector A to support Sector C. Another command followed. Where are the Dragon Warriors? Take down that big one for me. These commands came from Dong Dawei, standing atop the high walls at the center of Winter City. His face was contorted, eyes bloodshot, as he fervently directed this life-or-death battle. Earlier today, the outer city had fallen, and survivors had been urgently relocated to the inner city. Now, they were defending the last line of Winter City. Dong Dawei gazed into the distance, where the sky was not only shrouded in dark clouds, but also teeming with a swarm of beasts. At that moment, a soldier in dragon uniform ran up to him, reporting with a pained expression. Minister, we're running low on ammunition. How much do we have left? Dong Dawei asked sharply, already sensing doom. 20,000 rounds for the machine guns, 2 boxes of grenades, 2 cloudburst bombs. The soldier listed, his voice filled with despair. Dong Dawei gritted his teeth, his eyes scanning the seemingly endless horde of beasts. Too little. Far too little, he painfully realized. Even if we had 10 times the ammunition, it wouldn't be enough. What about the SOS signals sent to Spring, Summer, and Autumn cities? He asked, clinging to a last shred of hope. The soldier shook his head. No response. Our communication cables have been destroyed. Alas, it seems fate has doomed Winter City. Dong Dawei sighed deeply, then took a breath, his expression becoming solemn. Pass the order. All dragon warriors, follow me to carve a path for the people to escape. Winter City is only temporarily in the hands of these beasts. As long as the people of Winter City survive, the city will never truly fall. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted and quickly left to relay the final command. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers outside Winter City, a military off-road vehicle raced through the forest. This, racing, was not metaphorical. Lin Yin lay atop the vehicle, his wings beating behind him. lifting the entire vehicle off the ground with each flap. "Captain, I didn't know you could fly," Uxin exclaimed with a surprised laugh from inside the car. "Haha, the captain is the second best in Spring City. It's only natural," Zhu Yang said from the driver's seat, though he had no need to steer, as Lin Yin controlled the car entirely. "Captain, Winter City is just ahead," Zhu Yang reminded. Lin Yin nodded, his wings accelerating. Suddenly, Yu Wu, who had been silent, spoke up. "Do you hear something? Sound?" "No, I don't hear anything." Uxin tilted her head, listening intently. "No, there is definitely something," Yu Wu insisted. "I awakened my second bloodline as a snow rabbit. I can't be mistaken." Lin Yan also picked up some noises. "It's gunfire. We need to hurry." His immortal phoenix bloodline surged, pushing his speed to the limit. At the same time, atop the inner city walls of Winter City, a fierce battle raged on. "Hold them. Hold back all these beasts. We must buy time for the civilians to evacuate. Kill. Kill. Kill these beasts." The sounds of shouts and screams were unending. Suddenly, a soldier carrying high explosives shouted, "Dad. Mom. Your son is unfilial." He then pulled all the explosive pins and leaped off the wall. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, turning the brave soldier and the attacking beasts into dust. This heroic act became the most tragic note in this brutal battle. The roar of the beast shook the heavens as a massive rhino-like creature relentlessly battered the inner city wall. Atop the wall, a soldier, covered in blood but with unwavering determination, grabbed all the high explosive charges from a box and dashed towards the beast without hesitation. As he leaped off the wall, the brave warrior turned back to his comrades and shouted with all his might, "Li Zhongquan, if you make it out alive, tell my son his father was a hero." Before the words fully left his lips, his figure vanished above the beast's head. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. Boom! The rhino beast was blasted 10 meters away, its thick hide torn to shreds before it collapsed to the ground. "Dong Hao!" cried Li Zhongquan, overwhelmed with rage and grief, as he furiously stomped on the anti-aircraft gun's pedal. Shells rained down, shredding the charging beasts into pieces. Even as the ammunition ran out, he continued stomping, as if trying to vent all his fury. Dong Dawei witnessed the tragic scene, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He kept a vigilant eye on the darkness ahead, where a more formidable beast lay in wait, ready to strike at any moment. "All regular soldiers, listen up. Evacuate and protect the civilians," Dong Dawei commanded solemnly. "All dragon warriors, grab your weapons and leave the wall. Fight the beasts to the end." The dragon warriors sprang into action, grabbing their weapons and following Dong Dawei down the wall. However, not all regular soldiers chose to retreat. Young soldiers were sent to escort civilians, while the elderly and wounded insisted on staying, picking up weapons to buy time for the evacuation. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries outside the inner wall were earth-shattering. 800 brave souls, composed of 300 dragon warriors and 500 regular soldiers, surged towards the beast horde like a tidal wave. Those with bullets fired their guns. Those without resorted to bayonet combat. They defended Winter City, their homeland, and their people with their flesh and blood, with their very lives. For Winter City. For China. The warriors' shouts echoed one after another. Squad after squad charged forward, knowing they faced death, yet determined to delay the beasts for even a single second. Dong Dawei wielded a long spear, its tip crackling with lightning. Thunder technique Sea of Thunder. He formed a seal with his fingers, channeling all his spiritual power. Countless beasts, as if commanded, rushed towards him in a frenzy. "The minister is casting a spell. Protect the minister," a dragon warrior shouted. The surrounding fighters quickly gathered to clear the way for Dong Dawei. Boom! A sea of thunder erupted from Dong Dawei's center, instantly turning all beasts within a 400-meter radius to ash. However, the attack drained all his strength, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a black lightning bolt shot from the darkness. It was a black rock python, a beast that had undergone 3 awakenings, lurking in the shadows to weaken Dong Dawei, the greatest threat. Exhausted, Dong Dawei could only muster the strength to shout, "Run!" In a split second, a figure descended from the sky, engulfed in flames, crashing onto the black rock python's head like a meteor. Divine flame. Boom. Lin Yin descended from the sky, his foot engulfed in divine flames, landing heavily on the massive head of the black rock python. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as the enormous creature shuddered violently under the impact. Lin Yin showed no mercy and stomped again, forcing the python to retreat. Intimidated by the divine flames, the python flicked its tongue and quietly withdrew into the beast horde, vanishing into the darkness. However, its eyes, filled with fear, remained fixed on the unexpected human, puzzled and wary. Not far away, Zhu Yang drove up with 4 other team members, quickly reaching Lin Yan. A few dragon warriors helped Dong Dawei over, who looked at Lin Yan with surprise, his voice weak. Little brother, who are you? Lin Yin replied succinctly. We're from the Spring City exploration team. Yesterday, you lost contact with Spring City, so they sent us to check things out. He glanced around, his expression serious, and asked, so, what's going on here? Dong Dawei was about to speak, but was interrupted by a violent cough. He gestured that he was fine and explained with difficulty. The situation is as you see. Winter City has fallen, and beasts are rampant. If Spring City only sent your team, you should escape. That black rock python earlier is a 3-time awakened demon. The team gasped, shocked by the formidable enemy they faced. Yoshine urgently grabbed Lin Yan's hand, her voice trembling. Captain, what should we do? The other team members anxiously awaited Lin Yan's decision. Lin Yan's gaze shifted to the distant beast horde. These beasts seemed under the control of the black rock python and hadn't launched an attack yet. However, his perceptive eyes caught the python watching him intently from the shadows, its eyes filled with confusion and fear, a deep-seated fear. This demon, having experienced 3 bloodline awakenings, possessed considerable intelligence, even capable of uttering unclear words. Yet, it couldn't comprehend why this seemingly insignificant human, who had only undergone 2 awakenings, instilled such fear in it. It was akin to the fear it felt 100 years ago before its bloodline was awakened by dark energy radiation when faced with a natural predator. Hiss hiss, human whelp hiss, the black rock python uttered indistinctly. Lin Yin turned back to Dong Dawei and asked, are you the head of the Winter City Dragon Division? Do you know how many people haven't evacuated the city? Dong Dawei replied. Winter City originally had a population of 130,000. After the beast breakthrough, about 120,000 remain. However, there are still probably over 10,000 in the inner city. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked, little brother, are you planning to stay and fight the beasts? Lin Yan's teammates also looked at him in shock. There were tens of thousands of beasts here, many more than those that attacked Spring City yesterday, and a 3-time awakened demon. With so few of them, staying would be suicidal. Lin Yin nodded, but Dong Dawei immediately objected firmly. Absolutely not. You're young and have a bright future. You can't throw your lives away here. While the beasts haven't attacked yet, you should flee. Dong Dawei keenly noticed the signs of Lin Yan's 2nd bloodline awakening, sensing the astounding potential within this young man. A genius cannot fall, Dong Dawei thought to himself. However, a crisis suddenly struck. The snake eyes of the black rock giant snake narrowed, as if issuing a silent command. In an instant, hordes of beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, kicking up dust and debris. Under the impact of these giants, the surrounding buildings crumbled like paper, turning into ruins. Lin Yin quickly retrieved a standard long sword from the car and turned to Dong Dawei. Minister of Winter City, we can't escape now. Everyone, prepare for battle. His voice thundered, resonating around them. Following Lin Yan's command, Yu Xian, Yu Wu, Zhu Yang, Li Junhai, Hu Shilong, and others picked up their weapons, assuming battle stances, ready to face the oncoming beast charge. Dong Dawei looked at the determination in these young people and sighed. Ah, you warriors. Defend, he shouted with all his might. Form a human wall. Don't let a single beast escape. Yes. The remaining soldiers and dragon warriors lined up neatly, weapons clenched in their hands, forming an unbreakable defense line. This was their final desperate battle, with every eye burning with resolute fire. At this critical moment, a prompt sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Ding. Task. Eliminate the black rock giant python and drive away the beasts. Reward. Violet-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 18. Accept. Accept. Lin Yin responded without hesitation. The task came at just the right moment. His gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto the lurking black rock giant python, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. In Lin Yan's eyes, purple energy swirled, as if stars were twinkling within. Eye of Analysis, activate. Emperor's Command, activate. With Lin Yan's low shout, an invisible yet powerful pressure erupted from him, targeting the beasts. The charging beast horde suddenly paused, as if encountering a natural enemy. Their movements became sluggish. The dragon warriors and soldiers seized this fleeting opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the beasts. Lin Yan's eyes shone with a brilliant purple light, as if transformed into the king of all beasts. With his Emperor's Command ability fully unleashed, he appeared like a true beast emperor descending onto the battlefield, intimidating all the beasts. Despite the overwhelming number of these beasts, none could withstand the formidable presence of Lin Yan. The beast horde was momentarily dazed, and Lin Yan seized the opportunity, decisively commanding, Exploration Team, show them what you've got. Don't let your colleagues in Winter City look down on you. Yes. The 5-member team responded in unison, charging into the beast horde like arrows released from a bow. Their swords glinted with cold light, each strike precisely taking a beast's life. Beasts that once required the combined effort of 2 people to barely defeat were now as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. Hu Shilong stared at Lin Yin in disbelief and exclaimed, How is it this easy? He speculated that this had to be Lin Yan's doing. Lin Yan's invincible display during the beast invasion yesterday had left a deep impression on everyone. Now, no matter what changes occurred on the battlefield, their first thought was always of Lin Yan. Uxian keenly observed Lin Yan's movements and suddenly exclaimed, "The captain is actually going after the black rock python." Lin Yan moved through the battlefield as if it were empty, slaying smaller beasts with a single strike and skillfully using their bodies as stepping stones to leap over larger ones. His target was clear the direction where the black rock python was hidden. At this moment, the black rock python was already locked onto by Lin Yan's piercing gaze and formidable presence. The python coiled its massive body, its tongue flicking in and out while its eyes roamed, seemingly plotting something. Suddenly, the black rock python let out a hiss. Hiss. Attack. Two petite snakes that had undergone a second bloodline awakening launched a surprise attack from its side. Lin Yin reacted swiftly in midair, and with two flashes of his sword, the snakes were severed with a swish and swish. Lin Yin sneered. Heh, I suppose a demon awakened 3 times has already gained intelligence, so don't bother with these childish tricks. With that, he stomped forcefully on the ground, using it as leverage to soar into the air. Sword dance. His standard-issue sword danced in the air, producing a soft sword hum as it sliced through the air. The black rock python's eyes suddenly contracted, and its entire body transformed into a mass of black mist, enveloping Lin Yan. From within the dense fog, the python's deep voice resonated, "Human, whelp, devour." A sudden black mist enveloped the area, swallowing Lin Yin in an instant. This was the innate ability of the black rock pythona black poisonous fog. Witnessing this, Dong Dawe's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Quick, help that young man." Before the surrounding dragon warriors could react, Lin Yan's team members had already sprung into action like arrows released from a bow. Hu Shilong roared, "Beast, give me back my captain." His spear shot out like lightning, striking the ground with a heavy impact and scattering the beasts in front. At the same time, a thunderous rumble emanated from within him. His second bloodline had awakened. Hu Shilong reached into the air, summoning his spear back into his hand. With a roar, he wielded it to carve a bloody path through the enemy. Witnessing Hu Shilong's sudden awakening of his second bloodline during the battle, Zhu Yang and the others were filled with shock and envy. Uxian exclaimed, "Hu Shilong's admiration for the captain is unmatched. No wonder he awakened." Li Junhai agreed. "Indeed, it might have something to do with the captain." Zhu Yang blocked an attacking beast with his sword, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. We can't let Hu Shilong get all the credit. Charge, kill the beasts, save the captain." Yu Wu gripped her sword tightly, her eyes resolute as she followed. In the poisonous mist, Lin Yin felt as if he were floating in emptiness. "An illusion," he murmured, his eyes turning purple as he reactivated his piercing gaze. The purple light shone, yet nothing changed around him. "It's not an illusion." At that moment, a garbled voice echoed from all directions. "Hiss. Humans. Foolish, delicious." Lin Yin sneered. "Foolish? You can't even speak clearly. Who's the fool here?" With that, wings sprouted from his back, and he swung fiercely into the darkness behind him. With a puff, the spot he struck burst like a pierced balloon, releasing a thick mist. The black rock python's voice sounded again. "Heh. Second awakening. Arrogant fool." Hiss. Lin Yin frowned, his piercing gaze working frantically, but only revealing a few meters around him. He speculated that this might be a spell usable only after a third awakening, likely the black rock python's innate ability. Suddenly, he sheathed his sword, let his arms hang down, retracted his phoenix wings, and closed his eyes, assuming a posture of surrender. The black rock python observed curiously. Despite its intelligence, it was like a child when facing a human awakener skilled in strategy. Seeing Lin Yin put away his weapon, presenting himself as an easy target, the black rock python lunged out of the mist without hesitation, its mouth wide open, venomous fangs spraying a corrosive liquid. In that critical moment, Lin Yan's eyes snapped open. A layer of divine flames instantly enveloped him. Divine flame. The venom evaporated before it could reach him. As the black rock python attempted to flee, Lin Yin was quicker. Trying to escape? Lin Yin spread his phoenix wings, grabbing the python's tail and swinging it forcefully in the air. Blazing windmill. The divine flame spread, igniting the black rock python fiercely like gasoline. This supreme, fiery divine flame was the nemesis of dark energy. Hissa. It hurts. So painful. The black rock python writhed and struggled in Lin Yan's grip, unable to break free. Suddenly, the surrounding black mist dissipated. Hiss. It hurts. Stop. I surrender. I surrender. The mist cleared, and the black rock python pleaded clearly. Lin Yin sneered. Now you beg for mercy? Isn't it too late? He swung the python, slamming it into the ground. "Captain!" Hu Shilong shouted joyfully. "Great. The captain's okay." His spear movements grew more powerful, each thrust taking down 2 or 3 beasts. Yuwu watched in shock, thinking, he can actually match a third awakening grand beast. Dong Dawei, protected by two dragon warriors, witnessed Lin Yin slamming the black rock python to the ground, his heart filled with awe. He knew the terror of this grand beast, and even he would struggle to escape its grasp, let alone dominate it like Lin Yan. A true hero in the making. Tears glistened in Dong Dawei's eyes as he envisioned Lin Yan's rise to greatness. Haha, heaven blesses China. Heaven blesses China. Dong Dawei laughed, instructing the two dragon warriors beside him. A third awakening grand beast has many tricks. You too, go assist the young man. Ensure nothing goes wrong. But Minister Yu, Dong Dawei's spiritual power surged. I've recovered enough to protect myself. Yes. The two second awakening dragon warriors immediately rushed towards Lin Yan. Captain, I'm here to help you too. Hu Shilong swung his spear, skewering and launching the surrounding beasts. On the ground, the black rock python's eyes widened. Hiss, humans, won't you leave any chance of survival? Lin Yin sneered. When you invaded the city, did you think about leaving any chance of survival? Hiss, then let's perish together. Complex patterns appeared in the black rock python's eyes as it gathered all its spiritual power towards its head. Oh no, that beast is going to self-destruct. Dong Dawei shouted from afar. Lin Yin immediately sensed the looming danger. Hiss, humans, you will all become the Demon King's feast. Lin Yin had no patience for its words. He plunged his sword into its head, using it as an axis to hurl it towards the distant beast horde. Boom! The snake's head exploded, taking out hundreds of beasts in the blast. He actually killed it. The two dragon warriors from Winter City stared at Lin Yin in disbelief. In their minds, even if all four of them joined forces including themselves, Lin Yin and the suddenly reawakened Hu Shilongthi would still struggle against the black rock python. Yet, the young man standing before them, who seemed barely in his 20s, had single-handedly slain this formidable beast. Captain, you're amazing. Hu Shilong swung his spear, driving back two beasts in front of him, and cheered excitedly. Dong Dawei looked at Lin Yin with admiration. A hero among the young. Our generation is truly getting old. With the fall of the black rock python, the horde of beasts descended into chaos. Despite this, the thousands of leaderless beasts still posed a formidable threat. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A dragon warrior's arm was bitten off by a tiger-headed beast, and the bodies of two fallen comrades lay nearby. Everyone, regroup and defend immediately. Dong Dawei ordered decisively. The beasts are in disarray. Without their leader, the beast horde was like a stampede, and the battlefield's bloodshed only fueled their primal instincts. At that moment, a beast charged furiously towards Yuwu. Yuwu, watch out. Hu Shilong thrust his spear like a dragon, but only a clang was heard as the spear tip clashed with the rhino beast's thick armor, sparking brightly. The beast's hide was as hard as steel. Yuwu, having just defeated another awakened beast, turned pale, unable to dodge in time. In that critical moment, a flash of light appeared before her. Lin Yin, wings spread, struck the rhino beast's toughest horn with a punch. Purple-eyed white tiger power purple armor. A fierce purple light armor enveloped him, exuding an invincible or unstoppable. Boom! The collision of fist and horn sounded like thunder. The massive rhino beast, as large as a truck, was sent flying by Lin Yan's punch, crashing 10 meters away. The scene was like a speeding truck hitting a pedestrian, only to be overturned. The Winter City soldiers and dragon warriors encircling them were once again speechless with shock. That rhino was the awakened beast during the siege, the iron-horned rhino, right? A soldier, gripping his spear tightly, said with a trembling voice. A dragon warrior beside him confirmed. Yes, it's the iron-horned rhino. Its horn is the toughest part. At this moment, the horn, as strong as alloy, was covered in fine cracks. Lin Yan's punch was terrifyingly powerful. Thank you. Yuwu stared blankly at Lin Yan's back. Lin Yan turned his head slightly. No need to thank me. You're my teammate, and I'm responsible for your life. Next time, be aware of your surroundings. Yuwu bowed her head in acknowledgement, like a child caught doing something wrong. Hey, young man, come over quickly. Those beasts are in a frenzy now. It's too dangerous. Dong Dawei called out to Lin Yan. Thousands of beasts were now running rampant through the city's ruins, some fleeing, others eyeing them menacingly. In this situation, being alone meant certain death. Lin Yin smiled slightly at Dong Dawei. Don't worry, Minister of Winter City. These beasts will retreat soon. Before he finished speaking, he leapt onto the roof of an off-road vehicle, purple light flickering in his eyes. Imperial presence. An invisible pressure spread out once again. Countless beasts saw Lin Yan's towering and mysterious figure in their minds, as if they were in a void where only that towering, emperor-like presence looked down on them like insects. Overwhelmed by fear of Lin Yin and memories of the black rock python's explosive demise, the weaker beasts were terrified, some even dying on the spot. How? The beast horde, as if facing a natural enemy, wailed and retreated toward the endless forest. Zhu Yang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This can't be real. The captain just stood on the car roof, and these beasts scurried back home. He gazed fervently at the dashing figure. Damn, who sure long got lucky. From now on, I'm Zhu Yang, the captain's #2 fan. The captain is my forever idol. And me, Li Junhai. Li Junhai raised his arm and shouted, I'm the captain's 3rd fan. Uxian rolled her eyes at them. Weren't your idols the world's top warrior, the first dragon general? That's different. The first dragon general is an idol, but the captain is a god. Zhu Yang chuckled. Li Junhai nodded in agreement. Same here. If you had to choose between the first dragon general and the captain, who would you pick? Uxian asked curiously. The captain, of course, they replied in unison. Under the captain's brilliance, the first dragon general pales in comparison. Uxian sighed, looking at them. You two should become sworn brothers. By now, all the beasts had retreated. The gathered Winter City soldiers and dragon warriors emerged, their eyes filled with tears of excitement and joy. We won. We finally won. Those damned beasts have retreated. Who is this young fellow? He's incredible. Whoever he is, he's a hero of Winter City. In an instant, the surviving 400 soldiers and dragon warriors cheered and dropped their weapons. This was the fiercest battle since Winter City was reclaimed, and they had finally triumphed. However, amidst the jubilant cheers, Lin Yan's face remained solemn. The system's reward notification hadn't sounded. As an experienced transmigrator, he knew the system couldn't be wrong. There was only one possibility: the task was not yet complete. He suddenly noticed the last 4 words in the system task. Expel the beasts. Besides here, there might be beasts elsewhere. Could it be? Young man, I'm Dong Dawei, the minister of the Winter City Dragon Division. On behalf of the Winter City Dragon Division and the people of Winter City, I express our sincerest gratitude to you. Dong Dawei approached Lin Yin, extending his hand. However, Lin Yan's purple eyes fixed on him. Minister Dong, where are the evacuated civilians? To the east. Dong Dawei was taken aback, instinctively answering. Boom. Lin Yin spread his wings and flew furiously toward the east. A fierce battle rages east of Dongqing. Hundreds of mythical beasts wreak havoc in the city, while countless civilians are shielded by soldiers and a few dragon riders. Ahead, a wall of beasts blocks their path. Captain, the road ahead is completely blocked by these creatures, a soldier shouts, his voice filled with urgency and fear. The captain scans the area, frowning. Damn it, how are there so many beasts here? He wonders to himself, but quickly glares at the soldier. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, protect the civilians. Look for an opening and break through immediately. Yes, sir. The soldiers respond in unison, gripping their weapons tightly. A brave soldier rushes to the front, his machine gun blazing. I'll clear the way, he yells, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Weak beasts fall, but in the next moment, a cloud of flying beasts descends, engulfing the warrior. Watch the sky, someone cries out. Suddenly, a soldier points to the sky behind them, voice trembling. Captain, look, what is that? Could it be a beast from the inner city? Has the inner city really fallen? The Dragon Rider squad captain squints, examining the approaching light in the sky. That doesn't look like a beast. It's a person. As he speaks, the light draws near. With a thunderous crash, the light descends from the sky. A scorching flame erupts before him, distorting the air with its intense heat. Divine flame, someone exclaims. The beasts near the crowd are consumed by the divine fire, howling in agony. Lin Yan's imperial beast aura surges again, sweeping like an invisible tidal wave. These were only first awakened beasts, none having undergone a second awakening. They couldn't withstand Lin Yan's imperial presence and fled in terror, as if facing a natural predator. The rescued civilians and soldiers stare at Lin Yin in shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. They only saw a figure descend from the sky, incinerating the beasts that threatened them, causing the rest to flee in fear. Ding! A system notification rings in Lin Yan's mind. You have eliminated the Black Rock Python and driven away the beasts. Purple-eyed White Tiger Bloodline Purity 18. All eyes fix on Lin Yan, standing with commanding presence. Even the warriors of Chuncheong are mesmerized. What is this? A soldier murmurs. Another soldier shakes his head. How could there be a real deity in this world? But if not a god, then what? The first soldier retorts. Observing Lin Yan's black coat billowing in the wind, the second soldier suddenly realizes it's a Dragon Rider general. This savior who descended from the heavens can only be a general. So many beasts, no one, not even our thrice-awakened minister, could achieve this. Only a Dragon Rider general who has undergone a fourth awakening could. As the words leave his mouth, the crowd erupts in a chorus of thumps as people fall to their knees. Thank you, General, for saving us, they shout in unison. Lin Yin is checking his system rewards when he hears the sound of kneeling behind him. He turns abruptly, startled by the sight of thousands kneeling in gratitude. What are you doing? He calls out urgently. Get up, please, there's no need for this. A soldier, half kneeling, looks up at Lin Yin, respectfully asking, Are you a general, sir? General? Lin Yin frowns, shaking his head. No, I'm just a squad leader from the Chunqing Dragon Rider exploration team. Spring City. The word shot through the soldier's mind like lightning, and his eyes lit up instantly. Spring City has come to save us, he shouted excitedly, his voice filled with hope and gratitude. Thank you, Spring City. Thank you, Yulong. Thank you, saviors. His call set off a chain reaction, and tens of thousands of survivors around him knelt down, echoing words of thanks in unison. Lin Yan watched the scene unfold with a slight frown. He reached out to help the kneeling soldier up, gesturing for the others to rise as well. Save the thanks for later. Please stand up first, he said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. This is someone we should kneel before. Dong Dawei, leading another group of warriors and Lin Yan's teammates, approached briskly. As soon as they reached Lin Yan, they immediately knelt down. Dong Dawei looked up at Lin Yan, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Brother Lin Yan, you rescued us in Winter City's darkest hour and decisively protected tens of thousands of people. You are a hero to Winter City. We owe you our lives. With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Yan. A life-saving grace, never to be forgotten. As Dong Dawei's words ended, the countless residents, soldiers, and Yulong warriors behind him echoed in unison, bowing uniformly. Lin Yin was momentarily at a loss, looking urgently at his teammates, who seemed equally bewildered. Minister Dong, I only did what I had to do. I really can't accept this, he said, reaching out to help Dong Dawei up. But Dong Dawei insisted. If you don't accept, we won't get up. The crowd echoed his sentiment. Lin Yin sighed in resignation. All right, I accept. Everyone, please stand up. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Ding. Ancient emperors, worshipped by thousands. Host receives worship from thousands. Reward. Emperor's aura effect doubled. This unexpected reward left Lin Yin momentarily stunned. It was his first reward unrelated to bloodline purity and the first task completed without a system prompt. Could this be a hidden task? He wondered, quietly asking. System, how can I trigger hidden tasks? However, there was only silence in response. Lin Yin chuckled wryly, realizing the system wasn't a chatty companion. At this moment, Hu Shilong ran up to Lin Yin excitedly, pumping his fist in the air. Captain, you're amazing. So many people calling you a hero and thanking you. Lin Yin looked at him and replied calmly. Is it a lot? Aren't there many people in Spring City too? Hu Shilong paused, recalling Lin Yan's achievements in Spring City the day before, and found himself speechless. Taking the opportunity, Uxin wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's and stuck her tongue out at the others. The captain has a knack for being humble. You guys don't have that. Lin Yan looked at them helplessly. Why have you all turned into flatterers? Can't you learn from Yu Wu? At that moment, Yu Wu also approached. Hearing Lin Yan mention her cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered, Captain, you're even more amazing tonight than last night. Lin Yan, at a loss for words, could only shake his head in resignation. The morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Lin Yan in the luxurious suite of the Imperial Dragon Guest House in Winter City. After their team's heroic efforts in last night's battle, they were rightfully accommodated in a place usually reserved for high-ranking officials. Lin Yan got up and looked out the window. The aftermath of the fierce battle was still evident. Nearly half of Winter City's buildings lay in ruins, and its once proud defenses were all but destroyed. The fortress, once hailed as the strongest of the four cities, now lay in shambles. He tidied his clothes and slowly made his way downstairs. In the dining room, his teammates, including Uxin and Hu Shilong, were already gathered with Dong Dawei and others, enjoying a hearty breakfast. Captain, come and try this. Uxin called out excitedly, holding a steaming bowl of oatmeal in one hand and a crispy golden fried dough stick in the other. The oatmeal here is incredible. No wonder it's popular worldwide. Lin Yin nodded in response and walked over to the table, taking a seat next to Yu Wu. As soon as he sat down, Yu Wu's cheeks flushed, like a budding rose suddenly in bloom. The words from last night echoed in Yu Wu's mind. Tonight's even more intense than last night. It was meant to praise the captain's strength and rapid progress, but it came out differently. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, silently praying, please, Captain, don't misunderstand. However, Lin Yin didn't notice Yu Wu's discomfort. He focused on serving himself a bowl of oatmeal, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. It really is delicious. Seeing this, Dong Dawei chuckled and said, oatmeal is one of Winter City's specialties, and it's quite popular nationwide. If you like it, Lin, I can send you a box. Thank you, Minister Dong, Lin Yin replied with a smile, thinking of bringing this tasty treat back, knowing Luo Hongyi would be thrilled. Suddenly, Lin Yin sensed something was off with Yu Wu beside him. He turned to her, asking with concern, Yu Wu, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Did you get hurt by the beasts last night, or are you feeling sick? He reached out to touch her forehead, his expression turning serious. You're burning up. Are you running a fever? No, I'm just feeling a bit unwell today. My stomach hurts. I can't eat anymore. Yu Wu explained hastily. putting down her half-eaten oatmeal and hurrying back to her room. Lin Yin watched her leave, puzzled, thinking, why so flustered? Shouldn't you see a doctor if you're sick? But wait, can awakeners even get sick? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that time of the month? No wonder she seemed so embarrassed. He shook his head, sighing. Women, truly mysterious creatures. They bleed for 7 days every month, yet remain lively and strong. Their resilience is astonishing. Turning to Uxin, he said, Uxin, could you check on Yu later? This is something you women understand better. Uxin, confused, asked, Captain, what are you talking about? Of course, it's something only you girls experience, Lin Yan clarified. Just lend a hand. We're a team, and we should support each other. Uxin protested. But if we're supposed to support each other, why am I the only one you're asking? There are 3 other guys here too. All right, Lin Yan replied helplessly. Finishing her oatmeal, Uxin headed upstairs. At the table, Dong Dawei smiled and remarked, I didn't expect young Lin not only to be formidable on the battlefield, capable of taking on thousands, but also to place such importance on team unity. Lin Yin responded, after all, I'm their leader. Their issues are my issues. His voice carried a sense of responsibility and concern. Hu Shilong excitedly chimed in, exactly. The captain really cares about us. Just yesterday on our way to Winter City, he designed a personalized awakening method for each of us based on our individual traits. I used it last night and successfully reached my second awakening. Dong Dawei's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, Lin, you have such a talent. Lin Yin took a sip of the steaming oat soup, modestly saying, it was just a small effort. I happen to understand their first awakening bloodlines. He put down the bowl and shifted the topic. By the way, Minister Dong, have you managed to contact Spring City? Dong Dawei's expression turned serious, and he shook his head. Not yet. The communication cables there might have been damaged by the beasts. He sighed. Those were better days when you could chat with anyone around the world with just a phone call. But now, with dark energy radiation everywhere on the ground and in the air, wireless phones can't make long-distance calls. Only a local network can be established. Lin Yin offered a slight smile, trying to lighten the mood. But doesn't this also provide us with a better opportunity to advance? Once dark energy is harnessed, human technology will enter its next boom, much like the mastery of steam and electricity. Dong Dawei's expression grew resolute, clenching his fist. Unfortunately, dark energy radiation also brings the calamity of beasts. Lin Yin nodded in understanding. Everything is a double-edged sword. He stood up, preparing to leave. All right. Thank you for your hospitality, Minister Dong. We'll be heading back to Spring City shortly. I hope you can write a letter explaining the situation here, so I can submit the task when I return. Dong Dawei quickly retrieved a previously prepared envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Yan. No need to thank me, Lin. You're a great benefactor to Winter City. I wrote this letter a while ago. Lin Yan accepted the envelope, sincerely saying, thank you very much, Minister Dong. Lin Yan took the letter and turned to Zhu Yang, urgency in his eyes. Zhu Yang, check the fuel levels immediately. We're leaving for Spring City in half an hour. Zhu Yang responded promptly. Yes, sir. He quickly finished his meal and got up to leave. Dong Dawei stood up with a hint of anticipation in his voice. I'll go prepare the oatmeal. Once Dong Dawei left, Hu Shilong and Li Junhai exchanged eager looks and pleaded with Lin Yin in unison. Captain, about the oatmeal. Lin Yin understood and smiled, nodding. All right. The two cheered. Long live the captain. Meanwhile, in the communications room of Winter City, various devices were emitting a series of beeps and buzzes. Despite the equipment functioning properly, they still couldn't establish contact with the outside world. Suddenly, a message appeared on the computer screen. Captain, we've got a message, a communicator exclaimed excitedly. It's news from spring, summer, and autumn cities. The communications team captain leaned in closer to the screen, urgently saying, pass it to me quickly. However, as soon as he opened the message, his face fell. Notify the minister immediately, he said, his voice full of tension. Half an hour later, Lin Yin loaded a large box of oatmeal that Dong Dawei had brought onto the vehicle. Uxin looked at the overflowing box and laughed. With so much oatmeal, it might expire before we finish it. Lin Yin shook his head. Don't be fooled by the size of the box. It could all be gone in half a week once we get back. At that moment, Zhu Yang emerged from under the vehicle, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and reported, Captain, everything's ready. We can leave at any time. Lin Yin was about to jump into the vehicle when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Dong Dawei ran over, out of breath, shouting, wait. Brother Lin, wait. Don't leave. Lin Yin jumped down, puzzled. Minister Dong, no need to see us off. We're leaving now to reach Spring City by the afternoon. Dong Dawei's expression was grave as he handed over a letter. It's too late now. Spring City is surrounded by beasts. What? Lin Yin snatched the letter and quickly scanned the distress signal from Spring City. The letter mentioned that Autumn City and Summer City had already been overrun by beasts, with their residents evacuating to Spring City, which was now also in peril. Lin Yin immediately ordered, quick, Head back to Spring City. However, Dong Dawei held his arm, urgently saying, wait. It's too late by road. We've just prepared a transport plane. Take that. It's faster. In the conference room of the Spring City Yulong Division, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The heads of the three Yulong Division, Xie Yibin from Spring City, Xia Donghai from Summer City, and He Min from Autumn City were seated at the head of the table, with 9 team leaders present below them. Everyone's expression was grave, their brows furrowed. Xie Yibin's haggard face reflected his inner anxiety as he looked towards the communications team leader, his voice hoarse. Is there still no news from Winter City? The communications team leader checked the computer and shook his head regretfully. Lin Yan's team had set out a whole day ago, and if Winter City had been breached, they should have returned by now. Xia Donghai gave a bitter smile. Winter City had the strongest defenses, but it has been under attack by beasts since the night before last, including a great beast that has completed 3 bloodline awakenings. It may have been overrun, just like us. He continued to explain that not long after Lin Yan's team departed, the beasts launched a frenzied attack on Spring, Summer, and Autumn cities simultaneously. The assault was unprecedented in its ferocity. In this sudden calamity, Autumn City and Summer City both fell. Of Autumn City's 80,000 residents, only 50,000 escaped to Winter City, while Summer City suffered even more, with 6,000 out of 13,000 residents perishing and nearly all Yulong warriors sacrificed. If not for the survivors from the other 2 cities, Spring City might not have held out today. He Min, with a stern expression, said firmly, we can't pin our hopes on Winter City any longer. If Winter City had held, they would have contacted us by now. Since losing contact the night before last, we've heard nothing. It's very likely, as Minister Xia said, that Winter City has already fallen. Even if some escaped, they might have met with misfortune on the long journey. He proposed decisively, we can't wait any longer. We must rely on ourselves. Let's organize all warriors and any residents or reserves willing to defend Spring City to prepare thoroughly for the next beast attack. He Min's words were impactful and hit the mark. Xia Donghai raised his hand in agreement. I agree. The gaze of both men, along with the 9 team leaders, focused on Xie Yibin, waiting for his decision. Xie Yibin looked towards Winter City, his heart a mix of emotions. He silently prayed, Lin Yan, I hope you make it out alive. Then, he slowly raised his hand. I agree as well. With the decision made, Xie Yibin decisively ordered, all team leaders, organize your personnel immediately and report back in half an hour. Meeting adjourned. Outside the meeting room, Xiao Liu couldn't hold back her tears as she stepped out. Lin Yan, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sent you to Winter City. Xie Yibin and the others quickly moved to console her. Xie Yibin blamed himself. Captain Xiao, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. It was our oversight. It's my responsibility. Gao Hang chimed in. Yes, Captain Xiao. Maybe Brother Lin is lucky and managed to escape. You know Brother Lin's skills, he's definitely fine. Cheng Hongbing and Shi Fangbin also expressed their confidence in Lin Yan. With their comfort, Xiao Liu wiped away her tears and regained her usual confident demeanor. Thank you. Yes, Brother Lin isn't so easy to kill. Xie Yibin solemnly stated. I know that kid. He'll be fine. Our most urgent task now is to gather residents and warriors willing to defend Spring City and also prepare for the possibility of evacuation. Yes. The 4 team leaders responded in unison and immediately set off to gather personnel. Outside the Spring City Yulong Division, Luo Hongyi, wearing a Spring City High School uniform, hesitated as he looked at the building. Around him, Yulong warriors and soldiers were shouting to recruit volunteers from the residents. 2 youths brushed past Luo Hongyi, excitedly discussing the opportunity to contribute to defending Spring City. Soon after, a couple parted reluctantly, the boy promising that if Spring City held and he survived, he would give the girl the grandest wedding. Even more moving, 3 elderly men with white hair approached the building, introducing themselves. Former Spring City Iron Fist Battalion 3rd Camp, Sharpshooter Company, 2nd Squad, Li Ru, Huiyong, Lu Fei, reporting for duty to defend Spring City. If there's a battle, we'll return. Old soldiers never die. We can still fight. The Yulong warriors responsible for registration had tears in their eyes, knowing that persuading these old soldiers was futile. This was the dedication of Chinese soldiers to defending their homeland. With tears, they processed the re-enlistment of these veterans, older than their own grandfathers. The rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. When the hometown is in trouble, all people unite. This is China. This is the spirit of the Chinese people. A continuous stream of people came to register veterans who had been on the battlefield, ordinary workers, school teachers, white-collar workers, company executives. They were ordinary people, yet they stood up in times of crisis. At this moment, Xiao Liu appeared in front of Luo Hongyi, sternly questioning, what are you doing here? Luo Hongyi clenched his fists and said firmly, I want to join the mission to defend Spring City. No, you're still a student. Xiao Liu flatly refused. I must join, Luo Hongyi shouted. If Brother Lin can join, so can I. I'm also an awakened one. Brother Lin said, A sharp sword is forged through honing, and plum blossoms gain their fragrance from bitter cold. With great power comes great responsibility. If these ordinary people can join, then I must too. Moreover, Brother Lin isn't here, so I have to uphold this honor for him. Qiu Liu was momentarily speechless, as if she saw Lin Yan's shadow in this chubby boy. She took a deep breath and finally relented. All right, I'll take you to register. You'll join my exploration team, and killing beasts will also earn you reward points. Yes. Luo Hongyi smiled with relief, silently vowing in his heart. Brother Lin, you're not here, so I'll uphold this honor for you in this city. In the skies between Winter City and Spring City, a recently repaired transport plane carrying Lin Yin, his team, and a batch of weapons and equipment was making its way with difficulty. Inside the cabin, Lin Yin anxiously asked the operator, "How much longer until we reach Spring City?" The operator frowned and replied, "About an hour and a half. This plane was just fixed, so we can't push it too fast, and we have to watch out for flying beast monsters." Lin Yin pressed, "What if there are no monster interruptions?" "Approximately an hour and 10 minutes, the operator estimated." "Good. Focus on flying. Leave the airborne monsters to me," Lin Yin said, as his wings spread out from his back. He drew his standard long sword and leaped out. With lightning speed, he slayed a circling eagle-type monster and then gracefully returned to the cabin. Lin Yin felt a pang of regret. If long-distance flying didn't consume so much energy and pulse power, he would have flown back directly with the off-road vehicle and his team. He watched anxiously ahead, silently urging, "Hurry, we must hurry." Meanwhile, in the command room of the Eastern Battle Zone in Spring City, various emergency reports were coming in one after another. A1 area cleared. 26 dragon warriors survived, along with 130 combat-ready soldiers and volunteers. Awaiting orders. Xie Yibin ordered gravely. Evacuate the wounded. Provide immediate support to surrounding areas. A secondary awakened beast spotted in H8 area. Requesting support. Hold on for 5 minutes. Secondary awakened dragon warriors from Summer City are on their way. Xie Yibin stood in the center of the command room, calmly handling the continuous communications. Other command rooms were conducting similar operations. They had underestimated the timing of the beast siege. These beasts gave no respite. Just half an hour after the last siege, they launched a new attack, with a noticeably increased proportion of secondary awakened beasts. At this moment, secondary awakened leaders from Summer and Autumn cities were scattered across various battlefields in Spring City, ready to deal with emerging secondary awakened beasts. Xie Yibin watched the electronic screen with vigilance, where 3 massive red dots surrounded Spring City from different directions, marking 3 tertiary awakened great beasts. The support from Autumn and Summer cities brought stronger forces, but also attracted the beast army that had breached the 2 cities. Now, the number of beasts facing Spring City had more than tripled from the previous day, including 3 tertiary awakened great beasts. Xie Yibin, Xia Donghai, and Hemin clenched their fists, staring at the electronic screen. They knew that the battle among the tertiary awakened would determine the outcome of this war. They silently prayed in their hearts. "All you great warriors, the safety of Spring City is in your hands." On the walls of H8 area in the Eastern Battle Zone, Luo Hongyi was swinging a spiked club, fighting fiercely. This weapon, chosen with Lin Yan from the armory, dealt massive damage to any beast that approached with each swing. Bang! Luo Hongyi killed a small beast attacking a soldier with one strike, panting heavily. Today he had already slain 8 beasts with this bloodstained spiked club. Once timid and weak, he now stood up to fight and protect others, all thanks to Lin Yan's influence. Luo Hongyi silently vowed in his heart, "Brother Lin, thank you. I will hold this place for you until you return." A rescued soldier looked at Luo Hongyi with gratitude. "Thank you. Dragon warrior, you're truly the war god of Spring City." A soldier from Autumn City gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, killing 8 beasts in a row." Luo Hongyi shook his head. "No, I'm not. Brother Lin is the real hero." He stood on the wall, looking back at the ruined amusement park behind him. Just 2 days ago, Lin Yin had performed a miracle here, slaying a secondary awakened beast with the power of a primary awakening, protecting Spring City. Now, another secondary awakened beast had appeared. Luo Hongyi shouted in his heart, "Brother Lin, where are you? Come back soon." Below the wall, a captain from the summer capital was fiercely battling a 2-headed beast. One of the beast's heads could spew poison mist, while the other breathed fire, complementing each other with increased power. The summer capital captain's left arm was burned, his body covered in claw marks, and he was in a dire situation. For Spring City, the summer capital captain roared, gripping his iron spear tightly and thrusting it into the beast's abdomen. Squelch! The spear pierced the beast's belly, but the beast's flames also engulfed him instantly. As the beast fell, the brave captain was reduced to charred remains in the blaze. "Captain!" The surviving dragon warriors from Summer City were heartbroken, their eyes blurred with tears. Luo Hongyi patted a dragon warrior's shoulder, trying to mimic Lin Yan's tone. "Brother, Now is not the time for grief. We must keep fighting and not let the captain's sacrifice be in vain. Yes, we'll use the blood of these beasts to honor the captain. The dragon warrior wiped away his tears, eyes blazing with fury. Follow the captain's last wish. Protect Spring City. Attack. The dragon warriors leaped off the wall, each using their own methods to fend off the overwhelming beast tide. Luo Hongyi also raised his spiked club, jumped off the wall, and shouted, "For Brother Lin's glory." Below the wall, humans and beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Each clash could bring down either side, be it beast or human. The beasts frantically assaulted, trying to breach the wall. The dragon warriors fought with all their might to defend, vowing never to retreat. At that moment, in the forest outside Spring City, a massive tiger-like great beast, the size of a truck, locked its gaze on H8 area. It suddenly stood up and charged toward the battlefield. Simultaneously, the sound of helicopter rotors roared in the sky. On the ground, countless beasts and human warriors were fighting fiercely in front of the massive city walls. Two opposing forces clashed, and the ground was stained with a river of blood. Kill. Kill all these beasts. Avenge Xia City. Bury them with our captain. A dragon rider warrior shouted, wielding a large machete. Despite having half an arm bitten off by a beast, blood dripping continuously. As soon as he finished speaking, two beasts lunged at him, tearing him apart in an instant. In the Eastern Command Center, Xie Yibin watched the electronic screen intently, the red dots inching closer, flashing danger signals. On the surveillance screen, warriors were locked in bloody combat with the beasts. The first great demon has moved. The battle that will decide the fate of Chun City has begun. Xie Yibin's voice was tense. All warriors in H8 zone, pay attention. The third awakening great demon has appeared. Do not engage, retreat quickly. Retreat quickly, he shouted into the communicator, then handed over command to the soldier beside him. Move out. Head to H8 zone with all your might. A great demon. It's the third awakening great demon. Brothers, retreat quickly. Luo Hongyi shouted to the Xia City dragon riders, who were already in a frenzy, after hearing Xie Yibin's warning over the communicator. Despite their frenzy, the warriors retained their reason and knew they couldn't handle a great demon. They quickly retreated to the city walls, looking down at the approaching giant tiger demon. The great demon was enormous, the size of a heavy truck. The king character on its forehead shimmered with a dark golden light, exuding an aura of regal majesty. As it charged, the ground trembled with its every step. The dragon riders from Xia City coldly watched the tiger demon, their bodies trembling involuntarily, a sign of extreme anger. This was the demon that had breached their city. Seeing their enemy, their eyes were filled with hatred. They gripped their weapons tightly, eager to tear the tiger apart themselves. Xie Yibin appeared on the city wall, his expression grave as he watched the rapidly approaching great demon. Minister Xie, be careful. The head of this demon is very hard. If it hits the wall, it might collapse. That's how our Xia City was breached by this beast. Xie Yibin nodded, his eyes suddenly turning a bright blue as he formed a sword seal with his fingers. Spiritual energy, mixed with his bloodline power, surged from his body. Spirit sealing sword formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword shadows flew out from the void behind him. 36 giant swords hovering in front of the tiger demon, ready to strike down if it came too close. However, the tiger demon didn't slow down, a mocking expression on its face. Weak. Roar. It opened its mouth wide, letting out a thundering roar at the 36 swords in the air. Tiger's golden roar. Crack crack. The 36 sword shadows shattered under the tiger's roar, destroying Xie Yibin's carefully prepared formation in an instant. The tiger demon continued without pause, now less than a kilometer from the wall. Scatter. Realizing his formation was easily destroyed, Xie Yibin understood that this tiger demon was far stronger than him. Although both had undergone a third awakening, his bloodline purity was less than 50%, while the tiger's was at least 70. He stood no chance. Everyone evacuate. Leave the wall. Xie Yibin shouted, leaping off the wall, crossing his arms protectively in front of him, chanting a complex incantation. Spirit shield technique. Boom. A wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xie Yibin, projecting a giant turtle image over him. Bloodline. Green armor turtle. The turtle appeared in front of Xie Yibin, glaring ahead. Roar. The turtle's shell shone brightly, its protective strength at its peak. Roar. The tiger demon roared too, a massive flaming tiger apparition appearing behind it, its claws seeming capable of tearing through any defense. Minister, the evacuated Chun City dragon riders cried out from the wall. They could feel the ferocity of the tiger demon, and even Xie Yibin wasn't confident he could stop it. Minister, we're here to help. A squad of dragon riders rushed forward to support Xie Yibin. Get back. I can kill this great demon myself. Now go back. Xie Yibin's voice was firm as the green aura around him surged, and the giant turtle took a step forward. Boom. The turtle and tiger collided fiercely, shaking the ground. The dragon riders near Xie Yibin were thrown back several meters by the shockwave. Ah! Turtle shell mountain shaker. Thud, thud, thud. Xie Yibin roared, veins bulging, exuding a terrifying aura. Roar! The tiger demon was furious, the king, character on its head glowing brightly. This turtle was forcing it back, and that was unacceptable. The king, character emitted a purple-gold light, transforming into a punitive lightning bolt in the sky. Does this turtle shell think it can withstand lightning? Crack lightning struck. Xie Yibin coughed up blood, the turtle image over him shrinking by half. Cough, you won't breach Chun City. His eyes bloodshot, face contorted, blood trickling from his mouth. Pathetic. The tiger demon mocked, swiping at Xie Yibin's turtle image, shattering it. The human had overexerted himself and was now vulnerable, easily killed with 80% of its strength. Thud. The shattered image sent Xie Yibin flying back into the city wall, spitting blood. Minister. Beast. We'll fight you. For the minister. For Chun City. Roar. The tiger demon's roar sent the charging dragon riders flying. Luo Hongyi stood before the wall, clutching his mace, trembling. Before this tiger demon, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Beast. I won't let you set foot in Chun City. Despite feeling like an ant, his determination to protect his home was unwavering. Hey, weakling. The tiger demon sneered, opening its maw towards Luo Hongyi. Xie Yibin lay powerless before the wall, reaching out weakly. Is our Chun City going to fall too? His meridians shattered. He could only watch helplessly as Luo Hongyi was about to be devoured by the demon. Good job, fatty. We can't let a beast bully Chun City. Just as the tiger demon was about to devour Luo Hongyi, a figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the demon's head. Luo Hongyi looked at the familiar figure before him, tears welling up. Brother Lin. The sword immortal. It's the sword immortal. Oh my god. The sword immortal is back. We're saved. Through the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged, stepping on the head of a tiger demon. The dragon warriors and soldiers of Spring City instantly recognized the figure Lin Yin, the unparalleled sword immortal, their guardian deity. Excited exclamations and cheers erupted all around. A dragon warrior from Autumn City, puzzled, asked, "Who is he? Is he really that powerful? Why are you all so excited?" The female dragon warrior from Spring City proudly explained, "You don't know him? He's the guardian deity of Spring City. He wiped out all the invading beasts in just one night, each with a single strike. More importantly, he possesses the only S-level talent in the history of the Four Seasons province and is a member of our exploration team." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, secretly regretting that she was already engaged, otherwise she would have waited for him to grow up. The dragon warriors from other cities gasped in shock. An S-level talent was equivalent to a general-level existence. Lin Yin stood amidst the dust. Under his foot was the tiger demon's head he had stomped into the ground. He glanced at the large demon with disdain and smirked. Huh. Even a kitten dares to invade Spring City. At that moment, a system notification issued a new task: protect Spring City. Reward: purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 20. Note: each slain demon grants a 5 bloodline purification bonus. With the task issued, Lin Yin unhesitatingly descended from the sky. The tiger demon roared, its gray evil patterns suddenly glowing. With a fierce pull, it freed its head from the ground, leaped back a distance, and viciously charged at Lin Yin. A mere human with only 2 bloodline awakenings. How dare you step on me? I'll devour you alive. The evil-patterned giant tiger lunged at Lin Yin with its mouth wide open. Lin Yin, be careful. This beast is strong, shouted Xie Yibin anxiously from below the city wall. Even he struggled to deal with this tiger demon, let alone Lin Yin, who had only completed 2 bloodline awakenings. Everyone held their breath, worried that the human emperor would be frightened. But the chubby Luo Hongyi tightened his grip on his mace, confident that brother Lin could handle it. Facing the charging evil-patterned tiger demon, Lin Yin kept his hands in his pockets and sneered. If you were any other beast, I might be cautious. But you're just a tiger. Arrogant. The evil-patterned giant tiger spat out the word with difficulty, furiously lunging at the human daring to mock it. Lin Yin suddenly locked eyes with the evil-patterned giant tiger, less than a meter away, a playful glint in his eyes. Not bad intelligence, better than that stupid snake. Unfortunately, you're a tiger. Imperial descent. An overwhelming imperial aura burst forth from Lin Yin, a strengthened version of imperial descent. The tiger demon's eyes glazed over, its massive fangs shattered just centimeters from Lin Yin. The entire tiger body was flung dozens of meters away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to stand, fearfully staring at Lin Yin. In its eyes, Lin Yin transformed into a dormant white tiger exerting immense bloodline suppression. The white tiger slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of purple pupils exuding supreme imperial majesty. Under this primal fear from deep within its bloodline, the evil-patterned giant tiger felt smaller than an ant. It let out a low growl, slowly bowing its head as the purple-gold character on its forehead gradually lost its luster. Lin Yin walked up to the evil-patterned giant tiger, gently stroked its head, and smiled. Good. If you're willing to submit to me, I'll spare your life, otherwise. The evil-patterned giant tiger sensed a terrifying power above its head, realizing that refusing would result in its utter annihilation. It weakly whimpered, Master. Haha, excellent. Lin Yin chuckled, patting the evil-patterned giant tiger's head, thinking how having such a flashy giant demon as a mount was cooler than a supercar. A system notification sounded. You have subdued the evil-patterned giant tiger. First beast subdued by the host. Beast control seal awarded. A beast seal engraved with a purple-eyed white tiger appeared in Lin Yan's hand. After examining it, he found it was used for subdued beasts, ensuring 100 loyalty and allowing control over their life and death with a single thought. Without hesitation, Lin Yin imprinted the beast control seal on the tiger's forehead. The evil-patterned giant tiger's eyes snapped open, looking at Lin Yan in confusion. It suddenly felt a closer bond with Lin Yan, realizing that he now controlled its life and death. It whimpered softly, bowed low, its massive head repeatedly touching the ground, grateful for submitting quickly. At that moment, all the dragon warriors and soldiers standing by the city wall were utterly stunned, especially Xie Yibin, who couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, Am I hallucinating, or am I about to die? There was an uproar on the city walls. The dragon warriors and soldiers were dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes, pinching themselves, and some even slapped their faces hard to confirm if what they were seeing was real. The ferocious tiger demon was now bowing at Lin Yan's feet, its head touching the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. Luo Hongyi stood stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Lin Gu, you're amazing. The emperor is amazing. His voice ignited the city's enthusiasm, and cheers resonated continuously. Lin Yin smiled as he turned around, his gaze falling on the giant tiger. Get up, he said calmly, and drive these beasts away from me. The giant tiger let out a low roar, rising to face the beast horde surrounding the eastern part of Chun City. Though it was humble as a servant in front of Lin Yan, it remained an unchallenged king among the beasts. With a thunderous roar, the king character on its forehead shimmered with a golden-purple light. At the beast king's command, the horde trembled. Most of the beasts retreated towards the distant forest, although a few lingered, reluctant to leave the human city within their reach. Among them, 2 twice-awakened beasts growled defiantly. The giant tiger struck instantly, its claws tearing through the air, devouring the 2 beasts in an instant. This scene thoroughly intimidated the remaining beasts, who fled in a frenzy, fearing they would be the next victims. After the beasts dispersed, the giant tiger returned to Lin Yan's side, affectionately nuzzling his hand. A system notification sounded. Ding. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 5. Lin Yan thoughtfully stroked the tiger's head. Taming beasts could also complete tasks, but he didn't plan on a large-scale taming. This time, taming the giant tiger was merely to solve the problem of transportation. Lin Gu, you're finally back. Luo Hongyi approached Lin Yan, his eyes constantly glancing at the docile giant tiger. He couldn't believe that this obedient big cat was the same thrice-awakened demon that nearly breached Chun City and almost killed Xie Yibin. Lin Yan looked at him and smiled. Yes, I'm back. In just 1 day, you've undergone such a big change. At this moment, Luo Hong was holding a blood-stained spiked club, and a trace of determination appeared on his youthful, chubby face. This battle had completely changed him. He was no longer the little boy who cried behind Lin Yin and was afraid of even awakening his bloodline. Luo Hong raised the spiked club high, excitement shining in his eyes. Haha, brother Lin. This is exactly what they mean by seeing someone in a new light after 3 days. I'm your #1 fan. While you were away, I couldn't let your reputation suffer. Lin Yin patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Well done. But remember to protect yourself and not to worry Aunt Yang and Uncle Luo. Luo Hong patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, brother Lin. If I can't win, I'll run. That's my specialty. Lin Yin nodded, and then walked towards Xie Yibin, who was being carried on a stretcher. Xie Yibin, weak but relieved, smiled and said, Lin Yin, you finally came back. Well done. You arrived just in time for a beautiful counterattack. The danger here is over, but other parts of Spring City are still not safe. Lin Yin responded steadily. Minister Xie, rest assured. I saw the whole situation when I returned from Winter City. My team members have already gone to support other areas, and I'm heading out to reinforce them now. Xie Yibin struggled to grip Lin Yan's right hand firmly. Good. Whether Spring City can get through this crisis depends on you. Yes. Lin Yan replied solemnly, watching as Xie Yibin was carried away. He then turned to Luo Hong and said, Hey, wanna ride? Luo Hong swung his spiked club, flinging off the blood, and shouted excitedly, Brother Lin, take me with you. Let's go. Lin Yin lifted Luo Hong, and the two leapt onto the broad back of the demon-marked giant tiger, speeding along the city walls toward the north of Spring City. The dragon warriors and regular soldiers left behind looked at each other. Someone asked uneasily, "Brother Lin is gone. What should we do? There are no more beasts here." "Move out," a resolute voice commanded, leading the group to the next battlefield. "We'll follow Lin Gu. Let's support the other battle zones." This shout was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the passion of the entire eastern battle zone. The dragon warriors and soldiers were filled with fervor, shouting in unison, "I'm going to follow Lin Gu to the death. Follow Lin Gu to the death." Lin Yan's figure was like a banner, leading this surge of boiling blood. In no time, only a handful were left to guard the eastern battle zone, as the majority of the troops followed Lin Yin in a grand march to other battlefields. Meanwhile, the situation in the northern battle zone of Spring City was at a stalemate. Minister Xia Donghai sat in the command room, his eyes fixed intently on the electronic screen. Although humans and beasts were locked in fierce combat on the battlefield, the three-time awakened demons had yet to make a move, leaving him with no choice but to hold his ground. In this life-and-death struggle, whoever's commander loses composure first will fall into a passive position. Suddenly, a piece of good news came in. Report. The twice-awakened beast in Area C5 has been defeated by Captain Gao Hang. Just as Xia Donghai was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard. However, Captain Gao Hang is seriously injured and unable to return to the battlefield for now. He immediately ordered, "Assign one warrior from each area as an observer. Report to me immediately if any twice-awakened beasts are spotted." "Yes," came the response. Xia Donghai's brows furrowed tightly. The northern battle zone only had two captains who had undergone a second awakening. Gao Hang from the Spring City combat team, and Qin Zhao from Xia City. Now with Gao Hang seriously injured, the responsibility of eliminating the twice-awakened beasts fell entirely on Qin Zhao's shoulders. He picked up the communicator, his voice grave. "Qin Zhao, Gao Hang is seriously injured. Stay alert." "Yes, Minister." Qin Zhao's voice came through the communicator, firm and steady. Outside the battlefield, Qin Zhao was wrapping a bandage around his arm. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the twice-awakened beast lurking among the beast horde, ready to strike. "Come on, beast," he growled softly, poised for action. Xia Donghai put down the communicator, anxiously watching the electronic screen. He knew Qin Zhao's character all too well. This young man might charge forward regardless of the consequences. He slammed his fist on the table, filled with worry. The combat forces in the northern part of Spring City were on the verge of being depleted, and he had to act first. At this critical moment, Xia Donghai's pupils suddenly contracted. On the electronic screen, aside from the distant red, that hadn't moved yet, another red that was rapidly approaching from the east. How could there be another demon? Xia Donghai's voice was filled with disbelief and deep concern. The situation in the northern battle zone was deteriorating in an unpredictable direction. "Everyone, stay alert. Close the ranks. Defend against the great demon." Xia Donghai shouted into his communicator as he dashed up the city wall with the speed of the wind. His heart pounded fiercely, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. One great demon was enough to hold him off, even leading a beast army to break the defense line. With two great demons appearing simultaneously, their defenses might be as fragile as paper. As Xia Donghai climbed rapidly, he thought frantically, how could a second great demon suddenly appear? He trusted that the energy fluctuation scanner in Spring City wouldn't be wrong. There were indeed only 3 great demons around Spring City, and a fourth couldn't be hiding in the forest. Great demons have a strong sense of territory. No territory would host 2 great demons at once, just like there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Around Spring City, Summer City, and Autumn City, there was only 1 great demon each, and any others coming would attack each other. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Xia Donghai's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The other great demon was approaching from the east, near the city wall. Could it be that the eastern battlefront had already been breached? The possibility made Xia Donghai's back go cold. Among the 4 defense lines of southeast, northwest, and east, only the eastern, western, and northern ones had great demons, guarded by the 3 ministers. Now, with a great demon attacking from the east, it was likely that the eastern defense line had already fallen. The guardian of the eastern defense line was Minister Xie Yibin of Spring City, the strongest among the 3. He was guarding the very demonic tiger that had destroyed Summer City. Damn it! Even old Xie can't handle that beast. Xia Donghai reached the top of the wall, anxiously looking toward the eastern border. If the demonic tiger charged from the east, it could only mean that even Xie Yibin couldn't stop it. If the 2 great demons joined forces, the northern defense line would fall within 10 minutes. But there was still one thing Xia Donghai couldn't understand. If the tiger demon had breached the eastern defense, why didn't it go straight into the city and instead came towards them? Roar, the distant roar of the tiger demon made the city wall tremble slightly. It's coming. Xia Donghai stared intently to the east, no longer dwelling on why the tiger demon was heading north. The immediate priority was how to hold the northern defense line under the assault of 2 great demons. Minister, report. The lines are closed. The beasts are temporarily suppressed outside the city by our firepower. Please give us your orders. A dragon warrior quickly reported. Xia Donghai said in a deep voice, have all the dragon warriors be at their utmost readiness. The great demons are about to arrive. We may be facing the fiercest battle yet. And this battle is a life-or-death situation. The warrior left to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao, who had just finished off a second awakening beast, approached with bandages, saying casually, Minister, it can't be that bad, can it? We're not facing the tiger demon right now, just an insect that's completed its third awakening. Could it possibly be more ferocious than that tiger? Xia Donghai turned to him with a grim face. It's worse than you think. Besides the insect in front of us, another great demon is rushing here from the east. He fixed his eyes on Qin Zhao, asking slowly, which great demon do you think it could be? Qin Zhao paused, his brow furrowed. His gaze involuntarily turned eastward, a sudden ominous feeling washing over him. In that moment, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind, filling his eyes with fear. The evil striped tiger, he murmured, his voice filled with dread and anger. The very creature responsible for the destruction of Xia City, the nightmare that haunted every Xia City dragon warrior, had reappeared. Xia Donghai nodded heavily, his eyes fixed on the eastern horizon. His voice was low but resolute. This battle is not one of survival against the odds, but certain death. As soon as he spoke, a massive figure came charging over the horizon. That enormous silhouette, that violent aura, could only belong to the evil striped tiger. Meanwhile, in the forest opposite the northern war zone, a giant mantis suddenly sensed something. Its sharp sides sliced through the air, and then it took flight, racing towards the east. Minister, the great demon has emerged, a sharpie dragon warrior shouted, pointing towards the forest. A green figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the green scythe mantis, the demon that had been eyeing the northern part of Spring City. Xia Donghai reacted immediately, his voice thundering. All dragon warriors, prepare for battle. Aim the anti-aircraft guns. With that, he gripped his broadsword, standing firmly atop the city wall, eyes locked on the green scythe mantis. The mantis's scythes swung through the air, their razor edges flashing coldly, its most formidable weapon. Xia Donghai watched its every move intently, ready to strike the moment the anti-aircraft guns fired. Unexpectedly, the green scythe mantis showed no intention of approaching the city wall. It circled the battlefield once, then flew towards the east. It's running away, someone shouted in disbelief. The great demon knows how to flee a battle. It must have been scared off by Minister Xia. Xia Donghai watched the mantis's retreating figure, shaking his head slowly. No, it wasn't me. It was the evil striped tiger. His voice was deep and grave. In one territory, there can only be one great demon. If another enters, it's seen as a challenge. A challenge between great demons is far more significant than attacking a human city. At this moment, in the east, the evil striped tiger sensed the green scythe mantis approaching. It signaled Lin Yan, as if preparing for the impending battle. A confrontation between these two mighty beasts was imminent. Lin Yan gently patted the head of the striped giant tiger, signaling it to slow down. Carefully, he set Luo Hongyi down and said with determination, we're not far from the northern battle zone. Proceed with caution and support them. I'll go take down the big demon. Luo Hongyi gripped his wolf-tooth club tightly and agilely jumped off the tiger's back. His eyes shone with admiration as he confidently said, don't worry, Brother Lin. As your number one fan, I won't let you down. You be careful too. Lin Yin gave a brief nod and patted the striped giant tiger again. The tiger understood and immediately dashed towards the green mantis, with Lin Yin standing steadily on its back, soon disappearing into the distance. On the city wall, Qin Zhao squinted his eyes, keenly observing the distant battlefield. He suddenly turned to Xia Donghai, speaking urgently. Minister, the green mantis and the striped giant tiger have encountered each other. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghai instinctively clenched his fists, excitement showing on his face. Good. Very good, he exclaimed. If those two beasts fight each other to exhaustion, our pressure will be much reduced. However, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened with disbelief as he said, wait, on the head of the striped giant tiger, there seems to be a person. What? Xia Donghai exclaimed in surprise, immediately looking towards the east. Having awakened 3 times, his vision far surpassed that of ordinary people, even without a telescope. Xia Donghai squinted, carefully observing the distance. He could see the striped giant tiger and the green mantis locked in fierce combat, and indeed, there was a figure on the tiger's back. Unfortunately, the distance was over 20 kilometers, too far to clearly see the person's face, but he could barely make out a young man. Get me the binoculars, Xia Donghai ordered a nearby soldier, eager to see who dared to stand on the striped giant tiger's head. Yes, sir. The soldier quickly fetched a tactical binocular. Xia Donghai put on the binoculars and finally saw the distant battle scene clearly. The two massive beasts were engaged in a fierce fight. and on the striped giant tiger's head stood a young man in a dragon uniform. The young man occasionally threw punches, each landing accurately on the green mantis. Suddenly, the young man turned his head. His gaze seemed to pierce the 20-kilometer distance, looking straight at Xia Donghai. Then, he did something that shocked Xia Donghai, gave him a thumbs up. Bang! The telescope in Xia Donghai's hand suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible?" That young man, from over 20 kilometers away, was able to detect his presence. Even Xia Donghai himself needed a telescope to see such a distant scene clearly. Yet, in the midst of intense battle, that young man effortlessly sensed his presence. This meant the young man's abilities not only surpassed his, but far exceeded them. A wave of fear surged in Xia Donghai's heart. The young man was not only astonishingly powerful, but also rode a wicked striped giant tiger, standing steadily on its head. He wondered to himself when the Yulong clan had produced such a formidable young talent. "Minister, what's wrong?" Qin Zhao bent down to pick up the fallen telescope and handed it to Xia Donghai, filled with confusion. What had the minister seen to be so frightened? Xia Donghai took the telescope, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his emotions. "It's nothing," he said, "just startled by the battle between two great demons." He paused briefly and then continued. "Everyone, temporarily lift the defenses against the great demons and focus on the beasts under the city. We must not let those creatures breach the walls." "Understood." The Yulong warriors and regular soldiers responded in unison, then returned to their posts. Qin Zhao frowned, continuing to focus on identifying awakened beasts. He understood well that if the superiors didn't speak of certain matters, subordinates shouldn't ask. Knowing too many secrets was not beneficial for oneself. Xia Donghai did not return to the command room, but chose to stand on the city wall to direct on-site, dealing with any beasts that slipped through. He occasionally glanced toward the eastern battlefield, relieved that the extraordinarily powerful young man was from the Yulong clan. He had no doubt that the young man would win. As someone who could control a wicked striped giant tiger surely could handle a green scythe mantis. On the battlefield, Lin Yin stood firmly atop the wicked striped giant tiger's head as if rooted there. The giant tiger pounced back and forth on the ground, each time successfully knocking the green scythe mantis attempting to fly high to the ground. Hiss! The green scythe mantis screeched piercingly, swinging its sharp green scythes at the giant tiger. However, the giant tiger nimbly dodged the attack with a swift leap. Lin Yin was amazed to see that despite the giant tiger's massive size, its agility was on par with the green scythe mantis. It reminded him of Luo Hongyi, the chubby guy who often boasted about being an agile fatty, while the giant tiger was truly an agile beast. Roar! After dodging the mantis's attack, the giant tiger let out an earth-shattering roar. This was its ultimate move, the tiger's shattering roar. Hiss! Under the sonic attack powerful enough to shatter Xie Yibin's spirit-sealing sword formation, the green scythe mantis screamed in agony, crashing to the ground and rolling furiously. "Huh! Well done!" Lin Yin shouted in admiration, then leaped down from the giant tiger's head. He swung a punch at the green scythe mantis, his fist clad in purple armor. Bunga loud crash, and one of the mantis's legs was instantly shattered by Lin Yan's punch. The immense impact sent it flying tens of meters away. Hiss! The green scythe mantis howled in pain, rolling several times before struggling to stand. Its black compound eyes on either side of its head were filled with hatred, fixated on Lin Yan. "Human." The green scythe mantis spat out the word with difficulty. Being defeated by the wicked striped giant tiger was acceptable, as it was naturally stronger. It was common for great demons to compete for territory. But being humiliated by a human was something it could not tolerate. Being injured by a human, and a mere human who had only undergone 2 bloodline awakenings, was an utter humiliation for a great demon. The green scythe mantis leaped up from the ground in anger, its enormous wings vibrating fiercely as it soared into the sky. Roar! The evil pattern tiger let out a long howl towards the sky, trying to prevent the green scythe mantis from escaping. However, its once powerful roar was now ineffective. The mantis had flown too high, beyond the reach of its sound wave attack. In the high altitude, the green scythe mantis agilely weaved back and forth, its figure flickering constantly. It calmly observed the situation on the ground, searching for the best opportunity to attack. To it, the insignificant human who couldn't fly was no threat at all. As long as it found the right angle and avoided that foolish tiger, it could strike with a lethal blow and easily eliminate the human. Meanwhile, on the northern wall of the Spring City battle zone, Xia Donghai watched the green scythe mantis ascend, his heart tightening. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly, "letting that beast fly into the sky. That's its domain, and now the chance to kill it is slim." "Not necessarily." Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind him. Xia Donghai turned sharply, seeing a burly figure standing behind him. "Who are you?" he asked warily. The man raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand and replied calmly, "Luo Hongyi, just arrived from the eastern battle zone of Spring City." The eastern battle zone. Xia Donghai repeated quietly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Suddenly realizing something, he asked urgently. You came from the eastern battle zone. How is it over there now? Ever since he saw the person on the evil pattern tiger's head, he had a bold suspicion, and now he was eager to confirm it. Luo Hongyi's face broke into a proud smile. Of course, the alert has already been lifted. With Lin Ji's support, those beasts were driven away long ago. Now, that tiger has become Lin Ji's mount. His tone was filled with admiration, clearly proud to be Lin Yan's #1 fan. So it is, Xia Donghai muttered, looking into the distance in disbelief. Even though he had anticipated it, the truth still shook him to his core. He murmured to himself, for Spring City to have a genius like Lin Yin, it is Spring City, no. It's the fortune of their Four Seasons province. Xia Donghai exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Lin Yin. He suddenly shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. It's just a pity, he was careless. Letting the green mantis fly into the sky, that's its turf. Taking it down won't be easy. Luo Hongyi smirked confidently. Huh. That's not necessarily true. Who says the sky is that creature's domain? The sky is truly my brother Lin's arena. Just as Xia Donghai was about to argue, but he can't fly. The scene before him left him speechless. Out of nowhere, a pair of fiery wings unfolded from Lin Yan's back, and his eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling purple light. A streak of purple energy shot up like a rainbow piercing the sun, as Lin Yin transformed into a streak of purpler light, ascending with a speed matching the green mantis. He can fly. Xia Donghai stammered in shock. It was the first time he had seen someone capable of flight with just their fourth awakening. In their understanding, an awakened one could only fly after completing the fourth awakening, resonating with the heavens and earth. Yet Lin Yin, with fiery wings, soared high and fast, outpacing even the green mantis. Luo Hongyi chuckled with pride. That's why I said, the sky is my brother Lin's arena. At that moment, a large group of dragon warriors and soldiers on transport vehicles emerged from the edge of the wall. They announced themselves one by one. Li Tao, dragon warrior of the Eastern War Zone, here to support the Northern War Zone with brother Lin. Wenya, dragon warrior of the Eastern War Zone, here to support the Northern War Zone with brother Lin. Zhang Shu, temporary 3rd unit of the Eastern War Zone, here to support the Northern War Zone with brother Lin. More dragon warriors and regular soldiers continued to arrive from the east, immediately joining the battle and significantly easing the pressure on the Northern War Zone. Luo Hongyi chuckled lightly, picked up his mace, and joined the fray. Xia Donghai looked up with admiration at the purplered streak in the sky, thinking to himself, with Lin Yan's arrival, the tide of this war is bound to change completely. In the eastern sky, a green light and a purplish red light intertwined, occasionally colliding and swiftly parting. The green scythe mantis and Lin Yin exchanged blows in midair, with each encounter as fleeting as a flash of lightning. Neither could maintain a solid grip on the other, quickly adjusting their positions after each collision, warily eyeing their opponent. The green scythe mantis was internally shocked, never expecting a human who had only undergone 2 bloodline awakenings to be able to hold its own in the sky. Even more unbelievable was that this seemingly insignificant human could fly and fight so powerfully in the air. Once proud of its aerial supremacy, it now found itself on the back foot against a human. Driven by anger, the mantis let out a furious roar and began circling Lin Yin frantically. Lin Yin observed its movements calmly, a slight smirk on his lips. Trying to make me dizzy, are you? Despite the jest, Lin Yin remained on high alert. He had to admit, this green scythe mantis was the smartest and most troublesome beast he had encountered in the past 2 days. Reflecting on his previous battles, he had managed to gain an advantage over the black rock python by exploiting the combustion of its poisonous mist with divine flame. Similarly, he subdued the evil pattern tiger due to the bloodline suppression of the purple-eyed white tiger. Both instances involved some degree of luck. However, the green scythe mantis presented a challenge he couldn't easily counter. The mantis moved incredibly fast, armed with a pair of razor-sharp scythes and a tough exoskeleton. Lin Yin struggled against this mantis, finding it exceptionally difficult. The only advantage he had was that he had already injured it. His gaze locked onto the mantis's damaged leg, where green blood still flowed. That was his breakthrough point. Emperor's Descent. Purple armor. Analyzing eyes. Lin Yin shouted, his arms instantly covered in a layer of crystalline purple armor, as he charged at the mantis. The mantis sneered, foolish. It swung its scythes forward, confident that no human arms could match its prized scythes. Bang! Lin Yan's purple-armored arms clashed fiercely with the mantis's scythes. To the mantis's shock, Lin Yan's arms, covered in purple armor, withstood its scythes. Lin Yin was also slightly surprised. The hardness of the mantis's scythes was on par with his purple armor. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, imagining how sharp a weapon made from those scythes would be. Realizing its attack failed, the mantis attempted to retreat and find another opportunity to strike. However, it was horrified to find Lin Yan's hands gripping its scythes tightly. Finally caught you. Can't let you go now. Lin Yin grinned, his eyes glowing with purple light, fully activating his analyzing eyes. This ability allowed him to see through all deceptions and was the best tool for finding weaknesses. Found it. Divine Flame. Lin Yin murmured, kicking fiercely at the mantis's already broken leg. 3 consecutive kicks. The final kick landed heavily on the mantis's abdomen. Through his analyzing eyes, Lin Yin discovered the mantis's air holes were still located on its abdomen, unchanged by its bloodline awakening. This was its weakness. Under the searing heat of the divine flame, the mantis let out a piercing scream. It struggled free from Lin Yan's grasp, flying away at high speed. However, Lin Yan followed closely, chuckling. Think you can escape? The divine flame on the mantis's abdomen did not extinguish. Instead, it burned even more fiercely, using the mantis's body as fuel. This was the purest immortal divine flame essence Lin Yin had extracted at the cost of his own blood. Unless he chose to retract it, it would burn indefinitely. The mantis flew with difficulty in the sky, its abdominal air holes contracting, emitting thick black smoke, like a plane about to crash. Lin Yan suddenly caught up, kicking it towards the ground. Down you go. With Lin Yan's shout, the mantis crashed heavily to the ground, its body nearly collapsing. Lin Yan descended, stepping on its triangular head. At this moment, the mantis weakly pleaded, "Please don't kill me." Lin Yan sneered, "Why?" The mantis struggled to speak. "I can submit." It glanced at the distant evil patterned tiger, thinking its strength was no less than the tiger's, and once airborne, even the tiger couldn't challenge it. It believed that since this human could tame the tiger, he might not refuse it. The mantis looked at Lin Yan with hope, wishing he would accept its submission. However, Lin Yan looked at it mockingly. "You think you can just submit whenever you want? I'm not that easy to please." "Why?" the mantis weakly asked, unable to understand why it was less desirable than the evil patterned tiger. Lin Yan stroked his chin, saying leisurely, Because you're too ugly." Bang! The mantis's spirit was completely shattered. Who knew ugliness could be a reason? Suddenly, its black-green eyes glowed with green light, roaring, "Then die." Lin Yin was prepared, stomping down with force, his purple armor crushing its head. Another self-destruct attempt. Such good materials can't be wasted by your self-destruction. He quickly formed a knife with his hand, slicing off the sides he coveted, then contentedly summoned the evil patterned tiger to ride. The tiger trembled as it carried Lin Yin towards the northern battlefield, filled with fear. It knew that if Lin Yin hadn't wanted it as a mount, its fate might have been even worse than the mantis. This human was truly not to be trifled with. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have eliminated the green scythe mantis. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline, purity 5. Ding! King of beasts, with the tiger as king. Evil patterned tiger submits wholeheartedly. Reward. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purity 2-inch. Lin Yin paused slightly, looking down at the tiger beneath him, wondering what this dumb tiger was thinking. How did it suddenly contribute to his bloodline purity? But moments later, he shrugged. Whatever it was thinking, as long as it improved his bloodline purity, it was fine. Now, man and tiger had arrived at the northern battlefield. Oh my gosh! Look, everyone! What's that? A startled cry pierced through the battlefield's chaos, drawing everyone's gaze in the same direction. There, a massive and fierce beast was slowly approaching. Its enormous size was reminiscent of the legendary great demons. What a huge beast! It's so fierce, someone shouted in fear. Could that be a great demon? Another voice trembled. Confusion and panic quickly spread among the crowd. Didn't Minister Xia just say the great demon alert was lifted? How can there still be a great demon here? As Lin Yin arrived on the battlefield with the striped giant tiger, the dragon warriors and ordinary soldiers were instantly thrown into chaos. Their strength seemed insignificant in the face of a great demon. Even more unsettling was that Minister Xia remained atop the city wall, showing no signs of coming down to fight. Suddenly, someone pointed to the top of the great demon's head and exclaimed, "Wait! Look! There's someone on top of that great demon." "Let me see." Another soldier squinted to observe closely. Damn, there really is someone. Who's brave enough to sit on top of a great demon? At that moment, dragon warriors and soldiers from the Eastern War Zone, who had come to support, proudly explained, "Surprised, aren't you? That's our Eastern War Zone's war god, Brother Lin. That beast has been tamed by him as his mount." Brother Lin? A dragon warrior looked at Lin Yin in confusion, recalling the chants from the Eastern War Zone's reinforcements. This was the legendary Brother Lin. Entering the scene atop a great demon was indeed a breathtaking sight. Everyone looked at Lin Yin with envy, secretly wishing they could tame a great demon as a mount too. Isn't that cooler than a sports car? Suddenly, a Sharpie dragon warrior recognized Lin Yan's face and exclaimed, "Oh my god! It's him! It's the unparalleled sword immortal Lin Yan. So he is Brother Lin. Ha ha! So it's him." A bearded dragon warrior laughed heartily, chopping down a beast he was entangled with. "I knew it. In Spring City, who else but the unparalleled sword immortal would be called Brother Lin?" With the unparalleled sword immortal brother Lin here, it's hard not to win, he said with spirited confidence. At this point, a curious dragon warrior from Autumn City asked, Senior, what is an unparalleled sword immortal? The bearded man widened his eyes in disbelief. You don't know? Come here, let me tell you about the legendary feats of sword immortal brother Lin. And so, the bearded man narrated Lin Yan's exploits vividly while swinging his axe to slay beasts. Not only the dragon warrior from Autumn City, but others also gathered around, listening to the stories while fending off nearby beasts. Even some from Spring City occasionally chimed in with details. For a moment, everyone seemed to forget they were still on a battlefield. Lin Yin watched this scene with a slightly awkward expression. Being praised so publicly still made him feel a bit shy. However, he knew the bearded man was right now that he was here. It was indeed difficult to lose. Lin Yin hadn't even made a move yet. Just sitting on the striped giant tiger was enough to make the smaller beasts scatter. The presence of a great demon was simply overwhelming for these smaller beasts. Moreover, the great demon leading them had already been slain, leaving them without protection and reducing them to a disorganized mob. When the striped giant tiger appeared, this disorganized mob seemed to encounter a new king and fled in terror. All of this happened without Lin Yin needing to lift a finger or exert any pressure of dominance. Just having the striped giant tiger walk across the battlefield was enough to make these beasts flee. By the time the bearded man finished recounting Lin Yan's legendary exploits, those who had been listening intently suddenly realized something. They looked up, surprised to find there were no beasts left in sight. Where did the beasts go? Everyone exclaimed in unison, finally realizing that the battle had ended without them even noticing. Where did all the beasts go? I haven't had my fill of slaying them yet. A cultivator looked around the empty battlefield with a hint of dissatisfaction, realizing that not a single beast was in sight. Just as he voiced his complaint, someone nearby chuckled and explained, Haha, those beasts were scared off by Lin. Before the words had even settled, another voice chimed in. Not quite, there's still one beast left. The question is, do you dare to kill it? As he spoke, he gestured toward the giant, intimidating tiger beneath Lin Yan. All eyes turned to the formidable tiger, exuding an aura of power. Someone whispered in awe. That's not just a beast, it's a great beast. And it's Lin's mount. The cultivator who had been eager to slay beasts fell silent, his face turning awkward. After stammering for a moment, he finally managed to say, This is Lin's mount, our ally. How can you treat an ally like that? His words were met with a burst of laughter from those around him, instantly dispelling the tension on the battlefield. So, did we win? Someone asked curiously. Of course we won. Another replied confidently. Then why no cheers? Cheer for what? Lin was the one who drove off the great beast, and the others. Then let's cheer for Lin's prowess. Yes, Lin is incredible. Lin is incredible. With this chant, the battlefield erupted into a thunderous cheer. Standing on the head of the giant tiger, Lin Yin waved to everyone with a smile. Inside, Lin Yin wanted to tell everyone that he hadn't done much. He had merely ridden the tiger around, and the beasts fled on their own. But he knew they wouldn't believe him, so he kept quiet. At that moment, Luo Hongyi pushed through the crowd and approached Lin Yin, laughing. Haha, congratulations on the victory, Lin. Lin Yin looked at him and couldn't help but grin. Next time you stir things up, watch out, or I'll knock some sense into you. Hee hee. Lin, you really have sharp eyes. Nothing gets past you, Luo Hongyi said with a cheeky grin. In fact, he was the first in the crowd to shout. Lin is incredible. As Lin's #1 fan, he saw it as his duty. Even if Lin were to actually hit him, he would still boldly proclaim, I'd do it again. Lin Yin didn't say more, just tossed the pair of scythes he had cut from the green mantis to Luo Hongyi. Luo Hongyi, clutching two massive scythes and carrying a spiked club on his back, sprinted swiftly towards Lin Yan's villa. As he ran, he shouted, Take this back and store it properly. I'll need it to forge weapons later. Understood. Mission accomplished. Lin Yin stood in place, watching in astonishment at Luo Hongyi's incredible strength. He thought to himself that this guy's awakened bloodline ability was far more than just an extraordinary appetite. Just then, a middle-aged man in uniform approached Lin Yin briskly. With a smile, he extended his right hand and said, You must be the legendary sword immortal, Lin Yin. I'm Xia Donghai, the head of the Dragon Division in Xiaqing. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your timely rescue. Lin Yin leapt down from the tiger's head, solemnly shook Xia Donghai's hand, and humbly replied, Minister Xia, you're too kind. I was born and raised in Chuncheng. It's my duty to help. A hint of admiration flashed in Xia Donghai's eyes as he sincerely said, Well done. Such spirit, truly fitting for someone hailed as the unparalleled sword immortal. A hero indeed rises from youth. Lin Yin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Minister Xia, you're flattering me. Xia Donghai, however, shook his head firmly. If anyone deserves such praise, it is certainly you, Lin Yin. You are the fortune of our entire Four Seasons province. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud cheer erupted around them. Brother Lin, Brother Lin, Brother Lin. The warriors shouted in unison, their voices echoing. Lin Yin was a bit shy, but didn't decline the praise, simply smiling and saying, "Thank you for the compliments, Minister." Xia Donghai patted Lin Yan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "I have always been a good judge of character. As long as you maintain your composure, great things await you." Lin Yin responded respectfully. "I appreciate your kind words, Minister Xia." He looked up at the darkening sky and continued, "It's getting late. I need to check on the Western War Zone. Minister Xia, goodbye." "Goodbye." Xia Donghai waved him off, watching Lin Yin leave. He decided to stay and continue guarding and clearing the battlefield. Although the monsters were gone, the area still needed to be watched. More importantly, the monster corpses left on the battlefield were a treasure trove. As Lin Yin walked away, the dragon warriors and soldiers exchanged glances. Someone hesitantly asked, "Brother Lin has left. Should we follow him?" "Follow. We must follow," someone shouted first. "Fight victorious battles with Brother Lin. Follow Brother Lin. Fight victorious battles. Let's go. Follow Brother Lin to kill monsters." In an instant, the crowd was in high spirits. They chanted slogans, marching boldly after Lin Yan, heading towards the Western War Zone, as if they were about to embark on a new victory. In the Western Battle Zone of Spring City, a thrilling game of strategy was unfolding. He Min, who prided himself as the top military strategist of Four Seasons City and the head of the Autumn City Yulong Division, sat in the command tower with a stern, iron-faced demeanor. Through the holographic projection, He Min watched every detail of the battlefield without blinking. Suddenly, he grabbed the communicator, his voice low and urgent. "First squad, immediately support the third squad. 7th and 5th squads, send part of your personnel to cover the first squad's position. Machine gunners, aim at the pit in front of the 4th squad. Open fire freely in 10 seconds." No sooner had he spoken than the machine guns roared like thunder, bullets streaking out like fiery serpents, tearing the crawling beasts in the pit to pieces. This was a hard-won minor victory. Had these crawlers successfully hidden, the Yulong warriors would have been caught in a deadly pincer. However, such victories were fleeting. Nearby, a Yulong warrior was grappling with a beast when a stray crawler suddenly lunged from beneath, biting his leg fiercely. In that brief moment of distraction, the warrior was torn apart by the beast. Although the machine gunners quickly shot the crawler dead, such gruesome scenes had become the norm on the battlefield. He Min calculated silently, knowing that the mysterious great beast on the opposing side always seemed to have the upper hand. Even when he managed a small victory, the opponent never suffered a loss. At this point, over half of the renowned Yulong warriors in the Western Battle Zone had been lost. He Min knew well that if these elite forces were completely depleted, the Western Battle Zone's defenses would inevitably collapse. On the battlefield, Qiu Liu cautiously used her powers, having just slain a beast that had completed its second bloodline awakening. Suddenly, a large avian beast descended from the sky, its sharp claws aiming for her throat. In that critical moment, Hu Shilong shouted, "Captain, watch out." His spear shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the avian beast's chest. The spear traced a graceful arc in the air and returned steadily to Hu Shilong's hand. Qiu Liu breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully said, "Thank you. I didn't expect you to complete a second bloodline awakening." Hu Shilong smiled, a hint of respect in his eyes. "It's all thanks to Brother Lin. If not for him, I would still be stuck at the peak of the first bloodline awakening like everyone else." As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over Zhu Yang and Li Junhai nearby. The two, noticing Hu Shilong's glance, instantly understood his implication. They frowned in thought. Why hadn't they awakened yet? Was their admiration for the captain not deep enough? That couldn't be it. Aside from their parents, Lin Yin was the person they respected the most. Yu Wu and Yu Xian, two female team members, stood at the edge of the training field, their brows furrowed. Their progress in bloodline awakening had nearly stagnated at the peak of their first awakening, as if an invisible barrier was blocking their path. They were just one step away, but that crucial step seemed elusive. Qiu Liu noticed the team members' anxiety and offered a gentle smile. He softly reassured them, "Don't worry. Bloodline awakening is something that happens naturally. You can't force it. When the time is right, you'll break through." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yang, Li Junhai, Yu Wu, and Yu Xian all nodded in agreement. However, their eyes still revealed a sense of longing. They eagerly hoped for Lin Yan's swift return, not only to guide them through their second bloodline awakening, but also to end this protracted war. Strangely, even though the enemy was formidable enough to challenge Minister He Min of Choqing, they had an unshakable belief that Lin Yan would prevail. This conviction was deeply rooted, and unwavering Lin Yan was destined to bring them victory. At that moment, Lin Yin was riding atop the head of a massive striped tiger, racing like an arrow toward the Western Battle Zone. Of the three great monsters surrounding Chunqing, he had already subdued one and slain another. Now, only the last one in the Western Battle Zone remained. Once he eliminated this threat, Chunqing would be completely secure. As for the Southern Battle Zone, it was temporarily the safest area since no great monster presided there. As Lin Yin galloped forward, he contemplated how to defeat the final great monster. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, causing him to shiver. Boom! Reacting swiftly, Lin Yin unleashed a divine flame towards a small mound on his right. As the flame struck, the mound exploded violently. From the shattered earth emerged a toad as large as a mature bull, its back a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The striped tiger abruptly halted, its massive eyes fixed ahead with a fierce glare, emitting a low growl from its throat. In the next instant, a deafening roar pierced the sky. Roar! The tiger's roar, as powerful as a breaking wave, sliced through the air like a blade, surging towards the severely injured toad beast. Boom! The ground trembled, and a series of earth patches ahead were overturned by this furious roar. Lin Yin vigilantly scanned the surroundings, only to see three ghostly figures suddenly appear before him. Chameleons. And not just one, but three. One of them had even completed its second bloodline awakening, making it a formidable adversary. As Lin Yin remained on high alert, the three chameleons simultaneously opened their gaping mouths. What was chilling was that from their mouths crawled countless fist-sized venomous beast spiders, giant mosquitoes, centipedes, and many other unnameable grotesque creatures. These beasts were all highly poisonous. A single bite would spell certain death. A shiver ran down Lin Yan's spine, grateful that he had discovered these hidden beasts in time. If any other dragon warriors or soldiers rushing to their aid encountered them, they would likely face total annihilation. With a cold glance, he swiftly unleashed his divine flame, reducing all these venomous creatures to ashes. What a ruthless move, Lin Yin thought to himself, pressing forward. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck him: these beasts had learned to set ambushes. Moreover, their chosen location was no accident. It was strategically placed to ambush reinforcements and cut off the retreat route of the Western War Zone personnel. Lin Yan's brow furrowed, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Such tactical deployment was beyond the capability of ordinary beasts. There must be a highly intelligent demon orchestrating it all. As Lin Yin continued to clear out the venomous beasts, a pair of tightly shut eyes suddenly opened in a cloud of black mist outside the Western War Zone, emitting an eerie glow. Behind Lin Yin, a massive reinforcement of hundreds followed, most of whom were powerful dragon warriors. As they arrived at the ambush site of the venomous beasts, someone noticed the charred ground. "Is this the ashes of the beasts?" one dragon warrior remarked, frowning. "Looks like they were just burned to death, probably by Brother Lin." "Damn it! How could there be beasts here?" another exclaimed. An experienced dragon warrior pondered for a moment and said gravely, "I'm afraid the situation in the Western War Zone is worse than we imagined. We need to pick up the pace and support Brother Lin as quickly as possible." "Right," everyone responded in unison. Thus, this large reinforcement force quickened their pace, marching toward the Western War Zone, determined to provide Lin Yin with the strongest possible support. On the Western Front, a pair of piercing blue eyes flickered in the darkness. Once they calmed, a clear voice rang out among the beastly creatures. "A strong human has arrived." Three beasts, having undergone a second awakening, looked toward the source of the voice in confusion, bowed their heads respectfully, and let out a low growl. The voice spoke again. "To see through my plan, they must be formidable. Fine, I'll let you entertain me, human. Far more interesting than these fools." Suddenly, a massive claw emerged from the darkness, grabbing one of the twice-awakened wolf beasts and hurling it towards the human battlefield. The wolf beast howled in agony as it flew through the air, then charged into the fray. The battlefield was chaotic. Dragon warriors clashed with various beasts, while regular soldiers sheltered on the city walls, providing distant support with firearms and staying alert for aerial beast attacks. Most beasts had tough hides, making them nearly impossible to kill with a single shot. Suddenly, an observer on the wall shouted out, "Another wave of beasts is attacking the left flank." Leading them is a wolf beast that has completed a second bloodline awakening. Min frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then ordered, "Ignore them. Let the 9th and 10th teams handle it. The 7th and 8th teams should quickly clear the beasts in front of them and keep an eye on the left flank." The 4 team leaders responded in unison. Min watched the monitoring screens intently, keeping track of each team's battle status. On another screen, red and blue numbers displayed the counts of dragon warriors and beasts, 323 to 1294. The beasts outnumbered the dragon warriors more than fourfold. Min focused on the continuously updating numbers and battlefield monitors. Although the beasts were being reduced at a faster rate, at the current pace of attrition, the dragon warriors might be wiped out first. He sensed that when the dragon warriors dwindled to 100, the great beast lurking in the shadows would reveal itself, claiming ultimate victory. Min clenched his fists in frustration. He never imagined that his first time on the battlefield would be overshadowed by an unseen great beast. It was a grave humiliation. He looked up at the sky, worried that his position might become the first breached line of defense. On the battlefield, Qiu Liu set down the communicator, his expression grim. "Hu Shilong, noticing the captain's unusual demeanor after dispatching a beast with a single strike, asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" Yu Xin, and the others cast curious glances his way. Was there a problem with the orders just given? Qiu Liu was momentarily dazed, then shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just that a twice-awakened beast is leading a group of beasts to attack. Minister He Min has ordered us to hold the line at all costs." Upon hearing this, Hu Shilong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He brandished his spear and felt a surge of bravado. A twice-awakened beast? Captain, don't worry, I'll go take its head right now. Qiu Liu forced a smile, yet a strange unease rose in her heart. Logically, a twice-awakened beast shouldn't be a threat, so why was she so anxious? Even more puzzling was the feeling deep inside her that if she saw Lin Yin, this unease would vanish. Suddenly, she had an overwhelming urge to see her younger brother. At that moment, on the left flank, a large wolf demon charged towards the battlefield as the vanguard. "Beast, take this," Hu Shilong shouted, ignoring the warnings of his companions as he charged at the wolf demon with his spear. Since completing his second bloodline awakening, he had become more combative and impulsive. He vaguely felt this might be related to awakening the bloodline of an ancient Chinese war god. However, just as Hu Shilong dashed forward, his retreat was suddenly cut off by a group of beasts. "It's a trap. Come back quickly," Qiu Liu shouted desperately, but it was too late. Hu Shilong was already surrounded, with the wolf demon ahead and no retreat behind. Zhu Yang and Li Junhai sighed at the sight. Alas, he's too impulsive. Ever since his second bloodline awakening, he's been so reckless. If we had known, we shouldn't have let him awaken a second time. It should have been us. They exchanged a glance and rushed toward Hu Shilong's position without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xin and Yu Wu also joined the rescue effort. "Be careful," Qiu Liu called out worriedly. She was anxious but couldn't easily leave her position. If she recklessly charged forward, the left flank would lose its only twice-awakened defender, with dire consequences. On the battlefield, the beasts suddenly intensified their assault, as if determined to end the prolonged battle in an instant. Qiu Liu bit her lip, a realization dawning in her eyes. She understood that the appearance of the wolf demon and the group of beasts was actually a carefully laid trap, aimed at dispersing the elite forces on the left flank. The left flank consisted only of her and Hu Shilong, both second-time awakened ability users. If they were successfully separated, the strength of the entire left flank would be significantly weakened. The beast's current ferocious attack would greatly increase their chances of victory. However, Qiu Liu furrowed her brows in confusion. The great demon had always toyed with them, so why the sudden rush in its attack? What was it eager about? Or perhaps, what was it afraid of? Known for her keen senses, Qiu Liu quickly considered a possibility. Could other battlefronts have achieved decisive victories and were now sending reinforcements here? Had the great demon detected this intelligence, prompting its urgency for a swift resolution? With this thought, hope gleamed in Qiu Liu's eyes. She took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Everyone, listen up. Reinforcements are on their way. We must hold on." Her voice pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, attempting to boost her side's morale. A breathless scout asked, "Captain, is what you said true?" Qiu Liu nodded firmly. "Absolutely. So everyone must hold out. All right, let's give these beasts hell." The surrounding warriors shouted in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. Meanwhile, in the north of the battlefield, Lin Yin sat steadily atop the head of a giant striped tiger, cutting through the enemy lines. Any beasts attempting to ambush him were completely cleared away. Roar, the striped white tiger growled deeply, and Lin Yan's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the area ahead. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, a hint of coldness in his eyes. It seems the one who relies on underhanded tricks is in there. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yin had already leaped into the air, charging forward like a bolt of lightning, determined to confront the mastermind behind the scenes. On the battlefield of the Western War Zone, the fierce combat raged on. Suddenly, a soldier looked up and noticed a streak of purplish-red light flashing across the sky, instantly capturing his attention. What is that, he wondered to himself. Could it be a mythical beast? Just as he was puzzled, his gaze was abruptly drawn to a disturbance on the ground. "Look at the ground," he exclaimed. "There's also a giant tiger demon." The tiger demon was enormous and exuded a formidable aura, clearly having reached the third awakening. The surrounding warriors also noticed this scene and began discussing it among themselves. "Damn, so the thing that's been playing us all along is just a tiger. That tiger doesn't seem too bright. We've been completely outsmarted by a single tiger. It's a disgrace." Meanwhile, in the command room, He Min was staring at the electronic screen, eyes widening in shock. Besides the ever-present red dot, a second red dot had appeared, racing rapidly towards the first. "Two great demons," He Min exclaimed. "How is this possible? And they're converging." In the darkness outside the battlefield, by the lake on a small hill, Lin Yin hovered above the calm water, his divine phoenix wings spread wide. His eyes glowed with purple light as he activated the Eye of Analysis. With this special vision, no hidden beast in the lake could escape detection. Lin Yin remarked in surprise, I knew it. On my way here, I encountered so many ambushes and traps. Ordinary beasts couldn't have orchestrated such intricate setups. A crisp voice emerged from the water. It's you humans who have always been arrogantly self-assured. Lin Yin was taken aback again. To speak so fluently, your kind truly deserves its reputation. Talking isn't exclusive to humans, came the voice from the water once more. Lin Yin sneered. Back in the day, I never heard your kind utter a word. Aren't you coming out? For a mighty third awakening demon, hiding in the water, lacking the courage to face a mere second awakening human like me? Is it that the more you awaken, the more cowardly you become? There was a moment of silence underwater. Suddenly, the entire lake erupted in tumult. In the chaos, many fish were killed, leaving a bright red stain on the surface. Using provocation, Lin Yan sighed, gesturing to summon the evil patterned giant tiger that was feasting on two second awakening beasts. This beast is too clever. Not bad, Lin Yan continued. But with your intelligence, you should be able to predict what happens next. You'll be killed by me. The voice from below replied. Then let's see if you kill me first, or I breach the city first. Lin Yin chuckled nonchalantly. Then go ahead and try. The evil patterned giant tiger let out a thunderous roar in front of the lake and charged towards the western war zone. The roar intimidated the other beasts in the mountains, keeping them at bay. Lin Yin focused on the rippling lake and said, Still not coming out? Then I'll boil you with this lake water. Immortal divine flame. Boom! Suddenly, a golden red flame appeared in his hand. Immortal divine flame. Everything can burn. Undying, everlasting. The golden red flame slipped from Lin Yan's hand into the lake. Strangely, instead of extinguishing, the flame used the lake water as fuel and blazed fiercely. In no time, the entire lake surface was covered in the golden red fire, creating a spectacular yet terrifying scene. Suddenly, the lake's surface erupted into a blaze of golden flames, illuminating the entire small lake. A startled shout came from the water. Impossible! How can water burn? This isn't scientific. Lin Yin chuckled at the remark and retorted. And you, a mythical beast, are talking about science? Have you ever considered that the awakening of your bloodline is the least scientific thing of all? Before finishing his sentence, Lin Yin suddenly punched the lake's surface, shouting, Emperor's Fist. With a loud boom, the lake exploded into towering waves, sending water splashing everywhere. A piercing scream echoed from the lake, followed by an enraged roar. You monster! I'll kill you. Suddenly, a pair of massive crab claws emerged from the lake, lunging at Lin Yin. Simultaneously, 8 thick water columns shot out from all directions, attempting to cut off his escape. Lin Yin remained unfazed, grabbing the giant claws firmly. Flames enveloped him, instantly vaporizing the approaching water columns. He shouted sternly, Come out, you sneaky creature. With a powerful tug, Lin Yin pulled a shadowy figure from the water. To his surprise, it was a dolphin with a hermit crab shell on its back. Without mercy, Lin Yin slammed the peculiar creature onto the ground. With a loud thud, the hermit dolphin crashed heavily onto the shore. Standing before the hermit dolphin, Lin Yin curiously examined the unusual creature. He remarked, I'm really curious, a mythical beast like you, clearly a sea creature. How did you end up in Ciji province, an inland area? Don't tell me you came here just for sightseeing. From under the hermit dolphin's shell, 6 crab legs emerged to support its body. This dolphin was extraordinary, having awakened the bloodline of a hermit crab, solving the problem of its fragile body. However, in front of Lin Yin, this level of power was still insignificant. Lin Yin pondered, dolphins are recognized as the most intelligent animals in the world, the only creatures to pass the mirror test, with intelligence comparable to humans. Their bodies are just too fragile, but this dolphin cleverly addressed that flaw through bloodline awakening. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute strength, such cleverness seemed trivial. The hermit crab stared coldly at Lin Yin, its voice filled with disdain for humans. You humans always think you've mastered the world, that you can stand against everything. Little do you know, the world is merely watching you with pity, waiting until you've had your fill before it utterly destroys you. Lin Yin remained unfazed, casually cleaning his ear with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I asked you something important, and here you are lecturing me about environmentalism? Not willing to talk, huh? Well then, don't blame me if I decide to try some grilled dolphin. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Yin swiftly made a move, sending a divine flame towards the hermit crab's shell. Surprisingly, the hermit crab didn't resist, allowing the divine flame to consume it. In its final moments, it uttered a disdainful curse. Foolish humans, when my king returns, it will be your doom. As the hermit crab turned to ashes, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have defeated the hermit crab. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 5. Lin Yin was taken aback by the notification. The ease of the battle was unexpected. A single divine flame had dealt with the opponent, which didn't even put up a fight. It felt as if he had defeated nothing. Shaking his head, Lin Yin approached the hermit crab's remains. Though its body had turned to ash, the hard shell remained intact. Lin Yin picked up the shell, a slight smile on his lips, another material acquired. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Western War Zone, tensions were high. He Min led everyone in forming a tight defensive formation, warily eyeing the massive beast before them, the evil striped giant tiger, which had undergone 3 bloodline awakenings. The evil striped giant tiger had driven away other beasts upon its appearance, but peculiarly lay on the ground, not launching an attack. This unusual behavior puzzled everyone. Hu Shilong couldn't help but ask Qiu Liu, "Captain, what's up with this giant beast? Why isn't it attacking us?" Qiu Liu shook his head, frowning. "I don't know. Maybe this beast is plotting something." Just then, the evil striped giant tiger suddenly stood up, startling the dragon warriors who drew their swords, ready for battle. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant tiger joyfully ran in the opposite direction. Hu Shilong squinted, closely observing the direction in which the giant tiger was running. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed, "There seems to be someone over there. It looks like the captain. The captain is here." The figure of the captain approached slowly, riding on a giant tiger, causing Zhu Yang and Li Junhai to exclaim in shock. It was only Lin Yan's second awakening, and he had already subdued a powerful demon. Such strength was comparable to that of a minister-level expert. Yu Wu and Yu Xian clasped their hands tightly, their eyes fixed on the imposing figure, filled with excitement. As Qiu Liu caught sight of Lin Yan, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She bit her lip gently and murmured, "Bastard, truly impressive." This scene did not escape Hu Shilong, who was beside her. He opened his mouth in surprise, then quickly closed it again, as if he had discovered an incredible secret. He looked at Lin Yin with envy, secretly admiring the captain's charm. Lin Yin stood atop the head of the evil-patterned giant tiger, holding the shell of a hermit crab, and approached He Min. He jumped down from the tiger's back and respectfully said, "You must be Minister He. I'm Lin Yan from the Spring City Exploration Team. It's an honor to meet you." The giant tiger let out a low growl, but instantly settled down with just a look from Lin Yan. He Min was astounded by this sight. He swallowed hard and praised, "So you're Lin Yan. Indeed a young hero." Lin Yan humbly replied, "Protecting the people is my duty." Qiu Liu quickly walked over to Lin Yan, asking with concern, "Lin Yan, are you okay?" Seeing him unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yan spun around and replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you, Captain." Qiu Liu pointed at the giant tiger and asked, "Is this the demon that trapped us?" Lin Yan shook his head and explained, "No, this is a demon from the Eastern War Zone. I defeated it and made it my mount." He pointed to the shell on the ground and continued, "This is the demon that attacked you. It was originally a hermit crab, which I cooked, leaving only this shell." Hu Shilong, Zhu Yang, and others gathered around, praising Lin Yan's strength. Despite being covered in wounds, Hu Shilong was spirited and recounted their ordeal to Lin Yan, constantly praising his timely intervention. Lin Yan was amused by his flattery and quickly interrupted, "Stop, stop. Your flattery skills have improved. But I prefer people who get things done, understand?" Hu Shilong immediately responded, got it, got it. Whatever you say, Captain. I'm your go-to guy for getting things done." Lin Yan helplessly rubbed his forehead, while Zhu Yang and Li Junhai chuckled on the side. Lin Yan patted the hermit crab's shell and instructed, "You all seem pretty banged up, probably can't fight anymore. Help me transport this shell back. Once I've dealt with the trouble in the Southern War Zone, I need it to make weapons." Hu Shilong quickly hoisted the shell and ran towards the city, secretly pleased that his standing with the captain had likely improved. Just then, a messenger whispered something to He Min. Joy instantly spread across He Min's face as he excitedly told Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, my young friend, there's no need to go to the Southern War Zone. We just received news that the beasts in the Northeast, South, and 3 other war zones have all retreated. We've won." Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, and then the system's voice echoed in his mind, "Ding. All beasts invading Spring City have retreated. The mission to protect Spring City is complete. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 20. Current bloodline. Purple-eyed white tiger 78. They've retreated," Lin Yan murmured to himself. Suddenly, the surrounding area erupted with thunderous cheers. "We won. We won. Haha, we did it. Long live Spring City. Long live humanity." The soldiers of the Western Theater Command were immersed in the cheers of victory when suddenly a large group of people and horses appeared from the north. They came in a grand procession, shouting loudly, as if ready to engage in a significant battle at any moment. However, as they approached the battlefield, everyone was stunned. "Where are the monsters?" someone asked in confusion. "Weren't we told that the Western Theater was in a fierce battle? Where did those terrifying beasts go?" He Min stepped forward to explain to the late arriving reinforcements. "You arrived too late. The monsters have already been driven away." Someone urgently asked, "What about the Southern Theater? They don't even have a single Third Awakening fighter there. They must need our support." Min smiled and replied, "Don't worry, the monsters in the Southern Theater have also retreated. We've achieved a complete victory now." "What? They've all retreated? We've won?" The reinforcements were incredulous, looking at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted Lin Yan. "Brother Lin. It's Brother Lin," he shouted excitedly. It must have been Brother Lin who defeated the major monsters here and scared away the other beasts. The monsters in the Southern Theater must have been frightened off by Brother Lin's prowess too. This discovery sparked a fervent reaction. "Brother Lin, you're mighty. Brother Lin, the war god," someone shouted. "From now on, Brother Lin is my #1 idol. Even the 8 great towns have to step aside for Brother Lin." The soldiers of the Western Theater looked curiously at these newly arrived comrades, who were so frenzied, and asked, "Is he really that amazing? We only know he helped us resolve the crisis." A person claiming to have followed Lin Yan from the Eastern Theater immediately explained, "Amazing doesn't even begin to cover it. Brother Lin's achievements far exceed your imagination. See that tiger? It was a Third Awakening major monster, and now it's Brother Lin's mount. The mantis monster from the north. Brother Lin crushed its head with one stomp. The major monster in your Western Theater must have also been killed by Brother Lin." A collective gasp was heard as everyone took a deep breath. This Brother Lin is unbelievably terrifying. People around started to recount Lin Yan's feats one by one, when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the leaderboard. Brother Lin has topped it." Everyone immediately took out their phones to check the leaderboard, and those whose phones were damaged in battle crowded around others who still had working devices. The leaderboard for the Four Seasons province prominently displayed. First place, Lin Yin, 328,971 points. Second place, Deng Kai, 20,372 points. Lin Yin was ahead of the second place by over 300,000 points. Everyone was astonished, speculating just how many monsters must have been slain to achieve such a staggering score. In the crowd, a nondescript person looked at his phone, secretly relieved. "Luckily, everyone's attention is on Brother Lin, and no one notices me. The nobody." Just then, his phone chimed with a notification from the Dragon Forum of the Four Seasons province, which he followed. The news of Lin Yin topping the leaderboard swept through the Yulong Forum of the Four Seasons province like a whirlwind. A post with tens of thousands of comments instantly ignited the entire community. "Damn, Winter City just got internet. And what's this? Brother Lin's points are over 300,000. The exclamation on the first post kicked off a wave of discussion. Voices of admiration quickly followed. Worship, as expected of Brother Lin. He vanquished the great demon in Winter City, and then went on to slay countless other beasts. Dragon warriors from various battle zones in Spring City shared first-hand accounts of Lin Yan's incredible feats. Warriors from the Eastern Battle Zone spoke with excitement in their eyes. Brother Lin took the Tiger Demon from the Eastern Zone as his mount. Colleagues from the Northern Battle Zone spoke with reverence. Brother Lin stomped the Mantis Demon to death with one foot. Warriors from the Western Battle Zone described a breathtaking scene. Brother Lin burned the Great Demon until nothing was left but its shell. However, warriors from the Southern Battle Zone expressed their disappointment. "Damn, we were in the Southern Zone of Spring City and missed seeing Brother Lin's invincible form." Their regret was palpable. The heated discussions on the forum were like boiling water, branding the name, War God Lin Yan, into the heart of every Yulong warrior in the Four Seasons province. Lin Yan's legendary tales spread across the internet like wildfire, his fame echoing far and wide. Suddenly, Deng Kai realized he had been called out. A comment on post number 7869 hit him where it hurt. "Hey, I know the second place. Kai Dad, how does it feel to be under Brother Lin? LOL." The words were like a sharp blade, deeply wounding Deng Kai's pride. He gripped his phone tightly in anger, the screen instantly cracking. "Damn it," rubbing salt in the wound, he growled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Zhu eagerly showed Lin Yin the forum discussions. "Captain, look, you've got a new title now, Legendary War God. Haha, now your peers in the Four Seasons province rank you above the first town general." Faced with the overwhelming praise, Lin Yin simply smiled calmly and humbly said, "Just some minor achievements, nothing worth mentioning." His words conveyed an air of composed ease, as if these astounding accomplishments were merely ordinary to him. With gratitude in his heart, Lin Yin took out his phone and posted a humble thank you note on the forum. "Thank you all for your kind words. It's just a small achievement, not worth mentioning. Our success in the Four Seasons province relies on everyone." As soon as he posted it, replies flooded in like a tide. "Haha, Brother Lin is here. Spotted Brother Lin. Brother Lin is so humble, truly a role model for all of us." Seeing the rapidly growing thread of replies, a slight smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips. Just as he was about to put his phone away, a sudden vibration interrupted him. "Xie Yibin." Lin Yan stared at the caller ID on the screen, puzzled. Isn't he seriously injured? Why isn't he resting? And why is he calling me? "Hello, Minister Xie." Lin Yan answered the call. Haha, the legendary warrior Lin Yan, you're quite famous now. Xie Yibin's voice came from the other end, with a hint of teasing. Lin Yin chuckled awkwardly. Minister Xie, aren't you supposed to be resting? And here you are, teasing me. Haha, how could I do that? Xie Yibin laughed. You've driven away the beasts, and we want to commend you. Plus, there's some unfinished business with the city's recovery. You see, you all. Lin Yan's voice was full of confusion when suddenly the voices of Minister Xia Donghai of Xia City and Minister Dong Dawei of Dong City came through the phone. Lin Yan, come over. We've got something good for you. Our Xia City and Dong City guarantee to make you interested. Hearing this, Lin Yin immediately understood what was about to happen. He touched his nose helplessly, thinking, so I'm going to be poached again, huh? At that moment, Minister He Min of Chiu City personally drove up to Lin Yin with a friendly smile. Brother Lin, hop in. I'll take you over. We hope you'll consider Chiu City as well. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yulong in the capital, a video captured by the defense surveillance of Chun City and Dong City was being played. The footage clearly showed Lin Yan heroically defeating 3 great demons. Minister of Information Tian Peng watched the screen intently, occasionally glancing at the first town General Qi Chun, awaiting his decision. When the video ended, Qi Chun remained silent for a moment before pulling out a sheet of paper. He picked up a brush and solemnly wrote, Pangu Academy, Lin Yan, special recruitment, let him into Pangu Academy. Tian Peng accepted the paper with excitement, his voice slightly trembling. Thank you, First Town General. With the First Town General's recommendation letter, all that was left was for Lin Yin to arrive in the capital. The entire Yulong headquarters was eagerly anticipating the arrival of this young hero, knowing that a new legend was about to unfold in the capital. Lin Yin walked into Yulong Hospital and was immediately struck by the sight of Xie Yibin, wrapped tightly in bandages and lying motionless on the hospital bed. In the room, Xia Donghai and Dong Dawei stood nearby, their expressions grave, and the air was thick with the tension of a recent argument. Lin Yan's arrival drew the immediate attention of all 3. Dong Dawei's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped forward, warmly taking Lin Yan by the arm and leading him into the room. Before Dong Dawei could speak, Xie Yibin urgently asked, Lin Yan, how do you find our spring city? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then answered honestly, it's great. Xie Yibin smiled with relief. That's good. Lin Yan, you must remember our kindness. We can't do without you here in Spring City. Lin Yan understood the underlying message. The ministers of the 4 cities were about to start a new round of competition. However, this time, he was determined not to exploit the situation. As a Chinese national, he had a deep attachment to the land where he was born and raised. In both past and present lives, Spring City was the home of his heart, the resting place of his parents. No matter how tempting the offers from the other 3 cities were, he would not leave. Just as Dong Dawei was about to present compelling emotional arguments and irresistible offers, Lin Yin decisively interrupted him. Minister Dong, thank you for your generous invitation, but I'm afraid I must decline. Dong Dawei was momentarily speechless, baffled by the rejection before he could even present his conditions. Why? At least hear my offer, he asked in confusion. He Min and Xia Donghai seized the opportunity to extend their own warm invitations to Lin Yin, promising to meet any conditions he might have if he joined their cities. Lying in bed, Xie Yibin clenched his fists in frustration, wishing he could leap up to stop those bastards if only he could move. Amid the rising tension, Lin Yin calmly spoke. Ministers, I truly appreciate your invitations. However, I must be honest, I will not leave Spring City. This is where I was born, where I grew up, and where my parents are buried. My connection to Spring City is unbreakable. Xie Yibin's eyes brightened with excitement, and he eagerly asked, Really? Lin Yin, are you serious? Lin Yin nodded solemnly. Absolutely. He then turned to the other 3 ministers and sincerely added, Thank you once again for your kindness. While I won't leave Spring City, my team and I will be more than willing to assist your cities if needed. Xia Donghai, Dong Dawei, and He Min all expressed their understanding and admiration. They took turns patting Lin Yan on the shoulder, praising his dedication to his homeland, and invited him to visit their cities whenever he had the chance. Seeing this, Xie Yibin coughed twice and jokingly reminded them, Hey, don't lead the kid astray. Lin Yan is still underage. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yin sensibly excused himself. He had a keen sense that the 4 ministers had important matters to discuss and preferred not to intrude. This suited him perfectly, as he was eager to return and work on crafting his own equipment from materials he had obtained from 2 great beasts. As night fell, the streets were brightly lit. In the disaster relief tents set up in the open spaces, refugees from Autumn City and Summer City wore expressions of joy after repelling the beasts. Even those who had lost loved ones clutched photographs, smiling through tears. Lin Yin moved quietly among them, passing by dragon warriors and ordinary soldiers assisting the disaster victims. When they spotted Lin Yan, they were thrilled, but he gestured for them to keep a low profile and quietly slipped away. Arriving at his doorstep, Lin Yin was startled by the sight before him. The fierce patterned giant tiger stood majestically guarding the entrance, while Luo Hongyi and the rest of the Luo family were too frightened to approach. Lin Yin suddenly remembered he had forgotten to arrange for the giant tiger when Min had hurriedly summoned him. Thinking quickly, he pointed to the large garage next to the villa and instructed, "You stay in the garage for now, and don't come out to scare people. If you misbehave, I'll make stew out of you." The giant tiger let out a low growl and obediently went into the garage, which was just big enough to accommodate it. Luo Hongyi was stunned and whispered in awe, using a great beast to guard the house. "Lin, you're something else." Meanwhile, at Yulong Hospital, Xie Yibin had just given Lin Yin the contact information of Spring City's best blacksmith. After setting down his phone, he looked seriously at the three ministers before him, whose faces were grim, and asked, "You all understand why the beast attack was so fierce this time, don't you?" The three responded solemnly. "The Beast King." Xie Yibin nodded in confirmation. "I've already contacted the headquarters. A war general is on the way. This Beast King must not be allowed to remain." At this moment, outside the Four Seasons province on Anha Mountain, two figures were engaged in a fierce chase through the forest. The pursuer at the back was clad in the signature black windbreaker uniform of Yulong, while the one fleeing ahead was a creature with a human body and a snake's head. "Oomph, still running? Audacious demon. Today I, Duan Zhu, will bring you to justice." The pursuer shouted, his voice full of righteous authority. The snakehead creature laughed hoarsely, hissing in response, "Hiss human, you speak so boldly. Have you not realized whose domain this Anna mountain is?" Before the words had fully left its mouth, the snakehead demon waved its hand, and the surrounding trees shook violently. Countless vines shot towards Duan Zhu like arrows, forming a natural barrier behind the snakehead demon to block Duan Zhu's pursuit. Duan Zhu remained unfazed, his turquoise sword trembling as a blue flame enveloped him. Protective blue flame. These trees are actually demon beasts. Watch me cut through you all. Gusts of wind swirled around Duan Zhu as his sword emitted a dazzling blue light. "Sword of heaven and earth," he yelled, swinging his sword down with force. Whoosh! A sharp sword energy whistled forth, instantly cutting down the tree demons blocking his path. "These low-level demons are no match for me." Duan Zhu cleared the path with a single strike and continued his pursuit. In the distance, the snakehead demon's triumphant laughter echoed. "Haha, I never intended to do much to you. Just needed to hold you off for a while. If I weren't preparing to shed my skin and be reborn, you'd already be dead. You humans have a saying, 'We shall meet again.' Once my transformation is complete, you and the city dwellers will all perish." "Ha ha, damn, lost him again." Duan Zhu stopped in frustration, pulling out his phone to check the mission he had just received. "Head to the Four Seasons province and slay the Demon King." He muttered to himself. "I originally thought the Demon King in this area was just one that had completed its fourth bloodline awakening. But I didn't expect it to be a great Demon King nearing the late stage of its fourth awakening. It's my fault for not preparing before accepting the task. I've been too impulsive. I can only barely handle this great demon." As Duan Zhu reviewed the mission details, he thought, "I need to report this situation. Otherwise, taking down a latest stage Demon King and getting the reward for an early stage one is a huge loss." He quickly opened the task feedback interface to report the actual situation. Just then, his phone suddenly received a message. "Su Fei." Duan Zhu paused, recalling his old classmate. They had been classmates at the academy and later both assigned to work in the capital. They had a good relationship and often drank together until recent changes in their positions reduced their meetings. Duan Zhu called back immediately. "Hey Fei, what made you think of me now? I'm still on a Demon King slaying mission." On the other end, Su Fei immediately started ranting. "Of course, I know you took the Demon King slaying mission. Do you know how much effort it took for me to find out it was you who accepted the Four Seasons City Demon King task?" Duan Zhu was taken aback by the sudden barrage. "Fei, what's going on?" He felt a strange sensation, as if this mission had embroiled him in something big. Su Fei's tone turned serious. "Well, never mind for now. Did you kill the Demon King?" "Not yet, it got away," Duan Zhu replied honestly. After a moment of silence, Su Fei solemnly asked, "How confident are you?" "At least 70%. For some reason, Duan Zhu's voice also grew serious. Hearing this, Su Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, then I don't need to help you. Brother Zhu, you must kill this Demon King. This is a great opportunity for you." "A great opportunity?" Duan Zhu repeated in confusion. "Does this Demon King have some secret?" The sound of keyboard tapping came from Su Fei's side. "I can't explain over the phone. I've sent you the details. Just make sure to kill the Demon King. You won't be disappointed." After a brief exchange, Duan Zhu hung up and eagerly checked the information Su Fei sent. Lin Yan, town general level talent. A genius who awakened a second time before 18. Favored by the first town general. Although the information was brief, it was enough to shock anyone. As soon as Duan Zhu finished reading, the message automatically destroyed itself. Clearly, Lin Yan's details had been classified as SS-level top secret. Duan Zhu stared at the vanished message, unable to recover. Fei, you've given me an immense opportunity. A genius like Lin Yin would be courted by any faction at any cost. Helping him before he fully matures could lead to great future rewards. Go to Spring City, find Lin Yin. Duan Zhu's mind was set on this single thought. The Demon King had temporarily hidden and couldn't be found for now. If he went to Spring City to inform the Yulong branch of this news, it would show his concern for the people and leave a good impression on Lin Yan. Helping solve Lin Yan's training difficulties would be a win-win. Moreover, he needed to replenish his supplies. With that in mind, Duan Zhu flew decisively towards Spring City. Meanwhile, in Spring City, Lin Yin had just walked out of the Yulong building. Upon learning that Lin wanted to forge a weapon, Xie Yibin had immediately recommended the best smith in Spring City and gifted the best materials collected from the battlefield for free, knowing that Lin Yan's current strength exceeded that of standard weapons. Little brother Lin, how about we go for a picnic? Lin Yin was greeted by Qiu Liu leaning against a polar battle armor, with Yu Wu, Yu Xin, and others in tow. Zhu Yang drove up in a small truck, its bed filled with segmented meat from invading demon beasts. Captain, these beasts provided us with plenty of ingredients, perfect for a barbecue. In the passenger seat sat Luo Hongyi, who excitedly shouted, Brother Lin, let's go for a barbecue. Lin Yin smiled slightly. You all prepared everything. How could I refuse? He said, stepping into Qiu Liu's car. After days of continuous battle, a picnic seemed like a nice way to relax. The two vehicles slowly drove out of the city gates, heading towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction, a figure descended silently upon Spring City. General, a figure descended from the sky, and Xie Yibin immediately straightened up in his wheelchair, joining Gao Peng and other senior members of the Spring City Yulong division in a respectful welcome. The air was thick with tension as everyone's eyes locked onto the unexpected visitor. Xie Yibin felt a surge of satisfaction. His report to headquarters a few days ago about the possible appearance of a demon king had indeed been taken seriously. He cautiously spoke up. General, I am Xie Yibin, the head of the Spring City Yulong branch. May I ask what brings you here? Duan Zhu, with a piercing gaze, replied directly. I am here under orders to eliminate the demon king. There is a demon king in your CG province. He then scanned the surroundings as if searching for something, but ultimately found nothing. Demon King, Gao Peng, Cheng Hongbing, and Shi Fangbin, the three squad captains, exchanged incredulous glances, their pupils contracting. A Demon King, a terrifying entity that had undergone a fourth bloodline awakening, had emerged in CG province. Cheng Hongbing sighed. No wonder the beasts and great demons have been attacking our four cities so frequently. This is highly unusual. Gao Peng, in frustration, pounded his chest. Damn, I should have suspected the presence of a Demon King. As the captain of the combat team, he felt guilty for his oversight. Cheng Hongbing and Shi Fangbin reassured him. It's not your fault. That creature is just too cunning, hiding too well. Duan Zhu added. That's right. This time it's a snake demon king, capable of transformation, with excellent concealment skills. Even I may not find him easily. He continued to glance around, seemingly looking for someone. Xie Yibin eagerly asked, General, have you already engaged with the demon king? Did you manage to eliminate him? Duan Zhu shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill the Demon King. The mission intelligence was incorrect. The Demon King's strength is already at a late stage, and he managed to escape. How could this be? Xie Yibin clenched his fists, struggling to accept the reality. Gao Peng and the others worriedly asked if the public should be informed. Duan Zhu decisively rejected this. No need. That would only cause panic. I am highly confident in my ability to slay that Demon King. Xie Yibin declared with determination. Spring City will fully support you. Gao Peng, Cheng Hongbing, and Shi Fangbin, the three squad captains, echoed in unison. We are ready for your orders, General. The three squad leaders looked serious, immediately revealing their intentions. They unanimously agreed that the Demon King was a common enemy of humanity and must be destroyed as soon as possible. If left unchecked, Spring City would face even greater losses than yesterday, and might even face total destruction. The entire Spring City would become a playground for the demon beasts. Xie Yibin nodded in approval and said, Very good. Thank you for your cooperation. We need some snake venom serum and dark energy detectors. Since the Demon King is snake-like, regular heat detectors might not be effective. All right, no problem, Xie Yibin said, quickly sending a message to the equipment department, requesting them to prepare the necessary supplies as soon as possible. At that moment, Duan Zhu looked around and suddenly asked, By the way, where is Lin Yan? I came here mainly to see Lin Yan. Bringing the equipment was just a side task, but if I can make an impression on Lin Yan, my future path will be much smoother. Xie Yibin asked in confusion, Lin Yin? Do you mean young Lin Yin? Duan Zhu laughed and said, Is there another Lin Yin in Spring City? Xie Yibin explained, Indeed, there isn't. But, General, Why are you looking for young Lin Yan? Duan Zhu candidly replied. I heard there's a genius in Spring City, and I came to see him, hoping I can assist him in his cultivation. My awakening experience might be useful to him. Xie Yibin saw through Duan Zhu's intentions, but calmly replied. Young Lin Yin just came to me to have equipment made. I don't know where he went after. At this point, Cheng Hongbing interjected. Minister, are you talking about Lin Yin? I think I just saw him leave the city with Captain Qiu. He recalled that he hadn't had the chance to greet them before Qiu Liu took Lin Yin away. Left the city, Xie Yibin's eyes widened, nearly causing a medical miracle in his anger. This is absurd. How could they go out now? There's a latest-stage fourth bloodline awakening demon king out there. Call Qiu Liu and tell her to bring Lin Yin back immediately. Cheng Hongbing quickly made the call, but soon said dejectedly, Minister, it's no use. She's already out of the city, and there's no signal. Damn it. Xie Yibin slammed his fist on his wheelchair. If only she had a dark matter communication phone. But that device requires a third bloodline awakening to exchange for, and it costs 100,000 points. Duan Zhu frowned and asked, Are you saying Lin Yin just left the city? Cheng Hongbing, feeling guilty, said, Yes, we didn't know there was a demon king. If we had known, we would have stopped him for sure. He regretted not stopping Lin Yin from putting himself in danger. I'm going to find him now, Duan Zhu said and flew off powerfully in the direction Lin Yin had left. They just left the city. They shouldn't encounter that molting demon king so soon. Xie Yibin quickly ordered, Gao Heng, Cheng Hongbing, take some people and deliver the equipment while ensuring Lin Yan's safety. Yes, Minister. They replied and left promptly. Watching them depart, Xie Yibin gritted his teeth, praying silently. Lin Yin, you must be safe. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a system task suddenly appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Task, eliminate the azure-scaled snake demon. Reward, White Tiger Bloodline Purification 22. Do you accept? A blue-scaled snake demon? Lin Yin stared at the task prompt in his mind, frowning slightly. He was surprised to find that there were still demonic beasts in the forest. Even more shocking was the generous reward for eliminating this beast bloodline purification 22. This was enough to push the bloodline purity of the purple-eyed white tiger to its limit. Lin Yan's gaze shifted to the evil-patterned giant tiger not far away. Once a mighty demon, it now lay lazily on the grass, basking in the warm sunlight. Sensing Lin Yan's gaze, it lifted its head, showing a goofy grin, and wagged its tail like a loyal dog. Lin Yan redirected his attention to Qiu Liu, Yu Wu, and Yu Xian, who were busy preparing barbecue sauces. Their familiarity with outdoor activities was evident. Captain, Lin Yan approached Qiu Liu, assisting with the sauce preparation. What level comes after a great demon? Qiu Liu put down the sauce, glanced at Lin Yan quizzically, then realized, Oh right, I almost forgot you were just a high school student before. In high school, we only learn about demonic beasts up to the great demon. But now, your strength far surpasses mine and the minister's. I consider you one of the higher-ups. She patiently explained, demonic beasts are classified by the number of awakenings, just like humans. Beasts with 1 or 2 awakenings are generally referred to as demonic beasts. Those with 3 awakenings are called great demons. They've developed intelligence and can speak human language. A 4th awakening is called a demon king. They can transform into human form, though they retain some beastly traits, but in other aspects, they're indistinguishable from humans. Demon King, Lin Yin mused. Is it because they are the rulers among demons? Qiu Liu shook her head, then nodded, perhaps. The title is self-proclaimed. Over 80 years ago, the first town marshal encountered a 4th awakening beast, which had a human body, horns, and bat wings. It took several days to defeat it, and before dying, it called itself the Bullbat Demon King. The title stuck since then. Lin Yin marveled. Even taunting before death, truly worthy of a 4th awakening beast. It feels like something out of a cultivation novel. Qiu Liu blinked. You're quite right. Until 50 years ago, we thought bloodline awakening was akin to a cultivation process. The first awakening was like reaching the peak of martial training. The second akin to rediscovering abilities. The third was drawing qi into the body. And the 4th was akin to forming the golden core. It eerily mirrored ancient Chinese cultivation. But 50 years ago, when the first town marshal achieved the 6th awakening, we realized bloodline awakening surpassed the realm of immortals. Lin Yin nodded solemnly. Despite possessing the most powerful bloodline purification system and advancing much faster than others, he still had a long way to reach the world's highest level of strength. He glanced at the unaccepted task in his mind. Bloodline purification 22. This reward would significantly boost his power. So, is this blue-scaled snake demon a demon king? Lin Yin asked softly. Before Qiu Liu could answer, Lin Yin had already made up his mind. Accept the task. He believed the system wouldn't assign him a task he couldn't complete. Besides, growth required challenging stronger foes. Endlessly defeating weaker ones wouldn't lead to progress. As Lin Yin accepted the task, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. You have accepted the task to eliminate the blue-scaled snake demon. Protecting your people is a king's duty. The host's act of protecting the territory grants the undying phoenix and purple-eyed white tiger a doubling of all attributes. To his delight, Lin Yin realized he received a massive reward of doubling all attributes for his two bloodlines. These bloodlines were already powerful enough to easily defeat a great demon, and with doubled attributes, his strength soared even higher. His gaze inadvertently fell on the evil-patterned giant tiger, thinking that he could probably subdue it in 3 moves now. The evil-patterned giant tiger seemed to sense the change in Lin Yan's aura, shuddering with fear as it looked at him. It suddenly realized Lin Yin had become even more terrifying. Roar, the evil-patterned giant tiger cried out ingratiatingly, secretly vowing to enhance its strength. It didn't want to end up as hot pot meat or have its parts used to make wine because it wasn't strong enough. Howl! Lin Yin chuckled in surprise as he watched the silly tiger start doing sit-ups, its comical appearance making him laugh. Ridiculous! Lin Yin shook his head, turning to skewer the beast's ingredients. Though he accepted the task, Lin Yin had no clue about the blue-scaled snake demon's whereabouts. A demon king could hide easily, making it hard to find. Instead of worrying, he decided to enjoy the fun of outdoor cooking first. Lin, did you bring a lighter? Without it, we can't grill. Luo Hongyi, setting up the charcoal and grill, suddenly realized he forgot a lighter and called out to Lin Yin. Lin Yin gave him a look. Come on, do we need a lighter? Watch this. Poof. A small flame shot from Lin Yan's fingertip, instantly igniting the charcoal. Lin, you're amazing, Luo Hongyi exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. By the picturesque lakeside, a thin wisp of smoke spiraled upwards. 8 people sat around a large grill, their laughter filling the air. It would have been a perfect scene for an outdoor painting, if not for the massive tiger doing sit-ups nearby, eyes fixed longingly on the roasting meat. Lin Yin devoured his meal with delight, surprised to find that the meat from these mystical beasts could actually enhance his dark energy. The system notification kept chiming. Ding. Dark energy 1. After half an hour, his dark energy had increased to 46. I can't eat another bite, Lin Yin said, tossing aside the last skewer and rubbing his bloated stomach. Although eating the beast meat could increase his dark energy, the process was slow. He was stuffed, yet still hadn't reached half. He turned to look at Luo Hongyi, the chubby guy who was the real foodie. In less than 10 minutes, Luo had consumed as much as Lin Yin did in half an hour and was still going strong, with 7 or 8 skewers in each hand. Hey, brother Lin, want a kidney skewer? Luo Hongyi offered, his mouth full of food. No thanks, I'm full, Lin Yin sighed. I didn't expect beast meat to have such effects, but I can't eat too much. This method is faster than the one automatic absorption, but still far from dark alloy. Brother Lin, you haven't grasped the true essence of being a foodie. Luo Hongyi laughed, chanting, foodie spirit, foodie soul, foodies are the best of all. Lin Yin playfully slapped the back of his head. You little rascal, are you itching for a fight? Qiu Liu chuckled and interjected. Lin Yin, you don't have to try so hard. Although Spring City doesn't have much dark alloy, there's enough for you. Yeah, Captain, Xian said, biting into a mushroom. Barbecues should be fun. That's what the team leader taught us. Does the exploration team do this often? Lin Yin asked curiously, noticing how skilled Qiu Liu and the others were with outdoor activities. Yu Wu explained, the team leader organizes team-building events every year, but because Spring City is being rebuilt, only our squad was called this time. Lin Yin thoughtfully glanced at Qiu Liu, who was grilling bird mushrooms, thinking that with such a team leader, the exploration team was indeed fortunate. Suddenly, the scent attracted a few small beasts. The evil striped giant tiger immediately issued a warning growl, scaring off the uninvited guests. Then, the tiger's demeanor changed abruptly, shifting from a lazy posture to a vigilant combat stance. Baring its teeth and growling thunderously at the sky, an extremely dangerous presence was approaching. Meanwhile, high above on a mountain, Duan Zhu was anxiously searching for Lin Yan. He formed his fingers into a sword shape and touched his forehead, releasing the 100-mile detection technique, sending vast waves of spiritual power rippling outward. Every tree and blade of grass within a 100-mile radius was imprinted in his mind. Lin Yin hovered in the air, his eyes sharp as he scanned the mountains and forests below. His spiritual power rippled outward like waves, causing the nearby powerful beasts to tremble and remain still. Suddenly, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a shadow. I found it. But there's a great demon beside Lin Yan, and it's terrifyingly powerful, he thought to himself. If it manages to increase its bloodline purity just a bit more, it will complete its 4th bloodline awakening and become a true demon king. Lin Yan, I'm coming to save you. Hang in there. Duan Zhu shouted, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards Lin Yan. Not far behind Duan Zhu, an armed transport helicopter followed closely. Inside the cabin, the 2 squad leaders, Gao Peng and Cheng Hongbing, looked serious. Although they couldn't offer much help in dealing with the demon king, they could manage tasks like transporting supplies, and other logistical support. At least they were more capable than the regular dragon warriors who had only completed one bloodline awakening. Did you hear what the commander said earlier? Cheng Hongbing asked with a frown. Gao Hang nodded. It seems Lin Yin is in danger. Cheng Hongbing's face turned pale. Oh no. If the commander is this anxious, Lin Yin and the others might have encountered that demon king. What? Gao Hang's face went white. Even though Lin Yin is the greatest talent Spring City has ever seen, he's only completed 2 bloodline awakenings. No matter how talented, can he really stand against a demon king that's completed 4 awakenings? Lin Yin is in danger. We need to speed up, Cheng Hongbing said urgently. I've already pushed the speed to the limit. Gao Hang gritted his teeth as the helicopter groaned under the strain. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Lin Yin suddenly looked up at the sky and murmured, "It seems a very powerful presence is approaching." "Captain, look! It's a shooting star!" Uxin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a streak of light across the sky. "Make a wish." She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently wished, "Oh shooting star, I hope to meet my true love." Sneaking a glance at Lin Yin, she thought, if it's someone like the captain, that would be perfect. Qiu Liu stared at the sky, puzzled. Why is that shooting star getting bigger? The purple light in Lin Yan's eyes faded as he said solemnly, "That's no shooting star. It's a person. Besides someone like me with the ability to fly, the only possibility for a flying person is someone who's completed the 4th bloodline awakening. There's no such person in the Four Seasons province, so the truth in the sky can only be one thing, the azure-scaled serpent demon." Turning to his team, he urged, "Captain, you must lead them away." Before he finished speaking, fiery wings sprouted from Lin Yan's back as he flew towards the shooting star in the sky. "You audacious demon! I was just looking for you, and you came right to me," he roared, divine flame. In the sky, Duan Zhu was about to reach the spot where Lin Yin was surrounded by the great demon. He could already see the tiger-shaped demon guarding Lin Yin and his group. "Haha, Lin Yin, my young friend, I'm here to rescue you," he shouted excitedly. Suddenly, he was shocked to see Lin Yin flying up, shouting, "You audacious demon." Before he could react, a terrifying flame was hurled towards him. "Wait, there's a misunderstanding." "It's a misunderstanding, Lin Yin, my brother. I'm here to save you. Stop, please." Duan Zhu yelled in a panic, trying to prevent the disaster born of this misunderstanding. Boom. The divine flame descended suddenly, and Duan Zhu hastily raised his spiritual shield. To his horror, he realized the barrier was useless. Lin Yan's divine flame seemed to burn through everything, easily breaching the spiritual barrier and scorching Duan Zhu's protective aura. What kind of terrifying fire was this? The divine flame created a massive crater on the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Lin Yin hovered in the air, momentarily stunned. He vaguely recalled mentioning that this was a misunderstanding. He then controlled the divine flame to gradually dissipate, finally seeing the true appearance of his opponent. Duan Zhu's face, never particularly handsome, was now charred black by the divine flame, and his clothes were in tatters, riddled with holes. Yet, beneath this embarrassing exterior, Lin Yin could barely recognize the distinctive black windbreaker of the Yulong organization. "Damn, I really attacked the wrong person," Lin Yin thought, rubbing his forehead in frustration, almost ready to flee. What if this person decided to extort him? After all, he was the one who attacked first. "Colleague, who are you?" Lin Yin cautiously asked. He trusted that members of Yulong wouldn't be unreasonable, but he was prepared to leave immediately if things took a turn for the worse. Duan Zhu coughed a few times, struggling to speak. "Cough, cough. Brother Lin Yin, what kind of fire is that? I couldn't even defend against it." After regaining his composure, he stood up and extended his hand. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. Duan Zhu, from the Imperial Capital Yulong headquarters, here for the mission to eliminate the Demon King in your Four Seasons province." Lin Yin shook his hand and replied, "Lin Yin, team leader of the Spring City Yulong Division's exploration team." "Brother Duan Zhu, how did you know my name?" He recalled that while in the air, Duan Zhu had clearly called out his name. In a world where only Yulong had a nationwide communication network, he didn't think he was that famous outside the Four Seasons province. What he did in Spring City and Winter City should have been hard to spread beyond the province. Despite his ragged appearance, Duan Zhu patted Lin Yan's shoulder and said, "Brother Lin Yan, you really don't know, do you? You're quite the celebrity now. In the Four Seasons province, who doesn't know you? Even at the Imperial Capital Yulong headquarters, you have quite a following." Duan Zhu swore he wasn't exaggerating. Shortly after his call with Su Fei, he saw Lin Yan's name featured in several posts on the Imperial Capital Yulong forum. The most discussed topic in these posts was the special admission quota for Pangu Academy. Pangu Academy is the top institution in Huaxia for high school awakeners. To enter Pangu Academy, you need at least a level talent, or your awakened bloodline must be strong. The special admission quota for Pangu Academy can only be granted by the 8 grand marshals across Huaxia. Rumor had it that Lin Yin had received a special admission quota for Pangu Academy. implying he had gained the recognition of at least one grand marshal. More importantly, aside from that, Lin Yin himself was a promising talent likely to become the ninth grand marshal. Duan Zhu took out his phone to show Lin Yin his popularity at the imperial capital Yulong headquarters. This revelation left Lin Yin astounded. He murmured in disbelief, "Am I really this famous?" Even the imperial capital Yulong headquarters had spread word of his name. Lin Yin fell into deep thought, fully aware of how challenging it was to gain admission to Pangu Academy, let alone through a special admission. The weight of this news was far heavier than he had imagined. Lin Yin fell into deep thought, trying to figure out which mysterious guardian was secretly assisting him. These 8 guardians were elusive and enigmatic. He keenly sensed that someone in the capital was creating a buzz for him, and the intention behind it was thought-provoking. Duan Zhu put away his phone with a smile and said, "Brother Lin Yan, did you see that? You're quite the hot topic in the capital. Everyone's speculating who among you, the Dark Emperor and the Crown Prince, is the top young talent." Pointless. Lin Yan snorted, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He thought to himself that his goal was to awaken as quickly as possible, become stronger, and protect China. Competing for a meaningless title like the top young talent with immature individuals was futile. Even if he might not match them now, who could predict the situation 2 or 10 years from now? Besides, he had the powerful bloodline purification system. How could they compare to him? Seeing this, Duan Zhu laughed heartily. "Haha, Brother Lin Yan, you're just as Face said. Let's be straightforward and honest with each other." Lin Yin was slightly taken aback, but then replied, "You speak plainly, which I appreciate." Just as Duan Zhu was about to respond, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. Gao Peng and Cheng Hongbing arrived by helicopter and rushed towards Lin Yin as soon as they landed. "Commander, Brother Lin," they shouted in unison. Cheng Hongbing looked Lin Yin up and down, puzzled, and asked, "Lin Yin, what about the beast? Didn't the commander say you were in danger? How come you look fine, but the commander's face is all blackened, and his uniform has several burnt holes?" Duan Zhu smiled awkwardly and explained, "It was all a misunderstanding. I didn't think it through." He wasn't about to admit that Lin Yin had left him in such a sorry state. Lin Yin chimed in, "Yes, he mistook my mount for a wild beast." Hearing this, Duan Zhu glanced at Lin Yin in surprise. He was secretly shocked. That was a beast that had undergone 3 awakenings, while Lin Yin was only a twice-awakened superhuman. Even the capital's geniuses like the Dark Emperor and Crown Prince would struggle to tame a thrice-awakened beast as a mount. The comparison was clear. "I see." Cheng Hongbing nodded in understanding. At that moment, Gao Peng came running over, carrying a dark energy detector and panting heavily. "Commander, Commander, there's a high-energy dark energy reaction nearby." "What?" Duan Zhu's face changed drastically as he grabbed the detector. The red light on the instrument flashed continuously. As he took a few steps forward, the flashing intensified, accompanied by a piercing beep. "There's a strong dark energy fluctuation nearby." Duan Zhu cautiously scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he pointed the detector at the lake. Instantly, the red light stayed on, and the alarm blared continuously. "The Beast King is in the lake," Duan Zhu exclaimed, and everyone's eyes focused on the calm surface of the lake. "Oh no!" Lin Yin exclaimed as his divine phoenix wings unfurled, propelling him like an arrow towards the lake. Just moments ago, he had instructed Qiu Liu and Luo Hongyi to take cover by the lake, a decision he now feared could lead to disaster. Suddenly, the lake's surface bulged, and a massive transparent water sphere appeared out of nowhere, with a faint silhouette visible inside. The sphere burst open, revealing a creature with a snake's head and a human's body, a Qinglin snake demon. Choosing this spot for their picnic was like setting up camp at the front door of the Qinglin snake demon. The demon flicked its forked tongue and glared at Luo Hongyi on the shore with blazing eyes. "Humans, how dare you defile my sacred dragon transformation lake? I will tear you to pieces." Before the words even finished, a water tornado surged from the lake, hurtling towards Luo Hongyi. "Watch out, fatty!" Lin Yin accelerated, unleashing a divine flame from his mouth that formed a firewall in front of Luo Hongyi. As water clashed with fire, steam billowed everywhere. Seizing the moment, Lin Yin grabbed Luo Hongyi and flew towards the car. Qiu Liu and the others had already reached the vehicle. Lin Yin tossed Luo Hongyi into the car and demanded, "What exactly did you do to piss it off so much?" Luo Hongyi stammered, "Brother Lin, I didn't mean to. I just really needed to go, and I might have overdone it." "Incredible." Lin Yin gave a thumbs up. "Your pee must be toxic. You managed to provoke a demon king like the Qinglin snake demon." Despite his teasing, he knew in his heart that Luo Hongyi's actions had brought the demon king out into the open. At that moment, Duan Zhu ran over and cautioned, "Brother Lin Yan, you should leave quickly. This demon king is nearing the end of its 4th bloodline awakening. I can handle it, but I can't protect you at the same time." Lin Yan nodded and turned to the others. "Duan Zhu is right. I can't protect you all. Captain, take them and go." He repeated Duan Zhu's words almost verbatim. Duan Zhu looked puzzled. "Brother Lin Yan, I meant for you to leave too." This demon king is beyond your capabilities. Lin Yan smiled. Duanzhu, how do you know I can't defeat this demon king? With that, he spread his wings and flew towards the Qinglin snake demon. Meanwhile, an evil-patterned giant tiger escorted Luo Hongyi and the others back to Spring City. With such a formidable creature guarding them, they were unlikely to encounter any danger. As for having the tiger stay and fight, a 3-time awakened beast against a latest-stage 4-time awakened beast, unable to fly, would be a suicide mission. Sigh? Everything's fine, except he's too impulsive. Duanzhu sighed as he watched Lin Yan's receding figure, then followed suit. He calculated that if he gave it his all, he had an 80 chance of winning through injury exchange, but if he had to protect Lin Yan, those odds would drop to 60. Fortunately, the Qinglin snake demon was about to molt, which would weaken its combat abilities significantly. Let's do this. Duanzhu gritted his teeth, drawing his sword, ready to trade blows if necessary. On the ground, Cheng Hongbing and Gao Peng watched helplessly as the two rushed towards the Qinglin snake demon. They wanted to help, but there was one problem: they couldn't fly. Old Gao, what should we do? Cheng Hongbing nudged Gao Peng's shoulder and asked. Gao Peng's eyes narrowed as he turned to the armed helicopter behind him. Get on the helicopter. We'll provide remote support, he ordered decisively, while pondering whether the missiles on the helicopter would be effective against the Demon King. Cheng Hongbing's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Great idea, he exclaimed, quickly running to the helicopter's weapon control station. On the lake, the azure-scaled serpent demon watched coldly as 2 humans charged towards it. The smaller one, with only 2 awakenings of his bloodline, had the audacity to claim he would kill it. Such arrogance enraged the serpent demon. His humans. You will pay for your arrogance, the serpent demon hissed, its mouth suddenly opening wide as a deadly venom shot out like an arrow. The terrifying poison of the Demon King corroded everything in its path. Watch out, brother Lin Yan. Duanzhu quickened his pace, attempting to pull Lin Yan away. Even he didn't want to come into contact with the venom. However, Lin Yan smirked slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A snake that only knows how to spit venom. Is that all you can do as a Demon King, azure-scaled serpent? Divine flame, Lin Yin shouted, and the divine flame erupted in front of him. The deadly serpent venom was instantly vaporized by the intense heat, not lingering for even a second before being dispersed. With all of Lin Yan's awakened bloodline attributes doubled, the power and heat of the divine flame reached new heights. He actually blocked it. Duanzhu was stunned by Lin Yan's unscathed appearance. He marveled silently. Truly a genius. He then joined Lin Yan, ready to fight side by side. Brother Lin Yan, I know you have great talent and strength, but this Demon King is not as simple as you think. We can work together to take it down, Duanzhu suggested. Lin Yin nodded. All right, but I want to deliver the final blow. He knew that the system required him to deal the final blow and contribute at least 50 of the damage to count as his own kill. No problem, Duanzhu agreed readily. For him, completing the task of killing the Demon King was what mattered, regardless of who landed the final strike. Plus, allowing Lin Yin to deliver the final blow could earn him some goodwill. With his body covered in purple armor and a look of determination in his eyes, Lin Yin declared, let's finish this quickly. He thought to himself that once the Demon King was defeated, he could complete the purification of the purple-eyed white tiger's bloodline and initiate his 3rd bloodline awakening. Humans, do not underestimate this king, the azure-scaled serpent demon roared, retreating swiftly. In an instant, the lake's surface churned, sending massive waves crashing towards Lin Yin and Duanzhu. Child's play. Duanzhu wielded his azure longsword, slashing towards the waves. One sword of heaven and earth open. A sharp sword energy surged forth, cleaving the towering waves in half. The sword energy continued its path, narrowly missing the serpent demon and shooting into the sky. Impressive, Lin Yin exclaimed, launching his own attack. With the extreme speed of the divine phoenix wings, he quickly closed in on the azure-scaled serpent demon. His hands formed into claws, aiming for the serpent's head. Beast King command. Fiery divine flame. Analyzing eye. In the serpent demon's moment of confusion, Lin Yan's hand, covered in purple armor and enveloped in divine flame, plunged into the serpent's head. Clang, the collision produced a clear metallic sound. Lin Yin was taken aback. This azure-scaled serpent demon's head is really tough. The serpent demon, snapping back to reality, roared furiously. Human, you have successfully angered this king. Suddenly, a massive wall of water erupted from the lake, creating a scene of chaos and towering waves. The azure-scaled serpent demon roared, foolish humans, I will make you pay for your insolence with your life. A colossal wave surged towards Lin Yin with tremendous force. The rocks on the shore were obliterated under the water's onslaught. Sensing danger, Lin Yin quickly shielded himself with his hands, enveloping his body in a fierce divine flame. Duan, the wave sent Lin Yin flying dozens of meters away. He was shocked. This Demon King was far more formidable than any lesser demon. As he withdrew the divine flame, Lin Yin fixed his gaze on the figure on the lake. realizing that the attack carried dragon energy, significantly weakening his protective flame. Duan Zhu swiftly joined Lin Yan, standing protectively in front of him with concern. Brother Lin Yan, are you alright? This demon king seems to be preparing for its fifth awakening. This is its dragon transformation pool, with dragon veins hidden beneath. It's in its element here. If you find it difficult, let me handle it. He steadied his azure sword. His fourth awakening had granted him the bloodline of a towering green bamboo, ever-growing. Along with it came a magical ability green bamboo burst, which could detonate a segment of bamboo energy each time. Duan Zhu had already charged over 7,000 segments. Lin Yin waved him off, saying, "No need, brother Duan Zhu. Just distract him for me. I haven't used my full strength yet." As he spoke, a layer of crimson purple golden armor Vajra purple armor suddenly covered him. Divine Phoenix, White Tiger Fist. Lin Yin shouted, charging at the azure-scaled serpent demon. The serpent demon snorted, "You're just bluffing." Instantly, scale armor covered its body, and it punched towards Lin Yin. "Human, let's see if your purple armor is stronger than my scale armor." Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that blasted the lake's surface into a temporary vacuum. Seeing Lin Yin struggling, the azure-scaled serpent demon mocked. "A mere human, with only a second awakening, dares to challenge me? You'll be crushed to a pulp under my fist." "Ha, such arrogance." Lin Yin sneered, a surge of overwhelming turbid flames erupting from his fist. Divine Phoenix flame burst. Boom! The violent explosion pushed both of them in opposite directions. Not far away, Cheng Hongbing and Gao Peng, who had been ready in the air, suddenly became alert. "Now's the time." East Wind Demon Slayer Missile. "Fire!" Cheng Hongbing shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 small missiles shot out like meteors from the armed helicopter, striking the azure-scaled serpent demon before it could evade. Boom boom boom. The missiles exploded, and the lake was shrouded in smoke. "Hit! We hit it!" Cheng Hongbing exclaimed excitedly. "These East Wind Demon Slayer missiles. One is enough to kill a second awakening beast and severely injure a third awakening demon. 3 in succession, even a demon king can't ignore them." The smoke hung silently. Gao Peng wondered, is it over? If 3 missiles were enough, this demon king seems too easy. "I don't know." Cheng Hongbing stared into the smoke, suddenly gripped by fear. "Oh no! Get out of the way." Wham! A massive snake tail suddenly smashed down from the smoke, hitting the spot where they had just been. As the smoke cleared, a gigantic snake body emerged in the water. The azure-scaled serpent demon roared in fury. "Humans! You've forced me to reveal my true form. I'll devour you all." The azure-scaled serpent demon roared in furious rage, its massive head rising as it opened its gaping maw. "Attack!" it commanded, a strange azure glow emanating from deep within its throat. "Get out of the way. We're going to die." Cheng Hongbing shouted in terror, his voice hoarse. Gao Peng, drenched in cold sweat, frantically maneuvered the helicopter. "We're dodging. Damn it. It's too late." Gao Peng yelled in despair, watching as the deadly breath closed in on them. In the nick of time, a blazing light suddenly rose in front of the helicopter, forming a fiery wall that blocked all the poisonous breath. "Lin Yan!" the two exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yan turned, his gaze serious as he looked at them. "This beast has revealed its true form. Staying here won't help anymore. Go back." "Thank you," they gratefully replied, quickly piloting the helicopter away. As Lin Yin had said, against the true form of the Demon King, a small helicopter was indeed insignificant. Duan Zhu arrived at Lin Yan's side, his expression grave. "Brother Lin, you should leave too. This Demon King is showing signs of transforming into a dragon." He pointed to the top of the azure-scaled serpent demon's head, where a small bump was forming a nascent dragon horn. But Lin Yin shook his head, a hint of confidence in his eyes. "I have a way to deal with this creature, but I'll need Brother Duan to hold it off for half an hour." "You all right?" Duan Zhu agreed through gritted teeth. Though unsure of Lin Yan's confidence, he was certain he could manage for half an hour. If necessary, he'd use his explosive technique, even at great personal cost, to kill this beast. "Thank you, Brother Duan." Lin Yin bowed to Duan Zhu, then turned and flew deeper into the forest. "Don't think you can escape," the azure-scaled serpent demon roared, raising a massive wave in pursuit. Boom! A wall of light suddenly appeared in its path. Duan Zhu stood proudly, his voice cold. "If you want to catch up to Brother Lin, you'll have to get past me first. Then I'll kill you first." The serpent demon bellowed in fury, lunging to bite. Fierce Hunt Azure Flame Killing Sword. Duan Zhu retaliated without fear, unleashing his deadly move. Meanwhile, Lin Yin flew swiftly through the air, his piercing gaze monitoring every movement of the beasts below. Under the threat of his presence, none dared to attack him. After crossing several mountains, Lin Yin finally found a range densely populated with beasts. He stopped, surveying the vast area below, where thousands of beasts gathered. The beasts gazed fearfully at the figure in the sky, their hearts filled with dread. "Isn't that the demon who drove us out of the city?" Why is he following us home? Is he going to wipe us out? We're doomed. The beasts will be exterminated. Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction, touching his forehead. Instantly, a purple golden king character glowed from his brow. Purple-eyed white tiger's innate ability Beast King's command. With Lin Yan's declaration, all the beasts instantly knelt. The Beast King's command is issued. All beasts bow. Lin Yin scanned the area, finally locking his gaze on a beast with a sharp horn, a second awakening beast. You'll do. Upon hearing this, the beast began to self-harm, breaking its own horn. The other thousands of beasts also inflicted wounds on themselves, each offering a drop of their essence blood. The blood merged with the broken horn, making it increasingly sinister. Yet even after absorbing all the essence blood, the horn seemed unsatisfied. Lin Yan held the horn, frowning slightly. Still not enough. With that, he flew towards other mountain ranges. His goal was to create the first weapon of the purple-eyed white tiger, the Beast King's blade. Above Huolong Lake, swords filled the sky like rain. Duanzhu wielded his green longsword, which suddenly transformed into a giant blade, striking fiercely against the tough scales of the Qinglin snake demon. At times, it morphed into countless sword shadows, pouring down like a treasure trove, leaving the snake demon with no room to counterattack. The battle had raged for 20 minutes, with only 10 minutes left of the half-hour limit set by Lin Yan. Duanzhu withdrew his magical abilities, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the massive body of the snake demon. He cursed the slow passage of time as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The Qinghong sword shadows he had just unleashed were his most powerful spell, yet they only injured the snake demon and fell short of dealing a significant blow. Inside Duanzhu, his golden core spun rapidly, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Opposite him, the Qinglin snake demon coiled up, then suddenly lifted its head, taunting. Human, after letting you attack for so long, your spiritual energy must be nearly exhausted. Before it finished speaking, its body glowed with a green light, making its scales extraordinarily hard. Duanzhu quickly swallowed a pill, sneering. Your strength isn't much greater than mine. After taking so many of my strikes, your spiritual energy must be nearly depleted too. He watched the snake demon warily, one hand behind his back, discreetly clutching a talisman. Ha! Foolish human, have you forgotten whose domain this is? The snake demon's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sinister light. With a thunderous roar, a massive whirlpool formed on Huolong Lake, and the clear cry of a dragon echoed across the sky. Duanzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as the shadow of an ethereal dragon rose from the whirlpool. This is the Yin Dragon Transformation Force. He suddenly understood the true nature of Huolong Lake's Terina dragon vein's head, brimming with treasure, located at the dragon's saliva site. The ethereal dragon's shadow merged with the massive figure of the Qinglin snake demon, instantly restoring the spiritual energy it had expended for defense. Even more astonishing, a small bump on its head transformed, and a single horn emerged. The green scales turned harder, tinged with a dark inky color. The snake demon was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Human, you should feel proud. The Qinglin snake demon spoke slowly. I have spent 20 years preparing meticulously to transform into a dragon, to shed my skin and roam the world. But because of you, I had to absorb the dragon vein's energy, becoming this half-dragon, half-snake form. Initially, I planned to kill you after my transformation and then destroy those human cities. But now, I've changed my mind. I will kill you now, and destroy the surrounding human cities. Roar! The Qinglin snake demon bellowed in rage, charging fiercely at Duanzhu. Void Dragon Claw. Duanzhu scoffed. You incite great demons to attack cities. Your evil knows no bounds. He raised his green sword before him, casting Sword Without Shadow, forming a protective shield of intersecting sword lights. Enhancement Talisman. 100-section bamboo explosion. The talisman in Duanzhu's hand exploded with a roar, causing his spiritual energy to surge. The battle reached a fever pitch as the life-and-death showdown between the two powerful beings was about to erupt. Behind Duanzhu, a towering green bamboo appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, countless segments of hollow bamboo shot out from it, exploding upon Duanzhu's body. His aura surged dramatically, rivaling the dragon form of the Qinglin snake demon. His veins bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a war god descending to earth. A rainbow pierced the sun, and the sword light shone like a rainbow. The dragon horn of the Qinglin snake demon broke through Duanzhu's sword shadow defense effortlessly. However, behind the sword shadow, a terrifying force capable of severely injuring the demon was gathering. The Qinghong sword in Duanzhu's hand danced wildly, its sound echoing through the skies. Countless sword lights hovered in the air before converging on the green long sword he wielded. 10,000 swords as one, the world chilled by one sword. Duanzhu raised his arm, and darkness suddenly descended over a 10-mile radius. Only the green long sword in his hand, and the towering green bamboo behind him remained as the sole sources of light. As Duanzhu swung his sword down, a chilling aura enveloped the Qinglin snake demon. The Qinglin snake demon was suddenly gripped by fear and exclaimed, "This sword strike has reached the threshold of the fifth awakening." It immediately gathered all its spiritual power for defense. Duanzhu ignored the demon's exclamation, a slight smile on his lips. 40 seconds more. Bang! The massive sword descended, driving the Qinglin snake demon to the bottom of the lake. The lake's surface erupted with a tremendous splash, and a crimson hue spread from the depths, quickly staining much of the lake. Duanzhu looked on with satisfaction at the result of his explosive bamboo segments. But then, the enhancements from the bamboo burst abruptly vanished. He fell towards the lake like a kite with a broken string. At that critical moment, a strong hand grabbed him, pulling him to the shore. It was Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at the nearly doomed Duanzhu and chuckled wryly. "I asked you to hold it off for half an hour, and you almost got yourself killed," Duanzhu said with difficulty. "If this demon king isn't eliminated, the future of CG province and the surrounding areas will face a massacre." Lin Yan laughed. "So you're putting on a tragic show for me? Well, all right, I'll take you under my wing. Duanzhu, the task of holding it off is done. Now, leave the rest to your big brother Lin." Lin Yin stood up, wielding the Beast King Shatter, forged from the blood of 20,000 demon beasts. This weapon could not only destroy the enemy's physical body, but also obliterate their soul in one fatal blow. Duanzhu, lying by the rocks, cautioned, "Be careful. That beast has transformed into a dragon. Its power greatly increased." Lin Yin glanced at him, smiling. "Duanzhu, let me teach you your first lesson. When facing an enemy stronger than you, there's only one solution: become stronger than them." Before he finished speaking, a massive dragon head emerged on the lake's surface. Its furious eyes were fixed on the two by the shore. The Qinglin dragon demon had finally revealed itself. How can this be? The demon king has become even more powerful. On the shore, Duanzhu stared in fear at the half-submerged green-scaled dragon demon. At this moment, the demon king's presence was even stronger than before, filling Duanzhu with near despair. He recalled how he had fought desperately, believing he had gravely injured the demon king, only to realize he had helped it instead. On the lake, the dragon's head slowly opened its mouth, its voice full of glee. "Ha ha! Heaven has blessed me. A narrow escape. In this wounded state, I've fully absorbed the power of the void dragon. Now that I have successfully transformed into a dragon, I am invincible." Duanzhu felt a deep sense of shame upon hearing this. Frustrated, he thought that if he weren't so exhausted and unable to move, he would have slapped himself. At that moment, Lin Yin stood on the shore, holding the Beast King's scepter, formed from the blood essence of 20,000 demon beasts. He sneered. "Transform into a dragon? A mere snake dares to call itself a dragon." The green-scaled dragon demon was furious, as it hated being called a snake. A tremendous dragon's might pressed down on Lin Yan. Under this pressure, Duanzhu coughed up blood again and struggled to look at Lin Yan, only to be surprised that Lin Yan was unharmed, still calm and composed. Lin Yan chuckled dismissively. "Dragon's might? Is that all?" Suddenly, a more formidable and fierce aura erupted from him. Emperor's presence. Beast King's command. Duanzhu felt the pressure on him lighten and couldn't help but silently admire Lin Yan's strength. The green-scaled dragon demon squinted, assessing Lin Yan, contemplating the possibility of devouring him. Lin Yan's divine phoenix wings unfurled behind him as he slowly ascended into the air, scoffing. "Do I need a little snake? Oh no, a little worm, to judge my strength?" The dragon demon was incensed. "You insolent human! Not only will I eat you, but I'll also flay you alive." With that, it lunged at Lin Yan. Lin Yan snorted, positioning the Beast King's scepter in front of him defensively. Just as Duanzhu shouted, "Watch out!" the green-scaled dragon demon charged at Lin Yan. A dragon's roar resounded across the sky. A thunderous roar of a dragon suddenly echoed through the air. A massive creature, weighing over 100 tons, crashed towards Lin Yan like a meteor. With a deafening boom, the entire valley trembled, and the sound of falling rocks reverberated across the mountains. Duanzhu stared in shock at the astonishing scene, watching as the collision distorted the air and light, as if the entire world had lost its order in that instant. "Brother Lin," Duanzhu couldn't help but shout, filled with worry. After all, it was the incredibly condensed body of a dragon, and such a gigantic one at that. However, in the next moment, another dragon's roar pierced the sky, this time tinged with a sense of desolation. The azure-scaled dragon demon howled as it shot towards the sky, seemingly fleeing for its life. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted on the ground, and Lin Yan's voice followed. "Bold demon, where do you think you're going?" With that, he flapped the wings of the divine phoenix, pursuing the dragon demon at a speed that matched its own. Duanzhu leaned against a giant rock, hardly able to believe his eyes. Lin Yin had actually driven away a demon king at the peak of its fourth bloodline awakening. a creature that could easily crush him to dust. Just how terrifying was Lin Yan's power? Swallowing hard, Duanju's shock was mixed with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He looked up at the sky, where Lin Yan had already disappeared into the clouds, chasing the azure-scaled dragon demon. Although the details were obscured, the flashes of flames and lightning in the sky clearly indicated the ferocity of the battle. At the same time, not only Duanju, but the entire population of Spring City, Summer City, and Autumn City were focused on this earth-shattering battle. Xie Yibin sat in his wheelchair, staring intently at the sky that constantly changed colors. Behind him stood four captains. He gripped the wheelchair's armrest so tightly that the metal bent under his grip, silently cheering for Lin Yin in his heart. In a villa, Luo Hong held a chicken leg in his hand, unable to bring it to his mouth, as he too prayed for Lin Yin. On the Yulong Forum of the Four Seasons province, a post titled, "Thrilling. Brother Lin battles the Demon King. Once again, Brother Lin protects us with his life," quickly went viral. The post included a live broadcast from a meteorological observatory in Spring City using a super long-range telescope. In the video, Lin Yan's small figure contrasted sharply with the massive dragon body of the azure-scaled dragon demon, capturing everyone's attention in this breathtaking battle. In less than 10 minutes, over 200,000 people from Spring City, Summer City, Autumn City, and Winter City gathered in the live stream, without any purchased views or promotions. The live stream quickly topped the charts on all major platforms. The comment section was flooded with messages, with shouts of "Go Brother Lin" and "Brother Lin will win," echoing continuously. Every second, over 100,000 comments flew by, as everyone held their breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious in this epic battle. Duanju stared intently at the sky, his eyes filled with both worry and anticipation. At this moment, over 200,000 people in CG City were witnessing the same scene, equally anxious about Lin Yan's safety. Yet, deep within Duanju, there was a stubborn conviction Lin Yin would not lose. This belief stemmed from Lin Yan's exceptional talent, his sincere devotion to his country, and Duanju's almost fanatical admiration for him. On a deeper level, perhaps it originated from the pure conviction he felt as a child watching anime. Justice will never be defeated. To Duanju, Lin Yin was the embodiment of invincibility. How could a mere little dragon dare act arrogantly before Lin Go? Lin Go, go for it, Duanju shouted in his heart, while the live stream chat erupted with the same cheer. Suddenly, an unusual comment caught everyone's attention. Lin Go is about to unleash his full power. In the sky, Lin Yin closed in on the azure-scaled dragon demon with incredible speed. The demon was covered in blood and scars, its dragon eyes wide open, glaring at Lin Yin. "Human, are you truly going to show no mercy?" Lin Yin sneered, holding the radiant behemoth scythe. "No mercy? Did you ever consider mercy when you incited great demons to attack our city?" The azure-scaled dragon demon's pupils shrank in shock that Lin Yin knew of this. It cursed angrily. So it was that fool, the hermit crab, who leaked it. Then it gritted its teeth. "Do we really have to fight to the end?" Lin Yin raised the behemoth scythe, his tone calm. "Your kind and humans have always been mortal enemies, haven't we?" The azure-scaled dragon demon laughed wildly. "Fine. Very well. If you want to fight to the death, then bring it on. I am of the noble dragon race. I fear no weak human like you." Roar. Phantom dragon, overpower. The demon's scales burst with a green light, and its thunder-wrapped horns charged straight at Lin Yin. Lin Yin gripped the behemoth scythe tightly, surrounded by supreme purple energy, and faced the attack with a determined gaze. Behemoth scythe. Boom. The sky for hundreds of miles was instantly shrouded in a blend of green and purple hues. The residents of the Four Seasons city gazed upward in astonishment, watching as the green light and purple flames intertwined and flashed. The live stream chat suddenly paused. The barrage of 130,000 comments per second came to a halt as everyone held their breath, silently sending their blessings skyward. They sincerely hoped for Lin Yan's victory. Duanju raised his hand to shield himself from the gusts of wind, but his eyes remained narrowed, fixed on the battlefield, silently shouting in his heart, "Lin Go." In the sky, the green and purple lights flashed faster and faster, alternating so rapidly they dazzled the eye. On the battlefield, Lin Yin thrust the behemoth scythe deeply into the head of the azure-scaled dragon demon. The demon looked at Lin Yin in disbelief. "How could this be? What kind of weapon is this that can penetrate my true dragon defense?" Lin Yin sneered. "The behemoth scythe is just a one-time trinket made from the essence of 20,000 demon beasts, nothing more." The azure-scaled dragon demon smiled bitterly. "The behemoth scythe, at least it's a spiritual treasure. Being killed by a spiritual treasure is at least an honorable death." With that, it closed its eyes. However, Lin Yin was not finished. He said coldly, "An honorable death? Did you ever consider if the warriors and soldiers killed by your commanded beast tide died honorably? Did the civilians devoured by demon beasts die honorably?" Lin Yin suddenly smirked. "Well, You're a demon beast, and I'm human. Our stances are inherently different. You've done what you had to do, and now I must do what I should do." The azure-scaled dragon demon abruptly opened its eyes, a deep sense of foreboding rising within. "What are you going to do?" Lin Yin sneered. "Have you ever heard of Nez's havoc in the sea? Today, I'll try it myself, extracting dragon tendons." With a whoosh, Lin Yan's right hand turned into a claw, fiercely grabbing at the neck of the azure-scaled dragon demon. "No, stop. Ah!" The azure-scaled dragon demon rolled violently in the air, the pain far exceeding that of having its head pierced by the behemoth's scythe. Hiss hiss hiss, a dragon tendon, blue and white throughout, was slowly extracted by Lin Yan. "Ah, demon, devil, Rakshasa, you're a devil." The azure-scaled dragon demon writhed in agony, never having experienced such extreme pain. With a loud thud, it could no longer maintain flight and crashed heavily to the ground. The extreme pain made it want to faint, but the behemoth's scythe embedded in its head prevented it. "Cursed! I curse you with my soul. Curse you. To eternal damnation." The azure-scaled dragon demon uttered its final words with gritted teeth, then died. With a whoosh, Lin Yin extracted the dragon tendon completely. A system notification suddenly appeared. "Ding! You have vanquished the azure-scaled dragon demon. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 22. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification has reached 100. Please collect sufficient dark energy to complete the third bloodline awakening. Dark energy 46. Lin Yin looked at the notification and sighed. He decided that he must carry some dark alloy with him in the future. Being in a situation like this, with bloodline purification maxed out, but unable to complete the bloodline awakening due to insufficient dark energy, was truly frustrating. By the lakeside, Duan Zhu lay beside a boulder, staring in disbelief at Lin Yin extracting the dragon tendon completely. He muttered to himself, "Lin Gu." 1. The play of purple flames and green light in the sky finally faded, leaving a purple-hued sky that lingered for half a minute before returning to a deep blue. Over 200,000 citizens from the 4 cities of CG province gazed upwards, their hearts filled with emotion. After a moment of silence, the cities erupted in a tremendous cheer, with Lin Yan's name echoing through the air once more. Inside the Yulong Tower in Spring City, Xie Yibin, filled with excitement, stood up from his wheelchair and saluted the distant sky. The 4 captains behind him also paid their respects. This scene was mirrored across the Spring City military, all Yulong teams, and even in the other 3 cities, as all Yulong leaders, warriors, military officers, and soldiers saluted Lin Yin across hundreds of miles. Luo Hongyi finally bit into the chicken leg he had been holding for a long time, not caring that it had turned cold and stiff. As he gnawed on it, tears streamed down his face. "Brother Lin, you'll always be my brother. Boo-hoo. This cold chicken leg is damn hard to eat." On the CG Province Yulong Forum, although the live broadcast had ended and the link was inactive, the posts remained lively, with replies exceeding 2 million. Every response praised Lin Yan's strength. By the lakeside of Hualong Lake, Lin Yan contemplated the dragon monster's corpse, pondering how to handle the 100 tons of treasure. As he was deep in thought, Duan Zhu's weak voice reached him from behind. Only then did Lin Yan remember the forgotten companion, and he smiled apologetically as he helped him up. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades filled the air as it landed, revealing Qiu Liu and the 4 captains of Spring City. Lin Yan boarded with Duan Zhu, arranging for a doctor to examine him. Cheng Hongbing and others marveled at Lin Yan's prowess, amazed by his rapid growth. Upon landing, Xie Yibin and the 4 ministers personally welcomed them. They excitedly praised Lin Yan for saving CG province once again, yet were taken aback by Lin Yan's humility. When Lin Yan expressed his intention to donate the dragon monster's body to CG province, everyone was stunned. Xie Yibin and the others bowed deeply, representing the gratitude of all the people of CG province for Lin Yan's selfless contribution. At that moment, Lin Yan's image grew even more admirable in everyone's hearts. The professional team sent by the 4 Seasons province truly lived up to their reputation. Before nightfall, Lin Yan witnessed the massive Hercules transport helicopters lifting the segmented corpse of the azure-scaled dragon demon back to Spring City. This Dragon King-level corpse was evenly distributed among 4 cities, with each receiving dozens of tons. Although it seemed like a small amount when divided, every inch of the Demon King's dragon corpse was priceless. Despite Lin Yin initially stating he didn't need any part of the dragon demon, Xie Yibin and the others still set aside a portion for him. As night fell, and Lin Yin was about to take a shower and go to sleep, Qiu Liu suddenly barged into the bathroom. Lin Yin had just taken off his jacket when he noticed Qiu Liu standing in front of him, exclaiming, "Whoa, Captain, what are you planning? A surprise visit to this handsome young man?" Qiu Liu leaned forward with a charming expression and said, "The hot water at my place is broken, so I thought I'd borrow your bathroom. Big boy, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Her fingers gently brushed against Lin Yan's cheek, and she was almost pressed against him. Lin Yin could smell her faint fragrance and noticed her black hair cascading down her back, with a few strands still sticking together, indicating she had just showered. Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly, feigning surprise as he said, "Ah, Captain, you just reminded me. I think my hot water is broken too. Gosh, Captain, what's up with the service in this villa community? How can the hot water break in two places simultaneously? Maybe we should file a joint complaint." With that, he picked up his jacket and put it back on. Xiao Liu, seeing this, gritted her teeth in frustration and cornered Lin Yin against the wall, one hand against it while the other lifted his chin. "Lin Yin, big boy, does your sister look ugly to you? Do you dislike me that much?" Her breath was warm on his face, fragrant and inviting. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Luo Hongyi peeked in. "What? Lin, did you say the hot water's broken?" Before he could finish, he saw the scene. Lin Yin, disheveled, cornered against the wall, both of them staring at him. "Sorry, please continue." Luo Hongyi quickly shut the door, heart racing, realizing he might have just walked into a delicate situation. The image lingered in his mind, both shocking and embarrassing. Lin Yin and Xiao Liu exchanged awkward glances for a while until Lin Yin finally broke the silence. "Captain, come on, I'm still underage." Xiao Liu huffed, withdrawing her hands and standing opposite Lin Yin. "So what if you're underage? Didn't I come from being underage too? Don't think of me as an old auntie. I'm only 26. She looked him up and down. "By the way, it's your birthday tomorrow, right? After that, you'll be of age, so don't say you're underage anymore." Lin Yin playfully replied, "Is the captain here to see the last of my underage self?" Xiao Liu rolled her eyes. "I'm not that bored." Then she added coyly, "But if you're planning to show off, I might consider it." Lin Yin smirked. "Heh." Xiao Liu giggled, taking a step back, her expression returning to normal. All right, I'm just teasing. Actually, I'm here because of Minister Xie's request." She gestured towards the window. Lin Yin opened the blinds and saw a military truck parked by the road, surrounded by a team of dragon-slaying Black Wind Code operatives. The truck carried a pair of enormous horns that resembled antlers, but Lin Yin knew they were the azure-scaled dragon demon's dragon horns, the most valuable part of the creature. "For me?" Lin Yin asked, remembering he had declined the offer. Xiao Liu explained, "Not entirely. Minister Xie knows you're crafting your own weapon, and with your current strength, materials from a great demon aren't enough. The minister said you should use the dragon horns for your weapon, and if there's any left, you can keep them." She added, "Honestly, I think all of it should be yours. Anything left over can be sold or exchanged for points." Lin Yin chuckled. "No need. I don't need money now." "Points." He checked his phone. I have 1,283,037 points." Xiao Liu was shocked. "What? Over 1 million? I've been in Spring City for 4 years and only earned over 300,000. You've been here for just a few days." She blinked at Lin Yin in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the living room, Luo Hongyi sat on the sofa pretending to watch TV, but he was actually listening intently to the bathroom sounds. Just as he wondered why it suddenly went quiet, Lin Yin appeared silently and smacked him on the back of the head. "Were you eavesdropping?" Lin Yin asked, not amused. Luo Hongyi flinched. "Lin, how do you walk so quietly?" He looked around, seeing only Lin Yin. "Should I make noise so you can hear me sneaking up on you?" Lin Yin stood with his arms crossed. No. Where's Captain Xiao?" Luo Hongyi asked. "She's gone, left the same way she came in," Lin Yin explained. Xiao Liu hadn't used the window or door, but had moved a bathroom tile to leave through a secret passage. The house was her backup, and she knew the passage as well. Relieved to hear Xiao Liu had left, Luo Hongyi gave Lin Yin a thumbs up. "You're something, Lin. Even daring to woo the captain." Lin Yin laughed. "I was the one being wooed, okay?" Not long after, Lin Yin suddenly awoke and immediately checked the system interface. The strongest bloodline purification system displayed. Host, Lin Yin. Awakening, second bloodline awakening. Bloodline, undying divine phoenix. Purple-eyed white tiger. Dark energy, 48. Purple-eyed white tiger abilities. Emperor's presence. Purple armor, analyzing eye. Undying divine phoenix abilities. Self-healing, divine flame, phoenix wings. Lin Yin focused on the dark energy value. Suddenly remembering, he forgot to ask Xie Yibin for dark alloy. The bloodline of the purple-eyed white tiger was fully purified, only lacking dark energy for a third awakening. To his surprise, the dark energy had increased from 46 yesterday to 48 today. At this moment, Lin Yin realized his lack of common knowledge. Awakened individuals, under dark energy radiation, would see a slow daily increase in dark energy even without doing anything. In areas rich with dark energy, this effect would double. Typically, talented awakeners have awakening intervals of at least 3 to 5 years, with some taking over a decade. This long period is enough to accumulate dark energy, and almost no one treats the dark energy used for the first awakening as a storage tool. Looking at his arm, Lin Yin self-deprecatingly said, "At this rate, I might be the first in 100 years." He shook his head with a bitter smile, went to the Yulong building, and found that the little chubby Luong Yi, who usually slept in, was not at home. Inside the Yulong building, Xie Yibin had already left his wheelchair, though he still had a cane by his side, looking no different from an ordinary person. Awakening not only grants great power, but also excellent self-repair abilities. The stronger the awakened individual, the stronger their self-healing. Yesterday, Duan Zhu, who was paralyzed after using his explosive ability, was lively as a monkey this morning. At this moment, he was struggling over a task report paper, the pen tip hovering for a long time. Every task involving a Demon King required a handwritten report detailing the Demon King's type, characteristics, magical abilities, and the elimination process. The earlier content was no issue. With experience from eliminating several Demon Kings, Duan Zhu had written 2 long sections. But the how to eliminate part stumped him. He ruffled his hair, trying to recall the battle details. The sky flickered with blue and purpler light. Then the azure scale dragon demon was pinned by Lin Yin, eventually dying from the pain of having its tendons extracted. This was the truth, but describing it this way might cause trouble. Xie Yibin, leaning on his cane, sipped tea in front of Duan Zhu, asking with concern, "General, what's troubling you?" Duan Zhu listlessly raised his head. "Minister Xie, you see, this task report is simply not meant for humans to write." He complained while recounting yesterday's events: shadows, blue light and purple flames, death by pain. "Minister Xie, if I write this way, won't the people at Yulong headquarters skin me alive?" Duan Zhu felt that Yulong's requirements for the details of slaying were excessive. Even if a demon king was killed with a single strike, the report required fabricated resistance details. "This is a task report, not a novel," he said helplessly. Xie Yibin paused for a moment. "Well, I can't help with that either." Although there was a remote broadcast during Lin Yan's battle yesterday, the fight above the clouds couldn't be captured by the observation lens. Duan Zhu sighed. "Looks like I'll have to ask brother Lin Yin to come over." Just then, a guard reported. "Lin Yin requests to see you." Xie Yibin smiled. "Speak of the devil. Let him in." Lin Yin entered the office, seeing Xie Yibin on the sofa and Duan Zhu occupying his seat. He inquired about their injuries with concern. Xie Yibin waved his cane. "No problem at all. Just the leg still needs the cane." Duan Zhu added. "Same here. That ability only made me weak for 10 hours. Now I'm fine." He shifted the topic. "Brother Lin Yin, you're just in time. Help us out. Tell us in detail how you killed that dragon demon." Lin Yin was pulled to a seat. Seeing the unfinished task report on the table, he immediately understood. "It's simple, just find the right moment and strike." "Strike, strike." Duan Zhu and Xie Yibin exchanged puzzled looks. Lin Yin stopped teasing and detailed the battle process. Xie Yibin frowned. "Strange, when dissecting the Demon King's body, we didn't find the Beast King thorn you mentioned." "Of course, the Beast King thorn is a one-time use weapon, disappearing when the azure scale dragon demon dies," Lin Yin explained. Duan Zhu wrote the report while lamenting. "Alloy weapons, magic tools, spiritual treasures, immortal tools. To easily kill a Demon King, that Beast King thorn must be at least a spiritual treasure level weapon. What a pity it's one-time use." Suddenly, Xie Yibin asked, "By the way, Lin Yin, what brings you here? Are you here to apply for the reward money? I can issue it immediately." Lin Yin shook his head. "No need. Minister, money is just a number to me now. Actually, I'm here to request some dark alloy." "Dark alloy? No problem," Xie Yibin readily agreed. "Are you helping someone else awaken?" Lin Yin straightforwardly replied. "No, I need dark energy for the 3rd bloodline awakening." Xie Yibin instinctively responded. "Oh, the 3rd bloodline awakening." He suddenly widened his eyes. "What? Didn't you just complete the 2nd bloodline awakening 4 days ago?" Lin Yin nodded calmly, his robe fluttering despite the still air, and behind him, the void seemed to echo with the roar of a fierce tiger. "Yes, I've completed the purification of my 2nd bloodline awakening. Now, I only need dark energy." Xie Yibin and Duan Zhu exchanged a surprised glance. Lin Yan's ethereal bloodline state was a hallmark of the peak of the 2nd bloodline awakening, just a step away from the 3rd awakening. "You're really just one step away," Duan Zhu marveled, then asked, "Did you complete your 2nd bloodline awakening 4 days ago? What about the first one?" Xie Yibin also looked at Lin Yin with curiosity, knowing he was a natural awakener, but unaware of the specifics. Lin Yin recalled, "The first bloodline awakening, it was less than 5 days ago. It happened the night I encountered Du Wei and the demonized monkey. I fell asleep on a bench on Chuanxi Road, and then I just awakened." Hearing this, Xie Yibin and Duan Zhu couldn't help but gasp. "A monster. You're really a monster," Xie Yibin exclaimed. "Calling you a genius doesn't even begin to cover it." Duan Zhu looked at Lin Yin with admiration, wishing he could immediately kneel and ask him to lead the way. 3 bloodline awakenings in 5 days. Even the first town general couldn't achieve such a feat. Xie Yibin quickly took action, soon arranging for 2 pieces of dark alloy to be delivered. These pieces were 10 times larger than the small 3-gram dark alloy Lin Yin had first encountered. Xie Yibin explained, As the power of bloodline awakening increases, the demand for dark energy grows. These two should be enough for you to complete your third bloodline awakening. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yin took the dark alloy to the training room on the third floor of the building. He was concerned that the power of the third bloodline awakening might destroy the office, but the training room was sturdy enough. Duanzhu set aside the task report introducing Lin Yan's achievements and joined Xie Yibin on the third floor. Xie Yibin activated all protective measures and observed from behind the glass. Standing in the center of the training room, Lin Yin took a deep breath, letting his excitement surge within. He held a piece of dark alloy encased in glass in each hand, and with a gentle squeeze, the glass shattered. As the dark alloy came into contact with the air, it emitted a dazzling light comparable to an artificial sun. Duanzhu was caught off guard, unable to open his eyes against the glare. Xie Yibin, having anticipated this, donned sunglasses and chuckled. No big deal. You wouldn't believe it, but the first time Lin Yin touched dark alloy, the light was just as bright. Inside the training room, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Dark energy absorption 50. 80 100. Purple-eyed white tiger bloodline purification 100. Dark energy storage 100. Proceed with the third bloodline awakening. Yes. Lin Yin responded without hesitation. In an instant, behind Lin Yin, a divine phoenix and a white tiger phantom emerged. The phoenix cried, and the tiger roared, striking awe into the heart. Beside these phantoms, a third phantom was slowly forming. Lin Yin mused, what will my third awakened bloodline be? The scene from his second bloodline awakening 4 days ago reappeared, but this time it was different. It was a battlefield littered with the bodies of beasts, where countless creatures were locked in combat. Mythical creatures like the Xuanwu, giant pythons, and fierce lions were everywhere, alongside ancient beasts like the Fei, Huodo, and Fuju, unleashing earth-shattering power. As the battlefield accelerated in time, a mighty azure dragon soared across the sky, unmatched and eventually standing supreme over all. Lin Yin was astonished. Is my third bloodline awakening an azure dragon? At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The sky above radiated golden light, and under its brilliance, the proud dragon head slowly bowed. From the clouds emerged the head of a golden dragon, dominating the world. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. World dominating, Dragon Clan Saint Sovereign. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Golden Dragon Saint bloodline. A refreshing energy coursed through Lin Yan's body with each breath, cleansing and refining his physique. Third awakening, drawing energy into the body. My fate is mine to command. Lin Yan felt the refreshing energy, clenching his fist. Is this spiritual energy? To think my wish from reading cultivation novels has come true. The light from the dark alloy faded, with excess dark energy automatically stored by the system. Xie Yibin and Duanzhu excitedly approached Lin Yan, eager to ask about his newly awakened bloodline. Lin Yan exhaled a deep breath, then said thoughtfully, well, it's a dragon. The supreme of all creatures, a dragon? Haha, Lin Yan, you've got quite the bloodline this time. Xie Yibin praised. Duanzhu, however, frowned and asked, a dragon? What were your first 2 awakened bloodlines? Lin Yan replied, a firebird and a tiger. Is there a problem? Duanzhu explained, there's a big problem. Bloodline awakenings might seem random, but there's actually a pattern. He continued earnestly. Each awakening is related to the previous ones. Like me, my first was a green shoot, the second was bamboo, the third a bamboo spirit, and the fourth a towering bamboo segmental connected to bamboo. Xie Yibin added, now that you mention it, mine were similar. First a turtle, then an alligator snapping turtle, and finally a xuanwu. Duanzhu nodded, looking at Lin Yan. But for you, it's completely irregular. This has never happened in 100 years of history. Lin Yan awkwardly laughed. Maybe I was a molecule before, moving randomly? He couldn't possibly reveal that the system had broken the pattern, granting him the strongest bloodline each time. Duanzhu sighed. Well, perhaps it's the privilege of a peerless anomaly. Lin Yan nodded, relieved that they didn't press further. Just then, Lin Yan's phone rang. The soft, charming voice of Qiu Liu came through. Lin Yan, darling, there's a surprise waiting for you at home. As Lin Yan put the phone to his ear, Qiu Liu's voice came through. There's a surprise waiting at home. Before she could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. The busy tone buzzed in his ear, leaving Lin Yan staring at his phone screen in disbelief. How could she hang up without even a word of explanation? Instinctively, he looked over at Duanzhu and Xie Yibin, hoping for some advice. But both shook their heads and waved their hands, as if to say, don't look at us. We have no idea what to do. After all, they were both bachelors. Suddenly intrigued, Xie Yibin threw an arm around Lin Yan's shoulders and began enthusiastically promoting Qiu Liu. Lin Yan, you know, Captain Qiu is actually quite something. She's only 26 this year, not that much older than you. You know the saying, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick, right? Well, she's 7 years older than you, still in her prime. Plus, she's beautiful, talented, and completed her second awakening 2 years ago. If you're open to dating an older woman, he winked suggestively. Captain Xiao is a great choice. She's practically the goddess of the Spring City Yulong team. Xie Yibin's matchmaking antics were a far cry from his usual demeanor as the head of the Yulong department. Lin Yin couldn't help but interrupt. Minister Xie, have you been possessed or something? Xie Yibin paused, then quickly resumed his persuasion. No, Lin Yin, I'm genuinely trying to help you. Think about it. In this day and age, where else can you find a woman as capable, talented, beautiful, and competent as Captain Xiao? She's the leader of the Spring City Yulong exploration team, which was a secure job even over 100 years ago. He grew more animated as he painted a picture of the future, gesticulating wildly. Sure, your talents are rare, and you're a once-in-a-century phenomenon, but you're just one person, right? Every man needs a woman. Secure Captain Xiao now, and once you've made a name for yourself, you can still have your fun elsewhere. Do you know the ultimate goal for a man? To keep the home flag flying while letting colorful flags wave outside. Lin Yin looked at Xie Yibin with a mix of sympathy and disgust. Once he finished, Lin Yin sighed in disappointment. Minister Xie, I'm already mourning for my future sister-in-law. I thought you were a good minister and leader, but your mindset needs some work. Duan Zhu almost burst into tears of laughter beside them. After Lin Yin spoke, he turned and took the elevator downstairs. Once Lin Yin left, Duan Zhu couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud. Huh? Minister Xie, your pitch was so sleazy. But I'm curious, how have you managed to stay unmarried at this age with such a mindset? Xie Yibin shot him a glance. You think I'm like this? It's all for the mission. He pulled out his phone and made a call. It didn't work. He's gone. With that, he also got into the elevator. Let's go. My lord, we should head out too. Outside the Yulong building, Lin Yin had just stepped out when he saw three familiar figures standing there. Du Wei Ma Yi Su Hao? What are you guys doing here? Du Wei scratched his head and grinned. Haha, Lin, we're on break today, just wandering around. Where are you headed? We can give you a ride. Lin Yin patted the brand new armored vehicle behind him and said, it's just a short walk back home. Su Hao and Ma Yi immediately flanked Lin Yin, exclaiming in unison, no way, Lin. You're the hero of the whole province now, an idol. There's no way we can let our idol walk home. Come on, get in the car. With that, they half-pushed, half-pulled Lin Yin into the vehicle. Lin Yin didn't resist further and settled into the back seat, enjoying the soft, luxurious leather upholstery. He curiously asked, Du Wei, did you get a new car? Du Wei turned from the driver's seat, smiling as he explained, oh Lin, you're giving me too much credit. This is on loan from our captain for my contributions in fighting the beasts. Yeah, exactly. Ma Yi and Su Hao chimed in with forced smiles. We owe this ride to you, Lin. Lin Yin acknowledged with a nod, leaning against the window. He was puzzled. This was clearly an armored vehicle, yet the seats were so comfortable, which seemed unusual. Suddenly, he noticed the streets outside were decorated with red lanterns, a stark contrast to the usual green hues of Spring City. Lin Yin couldn't help but ask, it's not even New Year yet. Why are there lanterns everywhere? Ma Yi and Su Hao exchanged awkward glances, fumbling for words. Du Wei quickly intervened. Maybe there's a big wedding or celebration from a prominent family. The two nodded in agreement. Lin Yin frowned, but said nothing, his instincts on high alert. Everything about today felt off. The car stopped in front of Lin Yan's house, and Du Wei and the others quickly bid farewell and drove away. Lin Yin walked into his yard, noticing the menacing patterned giant tiger still lounging in the garage. Everything seemed normal on the surface, but something felt amiss to Lin Yin. Standing at the door, he paused before touching the handle. Lin Yin closed his eyes and activated the sensory perception ability he had gained after his third awakening. Instantly, the surroundings unfolded in his mind. Inside the house, there were people. Lin Yan's eyes snapped open, glaring coldly at the giant tiger, which woke up startled, shaking its head innocently to indicate its ignorance. Lin Yin looked away, thinking that if the people inside had any malicious intent, he might have already dealt with the tiger. Umph. Let's see what tricks are in store, Lin Yin sneered, his presence imposing as he pushed the door open. Bang! The moment the door opened, a burst of cheers erupted inside. Lin, happy birthday! Lin Yin stood frozen. The room was packed with people. Luo Hongyi and his family, Qiu Liu, Cheng Hongbing, and the other three captains of Spring City, He Min, Xie Yibin, and the other three ministers of the Four Seasons province, Yu Wu, Yu Xian, Hu Shilong, and his team members. Almost everyone he knew was there. Everyone held a small party popper and aimed it at Lin Yin before pulling the strings. With a loud pop, Lin Yin stood there, stunned, as he looked at the scene before him, tears involuntarily welling up in his eyes. Haha, Lin, did you really forget today is your birthday? Happy birthday, Luo Hongyi said with a cheerful tone. Hu Shilong and the other five stepped forward, echoing in unison. Happy birthday, Captain. Their faces were lit up with genuine smiles, each holding a carefully prepared gift. Yu Wu handed Lin Yin an exquisite box containing a unique pendant. she softly explained. Inside the pendant's cover is a photo of our entire team. Lin Yin accepted it gingerly, a warm feeling spreading through his heart. The others also presented their gifts, each filled with thoughtfulness. Lin Yin accepted each one, his gratitude evident. Thank you. Thank you all. His voice was choked with emotion. It was the warmest birthday he had ever had. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Yin turned around to see Du Wei smiling at him. Haha Lin, don't forget about us. Du Wei signaled to Ma Yi and Su Hao. Let's start. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom resonated, and the night sky of Spring City was suddenly ablaze with dazzling fireworks. The colorful lights illuminated everyone's faces and Lin Yan's tear-filled eyes. Lin, happy birthday. The thunderous shout of well-wishes echoed through the skies, reverberating in every corner of Spring City. Lin Yin could no longer hold back his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, everyone. At that moment, Qiu Liu lightly coughed and teasingly lifted Lin Yan's chin with her finger. Why are you still standing at the door? Are you snubbing the dishes your sister personally cooked? Lin Yin quickly laughed and replied, I wouldn't dare. Then hurry up to the table. You're the star of the day, Qiu Liu said, feigning impatience but with a gentle sparkle in her eyes. Lin Yin followed everyone into the villa, where the living room had been temporarily transformed into a cozy dining area. Several tables were arranged snugly to seat everyone. In the corner stood a small table with what was evidently a homemade cake, likely Qiu Liu's creation. Once everyone was seated, they raised their glasses. Joyful birthday wishes filled the air. Lin Yan, happy birthday. Lin, happy birthday. Captain, happy birthday. Finally, a playful voice chimed in. Congratulations on becoming an adult. Lin Yan looked around at the friends who had gathered to celebrate with him, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude and joy. This birthday was destined to be one of the most unforgettable memories of his life. It has been half a month since the city was invaded by beasts. The destroyed sections of cities across the Four Seasons province have been swiftly rebuilt, showcasing China's incredible infrastructure capabilities. The streets of Spring City are bustling with people, presenting a scene of prosperity. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot up from a dragon workshop, causing passers-by to exclaim in surprise. Someone shouted in fear, "What the heck is that? Is it another beast attack?" His companion gave him a playful smack on the head and said, "What are you worried about? Brother Lin defeated the Beast King. Other beasts are nothing." At that moment, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, it's Brother Lin." A figure flashed across the sky. Lin Yin retracted his phoenix wings and landed steadily at the entrance of the dragon workshop. Xie Yibin greeted him respectfully. Haha, flying really is faster. Come and see. These are made exactly as you requested. Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Yibin led Lin Yin inside, where a wave of intense heat hit them. Lin Yin saw a massive furnace occupying most of the room, reminiscent of the one used by Lao Jun to refine Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. The flames inside the furnace were extremely fierce, almost rivaling Lin Yan's own undying divine flame. As Lin Yan marveled, a person pushing a cart approached him excitedly and said, "You must be the human emperor's sword, immortal Lin Yan. I've finally seen you in person today." Lin Yan looked curiously at the stranger dressed in ancient hemp clothing. Xie Yibin introduced him. This is Ouyang Ruofeng, the most renowned blacksmith in Autumn City. Lin Yan, the weapons you requested were forged by him. Lin Yan realized and quickly bowed. So it's Master Ouyang. I've heard so much about you. Ouyang Ruofeng humbly returned the bow. I don't deserve such praise. It's my honor to forge weapons for the hero of the Four Seasons province. It's like fulfilling the legacy of my ancestor, Ouyang Ziyu. Lin Yan was surprised. Ouyang Ziyu? The one who forged the famous swords Zhanlu, Chunju, Shengxia, Yuchong, and Zhuek, and taught the master blacksmith Ganjiang. Ouyang Ruofeng nodded proudly and unveiled the cover on the cart, revealing two weapons emitting a faint glow. He pointed to a bluish-green sword and explained, "This sword is forged from the sides of a green mantis and infused with dragon beast blood. It has reached the level of a spiritual weapon." Lin Yin picked up the sword and tested it, hearing a dragon's roar with each swing, its sharpness unparalleled. He praised, "Impressive. With this sword, even if I encounter two beast kings, I can slay them." Ouyang Ruofeng then pointed to another small sword. This is a flying sword, crafted using the entire horn of a dragon beast and the shell of a great beast. When it was completed, it emitted a blinding light and a powerful aura, undoubtedly a top-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Yin stroked the smooth, lustrous small sword in amazement. A top-grade spiritual treasure? How does it compare to Duan Zhu's bamboo sword? Ouyang Ruofeng confidently replied, "It's even better." Xie Yibin added, "Lin Yin, you might not know, spiritual treasures are ancient cultivators' artifacts, nurtured with blood and spirit, allowing for easy carrying." Lin Yin realized that Duan Zhu's ability to summon his sword at will wasn't a special skill. He touched the small sword lightly, and it transformed into a stream of light, entering his body. Lin Yin frowned, puzzled. What about nurturing with blood and spirit? I haven't even had time to shed a drop of blood. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Spiritual treasure recorded. Please name it. Lin Yin pondered for a moment, then decided to name the flying sword, crafted from a dragon's horn and capable of surprise attacks. Dragon hidden. The system immediately responded. Ding. Dragon hidden, sword named successfully. Golden Saint Dragon Bloodline Purity 1. Current bloodline purity is Golden Saint Dragon 3. Lin Yin was surprised that naming could enhance his bloodline purity. He turned to the bluish-green long sword and asked, Master Ouyang, has this sword been named yet? Ouyang Ruofeng shook his head. Not yet. Waiting for you to name it. Lin Yin took a deep breath and said, since this sword is meant to slay beasts and is entirely bluish-green, let's call it the Green Demon Sword. Ouyang Ruofeng praised. Green Demon, Dragon Hidden, great names. I believe these swords will shine brightly in your hands. The system prompted again. Ding. Weapon Green Demon, named successfully. Golden Saint Dragon Bloodline Purity 1. Lin Yin looked at the system interface, amazed at the rapid increase in bloodline awakening. He quickly bid farewell to Xie Yibin and Ouyang Ruofeng and hurriedly flew back home. Upon returning home, Lin Yin went straight to the evil pattern tiger basking in the sun. The tiger looked at him in confusion, sensing something amiss. Lin Yin pointed at the character King on the tiger's forehead and said, You. From now on, your name is Wang Xiaohu. The tiger let out a plaintive whine, as if saying, Do you think you're funny? Lin Yin frowned, perplexed that there was no system prompt this time. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Workshop headquarters in the imperial capital, a young man holding a file reported to Tian Peng. Intelligence from Luqing indicates that Eastern spies are lurking there. Tian Peng reviewed the document, frowning. Eastern country is still so audacious, extending their claws to inland Luqing. They have awakened their bloodline up to 3 times. Most of the true immortals in the capital have followed the first town general to Kunlun. If we send a war general, it might alert them. Suddenly, he recalled Duanzhu's mission report from half a month ago and had a flash of inspiration. Lin Yin should be capable of matching a beast king now. He should handle these spies without issue, and it will also help him understand the world's true nature sooner. Tian Peng decisively ordered, Su Fei, have the academy release the admission list and points ranking early, and start the semester ahead of schedule. On July 26th, across the nation, all awakened individuals under the age of 20 who were confident in their abilities were anxiously staring at their computer screens. The admission list for Pangu Academy was about to be announced on their official website, and the leaderboard would also be revealed. With 2 minutes to go before the announcement, a tense atmosphere spread everywhere. Damn, my palms are sweating from nerves, a young awakened individual said, gripping the mouse, their voice trembling slightly. You're nervous? I'm just as anxious. Another awakened person replied, biting their lip. I barely have a level talent. I don't even know if Pangu Academy will accept me. You two just awakened, right? A third voice chimed in. What about the leaderboard? How many points do you have? 1,700. 960. Amateurs, the third voice said smugly. I've already got 6,900. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital's Yulong division, hundreds of student awakeners gathered around their computers as well. As the capital of Huaxia, the imperial capital had far more talent resources than smaller cities like Spring City. There were over 200 level and above awakeners here, which gave some teenagers a sense of superiority, looking down on awakeners from other places. In a cubicle at Yulong, 2 boys and a girl sat around a table. One of the boys glanced at his watch and said, 1 minute left. Ran Haochuan probably won't make it back in time. The other boy, with a sullen expression, scoffed. Humph, it doesn't matter if he doesn't. He's embarrassed the younger generation of the 4 great families in the imperial capital. A level talent no matter how hard he works. What's the use? His ceiling is set. If Pangu Academy's minimum standard wasn't level, he probably wouldn't even qualify to enter. The only girl said coldly, Crown Prince, Dark Sun, you're just upset his points are higher than yours. The boy called Crown Prince chuckled. I can also kill a twice-awakened beast. With my level talent, I don't need to run around the mountains like him to prove myself worthy of Pangu Academy. The girl frowned slightly. Dark Sun Lu Xian, please call me by my full name, Duanwu Yilin. I don't believe talent determines everything, and what I despise are people like you who rely solely on talent and family. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open with a bang. A robust man, tanned from the sun and with bloodstains on his clothes, strode in. Haha, you're all here. I was looking for you outside, he said with a grin, showing a set of white teeth. Crown Prince glanced at the time. 10 seconds left. You made it just in time. With that, he pushed a computer towards Ran Haochuan. Ran Haochuan sat down and explained with a smile. Just in time. That's good. I ran into a twice-awakened beast on the way back, which delayed me a bit, but I took care of it. This statement made Dark Sun's face darken immediately. He had just been boasting about his ability to kill twice-awakened beasts, and Ran Haochuan had done it effortlessly. The slap to Dark Sun's ego was palpable. Dark Sun scoffed, "So what? You still might not get into Pangu Academy." Ran Haochuan chuckled, "We'll see. At least I gave it my all." Duanmu Yilin looked at Ran Haochuan and said softly, "Don't mind those two." Just then, the content on the computer screen changed. The admission list for Pangu Academy was finally announced. First place, Crown Prince. Second place, Lu Xian. Third place, Feng Sun. Fourth place, Lu Xiaojing. Fifth place, Duanmu Yilin. Rank 76, Ran Haochuan. In front of the electronic screen displaying the admission list for Pangu Academy, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The Crown Prince's laughter suddenly echoed through the hall. Huh? First place. Highest talent. Who else? His eyes gleamed with pride as he surveyed the people around him. Next to him, Tianzi stood with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He turned to Lin beside him, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "Lin, you're ranked 5th, which is quite impressive." Then his gaze fell on Ran Haochuan, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. As for Ran Haochuan, "Well, 76th, not bad. Your efforts paid off. Keep it up." His tone was filled with condescending mockery, as if to say, "No matter how hard you try, this is as far as you'll get." Ran Haochuan ignored Tianzi's taunts, focusing intently on the screen, his fingers continuously moving the mouse. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he noticed another name at the top of the list. "Special admission, Lin Yan." Ran Haochuan exclaimed. A wave of noise immediately erupted around him. "I made it. I can get into Pangu Academy. I made it too. Top 100 on the leaderboard. Ranked 99th in talent." Excited voices rose one after another. Someone looked at the top of the list, sighing with resignation. Sigh. Not surprising. The first and second are from the four great families, the Crown Prince and Tianzi. Our generation, it seems, is their stage. At that moment, a sudden exclamation burst from the crowd. "No way. Look, there's another name at the top of the list. Special admission. Lin Yan. Oh my god. Special admission. Pangu Academy's special admission slots are only for the 8 generals. That guy named Lin Yin actually got the approval of a general." Listening to the voices from the hall, the Crown Prince's expression instantly darkened. He snorted coldly. "Humph. Just using connections to get in through the back door. When my dad offered me a special admission slot, I didn't even bother." Ran Haochuan suddenly chuckled. "You're just trying to maintain the dignity of being a general's son. Not every general has a son like you." "What did you say?" The Crown Prince glared at Ran Haochuan, fury blazing in his eyes. Ran Haochuan calmly turned his computer screen towards the Crown Prince with a smile. "What do I have to compare with you?" "Just this." Displayed on the screen was Pangu Academy's second list the leaderboard. Third place, Ran Haochuan, 289,658 points. Second place, Jiang Yintian, 296,571 points. First place, Lin Yan, 1,283,037 points. 1,283,000 points. That number was like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire hall. Everyone was in an uproar. "Damn, who the hell is this Lin Yan? His points are off the charts. Seriously, over 1,000,000 points? Isn't that a system glitch? Maybe it's been hacked. How could someone under 20 have 1,000,000 points? Even tens of thousands would be incredible. 1,283,000. That's at least 13 great demons or a demon king. Could this be someone who's yet to earn the title of battle general? Wait, this person seems to be the special admit. Oh my god, special admission. Recognized by a general. And over 1,000,000 points? Compared to that, the Crown Prince and Tianzi are just trash. Trash one. Trash one. The murmurs from outside the window flooded in like a tide, turning the faces of the Crown Prince and Tianzi ashen, as if they'd been slapped in the face. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Find out. Find out who this Lin Yin is." Lin Yin looked at Xie Yibin with confusion, confirming he wasn't joking. "Going to the capital?" Xie Yibin solemnly took out 2 documents and handed them to him. "Yes, this is your pass and the special admission notice from Pangu Academy." He explained, "The long-distance transport roads in the Four Seasons province were destroyed by the last beast tide. To reach the capital, you must first transfer through Luqing. Although the infrastructure experts can quickly restore cities, the long-distance transport lines are almost in use now, so they haven't been repaired yet." Lin Yin frowned and asked, "Can't we take a plane?" Xie Yibin shook his head and smiled. "The skies aren't safe. Even fighter jets might not make it to the capital safely. But don't worry, with these 2 documents, you'll have free services along the way." He patted Lin Yin on the shoulder and added, "Oh, and a few others from the Four Seasons province have also been admitted to Pangu Academy. They're big fans of yours, so take care of them on the way." Lin Yin smiled wryly, hoping they wouldn't act like obsessive fans chasing celebrities. Back home, Lin Yin quickly packed a few changes of clothes into a small suitcase. Luo Hongyi watched him and confirmed, "Lin, are you really heading to the capital?" Lin Yin gave him a look. "Isn't it obvious?" I've already packed my things. Aren't you going to tell Captain Xiao? Luo Hongyi asked. Lin Yin looked out the window at the villa across the street, knowing that Xiao Liu was leading a team in some primordial forest hunting beasts. He said with a complex expression, no need. He still wrote a note for Luo Hongyi. Give this to the captain when she returns. On her birthday, a drunken Xiao Liu had confessed her feelings to Lin Yin, but he hadn't accepted. In frustration, she took on a mission and went to the forest herself. As Lin Yin left with his luggage, he warned the sleeping, evil-patterned giant tiger, Xiao Hu, in the yard. I'm leaving, so keep an eye on the surrounding forest. If anything goes wrong in the Four Seasons province when I return, you'll end up in a tiger's stew. Startled, Xiao Hu quickly responded. This time, Lin Yin left without much fanfare. He carried a sword and dragged his suitcase, resembling a wandering swordsman. At Spring City Yulong Airport, Lin Yin met up with 6 other peers who had awakened, preparing to take a transport plane to Luqing and then transfer to the capital. Xie Yibin personally escorted them. On the plane, everyone carried weapons, as required by the academy. Lin Yin was puzzled by the early start and mandatory weaponry, which didn't seem like typical academy procedures. As the plane left the Four Seasons province, Lin Yin looked back with nostalgia. For the people of Huaxia, old things are the most precious, whether they be people or events. But to gain greater strength and better protect the country, one must leave familiar places. It isn't heartless, it's for protection. As they reached the clouds, the other 6 students gathered around Lin Yin. Lin, you must be Lin. I finally get to be this close to you today, Jingwu said excitedly. I was in class 8 of the former First High School in Spring City. Qi Yishan introduced herself. I'm Qi Yishan, and these are my friends, Liao Lanya and Zhang Siken. We're from Autumn City. Lin, I'm Lin Jinhao from Summer City. We have the same surname. I'm Lu Wang, and this is my sister Lu Qiao. We're from Winter City. Lin, thank you for saving Winter City. Now that we're classmates, I hope you can guide us. Lin Yin nodded in agreement, leaning against the window, looking sleepy. The 6 took the hint and returned to their seats. Meanwhile, outside Lucheng, a jeep sped through the wilderness, pursued by over 20 massive second awakening beasts. Chen Gang, drive faster. The beasts are catching up, someone in the back seat shouted anxiously. Sweating profusely, Chen Gang practically floored the gas pedal. I'm going as fast as I can. If you think it's slow, fly there yourself. The speedometer read 180 km/h, yet the leopard beast still closed in effortlessly. Captain, the leopard's coming again, the lone female team member exclaimed. Damn it, this is endless. A burly man stood up with a light machine gun. 6. Get ready to reload. Die, you beast. Rat-a-tat machine gun fire brought down the leaping leopard beast. The bullets were just enough. Captain, we're out of ammo, 6 cried. Shi Honghai cursed and asked. Gang, how far to the city? 30 kilometers, Chen Gang said, his face changing. Captain, we only have enough fuel for 10 more kilometers. Captain, are we going to die here? I still need to get to Pangu Academy, the girl cried. Shi Honghai gripped his combat knife. No, Jiang Ying, you're our genius entering Pangu Academy from Luqing. Even if I die, I'll make sure you return safely. Gang, slow down. We'll hold the beasts back. Yi Yuansheng, you're the weakest. Drive Jiang Ying back. If you run out of fuel, walk. Ensure Jiang Ying's safety. Yes, Yi Yuansheng in the passenger seat replied. The vehicle slowed, and Shi Honghai, Chen Gang, and Yang Lu jumped out. Gang. 6. We can't let Jiang Ying be caught by these beasts. Fight. Fight. In the car, Yi Yuansheng took the driver's seat. Jiang Ying, let's not waste the captain and their sacrifice. Okay. Jiang Ying replied, tears in her eyes, unable to look back. Unnoticed by her, a shadow flickered in Yi Yuansheng's eyes. Above Lucheng, a transport plane slowly broke through the clouds, revealing the vast outline of the city. Lu Qiao was amazed by the sight. The scale of Luqing far surpassed that of the 4 smaller cities combined in the Siji province. Xie Yibin explained, Luqing is a major metropolis inland, with a population exceeding 300,000. Its transportation and trade are far superior to Siji province. Suddenly, Lu Qiao's attention was drawn to something unusual on the ground. Look, she exclaimed, pointing ahead. Someone is fighting beasts. Xie Yibin quickly scanned the ground, his expression serious. 28 beasts, 7 of which have undergone a second awakening. Qi Yishan urgently suggested a rescue, but Xie Yibin shook his head, explaining that the plane couldn't lower its altitude. At that moment, Jing Wu had a flash of inspiration, recalling Lin Yan's flaming wings. The group turned to look at Lin Yan's seat, only to find it empty. Lin Jinhao pointed outside the window, where a blazing red flame was descending from the sky. On the ground, the battle was brutal. Shi Honghai was covered in blood, his left arm mangled. Yang Lu had one eye pierced and a chunk missing from his right leg. Chen Gang's hands were bitten off, with a deep chest wound exposing bone. The beasts, smelling blood, howled wildly in excitement. Suddenly, Chen Gang shouted, Captain, don't worry about me. I'll buy you some time. With that, he dragged his broken body to the side, the beasts following the scent of blood in pursuit. Qi Honghai and Yang Lu were filled with grief and anger, but were powerless to stop it. In that critical moment, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Dragon roar of the nine heavens. A whirlwind of sword energy swept across the field, countless invisible sword auras slicing through the air, causing the beasts to wail and fall. Qi Honghai wiped away the tears and blood from his eyes, finally seeing the astonishing scene before him. A figure engulfed in flames was driving back the beast horde with overwhelming power, showcasing a breathtaking display of strength. A figure in a tracksuit suddenly appeared among the beasts, brandishing a long sword that emitted an eerie green glow. Moving with lightning speed, the sword's light danced like a dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar that swept through the area. In an instant, most of the creatures were slain, leaving only two that had undergone a second awakening barely alive. Without hesitation, the mysterious figure conjured a blazing fire in his hand. Under the terrified gaze of the two remaining beasts, the flames consumed them before they could even utter a final cry. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Chun Gang, who lay on the ground. Despite severe blood loss and near unconsciousness, Chun Gang fought to remain awake. With great effort, he waved his severed arms, from which his hands had been bitten off, and weakly uttered, "Thank you." A flicker of pity crossed the mysterious man's eyes. With a wave of his hands, two balls of fire enveloped Chun Gang's stumps. The intense heat quickly cauterized the wounds. Simultaneously, the claw marks on Chun Gang's chest were healed by the flames. At this moment, two other survivors limped over with difficulty. One of them spoke up, "Thank you for your help, Senior. I am Qi Honghai, captain of the 16th squad of Liuqing's elite team." "I'm Yang Lu," the other added. Supporting each other, they hobbled over to the mysterious man, their demeanor respectful. They knew that someone who could slay so many beasts with a single sword strike and descend from the sky had to be at least a warrior of formidable rank. The mysterious man spoke calmly. "Lin Yan from Spring City, Ciji Province." Lin Yan's gaze swept over them, sending chills down their spines as if they might be torn apart at any moment. Suddenly, Lin Yan frowned and said, "No." Qi Honghai asked in confusion, "Senior Lin, what do you mean by no just now?" Lin Yan did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the system interface displaying a new mission: eliminate all spies from Dongri and Liuqing. Reward: Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purification 9. Lin Yin thought to himself that the system's tasks always had a reason, and this time it was evidently related to the three people before him. Yet, these three appeared to be Huaxia natives. He abruptly asked, "Is your squad down to just the three of you?" Qi Honghai replied truthfully, "No, there are two more. One is our veteran member Yi Yuansheng, and the other is Jiang Ying, a genius admitted to Pangu Academy. We had Yi Yuansheng take Jiang Ying to safety while we stayed to hold off the beasts." Yi Yuansheng, Dongri, Yuansheng, Jinji. A realization struck Lin Yan, and he urgently grabbed Qi Honghai's shoulder, asking, "Quickly, which direction did they go?" Startled by Lin Yan's sudden intensity, Qi Honghai nervously pointed towards Liuqing. Without another word, Lin Yan dashed towards Liuqing, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. Furious thoughts raced through his mind. Dongri intends to destroy Huaxia's future. Unforgivable. 18 miles outside Liuqing, a jeep covered in blood and entrails sat abandoned in the wilderness. The vehicle was empty, but a kilometer away, two figures were rapidly making their way toward Liuqing. Jiang Ying was panting heavily, her eyes fixed on the distant, faint outline of the city. Excitedly, she shouted to Yi Yuansheng beside her, "Senior Yi, I can see the outline of Liuqing's walls. We're almost back. Just a bit more, and we can get help to rescue the captain and the others." With that, she quickened her pace, sprinting forward with all her might. Yi Yuansheng squinted, looking ahead in confusion. "Walls. I can't see anything," he said. All he saw was a vast expanse of white. Jiang Ying explained smugly, "Senior Yi, did you forget? I've awakened the eagle bloodline. My vision is much stronger than that of an ordinary first-time bloodline awakener." Yi Yuansheng chuckled softly, but his steps unconsciously slowed. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy, and in a low voice, he said, "If I were to kill you here, who knows how much safer the great Eastern Empire would be in the future?" Jiang Ying halted abruptly, turning to look at Yi Yuansheng in disbelief. A chill crept over her, and an inexplicable fear rose in her heart. The usually quiet and gentle Senior Yi now seemed like a different person. His eyes were shadowed, his expression cold, and his gaze upon her was as if she were a mortal enemy. "Senior Yi, what are you talking about?" Jiang Ying stammered, one hand stealthily moving behind her back. Yi Yuansheng's voice was as cold as a machine, and a gleaming alloy dagger appeared in his hand. "Why save them? I used a whole bottle of beast lure to draw those beasts to chase them down. Why ruin such a perfect plan?" Before he finished speaking, Yi Yuansheng sprang forward, dagger aimed directly at Jiang Ying's chest. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out. Jiang Ying swiftly drew a dark sword from behind her back, barely deflecting the lethal blow. Senior Yi, I never imagined you were a traitor. Jiang Ying used the momentum to retreat, creating distance, her gaze fierce as she glared at Yi Yuanqing. Yi Yuanqing sneered, a traitor? Huh. I've never betrayed the great Eastern Empire. I've always been one of them. He clapped his hands, and instantly, 3 masked figures in black surrounded them. Jiang Ying, do you know why I brought you here before making a move? Why I dared to waste so many words with you? Yi Yuanqing laughed triumphantly. Because there's no way you'll make it out alive. The 3 black-clad figures swiftly subdued Jiang Ying. To her shock, she found herself utterly powerless against them. With just a light touch from one of them, her body went numb, unable to move. Abilities. Second Bloodline Awakeners. Jiang Ying exclaimed in horror. Your Eastern Empire has infiltrated with ability users. Jiang Ying's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed intently on Yi Yuanqing before her. Yi Yuanqing let out a cold snort and arrogantly declared, our great Eastern Empire is capable of anything. He roughly grabbed Jiang Ying's chin, looking down at her with an air of finality. Jiang Ying jerked her head away, breaking free from Yi Yuanqing's grasp. Enraged, she abandoned her ladylike demeanor and spat fiercely in his face. Ha! You scoundrel! How could a decent person ever become a dog for your country? Yi Yuanqing wiped the spit off his face with an icy expression. Baka! He cursed under his breath. If you refuse to submit, then die. With that, he raised the dagger in his hand and viciously aimed it at Jiang Ying's abdomen. Instinctively, Jiang Ying closed her eyes, turning her head to the side. Despite her proud resolve not to be a traitor to her country, she was still a young girl, unable to fully suppress her fear of death. However, the expected pain never came. Surprised, Jiang Ying opened her eyes, her gaze slowly shifting forward. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. A strong hand had caught Yi Yuanqing's blade, and the dagger's tip had only managed to cut a small slit in her clothing. Yi Yuanqing gritted his teeth, trying to push the dagger forward, but found the hand holding it as immovable as iron. Baka, what are you doing? He shouted in frustration. Lin Yin had appeared between Yi Yuanqing and Jiang Ying, one hand immobilizing the dagger, the other resting on the back of the supernatural being controlling Jiang Ying. His expression was cold, a mocking smile playing at his lips. Can't even speak properly? Get lost. Before his words had fully settled, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Lin Yan, instantly sending Yi Yuanqing and the 3 controlling Jiang Ying flying. The supernatural being behind Jiang Ying struggled to get up, clutching his chest in fear as he stared at Lin Yan. So strong, third awakening Chinese dragon master. Lin Yin appeared in front of the supernatural being in an instant, grabbing his head with one hand and sneering. Correct. Here's your reward, your limbs shattered. With that, Lin Yin delivered a swift kick while yanking the being's arm. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered, and the man let out an agonized scream, dying on the spot from the pain. Lin Yin casually discarded the body and turned his gaze to Yi Yuanqing and the other 2 Eastern spies. He spoke coldly. Killing our people on our land. Aren't you being too arrogant? As he spoke, a sword emitting a faint blue light appeared in his hand. Faced with Lin Yan's overwhelming strength, the 3 Eastern spies knew they were doomed. One of them suddenly puffed out his cheeks, his eyes rolling back as he fell dead. Another shouted, Long live the great Eastern Empire! Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Before collapsing lifelessly. Seeing this, Yi Yuanqing snorted, the Jinji clan will never betray His Majesty the Emperor, and then fell dead as well. Lin Yin watched coldly as the 3 committed suicide by poison, thinking that such a death was too lenient for them. However, the system's task completion notification had not sounded, indicating that other Eastern spies were still lurking in Lu City. Jiang Ying watched in awe as Lin Yin appeared like a divine warrior, swiftly subduing an Eastern spy with a single move and then forcing 3 others to take their own lives. The astonishing scene left her stunned for a moment before she quickly came to her senses and thanked Lin Yin. Lin Yin glanced at her nonchalantly and said, it was nothing. He had completed his 3rd bloodline awakening and could easily assess most people's innate talents. The strength of this girl's vitality far exceeded that of any level talent student in the entire 4 Seasons province. In comparison, apart from himself, the highest talent in the province's 4 cities was only level. This stark contrast reminded Lin Yin of the disparity between rural and urban areas before and after the reforms. He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Cautiously, Jiang Ying introduced herself. By the way, my name is Jiang Ying. May I ask who you are? To her, anyone capable of defeating 3 people in one move, including a twice-awakened ability user, must be a powerful senior like the 2 ministers. Although this senior seemed about her age, she speculated it might be due to the rejuvenating effects of a 3rd bloodline awakening or some kind of youth-preserving magic. Lin Yin frowned slightly and corrected her with a smile. Senior? Do I look that old? I just turned 18. Hey, 18. Jiang Ying blushed, incredulous as she asked, are you really only 18? Lin Yin shrugged and said casually, Don't believe me? Everyone in the Four Seasons province knows Lin Yin is 18. The whole province celebrated my birthday just half a month ago. Jiang Ying was momentarily speechless, managing only to say impressive to convey her complex feelings. Suddenly, she remembered her three teammates who were holding off the beasts for her. Desperately, she grabbed Lin Yan's arm and pleaded, "Senior, please save my captain and the others. They're still back there stopping the beasts." Lin Yan calmly replied, "Didn't I tell you not to call me senior? Just use my name. Senior sounds too old-fashioned." He paused before continuing. "You mean those three people back there? Don't worry, I've already taken care of those beasts." As he finished speaking, the sound of helicopter rotors approached from afar. A transport aircraft flew low overhead, coming from the Four Seasons province. Lin Yan looked up and saw Xie Yibin at the window, gesturing for them to enter Luqing. Qi Honghai's figure was also visible at the window. "See? They've already been rescued." Lin Yan pointed to the aircraft in the sky with a relaxed smile. Jiang Ying looked away and nodded. Feeling slightly awkward, she said, Ling, you're a few months older than me, so I'll call you brother. Thank you for saving me and my captain. Can I treat you to a bubble tea?" At her age, a girl really can't think of many ways to repay someone's kindness, and even if she could, she probably wouldn't have the means. So, offering a cup of milk tea is about all she can do. Lin Yin nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Actually, I prefer cola." The city gates of Luqing stood tall and imposing, with guards stationed firmly. Jiang Ying pulled out the proof of her elite squad from her pocket and handed it to the dragon warrior guarding the gate. Lin Yan, on the other hand, took out the pass given to him by Xie Yibin and handed it over. The dragon warrior examined the pass carefully, then saluted Lin Yan with a standard military gesture, indicating they could enter the city. Jiang Ying's eyes fell on Lin Yan's pass, widening in surprise. "Oh, you have a pass too? Are you also a student admitted to Pangu Academy?" She suddenly frowned, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Come to think of it. Your name? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." "Lin Yan, huh? Where did I see it?" Her eyebrows furrowed tightly together as she struggled to remember. Lin Yin chuckled lightly, his tone calm. "Perhaps you glanced over it on the admission list without realizing it. My name isn't particularly unique." Maybe," Jiang Ying said, rubbing her temples and giving up on trying to recall. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Oh, there's a milk tea shop here. Let me go buy a cup of milk tea." With that, she eagerly ran toward the shop, her face beaming with anticipation. After a mission, enjoying a nice cup of milk tea is the best happiness. Lin Yin found a chair outside the milk tea shop and sat down, his gaze casually scanning the surroundings. Ever since they had entered Luqing, a subtle presence had been watching them, more specifically, monitoring Jiang Ying. "Heh, an Eastern spy," Lin Yin sneered, a barely detectable force extending towards a figure in the corner. A mental probe. In the corner, a person playing on their phone suddenly shivered, as if someone had completely seen through them. They glanced nervously at Jiang Ying, who was still waiting at the milk tea shop, while the man with her seemed to be dozing off with his eyes half closed. Was it just my imagination? The person shook their head, opened their contacts, and quickly typed on the keyboard. "Mission report. Target shows no abnormalities. Assassination mission failed." The phone soon buzzed with a reply. "Jinji has lost contact. Spies retreat. Execute the second plan tomorrow." The person replied immediately. "Understood." Then they put away their phone and left casually, discarding the empty drink cup they had finished. Once the person was far enough away, Lin Yin slowly opened his eyes, a hint of coldness in them. As expected, Eastern spies. And there's an organization too. He let out a cold laugh. These Easterners really think China is their tourist destination? Even tourist spots require tickets, and he was sure these Easterners didn't buy any. A trace of murderous intent flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. Sneaking in comes with consequences. Just then, Jiang Ying approached with a large cup of milk tea and another of cola. "What were you saying about sneaking in?" she asked curiously. Lin Yin accepted the cola, smiling as he explained. "Nothing much, just remembered what happens to people who sneak into tourist spots without paying." "What happens to them?" Jiang Ying asked, handing Lin Yin the cola, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Yin took a long sip of the cola, a barely noticeable hint of menace in his eyes, his voice low and cold. "The outcome? Well, they die." "Oh, what kind of place have we stumbled into for it to be this serious?" Jiang Ying was startled by the sudden murderous intent emanating from Lin Yan. She felt a chill run through her body, and the warm milk tea in her hand seemed to turn cold. Lin Yan's eyes glinted with a fierce light, as if echoing an ancient vow. "Since ancient times, those who offend our strong Han will be punished, no matter how far they are." Now, this vow had evolved into a more resolute declaration. "Those who challenge China will be executed without mercy." Just then, Jiang Ying's phone rang. She quickly answered it, briefly responded, and hung up. Turning to Lin Yin, she said, "Brother Lin, my captain says we need to gather at the mission hall. Your mentor is waiting for you there too." Lin Yin nodded and silently followed Jiang Ying as they headed to the mission hall. Inside the Yulong Mission Hall in Lucheng, the atmosphere was tense and busy. Shi Honghai had already submitted a task, while Xie Yibin and the other 6 students from the Four Seasons province anxiously awaited Lin Yan's arrival. When Lin Yan appeared at the entrance of the hall, Xie Yibin excitedly rushed over, scrutinizing him. Lin Yan, are you okay? Lin Yan smiled easily. Dealing with those demons, what could possibly happen to me? Xie Yibin circled Lin Yan, finally breathing a sigh of relief. True, your strength far exceeds mine. Those demons, not even at the level of a great demon, are hardly a threat to you. It's just a pity we can't fly to help you. The other 6 students from the Four Seasons province gathered around, expressing their admiration and confidence in Lin Yan's abilities. Brother Lin is so powerful, how could he not handle a few minor demons? Those demons aren't even enough for Brother Lin's warm-up. Right, even the Demon King didn't show up, clearly underestimating Brother Lin. Lu Qiao curiously asked, Brother Lin, you killed the demons, so why did you leave suddenly? Lin Yin smiled slightly, with a hint of coldness in his voice, because of some traitors. Meanwhile, Qi Honghai pulled Jiang Ying aside, looked around, and whispered, Jiang Ying, where's Yi Yuansheng? Why isn't he with you? Hearing Yi Yuansheng's name, a flicker of disgust crossed Jiang Ying's eyes, and she unconsciously crushed her paper cup of milk tea. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, Captain, that guy is an Eastern spy. Qi Honghai's pupils contracted sharply, incredulous. He's an Eastern spy? How could that be? He's been with our team for 6 years. Jiang Ying urgently explained, recounting the events after she and Yi Yuansheng parted, including Yi Yuansheng's admission of being an Eastern spy and his threats. Her account was vivid and compelling, as if Qi Honghai had experienced her ordeal himself. Qi Honghai's expression was complicated. He wanted to say something in defense of the man who had saved his life many times, but was left speechless. Seeing this, Jiang Ying anxiously added, Captain, if you don't believe me, you can check their bodies. Most of them committed suicide by poison. Also, we were chased by so many twice-awakened demons because of his arrangements. Qi Honghai sighed deeply and finally said, Fine, I'll report this mission truthfully. The intelligence involving foreign spies will be prioritized by Yulong. With that, he thanked Lin Yin again and hurried away with Jiang Ying. Xie Yibin said to Lin Yin and the others, It's getting late. Let's head to the hotel. Tomorrow morning, we need to leave for the capital. Lu Qiao and the other 3 girls excitedly asked, Minister, can we go shopping tonight? Xie Yibin nodded in agreement. Of course, but be safe and come back early. We have to take the armored train to the capital early tomorrow. Yes, we have my brother to protect us. Lu Qiao responded obediently, glancing at her brother, Lu Wang, who looked resigned. Lin Yin chuckled, I have some things to do too, so I can keep an eye on things. After dropping off their luggage at the hotel, they headed out. Lin Yin noticed other students from various cities who had been accepted into Pangu Academy, staying at the hotel. Xie Yibin explained, in our southwestern inland region, Lucheng is the only city with armored trains for long-distance transport. Against these trains, ordinary demons are no threat, and even great demons can be driven away or eliminated by the train's weapons. Lin Yin nodded, thinking this was like a souped-up armored train, just shy of transforming. Xie Yibin gave a final reminder. Remember to come back early tonight to rest. We leave at 8 in the morning. No problem. Lu Qiao and her friends replied before leaving hand in hand, with Lu Wang trailing behind, looking troubled. Lin Yin smiled and followed. Using his senses, he had memorized the spy's appearance and aura. He could detect them if they came near. But Lin Yin didn't plan to use a laborious and clumsy needle-in-a-haystack approach. The fastest way to find someone is not to look for them, but to let them come to you. These spies aim to destroy China's future, so they'll target these prodigies. They're unlikely to attack the heavily guarded hotel, but more likely to single out a lone genius, as they did with Jiang Ying earlier. As a specially recruited student of Pangu Academy, Lin Yin was the perfect bait to lure them out. Throughout the evening, Lin Yin followed Lu Qiao and her friends, occasionally helping with shopping bags. But more often, he chatted with shopkeepers and other customers, subtly spreading the word. Lin Yin, China's #1 talent specially recruited by Pangu Academy, was in Lucheng. The conversation between Lin Yin and the barbecue shop owner caught the attention of those around them. He casually revealed that he was a specially recruited genius at Pangu Academy and presented his admission letter as proof. The letter's dragon seal and the words special recruitment were particularly striking, leaving the owner in awe. Wow, it's true. You really are a specially recruited genius, the top in the nation, the owner exclaimed, then eagerly offered to treat him and grilled an extra skewer of pork kidney. Lin Yin politely declined the additional food. Upon returning to his seat, he was met with teasing from the girls. Lu Wang, envious, remarked, Lin, your special recruitment status is great. We only get a 20 discount, but you get everything for free. Lin Yin responded with a smile. We're going to serve the people in the future, so we shouldn't take even a needle or thread from them. The girls also apologized to Lin Yin, concerned that accompanying them shopping might have bored him. Lin Yin glanced at them and replied with a smile. Not at all. Shopping with girls has its own charm, and I achieved my goal too. This comment made the four girls blush, secretly wondering if Lin Yin was interested in one of them. Just as they were about to share their thoughts, Lin Yin suddenly stood up to leave, leaving 200 yuan behind. Lin Yin wandered the streets for a while, muttering to himself. Seems like my stomach is upset. Need to find a restroom. After asking a passerby for directions, he headed quickly towards the nearest public toilet. However, Lin Yan's every move was being watched. In a tavern next to the barbecue shop, a man in a suit was on the phone. The target has left alone, heading to public toilet number 36. Everyone, follow him. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, three people were plotting. Song Yuanyi hung up the phone and said, the target has shown a flaw, we can take action now. Qingshan Shagong expressed doubt. Sanji Wanson, are you sure this isn't a trap? He's been openly revealing his special recruitment status at Pangu Academy to everyone he meets. It's too unusual. Ikeda Yushin laughed. Haha, King Shansen, you really don't understand Chinese people. They love to take advantage of small gains, especially those from smaller cities. The three agreed to target Lin Yan. They believed that a genius recruited by Pangu Academy, if unwilling to serve the greater East Japan Empire, would have to be eliminated. At the same time, the Dragon Division branch in Luqing also received news about Lin Yan. Initially anxious, Minister Lu Jinfeng quickly realized it might be Lin Yan's deliberate act. He immediately led 6 team leaders to the commercial street's 36th public toilet. Lin Yan, you really are a damn genius. Lu Jinfeng praised silently as he led his team swiftly into action. Next to the restroom at number 36 Luqing, Lin Yan stood against the wall, his eyes fixed on a man in a suit emerging from the restroom. The man was washing his hands, holding a briefcase and looking every bit the successful businessman who had just closed a big deal. The man in the suit turned and noticed Lin Yan, walking over to him. Hey brother, got a smoke? He asked. As soon as he spoke, a few figures casually began to gather around, seemingly indifferent. Lin Yin had a strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth, a gift from Lu Qiao, and grinned. Uncle, I just turned 18 and don't smoke. Want a lollipop? He said, pulling one out of his pocket. The man in the suit was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved his hand. No, thanks, I'll just go buy a pack of cigarettes. His fingers tapped lightly in the air, signaling to the others that it was safe to proceed. Instantly, those bystanders stopped and blocked Lin Yan's escape route. Lin Yan scanned the area, realizing they were all part of the same group, with no ordinary citizens around. He smirked slightly. Well, this is convenient. No need to worry about alarming the locals. The man in the suit turned to leave, but Lin Yan suddenly called out, Hold on, uncle. The surrounding people immediately tensed, their hands moving to their waists. Anything else, brother? The man in the suit turned back with a smile. In a flash, Lin Yan darted forward, leaving only the stick of the lollipop in his hand, which he stabbed directly into the man's throat. Blood flowed down his esophagus as the man stared wide-eyed in disbelief, clutching his neck. Despite being an awakened individual who had completed his first bloodline awakening, he couldn't evade such a sudden attack. Toriyama-sama! The surrounding people shouted, drawing knives and pointing them at Lin Yan. Damn it, you bastard! Lin Yan pushed Toriyama's head down, sneering. So, you're all from Higashi Nippon, coming to our Huaxia to cause trouble, and I can't even kill one of you for fun. Looking around, there were 7 of them, 2 second-stage awakened ability users and 5 first-stage awakened fighters. Lin Yin shook his head in disappointment. Your fighting power is pathetic. Not even a single 4th-stage awakened among you. At least you should have brought a 3rd-stage awakened. Do you think so little of me, Lin? One of the 2nd-stage awakened ability users charged forward, engulfed in flames, his fist aimed at Lin Yan. Playing with fire? I practically invented it. Lin Yin met the attack with his palm, and the hellfire of the ability user extinguished instantly. Dragon Style Bind burst. Here's your fire back. Lin Yin wrapped his hand around the opponent's fist, pushing his other hand into the opponent's chest, sending him flying with an even stronger flame. The man rolled on the ground, screaming, unable to extinguish the fire. The remaining 6 people's expressions changed drastically, and at that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. Matsubara Commander, Aoyama Commander, Ikeda Commander. The crowd stood at attention and saluted. Matsubara Yano scrutinized Lin Yan. So you're Lin Yan? Reaching a 2nd awakening at such a young age, impressive. Aoyama Saku and Ikeda Yushin also showed approval, thinking that if such a genius could serve the great Higashi Nippon Empire, he could become the 2nd person to reach the 6th bloodline awakening. Lin Yan grinned. I'm more than just impressive. I'm the only one in the country to receive a special enrollment offer from Pangu Academy. Matsubara Yano glanced at the body on the ground, speaking calmly, but with a warning. Lin Yan, do you know we're all part of the Yaki of the great Higashi Nippon Empire? The 2 you killed were excellent warriors of ours. Those who anger Yaki never meet a good end. So what? Lin Yan licked his lollipop. Matsubara Yano continued. Lin Yan, you're a smart person. There's an old saying in your huaxia. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you join our yaqi, not only will we overlook this, but we'll also cultivate you into a sixth bloodline awakened strong enough to rival Huaxia's Yulong Town generals. Lin Yin pretended to ponder, stepping closer. Matsubara Yano extended his hand. Lin Yin, Yaqi welcomes you. Lin Yin suddenly grinned. No way. Boom Song Yuanye's eyes widened. But before he could react, Lin Yan's fist slammed into his abdomen. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Song Yuanye's face changed drastically. He clutched his stomach with both hands and staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged bile. Officer Song. The surrounding eastern spies quickly gathered around him. Aoyama Sagong and Ikeda Yushin swiftly supported the wobbling Song Yuanya, asking with concern, Song-san, are you all right? Song Yuanya forced a weak wave of his hand, his breathing still somewhat erratic. That punch didn't hit a vital spot. Whoa, he actually dodged it. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. At such a close distance, I launched a surprise attack, yet he still managed to evade. Impressive reflexes. Lin Yan-kun, what do you mean by this? Song Yuanya struggled to straighten up, his eyes cold as a knife fixated on Lin Yan. What do I mean? Lin Yan chuckled, his face full of mockery. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to kill you. Umph. Arrogant fool. Song Yuanya snorted coldly. You, a mere second awakening ability user, really think you can oppose us, Yaqi? If you surrender now, what I said earlier still stands. Earlier, Lin Yan tilted his head, pretending to ponder. What did you say earlier? I only remember you spewing nonsense. He then snorted. Oh, I remember now. Something about those who anger Yaqi having no good end, right? Lin Yan's expression suddenly turned icy, his voice as chilling as ice. My fate isn't for you to decide, but I can decide yours. I don't care what Yaqi stands for, but right now, I have one principle. Those who offend Huaxia shall be killed without mercy. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the Qing Yao sword wrapped in cloth in Lin Yan's hand suddenly unsheathed, its sword energy surging. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, Song Yuanya roared, swiftly drawing a sword from Aoyama Sagong's waist to fiercely block Lin Yan. Clang. The clash of sword and blade rang out with a piercing metallic sound. The two exuded a powerful aura, distorting the surrounding air, making it hard for the others to stand firm. Bang. Both took a step back, Song Yuanya's hand trembling slightly. Dragon Phoenix Flame. Lin Yan's fingers moved deftly, casting a spell. In an instant, a golden fire dragon formed before him, roaring as it charged forward. You're not a second awakening user. You're a third awakening user. Song Yuanya shouted in terror, raising his eastern sword defensively, releasing a mirror-like protective force from the blade. However, roar, the golden fire dragon roared furiously, its massive claw crashing down, shattering Song Yuanya's mirror defense instantly, slamming him into the ground, cracking it. Officer Song. The surrounding Yaqi members called out anxiously. Lin Yan's sword traced a graceful arc as he smiled. Did I ever say I was a second awakening user? Pinned to the ground by the golden fire dragon, Song Yuanya glared at Lin Yin in fury, roaring, no. That's impossible. You're a third awakening user. That's impossible. How could you achieve a third bloodline awakening in such a short time? Song Yuanya's voice was filled with disbelief. How long did it take me from first to third awakening? 20 years. Unfortunately, whether you believe it or not, it's true. Lin Yin said coldly, stepping closer to Song Yuanya with the Qing Yao sword in hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Oh, and to correct one thing, I've killed more than just these two of your Yaqi people, also those 4 outside the city this afternoon. Aoyama Sagong and Ikeda Yushin's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. So, Jinkei and the others were killed by you too. Of course, correct answer. Your reward is to taste death. As Lin Yin finished speaking, the Qing Yao sword in his hand slashed sideways like lightning. Swish. The sword light flashed, and an eastern spy about to launch a sneak attack with a dagger had his throat slit, warm blood gushing forth. Everyone, attack together. Aoyama Sagong suddenly shouted, slamming his hands into the ground. Bang. The ground shook as sharp earth spikes rose from below, quickly forming a cage around Lin Yan. He's trapped. Attack. Aoyama Sagong shouted, and the others immediately charged at Lin Yan with short swords. Ikeda Yushin and another second awakening ability users simultaneously unleashed their powers glinting ice spikes, and sharp wind blades whistled through the air, filled with a dense killing intent. Lin Yan snorted, touching the protruding earth spikes. Awakened with the power to manipulate earth and sand? This can't hold me. You know nothing about the power of the third awakening. With a swift flow of spiritual and bloodline power in his hand, Lin Yin chanted, Earth Walk. A spell flashed at his fingertips, and the earth cage surrounding him instantly crumbled. Dragon roared to the heavens. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Yan's figure suddenly became illusory, the sound of sword blades slicing through the wind echoing, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. Roar. In the dragon's roar, all the eastern spies who charged were slain on the spot. The incoming ice spikes and wind blades shattered simultaneously under the dragon's roar. What? Impossible. Ikeda Yushin and Aoyama Sagong shouted in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Just the residual sound of a single sword repelled all their attacks. You, how is this possible? Song Yuanya, pinned under the golden fire dragon, struggled to turn his head towards Lin Yan. How can this be the power of the third awakening? No one can block so many ice spikes and wind blades with just a residual sword sound. And this fire dragon that's been suppressing me isn't something a third awakening user can have. Who are you? Before Song Yuanya could continue, the fire dragon stomped him into the ground. Lin Yin glanced at him coldly. Noisy. He then turned his icy gaze to Aoyama Sagong and Ikeda Yushin. I said it. Those who offend Huaxia shall be killed without mercy. Before Lin Yin finished speaking, he appeared before them in an instant, the Qing Yao sword in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. Defend. Aoyama Sagong shouted in terror, his earth shield just forming when Lin Yan's sword shattered it. Thud. A stream of blood spurted from Aoyama Sagong's mouth. His ribs completely shattered as he collapsed weakly. Aoyama-san. Ikeda Yushin shouted in despair, but before he could finish, countless dense sword energies surrounded him. Wild dragon slash. Swish, swish, swish. Ikeda Yushin didn't even have time to scream before being sliced into pieces by the fine sword energy, blood, and flesh flying. Just you left. Lin Yin turned to the last ability user who had wielded the wind blades, a cold smile on his lips. This spy was so terrified by the brutal deaths of Aoyama Sagong and Ikeda Yushin that he froze in place, not daring to move as Lin Yin approached. I surrender. He stammered, a foul smell emanating from his pants. You? Shame. Yaki warriors never surrender. Seeing this, Song Yuanya's eyes blazed with fury. I'm not interested in accepting your surrender. Lin Yan's eyes were cold, devoid of pity. Divine Phoenix Flame. Boom. Raging flames engulfed the spy instantly. In the midst of a heart-rending scream, he was reduced to ashes in the fire. Not far away, a dozen people in Yulong uniforms were rapidly approaching. Minister, listen, they're screaming. A team member suddenly pointed out. Lu Jinfeng's face changed sharply. Damn it, they've already engaged. Speed up. Lin Yin cast a cold glance at Matsubara No, who was immobilized and subdued. The Qing Yao sword blade tapped against Matsubara No's face as Lin Yin spoke with disdain. Now, you're the only one left, spy of Little Dongri. The area was littered with the bodies of Dongri's spies, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Matsubara No gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with defiance. Lin Yin, have you thought clearly about the consequences of opposing the great Dongri Empire? Lin Yin couldn't help but laugh, his palm patting Matsubara No's cheek. Great Dongri Empire? Your tiny island. Great? You think it's still like the war over 100 years ago? Don't be delusional, Little Dongri. His tone was filled with contempt. When dark energy radiation emerged 100 years ago, if it weren't for a guardian deity in Fushur Mountain protecting you, Dongri Island might have been wiped out. And you dare threaten me? Fool, Matsubara No shouted, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Anyone who underestimates our great Dongri Empire meets a dead end. If looks could kill, Lin Yin would have died several times over. Unfortunately, Matsubara No hadn't awakened any bloodline power to kill with a glare. Lin Yan's eyes twinkled with amusement. A dead end? I hope that when I set foot on Dongri one day, you'll still be able to say that. Oh, wait. By then you'll already be dead. Fool. Our great Dongri Empire will endure forever. Matsubara No roared again, his tongue twisting, ready to bite down on the poison hidden in his teeth. Suddenly, a cold, gleaming dagger was thrust into his mouth. Lin Yin spoke coolly. As Dongri's top spy, you think you can die so easily? He stirred the dagger around in Matsubara No's mouth. Ugh ugh. Matsubara No whimpered in pain, but Lin Yin ignored him. 10 seconds later, Lin Yin slapped Matsubara No's face with a resounding smack. Matsubara No spat out a mouthful of teeth, one of them as black as oil. He spat out all 32 teeth, each one broken by Lin Yan's ruthless maneuver. Ayu. Matsubara No glared at Lin Yan, his mouth full of blood, hatred burning in his eyes. The excruciating pain from his shattered teeth was unbearable. Lin Yin discarded the dagger, chuckling lightly. Oh right, I still need to cripple you. The golden dragon of fire dissipated as Lin Yin grabbed Matsubara No by the neck, like a helpless chick. Slash. The Qing Yao sword struck, severing the tendons in Matsubara No's hands and feet. Then, Lin Yin kicked him in the abdomen, destroying his dantian. No. Matsubara No rolled 4 meters away, clutching his stomach. He could feel his strength fading. I'll kill you. I will kill you. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a terrifying murderous intent as he glared at Lin Yin. Lin Yin snorted coldly, stomping on Matsubara No's head, dismissing his threats. Suddenly, Lin Yan's ears twitched. Someone was coming, and not just one person, at least a dozen. The sound of orderly footsteps came from the alley behind the restroom. A voice emerged from the alley. Minister, it's here. Lu Jinfeng decisively gave the order, his voice firm and commanding. Captains of teams 1, 2, and 3, follow me. Everyone else, stay on guard. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. With his combat knife in hand, Lu Jinfeng shot towards the restroom number 36 like an arrow. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the alley. Bang! A group suddenly burst out from the dark passageway, led by someone wielding a sharp combat knife with an intimidating presence. Lu Jinfeng quickly reacted, shouting, "Stop! Lu Qing's dragon guard is here. How dare Eastern spies act so brazenly?" Before he finished speaking, Lu Jinfeng froze in shock. He rubbed his eyes hard, incredulous at the scene before him. 9 bodies were sprawled across the ground, and a young man stood calmly with his foot on another's head. Damn, am I seeing things? Lu Jinfeng cursed inwardly. Where are the Eastern spies? Where's the fierce battle? Can someone tell me what happened here? At that moment, he recognized the young man standing atop another's face. Lin Yan. Lin Yan, are you alright? Lu Jinfeng asked with a look of relief, quickly stepping forward. Lin Yan nodded slightly, frowning. And you are? If not for the system alert that all Eastern spies had been eliminated and this person shouting the Dragon Guard slogan, Lin Yin might have mistaken him for a remnant of the Eastern spies. Lu Jinfeng hurriedly introduced himself. I'm Lu Jinfeng, head of the Dragon Guard's Lu Qing division. Brother Lin Yan, I didn't expect our first meeting to be under these circumstances. Lin Yan suddenly understood, retracting his foot from Song Yuanya's face, and politely said, "Ah, Minister Lu, my apologies." Lu Jinfeng's gaze then fell on Song Yuanya. He squinted, scrutinizing the somewhat familiar face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, He's an Eastern spy." "Yes," Lin Yin replied calmly, lifting Song Yuanya by the neck and presenting the dangerous individual once more to Lu Jinfeng. Matsubara lay unconscious on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. If he were even slightly conscious, he would surely be cursing incessantly. Lu Jinfeng's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Matsubara's face, repeatedly confirming what he saw. Every contour of that face was etched in his memory. There was no mistake, it was him. It can't be wrong. It's him, Lu Jinfeng murmured, as if assuring himself he wasn't dreaming. Earlier this afternoon, Lu Jinfeng had personally led a high-risk counter-espionage operation in the city. During the firefight, an expert from the Eastern spy team, who had undergone 3 awakenings, suddenly emerged, using his formidable power to rescue the other spies one by one. Astonishingly, that expert was now the very person Lin Yin was holding like a dead chicken. Seeing the spy now on the brink of death, utterly powerless, Lu Jinfeng exhaled deeply, relief evident in his tone. Thankfully, he's been severely injured. He glanced around, curious. But I wonder which colleague from another city arrived in time to take him down. Turning to Lin Yin, Lu Jinfeng's eyes reflected both gratitude and curiosity. By the way, brother Lin Yin, these people. He trailed off, but his intent was clear, wanted to know which powerful ally had assisted them so significantly. These Eastern spies were not only numerous, but also ruthlessly vicious. More daunting was the fact they had a 3-time awakened expert among them. Without timely intervention, Lin Yin would have been in grave danger, and the lives of all Lu City residents would have been at serious risk. Lin Yin remained expressionless, his voice as calm as if discussing the weather. "I killed them all." "What?" Everyone gasped in unison, their stunned gazes fixed on Lin Yin, faces full of disbelief. Lu Jinfeng shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe his ears. "Brother Lin Yin, how long has it been since your bloodline awakened? These are experienced awakeners. The one you're holding is a 3-time awakener. How could you handle that?" He tried to find a more plausible explanation. "If you really don't want to reveal the identity of that colleague, that's fine. After all, you're a top-notch genius. Having a powerful protector in the shadows is quite normal." Lin Yan's expression remained calm, with no intention of explaining. Believe it or not. With that, he casually dropped Matsubara's body and turned to leave the scene without looking back. "Brother Lin Yan." "Lin Yan." Lu Jinfeng called out loudly from behind, but Lin Yan didn't acknowledge him, walking away with firm steps. Lu Jinfeng sighed and instructed his subordinate, "Zhou Kuo, go escort Lin Yan." "Yes." A squad leader immediately responded and quickly followed Lin Yan's departing figure. Looking down at the barely breathing Matsubara, Lu Jinfeng ordered those around him, "Stand down from alert. Take him back for questioning." "Yes." The team responded in unison and swiftly moved into action. After finishing his stroll down the street, Lin Yin bought only a bottle of water to quench his thirst before heading straight to the hotel. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, he sensed a sudden change in the atmosphere. In the lobby, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, like laser beams. Before he could react, a girl exclaimed loudly, "It's Lin Yin. It's really him." She jumped up and down excitedly. The shop owner on the street was right. This shout was like a spark that ignited the entire lobby. People swarmed toward him, surrounding Lin Yin. The noise around him made Lin Yin realize that the shop owners had leaked his whereabouts. The title Pangu Academy's only specially admitted genius was like a golden business card, and the shopkeepers had clearly capitalized on it. Lin Yin sighed helplessly. It was indeed the consequence of his own actions. Surrounded by fans, Lin Yin didn't want to push them away forcefully, fearing he might accidentally hurt the girls nearby. Suddenly, he felt a small hand roaming over him and quickly caught the mischievous hand. The owner of the hand playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly withdrew. Everyone, I need to get some rest. Please let me through. Lin Yan attempted to make his way out. Lin Yan, let's take a photo together. I want an autograph. Can I shake your hand? Be my boyfriend. Lin Yan struggled to handle the various requests and finally squeezed through the crowd, his clothes left disheveled from being tugged. He leaned against the wall, panting and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this was more exhausting than battling spies from the Eastern Sun Nation. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, a scream came from behind. Lin Yin is here. In that critical moment, a small hand waved at him from a window. Without hesitation, Lin Yin dashed toward the window, flipped himself out, and quickly shut it behind him. The pursuing fans, having lost sight of their target, were left puzzled by the elevator. Phew, finally got away from them. Lin Yin sighed with relief and turned to thank the girl beside him. Thank you, Jiangying. It turned out that the timely helper was Jiangying, the girl he had saved earlier that afternoon. Jiangying smiled and replied, no problem. You saved my life today, after all. But now that I think about it, your name did sound familiar. So you're the specially admitted genius of Pangu Academy. Lin Yin smiled slightly and said calmly, I didn't intend to hide it. By the way, how did you know I was in trouble here? His gaze fell on Jiangying, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Jiangying pointed to an inconspicuous window and explained, this window actually leads to a hidden passage inside the hotel, not outside. Its location is very discreet, so most people wouldn't notice it. A faint smile appeared on her face. It was just a coincidence. I used to work here and knew there was an employee passage. I saw the elevator was too crowded earlier, so I took this route and happened to run into you. Lin Yan suddenly understood and gratefully said, is that so? Thank you very much. I'll go rest now. With that, he turned to leave. Jiangying softly replied, okay, good night. The scene shifts to the interrogation room at the Yulong branch in Luqing. Song Yuanya was firmly restrained in the interrogation chair, while Lu Jinfeng stood in front of him, holding a dossier with a cold look in his eyes. Song Yuanya, an agent from the East, has been undercover in Luqing for 13 years. Lu Jinfeng's voice carried a hint of barely detectable regret. For such a long time, I didn't even realize you had infiltrated. Song Yuanya sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That's because you're all fools. If it weren't for that idiot Yuan Jing, you wouldn't have been able to catch me. Lu Jinfeng let out a cold snort, sat down, and ordered the interrogator. Begin the interrogation. The interrogator started a series of questions. Do you have any accomplices in Luqing? How many people have infiltrated? What is your objective? Are there other agents from the East in other cities in Huaxia? However, Song Yuanya kept his lips tightly sealed and said nothing. Lu Jinfeng's lips curled into a cold smile, signaling another interrogator to step forward. The person removed their gloves and placed their hands on Song Yuanya's head. Suddenly, Song Yuanya felt a terrifying energy emanating from above. Lu Jinfeng slowly said, we Huaxia people advocate harmony. If you confess, everything will be fine. But if you remain stubborn, we have our ways to make you talk. Song Yuanya struggled to utter a few words. Long live Yaqi. Long live the emperor. Proceed. Lu Jinfeng ordered. A piercing scream immediately followed. Aha! The next day, Lu Jinfeng frowned as he reviewed Song Yuanya's confession report. His brows furrowed deeper. I didn't expect them to have a secret passage into Huaxia. Another matter caught his attention. The report confirmed that Lin Yan had indeed single-handedly dealt with all the spies during last night's conflict. At this moment, Song Yuanya, still under the influence of the interrogator's abilities, incoherently muttered, devil, demon. Lu Jinfeng murmured, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lin Yin is truly that formidable. At 18, he had already completed 3 bloodline awakenings. Lu Jinfeng paused for a moment, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, Lin Yan's potential is limitless. I must apologize immediately. Lu Jinfeng glanced at his watch. The hour hand pointed to 7:40. His heart tightened. Only 20 minutes remained before the armored train would depart. He quickly turned and hurried to the train station. Inside the station, students were ready to go. They formed a long line, waiting to board. This special train carried only students, with accompanying ministers only able to see them off as far as Luqing. The train was equipped with professional security personnel to ensure the students' safety. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look, isn't that Minister Lu? What's he doing here? Could he be here to see us off? Us? We're not from Luqing. Why would Minister Lu see us off? Dude, I'm from Luqing, and Minister Lu didn't say he was seeing us off either. As soon as Lu Jinfeng entered the station, his sharp eyes quickly located Lin Yan. He walked quickly over and bowed deeply in front of Lin Yan, speaking sincerely. Brother Lin Yan, I'm sorry. My attitude was terrible last night. Please don't take it to heart. The surrounding crowd erupted in surprise. No way. Minister Lu is apologizing so sincerely? What did Lin Yan do? You don't know? Luching Dragon Guard just announced that Lin Yin single-handedly eliminated all the Eastern Sun spies who infiltrated Luching last night. What? By himself? Lin Yin? No. Brother Lin is that incredible. Haha. Now you know how amazing my brother Lin is. I even have his autograph. I have a photo with brother Lin. Lin Yin glanced at the time and stood up, saying, Minister Lu, please stand up. I forgive you. Just as Lu Jinfeng was about to speak, Lin Yin gestured for silence. Minister Lu, I need to board the train. Lu Jinfeng sighed. Well, alright. Despite this, he felt relieved that at least Lin Yin wasn't holding a grudge against him. A few minutes later, the armored train roared off into the distance. Destination, the imperial capital. The armored train roared down the tracks at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Inside, however, it was as stable as ever, without the slightest hint of a shake, showcasing the remarkable infrastructure technology. Lin Yin and 6 classmates from CG province were placed in the same train car. Originally designed to accommodate 16 people, this soft sleeper carriage now held only the 7 of them. Lin Yin noticed that other cars were filled with students from various cities, mostly arranged separately. It seemed that the students from CG province were grouped together, a likely privilege of being special recruits. Lin Yin chuckled to himself and leaned against the window. The 4-hour journey from Luching to the capital was more than enough time for a nice nap. The other classmates wisely refrained from disturbing him, as Lin Yan's undefeated legend in CG province had become a matter of course for them. Even so, the thought of sharing a hometown and soon a classroom with this legendary figure filled them with excitement. Gazing out the window, Lin Yan's eyes landed on the thick cannon muzzle and the massive iron saw attached to the train. No wonder it was called an armored train. The train was equipped with 36 cannon muzzles, its body surrounded by steel saws, and the front boasted the newly unveiled sequence cannon. Lin Yin recalled the reporter mentioning that this sequence cannon could kill major demons and even threaten demon kings. In an era rampant with beasts, only such armor or high-level masters could safely traverse the wilderness. As Lin Yin was lost in thought, someone suddenly called his name. He glanced back and replied indifferently. Well, if you're happy, go ahead. Clearly, he wasn't acknowledging the person's intention. You are so rude. The person named Xiao Mo grumbled and turned away. Lin Yin watched Xiao Mo leave with a slight smile. He saw no need to be polite to everyone. If the person had genuinely wanted to greet him, he wouldn't have minded getting acquainted, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Xiao Mo returned to his seat, where 2 other males and a female were already sitting. Hey, Xiao Mo's back. So, how's Lin Yin? One of them asked. Xiao Mo snorted. Don't mention it. I don't know where this brute came from, but he has no manners, nothing like the Dark Prince. Haha, I knew it. This guy's just a countryside brute who can only kill beasts, another chimed in. What right does he have to be compared to the Dark Prince? The only one who can is the Crown Prince. Humph, what's the use of just killing beasts? He'll end up dead on the battlefield, the others joined in. Only young talents like the Dark Prince and the Crown Prince are the pillars of our Huaxia. The female's eyes sparkled with admiration when they mentioned the Dark Prince and Crown Prince. Xiao Mo scoffed. I really don't know which town general gave him the special recruitment spot. As for killing spies, those spies must have been taken down by some senior, and he just picked up the credit. Miao Yan nodded in agreement. She had long been displeased with the sudden emergence of Lin Yan. How could someone so unknown overshadow the Crown Prince? To her, the Crown Prince should be the brightest star of their generation. The 4 of them continued their discussion unabashedly, a sour atmosphere lingering in the air. However, they weren't alone in the carriage. Jiang Ying, sitting across from them, listened to their blatant denigration of Lin Yan, her small hands clenched and body slightly trembling. She finally couldn't hold back any longer. How dare you speak about Lin Yan like that? Do you even know how powerful those spies from Dongri Nation were? And Lin Yan, who managed to kill them as a second awakening individual, could you do that? What gives you the right to belittle him? As soon as Jiang Ying finished speaking, a crowd of students gathered around, from both this and adjacent carriages. Yeah, what gives you the right to talk about Lin like that? Can your so-called Dark Prince or Crown Prince kill a second awakening individual? Haha, those impressive titles, maybe they aren't even qualified to carry Lin's shoes. Haha, I know. I've heard of those too. They're just rich kids from the capital, famous only because of their family's glory. Exactly, just like the second generation of the rich. My Lin doesn't even bother slapping them in the face. The surrounding students spoke up for Lin Yin, mocking the 4. They might not know much about the Crown Prince or the Dark Prince, but they knew Lin Yin was someone who could make the minister of Luching bow and apologize, and who earned over 1,000,000 points through his own strength, gaining the appreciation of a town general. You frogs in a well. You have no idea how great the Crown Prince and the Dark Prince are. Xiaomo's face turned red with anger as he glared at the people around him. To him, someone like Lin Yin, emerging from a small place, couldn't be compared to figures like the Crown Prince and the Dark Prince. Miaoya, also flushed with anger, added, "You don't even know that the Crown Prince's father is the 7th town general. Haha. So in the end, it's just relying on his dad," someone in the crowd sarcastically remarked, infuriating Miaoya to the point that she wanted to find and punish the person who spoke. Meanwhile, Lin Yin sat on his bed, shaking his head with a sigh. Although he was 6 carriages away from those people, his keen senses, heightened by his third awakening, allowed him to hear their conversation clearly. It was because of this initial discussion about him that he hadn't been friendly to Xiaomo. Now, he felt it might be necessary to resolve the conflict that had arisen because of him. Just as Lin Yan was about to get up, the train suddenly braked hard, the screech of metal against metal echoing in everyone's ears. Bang! Some students who weren't seated properly fell off their beds. "What the hell happened?" someone exclaimed in shock. Lin Yin grabbed the iron post of the bunk bed with one hand, standing firmly on the ground. No matter how the train shook, he remained unmoved. At that moment, the system's task reminder suddenly sounded. Ding! Task: protect the train's safety. Reward: Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purification 10. Each Demon King defeated. Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purification 7. Accept? Lin Yin immediately looked out the window, only to see a large group of beasts surrounding the train. What was even more shocking was the sight of 5 gigantic beasts ahead of the train. The terrifying aura they emitted was that of 5 Demon Kings. Attention, students. Numerous beasts have been spotted around the train. However, there is no need to worry, as we have Dragon Warrior level experts on board to protect everyone. Please remain calm and trust that the warriors will ensure your safety. The announcement echoed through the train carriages, instantly rousing the drowsy students. They struggled to their feet, holding onto the bedposts around them, disbelief etched across their faces. The scene outside the window made everyone gasp. Swarms of beasts had completely surrounded the train, with 5 particularly massive ones standing out. My God, those are Demon Kings. 5 Demon Kings, someone cried out in terror. Panic spread like wildfire through the carriages, with cries and shouts filling the air. We're doomed. How can we survive this? I should never have gone to the capital. Mom, I want to go home. Meanwhile, in the armored train's command room, train captain Fong Xiaofeng glared at the tracks ahead. A massive one-horned rhinoceros stood there, its size more than twice that of the armored train. The enormous horn on its head exuded a terrifying aura, and Fong Xiaofeng immediately recognized it as a great demon, the one-horned giant rhinoceros. To make matters worse, 4 Demon Kings stood menacingly by its side. Suddenly, the one-horned giant rhinoceros let out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Fong Xiaofeng made a quick decision. Prepare the sequence cannon. Fire the first sequence shell immediately. Following the command, dark energy rapidly gathered in the black barrel at the front of the armored train. Dark energy loaded, firing the first sequence shell. With a roar, a blinding red beam shot toward the charging one-horned giant rhinoceros. In the train carriage, some students gasped at the sight of the red beam. That's the first sequence shell? It's said to be able to kill great demons and even injure Demon Kings. A glimmer of hope appeared amidst the despair. However, Lin Yin felt a foreboding sense of unease. Sure enough, the operator soon reported. The first sequence shell inflicted damage. 0. The one-horned giant rhinoceros is unharmed. Fong Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the one-horned giant rhinoceros. Its horn was enveloped in a mysterious magical glow, faintly revealing a human silhouette. That's the 5th Demon King, he exclaimed. Encountering 5 Demon Kings at once is unprecedented. In this urgent moment, Fong Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and ordered, report to the dragon headquarters immediately. Charge the second sequence shell. The operator hesitated, but the second sequence shell is still in the experimental stage, and its energy is extremely unstable. If we use it, our sequence cannon will be rendered useless. Fong Xiaofeng shouted angrily. If we don't take out this beast, we're all finished. If it's going to be scrapped, then let's go big. As the command was given, an even more terrifying energy began to gather within the massive barrel of the sequence cannon. The air twisted with the sheer power, and the world outside the train window was instantly bathed in a brilliant orange glow. This was the second sequence shell, 100 times more powerful than the first. Inside the train, the students were stunned, especially the one who had been explaining everything nonstop. Now he was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. He vividly recalled that the second sequence shell was still in the experimental phase, capable of obliterating the Demon King in one shot, but using it would cause the cannon to break apart. Lin Yin gazed at the sky as it gradually changed color, feeling an inexplicable awe. He knew he couldn't possibly withstand the power of this shot. At this moment, Fong Xiaofeng turned to the silent warrior behind him and whispered, Commander, the head office has received our distress signal. Support is expected to arrive in an hour. We humbly ask you to help us hold out for this hour." The warrior nodded solemnly, gripping his lightning-imbued spear tightly, and replied with determination, "No problem, Captain Fong. I will do my utmost to ensure the student's safety." Suddenly, a loud sonic boom erupted overhead, leaving everyone's ears ringing. In front of them, the orange light instantly engulfed the massive unicorn beast and the figure atop its horn. "It's destroyed. The Demon King has been destroyed." The students inside the train were ecstatic. However, the atmosphere in the control room was extremely tense. An operator, staring at the flashing red warning on the computer, shouted to Fong Xiaofeng, "Captain, the cannon barrel is 80 fractured. It's unusable." This meant that if they fired again, the cannon would be completely ruined, reduced to scrap metal. "Commander!" Fong Xiaofeng called urgently. "Charge!" The warrior roared, launching himself from the control room like an arrow, heading towards the massive horde of beasts. At that moment, thousands of beasts surrounding the train suddenly launched a fierce charge. The students, who had been reveling in victory moments ago, were now terrified as they watched the dark wave of beasts approaching, crying out, "Oh no! All the beasts are coming. We're going to die? Mommy, I want to go home." Suddenly, all the gun ports around the train activated, and the 3 rings of massive steel saw blades began to spin at high speed. In an instant, the entire train was in full battle mode. An urgent announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Attention students. Beasts are attacking. Please remain calm. We will ensure your safety." Just then, a shout interrupted the broadcast. "Captain, a student has gone outside." Boom, boom, boom. All the gun ports on the train fired simultaneously, pouring shells like raindrops. "That student. It's dangerous. Come back," the broadcast screamed anxiously. All the students curiously looked out the windows, seeing a figure weaving through the dense horde of beasts. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "That's Lin Yan." Lin Yin, the prodigious talent who was specially recruited, suddenly dashed out of the high-speed train. The carriage erupted into chaos as countless classmates exclaimed and discussed in shock. "Is he crazy? Even if he's a genius, there are thousands of monsters out there, and most of them have undergone a second awakening, with some even being at the third awakening." In front of the train, there are 4 monster kings who've completed a 4th awakening. "We only have one general with us. He's going to get himself killed." Xiao Mo and Miao Ya looked at Lin Yan's departing figure with cold disdain, scoffing. "Huh. What an idiot. Running out in this situation, he's just asking for death." They believed Lin Yin was nothing more than a reckless fool, unworthy of being ranked ahead of the crown prince. Although the others didn't dislike Lin Yin, and even felt proud of him being from the inland regions like themselves, they couldn't comprehend his actions at that moment. Only 6 students from the Four Seasons province shed tears as they watched him leave. They knew Lin Yin wasn't going to his death. He possessed the strength to defeat the monster kings and was acting to protect everyone. Lin Yin wielded the Yao Yao sword, moving through the horde of monsters as if it were an open field. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by deafening explosions, shattering the ground around him. In the control room, the train conductor Fong Xiaofeng was furious. "What's going on? How did a student manage to sneak out? Do you know they're the future pillars of our nation?" A technician pointed at the surveillance screen and reported, "That student pried open the safety door with his sword and gestured at the camera, signaling, 'I'm okay, don't worry.'" Fong Xiaofeng was livid, slamming his fist onto the alloy table, leaving a dent. He immediately ordered the security team to retrieve the student and activated the facial recognition system to analyze Lin Yan's features. However, when Lin Yan's information appeared on the screen, Fong Xiaofeng's pupils contracted. Aside from a photo and a name, the rest of the information was blank. Even more shocking, the data soon disappeared, replaced by red and yellow alternating warning messages filling the screen. This data is classified as SS level top secret. Access restricted to generals only. Fong Xiaofeng slowly turned his head, watching Lin Yan outside the train, slaying multiple monsters with each stroke, unable to calm himself. Lin Yan swung the Yao Yao sword, each strike accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, felling the surrounding monsters. As he battled a giant lizard monster, he heard the call of the security team leader from behind him. "Student, you're strong, but you've only completed 1 bloodline awakening. There are hundreds of monsters here with a second awakening, even great monsters. If you want to kill monsters and serve the nation, wait until you're stronger. Right now, you need to focus on surviving." Only then did Lin Yin realize he had been using only his martial skills and hadn't yet employed his powers or techniques. No wonder they thought he had only 1 awakening's worth of strength. He glanced at the security team members clearing a path for him and the anxious yet respectful leader, and sighed. "Sir, you say survival is my priority right now. But killing these monsters is how I survive. The train only has a limited supply of ammunition, and there are so many monsters here. If the ammo runs out, everyone will die." Du Zihong was stunned. Lin Yan's words were indeed true, but he insisted, "We will protect you then. There's no need for a student to risk everything now." Lin Yan smiled. catching sight of a small, fast-approaching mouse from the right. Sir, you alone can't stop them. As he spoke, he shot towards the small mousey, a great monster like an arrow released from a bow. Student, Du Zihong shouted, unable to stop him. Inside the train, Xiao Mo laughed at the sight. Ha ha, that idiot. Told him not to go get himself killed, but he wouldn't listen. Now he's going after a little mouse. Ha ha, that mouse probably just completed its first bloodline awakening. What a disgrace. Everyone was pressed against the windows, watching as Lin Yan's sword reached the small mouse. Suddenly, a low voice rang out. Undying divine flame. Boom. A wave of fire erupted from Lin Yan's sword, rolling forward and incinerating all monsters in its path. In front of him, a 10-meter wide, 100-meter long monster-free zone appeared. This scene left everyone inside and outside the train speechless. Then, fiery wings suddenly sprouted from Lin Yan's back, lifting him into the sky. His sword danced, a golden dragon's shadow following the blade's motion. Dragon soars across 80,000 miles, sword sweeps through 19 provinces. Roar the golden dragon behind him seemed to come alive, roaring as it dove towards the monsters on the ground. Wherever the dragon passed, monsters perished. Inside the train, Jing Wu, Lin Jinhao, Lu Qiao, and others watched in awe, tears streaming down their faces. The sword immortal of Spring City has returned. In a dazzling display of golden light, a majestic golden dragon soared through the sky, sweeping across the horde of beasts. Lin Yan's points skyrocketed like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the 5 million mark. Wherever the dragon passed, beasts fell one after another, leaving less than 200 remaining, with the strongest only having achieved a second awakening. All the great demons were devoured by this dragon. Lin Yan felt slightly dazed in midair. Then, engulfed in blazing flames, he flew towards the 4 demon kings. Inside the train, everyone was stunned into silence, unable to believe how someone their age could be so powerful. Admin, I report Lin Yin for cheating. Someone couldn't help but shout, causing a burst of laughter. After a moment of silence, the carriage erupted in wild cheers. Brother Lin is amazing. Is he really not a disguised warlord? Compared to Brother Lin, I'm just a useless nobody. A handsome young man with an earring shook his head and sighed, while his companion, holding a standard-issue longsword, patted his shoulder with a wry smile and said, being called the new star of Kuan City and the #1 genius of the century. After seeing Brother Lin's performance, I feel like the biggest fool of the century. Me too. More and more people around echoed, sharing their experiences and realizing the vast gap compared to Lin Yin. These self-proclaimed geniuses were overshadowed in his presence. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look, why did the cannon fire stop? Maybe they've run out of ammo, someone explained. The amount of ammunition carried by this armored train is limited. 36 cannons roared for 10 minutes straight, nearly rendering the barrels useless and exhausting tens of thousands of rounds. However, most of the beasts were slain by Lin Yan. Against awakened beasts, ordinary firearms had lost much of their effectiveness. Everyone, someone shouted. There are less than 200 beasts left, and we have over 1,000 people. Brother Lin has cleared most of them for us. Now it's our turn. Let's prove to everyone that we are geniuses too. Yes, we are geniuses too, the crowd shouted passionately. We request to fight. In the command room, Fang Xiaofeng watched this scene through the monitors, furious. Nonsense. Do they think they're all Lin Yin? We can't let them out. However, before he could activate the broadcast, he saw students finding the safety door that Lin Yin had previously pried open. In an instant, everyone streamed out, armed with various weapons, charging towards the remaining beasts. Kill. We are geniuses too. We can slay beasts too. The cries of battle echoed continuously. Fang Xiaofeng slammed the table, roaring, a bunch of reckless kids. All remaining security personnel, get out there and protect the students. A nearby team member looked helplessly at the empty carriage and muttered softly, there's no one left in the train, and you want us to protect the air? Inside the vehicle, the 4 occupants sat as if on pins and needles, their eyes fixed on Lin Yin, who was confronting the 4 demon kings in the sky. Fear swept over them like a tide, engulfing both body and soul, leaving no escape. Suspended in midair, Lin Yin wielded the azure demon sword, surrounded by the undying divine flame. The flames cast a heroic and striking silhouette. However, this was not for show. At this moment, only the regenerative power of the undying divine flame could swiftly restore his spiritual energy to face the threat of the 4 demon kings. Behind him, Yin Tianxua, clad in a black trench coat with gold trim, clutched his chest with one hand and held a lightning spear in the other. Despite his pain, he stood in front of Lin Yin, blocking him with the spear, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Student, get out of here. These demon kings are beyond your ability to handle. Across from them, 2 of the demon kings had taken human form, taunting mercilessly. Haha, you're half dead yourself, and you still have the energy to worry about others, one mocked. The other licked his lips greedily. Haha, but this one looks tender and delicious. I bet he'd taste great. Oomph. You guys only see the surface. A large flaming bird transformed into a voluptuous woman, her body covered in fiery red feathers, alluring and captivating. She fluttered a feather fan and winked at Lin Yan. Young man, I sense a powerful bloodline within you. Your awakened bloodline is quite extraordinary. If you agree to be my lover, I might consider sparing you. A green ox transformed into human form, sneering. Heh, Flame King, fancying a human? Aren't you afraid of angering the Red Crow King? Humph, who cares about the Red Crow King? The Flame King snorted, continuing to address Lin Yin. So, young man, what do you say? Lin Yin glanced at the Flame King, noticing her proud posture, at least a 36C. He suddenly smiled. If you kill these 3 guys, I might consider it. Brat, arrogant, the Green Ox King roared, his horns glowing with green light. The Flame King's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Young man, think carefully. Lin Yin licked his lips, responding without courtesy. What do you think? I'm not interested in a bird person like you. The Flame King's face instantly darkened. She couldn't tolerate being called a bird person. You're asking for death, she shouted, unleashing a terrifying flame towards Lin Yan. Watch out. Yin Tianshua's pupils contracted, his spear crackling with thunderous fury. Yet, under the terrifying flame, even the thunder began to wane. Student, run. Yin Tianshua gasped, cold sweat pouring down his body. Senior, you've done enough. Lin Yan's voice came from behind. He placed a hand on Yin Tianshua's shoulder. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yan stepped forward, reaching out to grab at the void. The flames abruptly dissipated. Suddenly, an immensely terrifying power erupted from him. Roar, 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 ong. A golden dragon shadow roared skyward behind Lin Yan, as if to shatter the heavens. The remaining beasts on the ground cowered, trembling in fear. This was the pressure of the dragon Saint Sovereign, the golden sacred dragon. Roar. Ah! A deafening, strange roar erupted from the mouth of the golden holy dragon's phantom behind Lin Yin, shattering the skies. This sound was not only immense, but also had an overwhelming penetrating power, reaching everyone's ears clearly. Accompanying it was an invisible pressure, making it hard for everyone to breathe. On the battlefield, the student prodigies, the beasts, and even the 4 great demon kings felt a fear stemming from a superior being. Deep within, they experienced an indescribable awe, their eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, the undying divine flames on Lin Yan's body erupted once more. He transformed into a ball of blazing fire, resembling a small sun suspended in the sky. The golden holy dragon's phantom behind him became more solid, as if it were no longer an illusion, but a real, flesh-and-blood golden holy dragon. On the ground, a student struggled to lift his head, and even this simple action felt as though he was carrying a massive weight. He recognized it as a bloodline phantom, a power that could only be wielded after a 3rd bloodline awakening. This realization left him in shock, internally exclaiming that Lin Yin was indeed a monster. Other students also began to realize that Lin Yan's strength far exceeded their imagination. Some recalled that someone had previously compared Lin Yan to the crown prince and the dark son of heaven. But now it was clear that those so-called top talents of the capital, the best in Huaxia, paled in comparison to Lin Yan. Despite the pressure feeling like a towering mountain upon them, these students did not hesitate to express their admiration for Lin Yan in the sky. They genuinely felt envious, as Lin Yan, a peer, had reached heights that many elders had not achieved. Unlike the students cheering outside the vehicle, inside the car, Xiao Mo and the other 3 huddled together, their faces pale as they watched the figure in the sky that instilled fear in everyone, every beast, and even the 4 demon kings. Their expressions were a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief. Their hearts were filled with more fear than anyone else's. Lin Yan's power far exceeded their imagination, leaving them with no room for jealousy, only pure dread. Standing on the train, Xiao Mo swallowed hard, secretly comparing. Even the Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor haven't reached Lin Yan's level of defying nature. At that moment, they all had one wish, that after the battle, Lin Yin would be merciful enough to spare them. However, a trace of malice flashed in Xiao Mo's eyes as he secretly hoped that the 4 demon kings could defeat Lin Yin. Lin Yin hovered in the air, unaware of the student's thoughts on the ground or Xiao Mo's fear and dark intentions. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Divine power, dragon's wrath. With his low shout, a vivid golden dragon's silhouette formed behind him, its scales gleaming with majesty. The immortal flames around Lin Yin burned fiercely, pushing him to his peak state. 4 demon kings, prepare to meet your end. Lin Yin roared, his green demon sword enveloped in purple aura. The sword's energy roared like a tiger, charging straight at the 4 demon kings. Flame King, Green Bull King, Tianping King, defend together, cried one demon king with thick arms, his pupils contracting. The sword blocked all escape routes, leaving them no choice but to defend with all their might. With a thunderous crash, the demon king's defensive formation shattered instantly. The demon ape king roared, revealing its true form as a gigantic ape towering 60 meters high. Its fur was instantly coated in a golden sheen, barely withstanding the remnants of the sword's energy, but it was still forced back dozens of meters. Yin Tianxua watched Lin Yin in shock, incredulously asking, "Are you really a student? A student who could break through the combined defenses of 4 demon kings with just one sword strike, and force the demon ape to reveal its true form?" In front of Lin Yin, Yin Tianxua felt like the student, while Lin Yin seemed like a true dragon-riding immortal. As the smoke cleared, a massive wound appeared on the demon ape's chest, stretching from its left shoulder to its right lower ribs. This was merely the residual damage from the sword's energy. Yin Tianxua was completely stunned, momentarily lost. "Roar! Human! I will devour you!" The demon ape bellowed in fury, swinging its massive fist at Lin Yin, its spiritual energy surging like a collapsing mountain. Roar! The golden dragon silhouette behind Lin Yin suddenly flew out, entangling with the charging demon ape. With a swipe of its claw, the dragon knocked the demon ape down, but the demon ape grabbed the dragon's tail, slamming it heavily to the ground. The two colossal beasts collided and wrestled, neither able to overpower the other. The brilliance of the bloodline manifestation shone brightly as Yin Tianxua looked in surprise at the young man, Lin Yin, standing before him. This youth, who appeared no different from an ordinary student, had actually reached the level of a 4th bloodline awakening? Yin Tianxua was puzzled, unable to find a familiar face. Noticing Yin Tianxua's gaze, Lin Yin turned and smiled. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm still just a student, only at the level of a 3rd bloodline awakening. There's still a way to go before the 4th. 3rd. Yin Tianxua exclaimed in surprise, but then his eyes lit up. "Are you Lin Yin? The genius youth who can contend with the demon kings?" Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement, and Yin Tianxua became excited. "Your name is known throughout the imperial capital. Even the dragon generals speak highly of you." He introduced himself warmly. "Just call me Yin Tianxua. There are 3 demon kings left here. I should be able to hold them off." Lin Yin glanced at the 3 demon kings recovering from the golden holy dragon's pressure and smiled slightly. "Senior Yin, just focus on one. Leave the other 2 to me." "Arrogant." The green bull king roared, charging at Lin Yin like a runaway truck. "Moo!" The bull's roar shook the heavens, its momentum unstoppable. Lin Yin advanced instead of retreating, his figure like an arrow, rushing towards the green bull king. His fists, entwined with purple light, seemed to carry the power to split mountains and crack stones. Bang! As they collided, the green bull king revealed its true form, sneering. "Ignorant human, how can your fragile body compare to us demon kings?" Lin Yin grasped the green bull king's horns, smirking. "It's you beasts who are ignorant." As he spoke, his entire body was suddenly covered in a shimmering purple armor. The armor transformed into the phantom of a mighty tiger, roaring thunderously. The green bull king widened its eyes in disbelief, shouting, "Impossible." "I." Its tail, thick as a python, suddenly extended, whipping fiercely at Lin Yin. "Lin Yin, watch out!" Yin Tianxua shouted, attempting to assist. However, the Flame King intervened, sending a fiery bird transformed into an arrow straight for Yin Tianxua's chest. Yin Tianxua quickly turned, his spear aimed at the incoming fiery arrow. Lightning surged at the spear's tip, instantly extinguishing the arrow. The Flame King smiled seductively. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You've piqued my interest." Yin Tianxua gripped his spear tightly, eyes fixed intently on the alluring female demon king, ready for the next wave of attacks. The threat this woman posed to Yin Tianxua was the greatest among all the demon kings. Suddenly, a demon king with a pig's head and a rake in hand charged towards Yin Tianxua. "Hey, human, don't forget about me," roared Tianpeng King, as the rake in his hand expanded to a massive size. Yin Tianxua's expression changed dramatically, and a huge phantom of a seal appeared above his head. "Mountain-suppressing seal," he shouted. The rake collided with the seal, producing a deafening clang. The enormous rake couldn't advance an inch under the seal's weight. "Oomph, you've got some skills," Tianpeng King snorted, as the 7 prongs of the rake transformed into 7 ferocious snake heads that fiercely bit at the seal. Not far away, King of Flames stood with a cold smile on his lips. "Haha, Tianpeng King, take it easy. I plan to take this human as a slave." Before he finished speaking, King of Flames' hands suddenly ignited with a scorching fire, which he hurled towards Yin Tianxua. Flamestorm. Yin Tianxua watched the oncoming flames and felt a sense of dread. He was already struggling to fend off Tianpeng King's 7-pronged attack, and had no strength left to counter King of Flames' assault. However, to the surprise of both Yin Tianxua and King of Flames, the raging flame storm bizarrely changed direction in midair. "Haha, Qingyo King, enjoy some roast beef." The flame storm veered sharply and struck Qingyo King hard. Caught off guard while evenly matched with Lin Yin, Qingyo King was hit by the flames and lost his balance. "Moo!" He bellowed in pain, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. "King of Flames, Where the hell are you aiming? Qingyo King roared furiously. But King of Flames ignored him, her gaze filled with terror as she stared at Lin Yan. A phantom of a divine phoenix flickered around Lin Yin before disappearing. Fire Supreme, Master of Flames. The fear in King of Flames' eyes was greater than when facing the golden sacred dragon. The dragon was a formidable enemy, but Lin Yin was an invincible nemesis. His mastery over fire was her ultimate weakness. Run was the only thought in King of Flames' mind, desperate to flee as far as possible. Where's your dignity as a demon king, King of Flames? Tianpeng King cursed angrily. Moo, King of Flames. When I get back, I will kill you. Qingyo King bellowed in rage. The three demon kings were furious as they watched King of Flames flee. They couldn't comprehend why she would retreat when her participation in the battle could easily lead to the humans' defeat. King of Flames transformed into a fiery bird and fled without looking back. With a mocking smile, she said, "These fools, if I join, I'll be the first to die." Suddenly, King of Flames felt an invisible force holding her back. Terrified, she turned to see Lin Yin engulfed in divine flames, his gaze piercing. With a cold smile, Lin Yin said, "Since you're here, why leave? Didn't you want to make me your plaything? Why not give it a try?" Lin Yan's right hand, wrapped in divine flames, made a grabbing motion in the air. "No!" King of Flames screamed in terror as her body was pulled backward. No matter how she flapped her wings or cast spells, she only got closer to Lin Yin. On the ground, the oppressive aura of the golden sacred dragon gradually weakened, allowing everyone to move again. However, the beasts remained paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing this was a prime opportunity to earn points. Swords flashed, and blood splattered. The students wielded their weapons, mercilessly slaying the defenseless beasts. Cheers erupted. "I've surpassed 10,000 points. This is easier than slaughtering chickens," someone exclaimed with excitement. Suddenly, a beast that had undergone a secondary awakening struggled to move, startling four nearby students who immediately joined forces to slay it. This scene further fueled everyone's enthusiasm, and they shouted in unison, "Brother Lin, you're amazing." Everyone knew it was Lin Yin who had given them this opportunity that far exceeded what students in other regions had. Suddenly, a student pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Brother Lin. He's holding back two beast kings." The others looked up and saw Lin Yin, with one hand transformed into a fierce tiger, gripping the horns of the Azure Ox King, while the other hand transformed into a divine phoenix, wrapping the Flame King in a fiery net. The Flame King struggled within the fiery net, a pitiful voice emanating from her beak. "Please, let me go? I was wrong." Before the words finished, she quietly transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, tearfully pleading, "I am at your mercy." Her clothes were half undone, her posture seductive, exuding a powerful allure. On the ground, some keen-eyed male students were instantly aroused, staring blankly at the Flame King. However, they were quickly snapped back to reality by a slap from their companions. "Are you crazy? That's the battlefield of a fourth-time bloodline awakener." Safety Captain Du Zihong promptly reminded all male students, "Don't look up at the sky. That beast king has a charm ability targeting males." Hearing this, everyone quickly averted their gaze, fearing for their lives. Some female students clasped their hands in prayer. "Brother Lin, please don't fall for her charms." In the sky, the Flame King was close to Lin Yan. Her clothes were half off, and she looked pitifully at Lin Yan, confident that no man could resist her allure. The Azure Ox King's eyes widened, appearing as if they would shoot fire. However, Lin Yan's gaze remained clear and unmoved. He looked at the Flame King with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Lin Yin gave up the search, his eyes glowing with a clear and unyielding purple light, even in the face of the Flame King's allure. Suddenly, he tightened his grip, causing the fiery net to constrict instantly. The Flame King let out a scream of pain, red lines appearing on her alabaster legs. She immediately fell to her knees, pleading in a voice full of fear, "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me." This scene infuriated the Green Bull King, who roared and charged towards the Flame King, ignoring Lin Yan's hand on its horns. However, it underestimated Lin Yan's strength. Seeing this, Lin Yan suddenly stopped tightening the net. He looked at the pleading Flame King, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, "All right, I might consider sparing you." The Flame King looked up in surprise, and Lin Yin continued, "But you have to do one thing: use your enchantment technique again. And remember, use all your power." The Flame King hesitated for a moment, then understood Lin Yan's intentions. She softly agreed and directed her most powerful charm at the now-mad Green Bull King. Flames transformed into fiery blossoms, burning away her tattered clothing and replacing it. A gentle flame drifted from her brow and landed on the Green Bull King's head. The Green Bull King's eyes blazed with fire, turning crimson as its body grew even larger. It roared, breaking free of Lin Yan's grip, and charged directly at the Flame King. The Flame King was terrified, Recognizing the scene too well, it was the behavior of men driven to madness by her ultimate enchantment. Instinctively, she gathered two intense flames, but before she could use them, they were absorbed by the flame net surrounding her. She looked at Lin Yin in fear, but he simply said calmly, "Just focus on enchanting him." The Green Bull King charged at the Flame King, who was petrified. Her newly formed defensive flames were again absorbed by the net. Just as the Green Bull King was within half a meter of her, the fiery net surged upward. Lin Yin let out a soft laugh, his hands transforming into gilded purple tiger claws, which he used to strike the Green Bull King's belly. The irrational beast, riddled with vulnerabilities, was easily subdued. Hovering above, the Flame King panted heavily, her emotions in turmoil. She was both horrified by Lin Yan's tactics and puzzled by his resistance to her charm. This man, seemingly at the age of peak impulsiveness, not only remained unaffected by her allure, but also devised such a ruthless plan. Clutching her alabaster body, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yin as he mercilessly subdued the Green Bull King, she couldn't help but wonder, is he really just an ordinary human male? This human was completely incomprehensible to her. The roar of the Green Ox King was earth-shattering as its enormous body twisted in the air, charging fiercely at Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan reacted even faster. His claws struck the Green Ox King's abdomen like lightning, with the force of a high-speed train collision, and the sharp tips of his claws were like the train's front, instantly tearing through the Green Ox King's flesh. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the Green Ox King slammed heavily onto the ground. Surrounding trees snapped and shattered, sending splinters flying. Some small demon beasts that couldn't escape in time were crushed to pieces. The wound on the Green Ox King's abdomen was horrifying, with blood gushing out like a fountain, forming a crimson pool on the ground. Yet the Green Ox King seemed utterly unfazed by the pain. Instead of using magic to stop the bleeding, it roared towards the sky once more and charged in the direction of the Flame King, leaving a glaring red trail in the air. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was the Flame King's allure truly so powerful? A mighty demon king, completely ignoring a gaping wound in its abdomen, still charged towards her with unwavering determination. This wasn't just devotion, it was the ultimate evolution of devotion. The Green Ox King closed in on the Flame King, less than a foot away. Lin Yin, quick to act, summoned back the fiery net. At the same time, the Green Ox King suddenly turned, unleashing its Beast King's roar technique. Just as the Green Ox King was about to collide, Lin Yan's sword danced in his hands. A purple aura surged, and the sword's glow ascended to the heavens. The sword, enveloped in a thick layer of purple aura, exuded a regal pressure as if to obliterate all foes. With a flash of the sword, it pierced through the Green Ox King's massive body. The Green Ox King let out a mournful cry and turned sharply. However, a thin line of blood appeared on its body, starting from the head. This bloodline spread rapidly like a spider web, covering its entire body. "Cough, you flame." The Green Ox King's words were cut short as its colossal body split along the bloodline and crashed heavily to the ground. On the ground, the students were stunned. They were surrounded by the corpses of demon beasts, but nothing compared to the shock of the scene before them. This was the first time in their lives they had witnessed a demon king being slain. Brother Lin, actually, really has the power to kill a demon king. Ha! I knew it. Brother Lin's million points came from slaying a demon king. Brother Lin is amazing. Brother Lin is amazing. Brother Lin is the best. The students cheered enthusiastically, their voices filled with admiration and awe. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have defeated the Green Ox King. Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity 7. A warm current instantly flowed through Lin Yan's body. The energy he had expended by unleashing the dragon's fury, imprisoning the Flame King, and slaying the Green Ox King was replenished in an instant, even more abundant than before. Lin Yan squinted his eyes, savoring the feeling of renewed strength. This sensation of great depletion followed by replenishment reminded him of his first city defense experience in Spring City. His Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity had now increased to 20, significantly enhancing his power once more. Imprisoned in the fiery net, the Flame King sensed the sudden recovery and strengthening of Lin Yan's power, and tears flowed down her cheeks again. She roared internally, "What kind of monster is this? How can he recover his strength so quickly, and even become stronger than before?" Lin Yin silently thanked his steadfastness and the ability of his insightful eye, which allowed him to see through all illusions and resist enchantment. Suddenly, he thoughtfully glanced at the Flame King and then at the lifeless Green Ox King. This Green Ox King had feelings for the Flame King. No wonder it was so easily enchanted by her. Lin Yin mused, gaining a deeper understanding of the events leading up to this battle. Lin Yin sighed, thinking to himself, indeed, women only slow a man down when it comes to drawing his sword. He lifted the Qin Yao sword in his hand and examined it closely. Despite just having slain a demon king, The blade bore no nicks or bloodstains. The cold, blue light remained as chilling and sharp as ever. A heart free of women, a sword drawn with divine ease. Lin Yin recalled a phrase from the internet before his world-crossing experience, and now, it seemed to hold a certain truth. He turned his gaze to the fierce battle between Yin Tianxua and the Heavenly Pig King. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched, but Lin Yin keenly sensed that Yin Tianxua was losing ground. The Heavenly Pig King's attacks grew more ferocious, his 36 heavenly techniques unpredictable and aimed straight for the vitals. Yin Tianxua was forced to keep forming defensive seals, his spear whirling around him to form a barrier of lightning. This close-quarters fight had turned into a duel of sorcery, and Lin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. He gestured, and a giant web of flames drifted before him. Within the web, the Flame King's alluring form trembled slightly, her eyes pleading. "I've done as you asked. Please, let me go." The Flame King implored softly. Lin Yin grinned and pointed at the battling Heavenly Pig King. "Don't rush. See that pig? One more time." At his words, the Flame King's face turned ashen. The Heavenly Pig King, locked in combat with Yin Tianxua, suddenly felt his blood boiling, and the seductive image of the Flame King involuntarily filled his mind. His mouth dry and his blood racing. He faltered for a moment. "What's happening?" The Heavenly Pig King wondered, alarmed. Yin Tianxua seized the fleeting opportunity, quickly forming seals with his hands. A spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting forward with explosive force. 10 directions, thunderflash. With a deafening roar, the spear pierced the sky, lightning tearing through the heavens. In the nick of time, sensing the lethal threat, the Heavenly Pig King instinctively tilted his head to dodge. Even so, Yin Tianxua's lightning spear grazed his cheek, scorching half of his pig head black. "Roar, Flame King! How dare you betray us?" The Heavenly Pig King roared, turning to glare menacingly at the imprisoned Flame King. Her hauntingly beautiful form seemed to exude an irresistible allure, stirring his heart. "I didn't." The Flame King whispered in her defense, but quickly covered her mouth with her hands upon seeing Lin Yin beside her. I'll obliterate you for the Crimson Crow King." Pure heavenly technique. The Heavenly Pig King bellowed, his body suddenly radiating a blinding white light, repelling the Flame King's seductive power entirely. "Lin Yan, watch out!" Yin Tianxua shouted, recalling his spear and rapidly forming seals, sending a heaven and earth seal crashing toward the Heavenly Pig King. He had battled the Heavenly Pig King long enough to know the opponent's formidable strength. However, before the seal could reach the Heavenly Pig King, it was shattered by the white light. Alarmingly, the light surged straight towards Lin Yan. Facing the oncoming white light, Lin Yan remained calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Perfect timing. It's time for Long Yin to taste blood." Before he finished speaking, a small sword had already emerged from his chest, its tip gleaming menacingly, ready to strike. "Human, you must be the one who convinced the Flame King to switch sides." "I'll kill you," roared the Heavenly Boar King, his voice thunderous and echoing through the heavens. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I'll cut you into pieces and fry you for 10 days." With this roar, a blinding white light erupted from the Heavenly Boar King, shooting up into the sky, as if to tear the heavens apart. Lin Yan, faced with this formidable scene, merely chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with defiance. "Bring it on," Lin Yan taunted, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "I'd like to see if you fry me first, or if I turn you into roast pork." In this tense moment, Yin Tianshu urgently shouted, "Lin Yan, he's no ordinary foe." Yin Tianshu's voice was filled with anxiety as he recalled how his most powerful heaven and earth seal was effortlessly blocked by this demon king. He couldn't help but worry for Lin Yan. The Heavenly Boar King is now several times stronger than before. If it were me, I wouldn't last 2 minutes. On the ground, classmates, members of the safety team, and the train conductor and operators all held their breath, eyes fixed on the sky. The white light formed by the Heavenly Boar King's 36 pure heavenly gang power was even more dazzling than the sun Lin Yin had summoned earlier. "Do you think Lin Yin will lose?" a classmate whispered anxiously. "Are you out of your mind? Lin Yin can't lose," another classmate immediately retorted, full of confidence in Lin Yan. At that moment, perhaps the only ones on the battlefield hoping for Lin Yan's defeat, yet not wanting him to lose just yet, were Xiao Mo and his 3 companions hiding in the train. Their emotions were extremely conflicted. If Lin Yin lost, they wouldn't have to worry about being troubled, but if he truly lost, the Demon Kings would undoubtedly tear them apart. The 4 of them curled up on their beds, secretly peering through the train window, their expressions as tangled as someone with constipation. Suddenly, the Heavenly Boar King bellowed, "Human, die!" He rushed at Lin Yan, closing the distance to mere inches. His 7-foot rake blocked Lin Yan's descending green demon sword. The Heavenly Boar King opened his massive maw, bearing sharp fangs, seemingly ready to bite off Lin Yan's head. At this critical moment, a loud dragon's roar emanated from Lin Yan's chest. "Aang!" The sound was deafening, causing the Heavenly Boar King's pupils to contract. A small, terrifying sword shot out from Lin Yan's chest, aiming straight at the Heavenly Boar King. As the sword flew, it tore through the air. At this moment, aside from Lin Yan, who had unleashed the dragon's might, and the targeted Heavenly Boar King, no one could track the sword's path. The white light on the Heavenly Boar King quickly condensed into a shield, trying to fend off the sudden attack. However, the small sword seemed to transform into pure darkness. Where it passed, the white light vanished instantly, as if swallowed by a black hole. No! The Heavenly Boar King, in a panic, desperately tried to flee. But he suddenly found himself immobilized, as if turned to stone. He could only watch helplessly as the small sword, like a deadly missile, drilled into his skull. In an instant, blood gushed like a fountain. The Heavenly Boar King's head was like a geyser, spraying red and white matter everywhere. Amidst the gory scene, the small sword suddenly flew back, roaring as it returned to Lin Yan's body, like a triumphant dragon. Roar, this can't be. The Heavenly Boar King's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive black wild boar. A gaping blood hole was clearly visible on its forehead, with brain matter still oozing out. I'll eat you. I'll eat you. The boar-like Heavenly Boar King roared madly, rampaging around. With sharp tusks, it repeatedly crashed into the surrounding trees, its eyes bloodshot, completely lost to madness. This once mighty demon king now resembled a frenzied beast, crashing through the forest and leaving chaos in its wake. Lin Yin and Yin Tianshu stood silently to the side, witnessing the mad roars of the Tianpeng king. They both understood that this demon king had lost his sanity and was nearing the end of his life. As expected, with each charge at the trees, the Tianpeng king grew weaker, eventually collapsing on the hillside, unable to rise again. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have defeated the Tianpeng king. Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purification 7. Lin Yan silently observed the system interface, marveling at the power of the dragon hidden sword. This spiritual treasure truly lived up to its name, capable of instantly killing a demon king-level opponent. The scene utterly shocked the Flame King, who was trapped in a fiery net. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. A Tianpeng king, stronger than the Green Bull King, had been instantly slain by this human. Just recently, this human had struggled against the Green Bull King, even needing her assistance to win. Yet now, he could effortlessly defeat the more powerful Tianpeng king. Two possibilities flashed through the Flame King's mind. Either this human had been deliberately hiding his strength, unwilling to reveal his trump card, or his growth rate had reached an unimaginable level. She leaned towards the former, as the latter was simply too astonishing to believe. Shaking her head, the Flame King once again looked at Lin Yin with pleading eyes, hoping for a chance at survival. However, Lin Yin seemed to have no intention of sparing her. His gaze had already shifted to the battle between the Golden Holy Dragon Shadow and the Vajra Demon Ape. Suddenly, the Flame King felt a chill. As a demon king with the bloodline of the Flame Bird, she couldn't understand why she felt so cold. Lin Yin did not rush to attack, but instead squinted, observing the fight. The Vajra Demon Ape, worthy of being a demon king, was evenly matched with the Golden Holy Dragon and even seemed to have the upper hand. Lin Yin sighed inwardly. Although he could make his bloodline shadow more solid, and its combat power surpass other third bloodline awakeners, it was still just a shadow with a limited existence. The Vajra Demon Ape cleverly exploited this, avoiding direct confrontation and opting for a war of attrition. Eventually, the Golden Holy Dragon's shadow faded away, unwillingly dissipating into the air. The Vajra Demon Ape let out a thunderous roar, pounding its chest and shouting to the sky. Who else? Yet, it didn't realize that it was the last remaining demon king. The crowd watching erupted in laughter. Look at that. The only demon king left standing is that monkey, and he has the nerve to ask who else. Ha ha. Hey, but look, this monkey demon king seems tougher than the previous three. How do you think Brother Lin will defeat him? Someone pondered aloud. Someone nearby responded. At least 3 strikes. This monkey's skin is pretty tough. 3 strikes. You're underestimating Brother Lin. I'd say 2 strikes, another voice chimed in. Nonsense. Haven't you noticed Brother Lin getting stronger with each battle? I think he only needs 1 strike now, just like he did with that pig demon king. A single instant kill. Amidst the lively discussion, someone suggested, why don't we place a bet on it? How many strikes will it take for Lin to kill this monkey? A group of students gathered excitedly in a circle on the playground. Even the members of the safety team joined in, setting up a purely entertainment-based betting pool. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The shouts echoed one after another. In the sky, Yin Tianxuo watched with a slight frown. Though he didn't approve of gambling, he was indeed curious about Lin Yan's strength. Senior, are you also wondering how many strikes I'll need to take down this demon ape? Lin Yin turned his head, a faint smile on his lips. Yin Tianxuo pondered for a moment. If you can replicate the method you used to kill the pig demon king, at most 2 strikes. Close, but actually, I won't need even one. Lin Yan's words left Yin Tianxua stunned. Lin Yan stepped into the air, approaching the Vajra demon ape, which was staring blankly at the two demon king corpses. Hey, dumb monkey, what are you looking at? The Vajra demon ape's eyes instantly filled with viciousness. It was you. You killed them. Not bad, pretty smart. Lin Yan chuckled. Yes, I killed them. See that bird in the sky? I caught it too. If you have the guts, come and get me. Roar. The Vajra demon ape roared in fury, its arms reaching for Lin Yin like lightning. Lin Yin simply stepped back lightly, evading perfectly. The spectators on the ground murmured among themselves. Huh? Why isn't Lin using his sword? Is he waiting for the monkey to tire out? Human, if you have the guts, don't dodge. The Vajra demon ape was furious. Lin Yin stopped, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Immortal phoenix, manifest. Purple-eyed white tiger, manifest. Golden sacred dragon, manifest. In an instant, 3 terrifying apparitions materialized behind Lin Yin, with divine flames, vast purple aura, and golden holy light intertwining. The phoenix screeched, the white tiger roared, and the sacred dragon bellowed, as the 3 bloodlines manifested simultaneously for the first time. For the first time, the Vajra demon ape felt its insignificance. Though these apparitions weren't as powerful as the previous sacred dragon's real form, the oppressive presence of the 3 combined was suffocating. The 3 apparitions mercilessly launched their attack, leaving the demon ape scrambling to escape. The audience on the ground was dumbfounded, some chuckling wryly. Does this count as 0 strikes? Lin really knows how to play. When the Vajra demon ape was on the brink of death, Lin Yin approached it. You are a dignified demon king. You deserve a dignified death. Heh, human, don't celebrate too soon. When the Red Crow King emerges, you'll all die. Lin Yin sneered, his foot covered in a layer of golden purple armor, and he smashed the demon ape's skull. A system alert sounded immediately. Vajra demon ape eliminated. Golden sacred dragon, bloodline, purity 7. I take back what I said earlier. Lin Yin put away his smile, turning to look at the Flame King. Since there was no system alert, its plea for mercy was just an act. It was time to deal with it. Just then, the distant sky suddenly blazed with golden light, and a thunderous voice echoed through the clouds. I, Red Crow, ascend to immortality at this moment. You broke your promise. Under Lin Yan's control, the flaming net slowly tightened its grasp. The Flame King, covered in wounds, was in agony. Lin Yan sneered. How did I break my promise? I said I would consider sparing you. But after thinking it over, I've decided not to. You, shameless. The Flame King cursed through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed from the sky. A golden red light appeared in the distance, casting a terrifying pressure over the scene, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. Chiwu, save me. The Flame King shouted joyfully, hope rekindling in her despairing eyes. Lin Yin turned around cautiously, spotting a golden red figure radiating brilliant light, like another sun in the sky, drawing nearer. Chirp, came a clear cry from the little sun. What kind of beast is that? Why do I feel like I can't control my body? Me too. It's even more terrifying than the golden dragon Lin summoned earlier. Countless students squinted up at the sky, shaking uncontrollably. Lin Yin frowned, and the flaming net stopped tightening. Yin Tianxua, suppressing his shock, approached Lin Yin and whispered, this kind of overwhelming life force. I'll never forget it. This isn't just a demon king, it's a demon immortal. The Flame King suddenly burst into laughter. A demon immortal. Yes, a demon immortal. The Chiwu King has completed its 5th awakening and ascended to a demon immortal. Haha, I am the woman the Chiwu immortal has always pursued. Human, you'd better release me now, or when the Chiwu immortal arrives, you're all dead. Lin Yin sneered and clenched his fist tightly. The flaming net contracted again, causing the Flame King to scream in pain, her body covered in wounds. She reached out with her blood-stained arms, trying to grasp the distant sun. Chiwu, I'm here, save me. Stop. A calm voice came from the sun. Despite the mild tone, as the words were spoken, Lin Yan's flaming net ceased its contraction. Yin Tianxua's eyes widened suddenly. Lin Yan, be careful. This is the unique power of a 5th bloodline awakening after ascending to immortality, where words become reality. Lin Yan nodded, recalling the related information he had read in school. The so-called words becoming reality was actually an exaggerated description of a certain level of mastery over corresponding bloodline abilities. Like the Chiwu immortal now, his words could only affect flames. The students on the ground were shocked to see Lin Yan's flaming net gradually extinguishing. Lin's fire net is disappearing. Why is this demon king so powerful? No, it's no longer just a demon king. It's a demon immortal. Du Zihong gazed at the sky, a hint of despair in his eyes. When Lin Yan uttered those words, the once jubilant students fell silent. The smiles vanished from everyone's faces, whether they were students on the ground, members of the security team, or Xiao Mo and his companions inside the train. A profound silence enveloped them all. The emergence of the demon immortal was like a heavy blow shattering their victorious joy. This title was equivalent to the true immortals among the dragon riders, signifying a formidable being who had completed the fifth bloodline awakening. In this world, those who have awakened 6 times restrain each other, and reaching the fifth bloodline awakening is already the pinnacle of power. The sun in the sky gazed down upon everything on the ground, resembling a true immortal patrolling the heavens. Under this celestial pressure, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness, even the dragon rider General Yin Tianxua, who had undergone 4 bloodline awakenings. Qi Wuxian looked down with satisfaction at the scene below, his radiance growing even more dazzling. This was the feeling of becoming an immortal, of transcending the mundane. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the human below, who had captured the Flame King with a giant net of fire, was seemingly unaffected by his immortal aura. At that moment, the power of the fiery net weakened to a level the Flame King could withstand. She sneered, easily stepping out of the fiery net, and walked gracefully towards Qi Wuxian. As she passed by Lin Yan, her eyes were full of mockery, and she coldly said, "Heh, human, Qi Wuxian has descended. Even if you beg for mercy, there's only one path for you, death." Suddenly, Lin Yan reached out and grabbed the Flame King's arm. The Flame King, shocked, tried to pull away but found herself unable to. She looked up at the bright sun in the sky, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn water. Qi Wuxian spoke indifferently. "Human, I command you to release my pet." The Flame King froze. The word pet stung her heart. Once, Qi Wu Wang had cherished her dearly, but now, she was merely considered a pet. She smiled bitterly, finally realizing that power was the true measure of all things. Looking up at Qi Wuxian, the Flame King smiled tragically and said, "I am willing to be your pet." "Very well." Qi Wuxian's voice came again. "Human, release her, or I will make you wish for death." The Flame King softly called out, "Qi Wu." Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, a terrifying divine flame enveloped her body. "You? Ah, Qi Wu. Save me. Save me." The Flame King's agonizing screams echoed around. Lin Yan's grip on the Flame King's wrist was as unyielding as an iron clamp, while the divine phoenix flame burned fiercely. He looked up at the dazzling sun and grinned. "I, Lin Yan, want her dead. Who can stop me?" Boom! The divine flame exploded, and the Flame King's screams became even more piercing. The air was filled with the scent of roasting meat, sending chills down the spine. "Human, I told you to stop," Qi Wuxian roared, his word becoming law once more. However, this time the divine phoenix flame only paused for a moment before burning even more fiercely. Before the roar of the Crimson Crow immortal had even faded, the Flame King was reduced to a charred black mass under the scorching flames of the divine phoenix fire. The system notification sounded immediately. "Ding! You have vanquished the Flame King. Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity 7. This scene not only shocked the Crimson Crow immortal, but also left Yin Tianxua utterly stunned. Trembling, he asked Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, how? How did you kill that demon king?" Lin Yan smiled calmly and retorted, "Not kill it? Should I keep it around for the new year?" Yin Tianxua's face turned pale, and his eyes involuntarily glanced at the bright little sun Crimson Crow immortal. He stammered, "But, if this enrages that demon immortal, we won't have a place to bury our bodies." Lin Yan's sharp gaze bore into Yin Tianxua, causing him to feel a chill of fear. Lin Yan said sternly, "Elder, I still call you elder out of respect, but you should understand the duty of the dragon riders and the relationship between us and the beasts." Yin Tianxua replied in a low voice, "I understand." Lin Yan continued, "Do you think just because I let the Flame King go, that demon immortal would spare us? Elder, stop dreaming. It's a demon beast, capable of annihilating us all in an instant. If I let the Flame King go, not only would the Crimson Crow immortal not spare us, but we'd also face the threat of a demon king. Elder, wake up." Yin Tianxua took a deep breath to calm his turbulent thoughts. Once he regained his composure, he realized he had indeed been rash. After all, it was his first time facing the terrifying pressure of someone who had awakened their bloodline 5 times. "What do we do now?" Yin Tianxua asked, his voice still trembling. Lin Yin responded decisively, "I'll hold off this demon immortal. There are no other beasts around right now, so get everyone into the vehicle and leave immediately." Yin Tianxua wanted to say more, but before he could speak, the voice of the Crimson Crow immortal rang out. "The Flame King's aura has completely vanished. Human, you dare defy my will. You shall face the most severe punishment." Lin Yin snorted coldly, spreading the wings of the divine phoenix, and ascending to the same height as the Crimson Crow immortal. A mighty dragon's roar emanated from his chest, and the dragon concealment sword floated beside him. The undying divine flame and gilded purple armor appeared once more, elevating his state dramatically. Facing such a formidable enemy, Lin Yin knew he had to give it his all. The Crimson Crow immortal roared, "I am an immortal, not to be defied. All fires of the world, Heed my command. Extinguish. A golden light radiated from the crimson crow immortal, extinguishing all flames in its path. However, the undying divine flame on Lin Yin merely flickered slightly before burning even more fiercely, as if taunting the challenge. The crimson crow immortal was surprised. Oh? Your flame? I can't suppress it. The golden flames on him gradually dissipated, revealing a three-legged bird. Its body was entirely red, resembling a blazing sun. Lin Yin thought to himself that this creature was quite similar to the legendary golden crow. No wonder it called itself the Crimson Crow. The golden crow, like dragons and phoenixes, is a mysterious and powerful creature from ancient Chinese legends, known for its supreme control over fire. The Crimson Crow immortal's form changed again, transforming into a tall man with a purple gold crown and a black gold robe. As the two stood face to face, a titanic battle was about to unfold. The man's eyes flickered with pale golden flames as he stared at the undying divine flame on Lin Yan, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad, very impressive. The level of this flame is actually on par with my sun flame. His gaze shifted to where the Flame King had turned to ashes, and he suddenly sneered. Human, you defied my command and killed my beloved pet. I could execute you right here. No sooner had he spoken than a pale golden flame shot from his body, racing towards Lin Yin with a furious roar, as if to obliterate him from the sky. Before Lin Yin could react, the undying divine flame on him transformed into a divine phoenix to meet the pale golden flame. The two fierce flames collided and tore at each other in the air, ultimately extinguishing together. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Ding ding ding. Attention host. An unforeseen threat has emerged in the area, interrupting the mission to safeguard the train. Calculating mission results. Calculation complete. Golden Sacred Dragon Bloodline Purity 5. The system then provided more information. Ding. Safety alert. Target. Chi Wu Immortal, Strength. 5th Bloodline Awakening, Awakened Bloodline. Fiery Sun Crow, Bloodline Purity, 3, Ding. Analysis results show a victory chance of less than 3% for the host. Please evacuate immediately. Lin Yin was stunned by this figure. It was the lowest victory rate he had seen since his awakening. Although he was confident in his ability to escape, his gaze fell on the students who had not yet boarded the armored train. He gritted his teeth. How could he abandon these people and flee alone? Ding. The opponent's damage is extremely high. Does the host wish to continue the battle? Yes. Lin Yin growled, simultaneously releasing Qin Yao and Long Yin. The system chimed again. Ding. Protecting the nation and its people is an unshirkable duty. The host's actions have moved the sacred dragon, granting the reward of sacred dragon's grace. Under this state, Golden Sacred Dragon Bloodline Purity is elevated to 100 for a duration of 7 minutes. A 7-minute countdown appeared before Lin Yan. 7 minutes. That's enough. Lin Yan glanced back, as the dragon's shadow solidified behind him. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's shadow grappled with Chi Wu Immortal, dragging him from the sky to the ground. At that moment, a crimson beam suddenly shot from the train, striking the unguarded Chi Wu Immortal hard. First sequence shell. After this shot, the sequence cannon was completely rendered useless. Yin Tianxua stood at the front of the train, shouting, Lin Yin, hold on for 8 minutes. Yulong Zhenxian is on the way. He was filled with remorse, knowing his strength was too weak to even qualify to help. The train started moving again, and everyone pressed against the windows, respectfully watching the young man risking everything for them. Boom. 2 massive figures clashed and tore through the air, causing landslides and the collapse of countless giant trees, leaving large craters on the ground. A mere dragon cannot shake me. Chi Wu Immortal roared, his sun flame bursting into a raging inferno. Undaunted, Lin Yin shouted back, you can try. Instantly, the undying divine phoenix and the purple-eyed white tiger descended once more. The people on the train could only watch from afar as the 4 colossal beasts engaged in a cataclysmic battle behind them. This is the Changxing mountain range, specifically the Lake Forest area. A formidable beast named Xingyue, the Wolf King, is at the peak of his power. At just 16 years old, he has achieved a second awakening of his bloodline, distinguishing himself in fierce competition to become the leader of the Xingyue Wolf clan. Gifted with extraordinary talent, the Xingyue Wolf King has a promising future, potentially rising to the level of a great demon or even reaching the realm of a demon king. His father once marveled, my son, the Wolf King, has the makings of a demon king. With the hopes of his family and clan resting on his shoulders, the Xingyue Wolf King has spent the past 4 years conquering lands far and wide, ultimately unifying the Lake Forest area of the Changxing mountain range. Now, no neighboring beasts dare set foot in the Lake Forest. Just when it seemed time to enjoy peace and expand his lineage, an unexpected event occurred. As the Xingyue Wolf King was spending intimate moments with his beloved consorts, an old wolf suddenly burst into the palace. Despite his fiery temper and initial intent to execute the intruder for the disruption, the Wolf King decided to listen to the elder, considering the latter's age and the urgency of his message. The old wolf howled urgently. My lord, terrible news. We've been invaded by a human demon in the lake forest. Upon hearing this, the Xingyue Wolf King was furious, baring his fangs. Who dares? Such audacity. To invade the lake forest. Do they not know it belongs to the Xingyue Wolf King? The old wolf added. It's not just a human, but a human-demon hybrid. The Xingyue Wolf King immediately rose, eyes blazing with anger, and roared. Let's see who dares to cause trouble on my territory. His four consort she-wolves threw him flirtatious glances, cheering him on. Go, my king. Drive out the invaders. Restore the glory of the Xingyue Wolf clan. Buoyed by the support of his consorts, the Xingyue Wolf King was filled with determination and declared boldly, Rest assured, I will make these invaders pay dearly. With that, he commanded, Lead the way, and followed the old wolf out of the palace without looking back. Meanwhile, at the edge of the lake forest in the Chongqing mountain range, a cataclysmic event was unfolding. Suddenly, a fountain of crimson flames erupted from the ground, shooting skyward. Following this, countless streams of fire burst from the earth like a volcanic eruption, tearing the ground into fissures. A sharp cry emanated from the flames as a massive, crimson figure, shrouded in pale golden flames, emerged from the fiery column. It was the Red Crow Immortal. Flapping its wings fiercely, the Red Crow Immortal proclaimed arrogantly, Foolish child, I am the embodiment of the sun, the Red Crow Demon Immortal. Your flames are powerless against me. As these words echoed, waves of fire shot from its vicinity, igniting the surrounding forest in an inferno. Amidst the blaze, numerous beasts dashed about, primarily the Xingyue Wolf clan with their distinctive single horns. Faced with the sudden onslaught of fire, these wolves fled in panic, risking incineration by the fierce flames at any misstep. Even more terrifying, these fires were resistant to being extinguished by water. At that moment, a voice emerged from the ground. Oh really? Your fire seems quite ineffective. As the words were spoken, a golden dragon silhouette surged from the earth. Roar! The golden sacred dragon bellowed, unleashing an invisible dragon's might. The Red Crow Immortal's movements faltered, seemingly affected by some force. The confrontation between these two mighty beings escalated the invasion into a fierce battle. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar suddenly erupted, shaking the earth. In an instant, a white figure streaked across the sky as the giant purple-eyed tiger descended from above. Wherever it passed, purple mist spread and lightning flashed, as if the sky itself was being torn apart. Bang! The purple-eyed white tiger struck accurately with a paw on Qi Wuxian's head. With a resounding crash, Qi Wuxian's massive body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust 100 feet high. After a brief silence, a phoenix's cry roared angrily from the dust. Divine Phoenix of 9 heavens. With this fierce shout, a violent explosion erupted within the dust, the shockwave sweeping out like a tsunami. In an instant, a temporary vacuum formed at the explosion's center, as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. As the smoke cleared, a figure hovered in the air, fiery wings spread wide behind him. On his left and right, a golden holy dragon and the purple-eyed white tiger slowly appeared. Lin Yan looked coldly down at the ravaged ground below. From the massive black crater, a three-legged crimson bird struggled to rise. Qi Wuxian had lost part of the bone in one foot, with 2 bleeding wounds on its body, pale golden flames burning at the injuries. As the flames extinguished, the wounds gradually healed. Qi Wuwang glanced at the remnants of the undying phoenix flames, his eyes filled with malice. A mere human with only 3 bloodline awakenings had inflicted such damage on an insult to an immortal. Lin Yin mockingly eyed Qi Wuxian, holding a strand of the pure and fierce undying divine flame in his hand. How about it? My flame, can it handle you? Qi Wuxian stared at the flame in Lin Yan's hand, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed. Human, you originally only had the strength of 3 bloodline awakenings, yet you can stand against me. You must have used some secret method. I don't believe you can maintain it indefinitely. Before he finished speaking, Qi Wuxian transformed into a streak of pale gold light, speeding into the distance. He calculated silently, thinking that if he could just delay a little longer until the secret method faded, this troublesome human would be at his mercy. Heh, trying to escape? Can you? Lin Yin sneered as the golden holy dragon merged into his body. In the sky, a golden lightning bolt chased after the pale gold light, nearly twice as fast. On the ground, the surviving little beasts trembled as they peeked out from behind tree trunks, relieved that the 2 terrifying presences had finally left. At that moment, a formidable wolf king strode into the scene with an air of indifference. His wolf eyes widened instantly, shocked by the sight before him. The once beautiful garden was now a scene of devastation. Raging fires, cracked earth, collapsed mountains, and his favorite little lake, now overturned, with blood and dead fish floating on its surface. Oh hell! The wolf king roared. Who the hell did this? I will tear them to pieces. Boom. Thunder roared through the sky as countless thunder dragons descended upon the Chongqing mountain range. Amidst the deafening clamor, Lin Yin gripped Qiwu Xian's neck tightly, dragging him furiously through the mountains. Their fierce battle carved out a massive tunnel stretching 2 kilometers long between the mountain ridges. Bang! As the thunder dragon struck the ground, Qiwu Xian seemed to collide head-on with a planet, causing the earth around him to shatter instantly. He spat out pale golden blood, while the fallen lightning transformed into a tiger and a dragon, pinning him down firmly. Cough. Human. Qiwu Xian taunted through bloodied coughs. You've reached the limit of your secret technique, haven't you? You can't kill me. Once your time is up, you'll be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. How much time do you have left, huh? Ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, Qiwu Xian's body suddenly burst into flames, breaking free from the suppression. He reformed in midair, clad in a black and gold robe and wearing a purple gold crown, looking disheveled yet undiminished in presence. Lin Yan glanced at the system interface, where the countdown had turned orange, 2:03. He smirked coldly. That's enough. No need for your concern. 2 minutes left. Once the sacred dragon's blessing expired, he would lose his current formidable strength. Although Yin Tianxuo promised reinforcements, Lin Yin knew better than to rely on others. He had already planned he must retreat in the last 10 seconds, using the speed of dragons soaring 9 heavens and the purple-eyed white tiger's shadow to block the enemy, ensuring a safe escape. Qiwu Xian was enveloped in pale golden flames, countless fire serpents flickering around him, making him appear like a king of flames. Arrogant human, I'll entertain you and see how long your secret technique lasts. He swung his hand, hurling fire serpents, and the pale golden flames instantly engulfed Lin Yan. Haha, do your flames affect me? Lin Yan scoffed. Just as the phoenix fire couldn't harm Qiwu Xian, his solar fire couldn't harm Lin Yan in the slightest. Then open your eyes and see how powerful my solar immortal fire is. Qiwu Xian said calmly. Suddenly, 9 suns appeared in the sky. Though not as intense as the original sun, they were even more dazzling. The 9 suns hung in the sky, causing plants to smoke and moisture in the air to evaporate rapidly. The 9 suns rose swiftly, transforming into 9 golden halos, radiating golden beams like 9 sharp swords, aiming straight at Lin Yan. Roar! Just as the golden swords were about to pierce Lin Yan, the purple-eyed white tiger's shadow unexpectedly leaped forward, shielding Lin Yan. The 9 swords stabbed into the tiger's form, which let out a mournful roar before dissolving into purple energy and merging into Lin Yan's brow. This sight shocked Lin Yan. The shadow should have been under his control, yet the tiger had acted on its own to protect him. Oh, you blocked it with a bloodline shadow. Your tiger's bloodline is quite impressive. Qiwu Xian sneered, his body once again engulfed in flames. The forest beneath him turned into a sea of fire, the terrifying waves of flame reducing all trees and beasts to ashes in an instant. Back then, you might not have heard this saying, Lin Yin retorted mockingly. Set fire to the mountain, and you'll rot in jail. Back in the day, a bird like you would be roasted. Hurrah! I'd like to see who dares touch me. Qiwu Xian twisted his hands in the air, the fire serpents diving into the sea of fire, returning with swollen bellies as if they had absorbed something. 2,000's worth, that's enough. Qiwu Xian stroked the head of a fire serpent, conjuring a massive flaming furnace before him. The fire serpents burrowed into it, and the furnace erupted with terrifying might. Lin Yin frowned at the furnace, sensing an ominous threat of death emanating from it. A terrifying power even his sacred dragon's protection struggled to counter. I can't let it form. Storm of the Wild Dragon. The golden sacred dragon behind Lin Yin soared into the sky, darkening the heavens, with lightning flashing. Golden thunder crashed down, winds howled, and the entire sky changed in an instant. Roar! Little dragon, how dare you challenge me? Qiwu Xian rose into the air, transforming into his original form, a 3-legged golden crow. With me here, you dare to be distracted. Lin Yin charged forward, wielding Qin Yao in one hand and Long Yin in the other. Heh! Human, blazing sun. Qiwu Xian hooked his hands, and from the furnace emerged a gigantic fireball resembling a small sun. Its terrifying aura made Lin Yin gasp. The golden light from the fireball instantly turned the surrounding forest and mountains to scorched earth, the ground sinking over a meter deep. And now, this sun was rapidly closing in on Lin Yin. I've been tricked. Lin Yin gritted his teeth, retreating with all his might to defend. Undying phoenix flame. Boom. The pure, indomitable undying phoenix flame enveloped him completely. At this moment, the countdown on the system interface had turned blood red. 0:30. In the sky, 2 massive fireballs clashed fiercely, consuming each other. Amidst the deafening roar, countless flames scattered, instantly turning the surrounding ground into a sea of fire. This fiery expanse was even larger than the one created by Qiwu Xian earlier, with scorching tongues of flames sweeping in like a tidal wave. In the midst of the rumbling, the sea of fire engulfed the mountains within 100 miles. The peaks melted like snow, and the flames flowed across the land like scorching lava. The mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This was the terrifying power of the fifth awakening of the bloodline, stepping into the celestial realm, a battle of immortals capable of destroying the world. In the distance, an elderly figure clad in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk hurriedly approached. Suddenly, the two blazing suns before him merged and exploded with a shockwave more powerful than a nuclear bomb. The ground shook, countless beasts fled in terror, and trees snapped like paper. The old man, known as Fuyun Jinxian, furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, a demon immortal has appeared. As he pondered, a melodious ringing came from his sleeve. He took out a specially made phone and heard the anxious voice of Tian Peng on the other end. Fuyun Jinxian, have you returned from abroad? How far are you from the Chongqing Mountains? Fuyun Jinxian glanced in the direction of the explosion and replied briefly, quite close. Tian Peng immediately exclaimed with excitement, that's great. Fuyun Jinxian, there's a bus full of students under attack by a demon king there. You must ensure their safety. They are the future pillars of our nation. Students. Fuyun Jinxian suddenly looked towards the explosion with a sense of urgency. If there were indeed students there, facing the terrifying assault of a demon immortal, they might be obliterated in an instant. He replied solemnly, I will do my utmost. With that, he hung up the phone, waved his whisk, and dashed towards the center of the explosion. Meanwhile, in the information department at the Yulong headquarters, Tian Peng wanted to say more, but was momentarily stunned when the call abruptly ended. Quickly reassuring himself, he thought that with Fuyun Jinxian's help, Lin Yin and the others should be fine. Just then, a startled cry came from behind Tian Peng. A subordinate rushed over, too anxious to even salute, and said urgently, Minister, the support warriors have arrived. But what? An ominous feeling surged in Tian Peng's heart. The subordinate struggled to speak, but when they arrived, they only found the corpses of two demon kings. The armored vehicle and everyone on it were gone. Moreover, the surrounding environment suffered massive destruction, and after evaluating the battle strength, the level of destruction was the fifth awakening of the bloodline. What? Tian Peng exclaimed, a demon immortal. How could there be a demon immortal there? He analyzed urgently. Lin Yan's talent is unparalleled and can contend with a demon king. But that's a demon immortal. Someone who has completed the fifth bloodline awakening, a being beyond extraordinary. Lin Yan's current strength, facing a demon immortal, is surely in grave danger. Tian Peng abruptly turned to the subordinate, his face filled with urgency. Now, immediately, contact that armored vehicle. I need to know their situation right away. The communicator responded with a pained expression. Minister, we've been trying to contact them, but we haven't been able to reach them. The office was in chaos. Several operators continuously sent messages to the armored vehicle, but there was no response. Even technicians repeatedly checked the equipment with their toolboxes, only to find no issues with the machines or circuits. The entire information department was engulfed in tension and anxiety, with everyone worried about the safety of Lin Yin and his group. The problem lies with the armored train. Tian Peng's face turned as pale as a sheet, and his body slid uncontrollably from the chair. His hands clutched his chest tightly, as if trying to crush his own heart. It's over, it's all over. His voice trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Our nation finally produced such a genius, and now he's going to fall? Heaven is envious of talent, truly envious. Guilt washed over Tian Peng like a tidal wave. He regretted not paying more attention to him, not providing more protection. The communication officer beside him was at a loss, having never seen the minister so agitated in 3 years under his command. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from behind. Minister! Minister! We've got contact. The train is communicating. Tian Peng sprang to his feet, not bothering to wipe away his tears and snot, and rushed to the operator's side, grabbing the communicator. Hello, hello. A frantic male voice came through the communicator. This is the Luqing armored train. Is this the Yulong headquarters? Yes, this is Yulong Information Headquarters. I'm Minister Tian Peng. Tian Peng asked urgently. What's the current status of your train? Status is good, but the sequential cannon is completely destroyed. All students on board are unharmed. Fang Xiaofeng reported concisely. After hearing the report, Tian Peng let out a long sigh of relief. The students are safe, that's good. But he immediately asked in confusion, didn't you encounter the demon immortal? Fang Xiaofeng was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering. Speak. Tian Peng's brow furrowed deeply. One student, Fang Xiaofeng said with a mix of sadness and anger. He went to distract the demon immortal so we could escape. Tian Peng's anger flared instantly. You let a student face the demon immortal. How can you call yourselves Yulong? Who was it? Which student was it? He roared, unwilling to admit but vaguely guessing the answer. Minister Tian, it was Lin Yin. Yin Tianshua's deep voice came through. Bang! Tian Peng slammed his fist onto the console, anger blazing in his eyes. Yin Tianxuo, I had you follow the train to ensure the student's safety, not to let you escape like a coward at the cost of a student's sacrifice. If anything happens to Lin Yan, I'll be the first to make you pay. Tian Peng angrily shut off the communicator and picked up the phone to call Fu Yunjinshan, only to hear a busy signal. Frustrated, he put away his phone, realizing he had lost all means of contacting Lin Yan. Damn this dark energy interference, he cursed, wishing he could personally go out and slay the demon immortal. At this moment, the communication officer cautiously reminded him, Minister, the energy fluctuations from the demon immortal battle have become very intense. Should we recall the 5 warriors? Tian Peng's eyes lit up. Do not recall them. Have them protect themselves and try to report the battlefield situation to me until they find Lin Yan. Even if Lin Yan is dead, we must find evidence of his death. Yes. The communication officer immediately complied, leaving Tian Peng alone in the command room, anxiously awaiting any news about Lin Yan's fate. The messenger quickly responded and began communicating with the 5 dragon warriors. On one side of the Chongqing Mountains, the 5 warriors gazed bitterly at the other side of the range. The difficulty of the task was daunting. Facing a demon immortal seemed like walking into a trap. What was even more puzzling was how a student could survive under the threat of such a formidable foe. One of them couldn't help but complain that the minister was being too demanding, and the others nodded in agreement. However, the leading female warrior, Lin Yan, remarked, the minister has been kind enough not to ask us to confront the demon immortal directly. Let's get moving. It's not the first time we've been tasked with monitoring a demon immortal. The man responded with a wry smile. But this is the first time we're monitoring a demon immortal in battle. Despite their reservations, they quickly prepared to set off. Suddenly, a celestial light streaked across the sky above them. Look, it's a true immortal. It's Fu Yunjinshan, who's been wandering abroad for years, someone excitedly pointed out. Boss, let's follow. With Fu Yunjinshan here, we're definitely safe. Smack. Lin Yin slapped him on the head. Call me captain. We're not bandits. They chuckled and quietly followed Fu Yunjinshan towards the other side of the mountains, careful not to distract the immortal during the battle. As they drew closer, the moisture in the air evaporated rapidly, and waves of heat rolled over them, as if they were inside an oven. The dragon warriors had to use spells to resist the intense heat, while only Fu Yunjinshan, who had completed the 5th bloodline awakening, could move effortlessly. When they were about 10 kilometers from what seemed like a miniature sun on the ground, one warrior suggested, Captain, should we monitor from here? With such terrifying heat, how could a student survive? Lin Yin glanced around and nodded silently. This distance ensured their safety while allowing them to observe the situation. Song Ling, report to the minister that there's only a giant fireball on site. Fu Yunjinshan has arrived, but there's no sign of anyone else. Yes. The man who had been slapped earlier took out his communicator, ready to contact the information headquarters. Wait. Lin Yin suddenly shouted. There seems to be someone inside that fireball. What? Everyone stared at the fireball in shock and indeed saw 2 figures. One as large as a prehistoric bird, and another smaller, vaguely human-shaped. It's a person. It's really a person. Lin Yin exclaimed, incredulous at the sight within the fireball. Could that person be Lin Yan, the student the minister mentioned? Someone speculated. But wasn't he just a student? Even if he awakened a fire attribute bloodline, it's impossible to survive such a fireball. Lin Yin ignored their questions, casting a spell to enhance her vision, trying to see clearly inside the fireball. Meanwhile, Fu Yunjinshan hovered not far from the fireball, gently waving a whisk, as a shimmering water light began to form in midair. In the midst of the enormous fireball, Lin Yin clung tightly to one of Qi Wuxian's legs. With precision, the longing sword sliced through, severing the foot. Qi Wuxian's anguished scream echoed through the skies. Ah, human, you're finished. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips as he tightly gripped the severed claw, shooting out of the blazing fireball like a comet. At this critical moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Time's up. The Holy Dragon's blessing has ended. Please ensure your safety. Boom behind Lin Yan. The fireball exploded, flames scattering like fireworks. A crimson figure followed closely, radiating immense fury. In the distance, not only Lin Yan but also Song Ling and others stared in disbelief at the scene. Their eyes sparkled with incredulity. Lin Yan. He's still alive. He's still alive. He actually survived. Song Ling's voice trembled with excitement as he shouted, unable to contain his emotions. Is that really a student? He's already more powerful than us. Suddenly, Tian Peng's voice burst through the communicator, nearly breaking the sound barrier with excitement. What did you say? Say it again. Is it Lin Yan? Is Lin Yin still alive? It turned out that the moment Song Ling took out the communicator, it automatically activated, and Tian Peng heard the entire conversation. Startled, Song Ling replied, I don't know if his name is Lin Yan, but I know he has a pair of flaming wings on his back. That's it. It's Lin Yan. It's Lin Yan. Tian Peng's voice was filled with joy. I knew it. That kid wouldn't die so easily. Ha ha. Ha ha. Lin Yin is fine. Lin Yin is fine. At the headquarters of Yulong Information, everyone watched in shock as Tian Peng cheered and jumped around. Never had they seen the minister so out of character. Realizing the odd looks around him, Tian Peng cleared his throat and returned to his usual authoritative self. What are you looking at? Don't you have work to do? Get back to it. At his words, everyone quickly bowed their heads to their tasks. Tian Peng stayed by the communicator, waiting for Song Ling to report the latest battle developments. In the sky, Qi Wuxian's arrogant laughter echoed. Ha? Human, I can sense it. Your secret technique has faded. Prepare to die by my hand. Ha ha. He flapped his wings, rapidly closing in on Lin Yan, aware of his opponent's weakened state. Lin Yan smirked, thinking to himself, heh, foolish bird, you didn't even check the surroundings before chasing me. He deftly maneuvered in the air and suddenly headed toward Fuyun Jinxian. He had sensed the presence of someone outside the fireball, but couldn't tell if they were friend or foe. Calculating the end of the Holy Dragon's blessing, he burst out to assess the situation. Fortunately, it was a human, and not just any human, but one whose formidable strength was astonishing. Lin Yin instinctively felt that this elder was far more powerful than Qi Wuxian. Surrounded by an aura of immortality and dressed in a Taoist robe, the elder looked like a celestial being. Yet, within Lin Yan's mind, he couldn't help but critique the elder's appearance. His ethereal glow seemed a tad too deliberate. Senior, please help. Lin Yin called out to Fuyun Jinxian, his wings adjusting midair with agility. Behind him, Qi Wuxian, blinded by jealousy and rage, failed to notice the terrifying presence Niarbia, a formidable human who had reached the late stage of the fifth bloodline awakening. When Qi Wuxian finally realized something was amiss, his eyes widened in shock, terror flooding his senses and consuming his vision. In the late stage of the fifth awakening, he had just awakened and wasn't even considered in the early stage of awakening. Faced with this human, Qi Wuxian had no chance of winning. Fear surged over him like a tide, turning his crimson bird head ashen. Wait! Stop! Spare me! Qi Wuxian shouted in terror, his voice filled with despair. Fuyun Jinxian remained expressionless as the black water in his hand shot forward like an arrow. In the air, the black water transformed into a ferocious dragon, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging at Qi Wuxian. Burning sun flame. In panic, Qi Wuxian summoned a mass of crimson flame, enveloping himself. Within the flames, a golden crow wailed, as if foretelling impending doom. Sizzle, the fiery golden crow collided fiercely with the black water dragon, generating a massive amount of steam, blurring the surrounding space. At that moment, Song Ling's communicator crackled with Tian Peng's urgent voice. What happened? What was that loud noise just now? Song Ling replied briefly. It's Fuyun Jinxian. He's resisting the demon immortal. Oh ha ha. Tian Peng sighed in relief. Fuyun has arrived. Lin Yin is fine, right? Song Ling was about to respond when he witnessed a shocking scene. Minister, Lin Yin. He seems to be charging back in. What? In the distance, steam billowed as Lin Yin stood at the edge, thanked Fuyun Jinxian, and then dashed into the mist. Song Ling and Luo Yin were dumbfounded, thinking, you just got out. Why are you going back in? Lin Yan's eyes glowed faintly purple, unaffected by the steam. He silently approached Qi Wuxian from behind, fixating on those two bird claws with a sinister smile. Weren't you trying to scheme against me? Now, it's time for my revenge. Dragon Conceal. A small sword flew from Lin Yan's chest like a stealthy assassin, hidden within the mist. Suddenly, the sword flashed and thrust forward. Poof! Qi Wuxian's pupils contracted as flames surged around him. Ah, human, don't push the demon too far. He glared at Lin Yan, blood pouring from his two severed feet. Boom! In the steam, an explosion of flames sent Lin Yan flying. But he laughed wildly, igniting divine flames in his hand, burning Qi Wuxian's claws to ashes. Ha ha! Stupid bird. You said I couldn't hurt you now? Lin Yan's lips were touched with blood, clearly injured as well. Without the blessing of the Holy Dragon, Qi Wuxian's fury inflicted considerable damage on Lin Yan. Ah, human! Qi Wuxian let out a piercing scream, pouncing at Lin Yan. Fuyun Jinxian sighed, sweeping his dust whisk to conjure a gale that coiled around Qi Wuxian like ropes. Realizing the danger, Qi Wuxian shot Lin Yan one last enraged look before fleeing the scene. Lin Yan hovered in midair, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the black ash in his hand. A smile played on his lips as he turned to face Fuyun Jinxian, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving me. He was well aware that this seemingly old-fashioned elder would never let him fall into danger. Fuyun Jinxian looked at Lin Yan and shook his head slightly. Your talent is exceptional, but you're far too impulsive. You must work on this trait, or it will surely lead to trouble in the future. Lin Yan replied humbly. Heh, your advice is well taken, senior. At that moment, 5 onlookers flew over. They greeted Fuyun Jinxian first, then looked at Lin Yan with astonishment. To their surprise, apart from some internal injuries, Lin Yan was almost unscathed. What was even more shocking was that he could hold his own against a demon immortal after only 3 bloodline awakenings. The 5 surrounded Lin Yan, eyes filled with disbelief. One couldn't help but ask, "You can face off against a demon immortal after just 3 awakenings? Are you truly human?" Lin Yan glanced at them, noticing their Dragon Guard uniforms, indicating they were Dragon Guard warriors. He politely asked, "Seniors, of course, I'm human. May I know who you are?" Luo Yin responded with a smile. "We wouldn't dare call ourselves seniors, as we're not brave enough to fight a demon immortal. But you, classmate, are incredibly brave, holding your own against a demon immortal after only 3 awakenings. Truly admirable." Lin Yin modestly replied, "It's all thanks to secret techniques." He turned to Fuyun Jinxian, curiously asking, "Senior, how should I address you?" Given the elder's ethereal aura, he must be a significant figure within the Dragon Guard. Fuyun Jinxian replied simply, his gaze fixed on the direction where the demon immortal Chuwu had fled. Luo Yin added, "This is Fuyun Jinxian, who has long promoted our Huaxia culture overseas, fostering harmony between the Dragon Guard and other foreign powers." "A Jinxian diplomat," Lin Yin exclaimed, looking at Fuyun Jinxian in surprise. He wondered if being a diplomat now required the strength of a Jinxian. But on second thought, with Fuyun Jinxian's prowess and penchant for showing off, being a diplomat seemed fitting. After all, strong capabilities make for effective diplomacy. With this realization, Lin Yin felt at ease. This elder was indeed intriguing. Lin Yin looked at the quickly disappearing black dot in the sky and asked, "Senior Fuyun Jinxian, are you going to let that demon immortal go?" Fuyun Jinxian replied sternly, "That demon beast sought to destroy the future pillars of our Huaxia. It cannot be forgiven." With that, he waved the dust whisk in his hand. Instantly, the sky changed dramatically. A cloud transformed into a gigantic hand, reaching out swiftly toward Chiwu. In the distance, the fleeing Chiwu suddenly felt an overwhelming presence lock onto him. The clouds in the sky formed a giant hand that captured him firmly. "No!" Chiwu struggled desperately, but it was futile. The solar fire on his body hadn't even ignited before the cloud hand completely extinguished it. "No, I am the Red Crow Demon Immortal. I have become an immortal. I cannot be defied." The Red Crow Immortal bellowed furiously from the distant sky, his roar echoing across the heavens. Yet, the merciless cloud hand paid no heed to his cries. With a thunderous sound, the cloud hand extended like lightning, instantly spanning miles to firmly grasp the Red Crow Immortal. In the face of this terrifying power, the Red Crow Immortal was utterly powerless, as insignificant as an ant. This scene vividly demonstrated the immense gap between the late and early stages of the 5th bloodline awakening. At this level, all beings undergo a qualitative transformation, transcending the ordinary. Every enhancement in bloodline purity brings unprecedented changes. Lin Yin watched as the merciless cloud hand dragged back the Red Crow Immortal, a wry smile appearing on his lips before he sighed deeply. He mused to himself, "My strength is still too weak. Even a beast like this almost cost me my life." Nearby, Luo Yin, Song Ling, and the other 3 curious onlookers almost couldn't resist giving Lin Yin a playful thump on the head upon hearing his self-deprecation. They all shared the same thought. "You call this weak? A student like you can easily overpower us, seasoned dragon warriors. If this is considered weak, then we must be in the basement." Luo Yin coughed lightly, casting a casual glance at Lin Yin before sidling up to him and whispering, "Lin Yin, please don't be too modest, or it makes us look useless." Lin Yin was taken aback and turned to look at Song Ling and the others. They all nodded in unison, their eyes filled with helplessness and self-mockery. While admitting this might make them seem weak, it wasn't the truth. They had all been prodigies, achieving the 4th bloodline awakening through a combination of talent and hard work. Moreover, being part of the Dragon Warriors and earning the title of Dragon Warrior meant they were among the elite of their generation. However, Lin Yin was like a bug in the system, completely overshadowing their brilliance. With someone as exceptional as him, who could stand toe-to-toe with the 5th awakening while still in the 3rd, who would pay attention to these ordinary geniuses? Seeing Luo Yan's earnest expression, Lin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha. All right, I'll be more careful next time." He scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Have I reached the point where I can be modest in a showy way?" Nonetheless, Lin Yin felt he wasn't wrong. In this world, no one would dislike gaining great power. He coldly eyed the Red Crow Immortal, calculating in his mind, "If I can complete the 4th bloodline awakening, I should be able to slay such an immortal-level beast on my own." He glanced at his system interface. Strongest bloodline awakening system. Host, Lin Yin. Awakening, 3rd bloodline awakening. Bloodlines, Immortal Phoenix, Purple-Eyed White Tiger, Golden Holy Dragon. 46 Dark Energy, 13. The purification of the Golden Holy Dragon bloodline had only reached 46. Lin Yin compared it mentally. The purification of the Immortal Phoenix and Purple-Eyed White Tiger bloodlines had been completed much faster. Who knew how long it would take to reach the fourth bloodline awakening? Lin Yin shook his head and looked forward once more. The Red Crow immortal was now extremely weakened, pleading for mercy, firmly grasped in the cloud hand of Fu Yunjin. The cloud hand slowly closed, compressing the Red Crow immortal's body into a mass of blood. This process lacked any dazzling special effects or shocking sound effects. The cloud hand in the sky simply clenched mercilessly, and the Red Crow immortal was silenced forever, unable to utter a single scream as he met his end without a trace. This is a true display of overwhelming strength, effortless yet containing immense power. In this world, strength is everything. As the cloud hand dissipated, the body of the Red Wu immortal fell to the ground. Luo Yin and the other four respectfully clasped their hands in thanks to immortal Fuyun, saying, "Thank you, Senior Fuyun, for eliminating this great threat." Immortal Fuyun lightly waved his whisk and humbly said, "This is not my doing. The credit for battling the demon immortal and protecting classmates goes to Lin Yan. I will make arrangements to ensure that all the points for killing the demon immortal go to Lin Yan." Moreover, Lin Yin contributed 80% to this achievement. "Yes," Luo Yin responded respectfully, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Yin. The killing of a demon immortal was worth at least 5 million points, and Immortal Fuyun's emphasis on Lin Yan's contribution undoubtedly aimed to highlight his outstanding achievements in the mission report. Lin Yan's name would once again cause a stir within the Yulong organization. The five quickly got to work, setting up a formation around the demon immortal's corpse and dragging over the two demon king corpses that Lin Yin hadn't burned to ashes, placing them into the formation. These corpses, especially the demon immortals, were treasures worth a fortune. Once the defensive formation was set and the locator successfully positioned, Luo Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, someone will come to collect these demon beast corpses," she said, turning to Lin Yan with a smile. "Lin Yan, as long as these corpses are transported back to the capital, your contributions will increase even more." Lin Yin sincerely thanked her. "Thank you for the trouble, seniors." Luo Yin waved her hand with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. Oh, don't call us seniors. It makes me feel old. I'm Luo Yin, Luo as in the Luo River, Yin as in the end." "All right then, Sister Yin," Lin Yin replied, shaking Luo Yan's hand with a smile. Suddenly, Song Ling interjected. "Wait a minute, boss, senior didn't call you old, right? Aren't you almost?" Bang! Before Song Ling could finish, a large bump appeared on his head. "Call me class leader." Luo Yin smacked his head with her hand, glaring at him angrily. The other three approached, reporting that everything was ready. Luo Yin nodded and said to Immortal Fuyun, "Senior Fuyun, we need to return to the capital to submit the mission, so we'll take our leave." Immortal Fuyun nodded, then suddenly remembered something and added, "Recently, the demon beasts near Bohai have been quite rampant. When you return, let Tian Peng know to be cautious." "Yes, Senior Fuyun," Luo Yin replied. Immortal Fuyun waved his whisk, his body enveloped in immortal light, and flew toward Bohai. Lin Yan, meanwhile, flew with Luo Yin and the others toward the capital, as there were no other means of transportation here besides armored vehicles. As they flew over the lake forest area, Lin Yan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a wolf on the ground that had undergone a second awakening, with a single horn on its head. He wondered, why does it feel like that wolf is watching me? On the ground, an old wolf suddenly noticed 6 figures rapidly flying overhead. "A wool, my king. I saw them. I saw the humans who destroyed your back garden." The Star Moon Wolf King's eyes, once melancholic, suddenly brightened. "A woo? A woo? Really? Let me there quickly. I will skin them alive." "A woo? A woo?" the old wolf responded, leading the Wolf King in pursuit of Lin Yin and his companions. The old wolf pointed at the sky with its front paw, howling excitedly. "My king! Look! They're up there. Go get them." The Star Moon Wolf King looked up in confusion, and suddenly, its wolf eyes widened. The people in the sky were all fourth-time bloodline awakeners. The old wolf continued to whimper excitedly. "My king! It's the one with the red wings, the one who destroyed the rear garden. You must kill him." At that moment, the human with red wings looked down at the Star Moon Wolf King. Those deep purple eyes, as profound as the starry sky, locked onto the Wolf King's gaze for just a moment, and the Wolf King felt as though it faced a supreme emperor. In front of such an emperor, its prideful identity as the Wolf King seemed ridiculous and laughable. Suddenly, the Star Moon Wolf King clutched its head with its paws, its hind legs tucked under, and its whole body trembled on the ground. The old wolf approached in confusion, asking, "My king, what are you doing? The real culprit who destroyed the rear garden is up there. Go get him." Soon, the Star Moon Wolf King felt the pressure on its body lessen. It looked up again at the human with red wings moving away in the sky, unable to speak from fear. It suddenly turned to the old wolf, who kept urging it, and thought to itself, "Fight such a terrifying being?" The Star Moon Wolf King suddenly kicked the old wolf away. In the sky, Lin Yin retracted his breakthrough eyes. He was puzzled. The eyes had activated on their own, yet revealed nothing. Lin Yin shook his head, suddenly recalling the four people who had been mocking him with the names Dark Sun and Crown Prince all day. He flew over to Luo Yin and asked, Yin Jia, do you know Dark Sun and Crown Prince? Luo Yin looked at him with confusion in her eyes. Are you sure you want to ask about those two? Lin Yin paused, glancing at the other four, who all looked at him in surprise. Is it something you can't talk about? Lin Yin asked. Are their identities complicated? Luo Yin smiled and explained. No, no, it's just surprising you don't know them. They're prodigies from the imperial capital. Luo Yin initially wanted to say they could rival Lin Yin, but on second thought, with their talents, how could they compare to Lin Yin? They weren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Oh, prodigies, Lin Yin remarked casually. Song Ling chimed in. Lin Yin, haven't you noticed the two rankings from Pangu Academy? Lin Yin shook his head. No, once I knew I was specially recruited by Pangu Academy. Why bother looking at those rankings? Impressive. Song Ling couldn't help but praise, thinking to himself that Lin Yin was indeed extraordinary, managing to be impressive with just a casual statement. Luo Yin continued. Those two have been tested as Shrank talents, and they belong to the royal family and the Lu family, two of the four major families in the imperial capital. Oh, and I've heard they're not too fond of you. She said this while resting her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. The four major families? Not fond of me, Lin Yin chuckled. Well, this should be interesting. He thought to himself that his trip to the imperial capital was going to be quite eventful. Imperial capital, Dragon Rider's exclusive train station. The powerful and imposing armored train roared into the station, its deafening sound echoing throughout. On the platform, dragon warriors in black trench coat uniforms stood solemnly beside each train, their eyes sharp and vigilant. As the train gradually came to a halt, young prodigies stepped onto the platform. Some carried suitcases, their eyes filled with awe. Is this the imperial capital? It's so big and bustling, one prodigy murmured, gazing beyond the edge of the wire fence, greedily absorbing the sights of the bustling areas outside. Unlike other cities reclaimed from the clutches of the beasts, the imperial capital of Huaxia had stood unyielding during a century of dark energy radiation outbreaks. Globally, apart from militarily powerful countries like Huaxia, no other nation's capital was spared from the ravages of the beasts. Huaxia not only preserved its capital, but also several cities that had never fallen in 100 years, though these were few. The geniuses gathered here hailed from all over the country, including students from reconstructed cities. These cities, in an effort to maximize space utilization, often adopted the Khrushchevka architectural style, losing the essence of Huaxia architecture. However, upon entering the imperial capital, they were greeted by the sight of orderly alley courtyards beyond the wire fence, with majestic skyscrapers in the distance, all vividly showcasing the prosperity of the imperial capital and the strength of Huaxia. Instantly, the fatigue from their long journey dissipated. Of course, a classmate said proudly, the imperial capital is our highest seat of Huaxia, a city never breached by beasts in a century. Our city was never overrun by beasts either, a girl sighed. But its level of prosperity is nowhere near that of the imperial capital. Suddenly, a classmate noticed a group of people their age standing below the platform and asked in confusion, Huh? That's strange. Those people didn't arrive on the armored train, so why are they here? The group mostly looked down at them with arrogant eyes. Wow, the girl from its city suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the two at the forefront of the group. I think I recognize them. That's the Crown Prince. And that's the Dark Sun. Both are leading figures of the younger generation in the imperial capital. With her exclamation, the surrounding classmates turned their gaze in that direction, full of astonishment. It's really them. The ones who topped the Pangu Academy admission list. Countless girls' eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at the Crown Prince and the Dark Sun. These two had made their names known in the imperial capital even before their awakening. And importantly, the royal family and the Lu family they belonged to were ranked first and second among the four major families of the imperial capital. As more classmates disembarked from the train, everyone's attention was drawn to this extraordinary group. The Crown Prince arrogantly surveyed the newcomers, a mocking smile on his lips. The Dark Sun sneered, Geniuses? Do these great talents really think they deserve to be called geniuses? The Crown Prince continued to mock. A bunch of nobodies from insignificant small towns. Do they really think entering Pangu Academy will turn them into phoenixes? A nobody remains a nobody. Huh? The group behind them laughed sycophantically. The Crown Prince and the Dark Sun are right. These people simply aren't fit to be in our company. The train slowly pulled into the platform, and as the doors opened, passengers streamed out. On the platform, a group of students was waiting, among them a tall, muscular boy with dark skin and a grim expression, his fists clenched. They had just overheard the conversation of those disembarking, and the disdain in their words was unmistakable. Oh, did I say something wrong? A young man claiming to be the Crown Prince squinted his eyes, a sneer on his lips. I just can't understand why Pangu Academy would bother with trash like you, making us waste time waiting here for you. Standing beside him, the Dark Emperor joined in the mockery. I don't get why Pangu Academy would have us meet students from other cities here at the station. Is it to show hospitality? Our time is far too valuable to waste on this trash. These words thoroughly enraged the burly student. He shouted, "Don't look down on people like that," and swung a punch at the Crown Prince's face. The Crown Prince scoffed, easily raising a hand to block the punch. Just then, a person behind him, named Zhang Yuntong, stepped forward. "Your Highness, leave the task of dealing with trash to me." The Crown Prince smiled and nodded. "From the Zhang family, right? I'll remember. We're all going to be classmates, so don't be too harsh." Zhang Yuntong grabbed the burly student's wrist, but before he could act, a stronger hand stopped him. It was a member of the Yulong security team, who sternly warned, "No fighting in the train station. Violators will be expelled." Zhang Yuntong had to release his grip, but still threatened, "You're lucky this time, but watch your mouth in the future. There are many people in this world you can't afford to offend." The other students from different cities gathered around to console the burly student, one of them indignantly saying, "Why do these locals from the capital look down on us? That so-called Crown Prince and Dark Emperor, I've wanted to punch them for a long time." The burly student forced a smile, but inside he was shocked. He possessed a 5% purity of bear bloodline, ranking first in strength in his hometown. Yet that seemingly frail Zhang Yuntong was far stronger than him. Was this the power of the capital's elite? After the Yulong members left, Zhang Yuntong didn't forget to provoke the burly student by flipping him off, leaving him fuming with anger, yet helpless. Some girls nearby saw this and sighed in disappointment. "I can't believe they're like this. I used to look up to them. It's so disappointing, like a betrayal." "Are all the geniuses from the capital this annoying?" one girl said with a heavy heart. "But they're so strong. We from other cities really can't compare." The crowd watched the figures of the talented individuals from the imperial capital depart, shaking their heads and sighing. In this world, strength is everything. Suddenly, a screeching brake sound shattered the calm. A bloodstained, severely damaged armored train slowly rolled into the platform. Its roof-mounted cannons shattered beyond recognition. All eyes were immediately drawn to the battered train. "How did this train get so badly damaged?" someone asked in a hushed, astonished voice. "Did they encounter beasts?" another voice inquired with curiosity. What kind of beast could destroy even the cannons? More questions arose among the crowd. The Crown Prince and the Dark Prince noticed the markings on the train, a subtle expression flickering in their eyes. "Lucheng," the Crown Prince murmured. "That Lin Yin set out from Lucheng, right? Could he have fallen to the beasts already?" A playful smile appeared on his face as he slowly approached the train. With a metallic screech, the train door slowly opened. A group of students, dressed in rags and covered in blood, staggered out of the carriage. "So this is the capital? Haha, we finally made it," one student exclaimed excitedly. "All thanks to Brother Lin," another chimed in. "I wonder how Brother Lin is doing now, whether he made it out." Dragging their luggage, the bedraggled students stepped off the train, surprised by the dense crowd around them. "Are all these people here to welcome us?" They exchanged incredulous glances. A bold student stepped forward and cautiously asked, "Did you guys encounter beasts?" Jingwu grinned. "Of course. We even faced a beast king. It was thrilling." Lin Jinhao, not to be outdone, added, "I personally took down 3 beasts, earning over 2,000 points." The crowd erupted in disbelief. "Faced a beast king? Killed 3 beasts?" someone scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous, with cannons and dragon warriors on board. How could you possibly be fighting beasts?" Though the crowd was shocked by the students' bloodstains and the train's damage, they couldn't believe these students could muster the courage to fight beasts in the presence of a beast king. "Most people would be paralyzed just by the beast king's aura," someone remarked disdainfully. Lu Qiao couldn't stand it anymore. Hands on hips, she retorted angrily, "Umph. Believe it or not, those 4 beast kings were slain by Brother Lin." "Brother Lin?" Someone chuckled at Lu Qiao's adorable demeanor. "Little girl, which warrior is this Brother Lin of yours?" Lu Qiao grew even more indignant. "You don't even know my Brother Lin? Listen up. Our Brother Lin is the only one specially recruited by Pangu Academy, dominating the leaderboard with 1,000,000 points. Lin Yan." "Lin Yan." The crowd erupted instantly. On the day the rankings were released, Lin Yan's name overshadowed both the Crown Prince and the Dark Prince. And he was a genius from out of town. "It's Lin Yan. How could we forget him? Specially recruited by Pangu Academy, 1,000,000 points. With Lin Yan, why should we fear being outshone by the capital's talents? Yes, with Lin Yan, who can compete?" As the crowd buzzed with Lin Yan's reputation, an untimely voice suddenly interjected, "Who can compete? I'd like to see what this Lin Yan is capable of." The Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor stood arrogantly surrounded by their followers, looking down at Lu Qiao with cold indifference and disdain, as if she were an insignificant ant. "Bring out Lin Yan," the Crown Prince said coldly. "I want to see why Lin Yin was specially recruited by the Pangu Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of authority emanated from him, directly targeting Lu Qiao. This oppressive force was almost tangible, causing the air around to become still. On the day the results were announced, the Crown Prince had people investigate Lin Yan's background. However, no matter what connections were used, they found nothing. He even used his father's authority as a town general to access records, but only found one glaring line: SS level top secret. Without his father's personal password, Lin Yan's information was as impenetrable as a fortress. This result only infuriated the Crown Prince further. He prided himself as a prodigy among the younger generation in the imperial city and the nation, with unparalleled talent and a father who was a town general as his backing. Yet, he had never enjoyed such a high level of confidentiality. What made Lin Yin so special? The oppressive force enveloped Lu Qiao, like an invisible mountain weighing her down. Her face turned as pale as paper, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. Although this pressure was nothing compared to the Demon King's and Lin Yan's holy dragon aura, it was already unbearable for Lu Qiao. Tell me, what makes Lin Yin so special? The Crown Prince demanded through gritted teeth, his voice filled with jealousy and anger. With a thud, Lu Qiao finally succumbed to the oppressive force, collapsing heavily to the ground. Sister, Lu Wang shouted in rage, his energy surging, eyes blazing with anger. He wanted to rush forward and teach the Crown Prince a lesson, but the surrounding students quickly restrained him. Don't. Brother, don't act recklessly, you'll be thrown out if you start a fight here, the onlookers urged, with 7 or 8 people barely managing to hold Lu Wang back. Am I supposed to just watch him bully my sister? Lu Wang's eyes were wide with fury, his muscles tensed as if he was about to break free from their hold. At that moment, Lu Qiao struggled to lift her head, gritting her teeth and using all her strength to say, Brother, no. I can handle it. She looked directly into the Crown Prince's eyes, her voice weak but defiant. Your pressure is nothing compared to Brother Lin's. What did you say? The Crown Prince roared in anger, and with a bang, an even stronger wave of force crashed down like a tidal wave. Lu Qiao felt the pressure on her increase more than threefold, forcing her head down almost to the ground. Dare to say I'm not as good as Lin Yan. The Crown Prince's eyes were wide with rage, staring at Lu Qiao as if trying to crush her with his gaze. With a pounding heart, Lu Qiao bit her lip until it bled, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. The intense pain instead awakened her inner strength, allowing her to slowly stand up under the oppressive force. She met the Crown Prince's gaze, saying clearly, You don't even compare to a fraction of Brother Lin. Fine, fine, fine. The Crown Prince was utterly enraged, his fists clenched, knuckles white, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Just as Lu Qiao thought she would have to endure an even more terrifying pressure, a snow-white arm suddenly shielded her, instantly dispelling all the pressure. A gentle but firm voice spoke, Sister, you've done well enough. No need to bother with such a petty person. Feeling the pressure suddenly lift, Lu Qiao staggered and fell forward into the soft embrace, finally finding a moment of peace. Lu Qiao glanced groggily at the person in front of her and whispered, Sister. Lu Wang rushed forward like an arrow, taking Lin Xiao from the girl who had suddenly appeared. He carefully cradled his sister, quickly pulling out a tissue to gently wipe the large beads of sweat from her forehead. His eyes were filled with pain and worry. The girl smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, she's fine, just asleep. Relieved, Lu Wang looked up to thank the girl who had helped Lin Xiao. Thank you, really, thank you so much. However, when his gaze fell upon her face, he was momentarily stunned. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her delicate features were more radiant than flowers, her complexion as alluring as spring. Lu Wang swore he had never seen such a stunning woman. He couldn't help but be a little mesmerized. Are you okay, classmate? A voice pulled him back to reality. Lu Wang turned to see an unfamiliar classmate looking at him with concern. I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Lu Wang quickly replied. The person smiled kindly. We're all classmates now. Your sister needs to rest. You can find the staff over there. They'll take you to the lounge. Thank you. Lu Wang nodded in gratitude and carefully carried Lu Qiao away. After Lu Wang left, the Crown Prince and Tianzi turned their attention to the two newcomers, their expressions dark. Duanmu Yilin, Ran Haichuan. What are you two doing here? The crowd around them immediately stirred. Duanmu Yilin, Ran Haichuan. Aren't these two from the younger generation of the 4 great families of the imperial capital? All 4 families were gathering here. Someone whispered, Hey, what about the Dragon King? The Dragon King? Someone asked, puzzled. I was just joking, huh? Duanmu Yilin interrupted the crowd's speculation with a laugh, then turned to the Crown Prince. If we didn't come, would we just watch you bully other classmates? The Crown Prince spread his arms, looking around disdainfully. Classmates? They don't deserve to be my classmates. This statement was like a bomb, causing a strong reaction among the crowd. You spoiled brat relying on your family. What right do you have to talk about us? Yeah, you might have a little more talent, but it's just a bit better than ours. If you have any skills, go compete with Lin. Lin probably doesn't even think much of you. You don't even qualify to be Lin's opponent. The crown prince's face turned cold, and he said icily, Lin Yan, if you really think he can compare to us, then why is he hiding and not coming out? He looked around, seeing no one stepping forward. Lin Yin is nothing but a coward. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the Luqing train. A student rushed out, glaring at the crown prince. You snobbish fool, how dare you talk about Lin like that? Lin risked his life to protect us, killing thousands of beasts and slaying the 4 great demon kings. He even fought to hold back the demon immortal so we could escape safely. You, who only rely on your family's honor and pathetic talent, can never compare to Lin. You have no right to speak about Lin. These words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the anger of the students from Luqing. They were all furious, glaring at the crown prince. Lin Yin had saved their lives multiple times, and this person dared to insult him in front of them. It was asking for trouble. On the side, students from other cities tried to intervene. Everyone, don't act rashly. We're not allowed to fight here, or we'll be expelled. Lin Jinhao stood his ground and said, expelled, so be it. Without Lin, we wouldn't even be alive. What fear do we have of expulsion? Yes, our lives were saved by Lin's sacrifice. We won't let them insult Lin like this. Other Luqing students echoed, and the atmosphere became tense. Everyone get him. Don't let this guy who insulted Brother Lin go. Beat him up. A furious shout pierced through the noise of the station, like the crack of a starting pistol. In an instant, over 300 bloodied, burly men surged towards the crown prince and the dark prince like a tidal wave. Some brandished, gleaming weapons, their cold glint reflecting their murderous intent. The crown prince and the dark prince's faces turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Despite their extraordinary talents and formidable strength, the overwhelming sea of people made them feel a twinge of fear. The rage and killing intent in these people's eyes made it clear they weren't joking. You really dare to make a move? The crown prince suppressed his fear, taking a deep breath, trying to use a calm tone to intimidate them. However, before he could finish his sentence, a hot-tempered man couldn't hold back any longer, swinging a fist straight at the crown prince's face. Just as the punch was about to land, an iron-like hand accurately caught the man's wrist. No fighting in the station, violators will be expelled. A member of the Yulong coldly commanded, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping across the crowd. Around them, more Yulong members quickly gathered, forming a human wall to separate both sides, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, ready to act at any moment. The crown prince took deep breaths, suddenly breaking into a cold smile. He slapped his own cheek, taunting, come on, weren't you going to hit me? Come, hit me here. I bet you don't dare risk being expelled. Screw your expulsion. The hot-tempered man roared, violently freeing his left hand, unleashing the power of the tiger bloodline. With a loud bang, his fist landed heavily on the crown prince's face. I've never seen such a shameless request in my life. He then kicked the unsuspecting crown prince to the ground. Get him, beat him up. With this shout, the crowd surged like a flood towards the crown prince and the dark prince. The dark prince had just started to fend off 2 people when a club struck his waist. Immediately after, a flying brick aimed straight for his face. With a crisp snap, the brick shattered on impact. Damn, this guy's got a hard head, exclaimed the attacker. Stop, stop, no more hitting, not the face. The crown prince curled up on the ground, shielding his face with his hands, his body enduring a barrage of punches and kicks. Someone even drew a knife, its cold blade flashing as it swung towards him. My dad is the 7th town general. Let's see if you dare keep hitting me. Just then, a powerful aura swept across the station. Everyone froze, looking up at the sky. A figure descended from above, landing gracefully. He scanned the surroundings and spoke coldly. 4th Awakener, Yulong General. All involved in the fight are expelled from Pangu Academy. Haha. It's Director Chu Xiong from Pangu Academy's disciplinary office. The bruised and battered crown prince suddenly laughed with excitement. You fools dared to break the rules and hit me. Haha. This is your consequence. He stood up and spat at the one who hit him the hardest. Who do you think you are hitting me? You enjoyed it the most, didn't you? Now that your Pangu Academy admission is revoked, without the status of a Pangu Academy student in the capital, let's see if I don't finish you off. Around them, other students who had come from different cities felt a chill in their hearts. These privileged elites of the capital were too much, yet they skillfully avoided crossing any lines. They had almost joined in the fight earlier, but now felt relieved for their restraint. Otherwise, they too would face expulsion from Pangu Academy. All eyes were on the group of students from Luqing, the air thick with tension and unease. In their eyes and hearts, they are filled with admiration. They are heroes. The atmosphere in the station was tense. The students from Luqing stood together, facing imminent expulsion. The surrounding classmates sighed, feeling sorry for these bold and daring heroes. However, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. The student who had been spat on by the crown prince slowly wiped the filth from his face. In the next moment, His hand moved like lightning, landing a heavy slap on the crown prince's face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the station, and the crown prince spun twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned, including the crown prince himself. He looked at the student in disbelief, his lips trembling, unable to speak. The dark prince, standing nearby, exclaimed in fear, "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" The student grinned. "We're getting expelled anyway, can't we fight back?" With that, he swung another punch at the dark prince's face. With a loud bang, the dark prince's nose collapsed, blood gushing out. "Yes, we have nothing to lose. Keep fighting." The other Luching students joined the fray, fists flying, dragging the once mocking Imperial City elites into the brawl. The station was filled with cries of pain and chaos. The surrounding students watched in shock, too afraid to intervene. "You all, ugh, you've gone mad. Stop. Ugh, you're all insane." The dark prince struggled to speak, his body bruised and battered. The crown prince, barely managing to muster his strength amidst the kicks and punches, shouted desperately, "Help me. Director Chu, help me." At that moment, Chu Xiong let out a cold snort, and a lion materialized behind him. Roar! The deafening roar left everyone with ringing ears and pounding hearts, unable to move. Chu Xiong exuded a powerful aura, striding angrily towards the fighting students. Breaking the rules, incorrigible, assaulting students of Pangu Academy, guilty, deserving of punishment. He raised his hand, and the air around them instantly solidified. "With this palm, I'll strip you of your abilities and send you to reflect in prison for 10 years. Under the weight of his words, the Luching students felt as insignificant as ants. Duanmu Yilin and Ran Haochuan looked at Chu Xiong with concern, knowing he was a man of his word. "Director Chu, they are all." Duanmu Yilin began to speak, but Chu Xiong interrupted. "I know clearly in my heart. They violated the rules and must face the consequences." A massive hand descended from the sky, about to fall on the Luching students. "Who dares to touch them?" Suddenly, a crimson flame burst in the air, shattering the giant hand. A figure with flaming wings sped from afar, kicking Chu Xiong to the ground. The figure stood with one foot on Chu Xiong's chest, a blue sword poised at his throat, voice icy and piercing. "Do you dare? Who dares to intrude upon the Yulong?" Inside the station, a group of Yulong members were on high alert, instantly drawing their standard swords to encircle the mysterious figure who had descended from the sky. These members were unlike other Yulong. Each of them had reached the level of a second bloodline awakening. Dozens of powerful Yulong members formed an impenetrable human wall, yet they couldn't hide the fear in their hearts. "Who are you? Speak up." A captain, who had undergone a third awakening, bravely stepped forward. Suddenly, a small sword, shimmering with a faint light, appeared out of thin air, its tip aimed at the captain's chest. The overwhelming pressure reminded him of the aura of a Yulong general. A spiritual weapon. The captain's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not act recklessly. The mysterious figure didn't turn around, but instead released a chilling, killing intent in all directions. "I said, who dares to move?" "No one dares. No one dares." The captain chuckled nervously, sheathing his sword, and the others followed suit. Around them, students watched in awe, their voices rising in discussion. Who is that person? How dare they treat a Yulong general like that? Could they be a foreign spy? I think I saw red wings behind him. Could it be a shape-shifting demon king? Someone analyzed. "I've heard that after a beast undergoes a fourth bloodline awakening and reaches the demon king level, it can take human form but retains some animal traits. Doesn't that mean we're in danger?" A few students grew anxious. "Ha. Don't worry. Even if a demon king shows up, we have so many Yulong warriors here, and even a Yulong general. They'll handle it." But the general seems to be under his foot. That's a tactic, to appear weak to the enemy." "Oh, I see." The students relaxed, continuing to watch the spectacle. Only those from Luching recognized the red figure Lin Yan. On the ground, Chu Xiong was furious that someone dared to ambush him. Roar! Lion's roar shatters the mountain. His roar shook the entire area as a lion's shadow enveloped him. He slammed his hands on the ground, trying to break free. But Lin Yin moved faster. Stepping on Chu Xiong's back, he pressed down hard. Boom! The concrete ground shattered inch by inch, and Chu Xiong's chest caved in, blood spurting from his mouth. "You?" Chu Xiong looked up in disbelief at the young man standing on him, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. In front of this young man, Chu Xiong was completely powerless. He was pinned to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The surrounding members of the Yulong group watched anxiously, shouting, "Director Chu." However, they dared not step forward to help, fearing they might anger this mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared. Chu Xiong coughed weakly, raising his eyes to Lin Yan, and asked in a feeble voice, "Who are you?" He was puzzled. There were very few people with the strength to suppress him like this, yet he had no idea who this young-looking person was. Lin Yin chuckled coldly and mocked. "You don't know? Huh. You bully them, yet you don't even know who I am." With that, the The phoenix wings behind him flapped powerfully as he grabbed Chu Xiong by the neck like a chick. As Lin Yin slowly ascended into the air, the students from Luqing were moved to tears. "Brother Lin," they shouted excitedly. "It's really Brother Lin. He's okay." Lin Yin glanced around and quickly spotted the isolated students from Luqing. They were covered in bloodstains, but looked at him with hopeful eyes. Lin Yin nodded with a smile. Then his expression changed as he grinned at Chu Xiong. "You want to know who I am? Why don't you just ask?" He turned to the Luqing students and asked with a smile. "Tell this person who I am." "Lin Yan, Brother Lin." All the students from Luqing shouted in unison, their voices filled with fervent admiration. "Lin Yan." Chu Xiong was taken aback. "It's Lin Yan, the only student specially recruited by Pangu Academy." The Crown Prince and the Dark Prince, who were already beaten to the brink of unconsciousness, heard the name, Lin Yin, and struggled to look up, only to see a blurred figure holding another person before they passed out again. Nearby, Duanmu Yilin watched the figure in the sky exuding an aura of supreme authority, while Ran Haochuan looked on with admiration, thinking how incredible it was that someone his age could be so powerful. Even the Yulon warriors were no match for him. Just as Chu Xiong was about to speak, Lin Yan suddenly let go, kicking him to the ground and stepping on his chest again. Lin Yan's expression turned stern as he barked, "Did I say you could speak?" Chu Xiong coughed violently twice, not daring to make another sound. Lin Yin snorted coldly and gestured to Lin Jinhao in the crowd, asking, "What happened here? Why are they bullying you all?" Lin Jinhao hesitated for a moment. "Brother Lin, you don't know what happened here." Lin Yin rolled his eyes. "I just got here. How would I know? Hurry up. You have 1 minute to summarize." Lin Jinhao quickly recounted the recent events, highlighting the cause. The Crown Prince mocked Lin Yin, Lu Qiao argued, and was bullied, and a hot-tempered student threw the first punch. Lin Yin only needed to hear a little to understand the whole situation. The root cause was the jealousy of the Crown Prince and the Dark Prince. Lin Jinhao kindly pointed out the positions of the Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor. Lin Yin turned around and was instantly shocked by the scene before him. The two were severely beaten, swollen all over, with wounds covering their bodies, barely recognizable as human. Lin Yin nodded appreciatively to the classmates who had followed him from Luqing, his eyes shining with approval. "Well done. Thank you all for standing up for me, Lin Yin." Lin Yin said sincerely. The burly classmate who had been most enthusiastic in the fight smiled shyly and responded, "Brother Lin, you saved our lives. This is the least we could do." The other classmates chimed in, "Brother Lin, we owe you our lives. This is the least we could do." "Yeah, it's just Pangu Academy. We can do without it." "Yeah, we'll do without it." Looking at these passionate young people, Lin Yan felt both moved and helpless. He shook his head and sighed softly. "You guys sigh?" Then he smiled warmly. "Since you're willing to forego Pangu Academy for me, I, Lin Yan, won't go either." With that, Lin Yan took out the special admission notice to Pangu Academy and tore it to pieces in front of everyone. The fragments fluttered to the ground, as if declaring the end of an era. "This Pangu Academy, it's not worth it." Lin Yan's voice was firm and strong. On the ground, Chu Xiong, who lay under Lin Yan's foot, watched in shock, eyes wide open. "Lin Yan, do you know what you're doing? That's the admission notice to Pangu Academy. It's something every awakened dreams of. And you just tore it up." Lin Yan glanced at Chu Xiong coldly, his tone filled with disdain. "Torn is torn. I don't believe not entering Pangu Academy will stop me from awakening." Hearing this, everyone from Luqing could no longer control their emotions, tears streaming down their faces. "Brother Lin." They choked. "Such a loyal and righteous person." Chu Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "Huh, Lin Yan, tearing it up is useless. From the moment the results were announced, you were already recorded in Pangu Academy's system. Even if you tear up the notice, you're still a student of Pangu Academy." Lin Yan's foot remained firmly on Chu Xiong's chest, showing no intention of moving. He squinted, suddenly remembering something, and said to Chu Xiong, "You should have the power to expel students, right? Didn't you just expel all of them? What else do you want?" Being stared at by Lin Yan, an ominous feeling suddenly rose in Chu Xiong's heart. Lin Yan gave a devilish smile. "Of course, I want you to expel me. But I won't make it difficult for you. It's just breaking the rules, I get it." He slowly shifted his gaze to the Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor, a hint of mischief in his voice. "As long as I beat them up, it counts as a violation, right?" With that, Lin Yin lifted his leg and slowly walked towards the two. Suddenly, he struck like lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 kicks, and the two of them shot out like cannonballs, crashing into the wall. The entire wall collapsed with a rumble, burying them beneath. Lin Yin looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, then turned to Chu Xiong with a meaningful smile. "I heard you're the director, right? Remember to expel me." With that, Lin Yan ignored the dumbfounded Chu Xiong and turned to his followers, shouting boldly, "Let's go. Tonight, we're going to party. All expenses are on me." "Whoa, Brother Lin is so generous." The students cheered excitedly and followed Lin Yan away. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong, clutching his rib-fractured chest, was filled with helplessness and regret. He suddenly realized a despairing fact. His authority couldn't interfere with Lin Yan's enrollment. As Lin Yan left, the station erupted into a flurry of excitement. The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, voices overlapping with curiosity and disbelief. Is that really Lin Yan? A young man asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. I think so, a classmate replied hesitantly, uncertainty lacing their voice. Everyone's gaze followed Lin Yan's departing figure, then shifted to the pitiful sight of the crown prince and the dark prince lying on the ground like beaten dogs, barely lifting their heads from the rubble. The scene left everyone present utterly shocked. Now that's a true genius, someone murmured in awe. Not only did he wipe the floor with the crown prince and the dark prince, but even director Chu Xiong was no match for him. The chatter grew louder, and even those who had been staunch supporters of the crown prince and the dark prince began to waver. Lin Yan's strength and presence far exceeded their expectations. Just as the discussions reached a fever pitch, a cold voice interrupted the fervent atmosphere. Huh? Do you really think following Lin Yan is a good idea? Have you lost your minds? The crowd fell silent, turning angrily towards the speaker. It was Zhang Yuntong, who had earlier defended the crown prince. He stepped forward, speaking icily. Lin Yan is strong, but don't forget, the crown prince's father is the seventh commander. His words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the crowd's enthusiasm for siding with Lin Yan. Realization dawned on their faces as they considered the gravity of the situation. Yeah, the crown prince holds grudges. Lin Yan might be in trouble in the capital. Someone said, voice trembling. Zhang Yuntong nodded with satisfaction and continued. And even if you wanted to join Lin Yan, do you think he would accept you? This statement crushed their hopes entirely. They suddenly realized the predicament they were in, having followed the crown prince and the dark prince for so long, knowing their vindictive nature. Lin Yan's actions had undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest. However, someone still harbored hope, quietly asking. But since Lin Yin got a special admission notice from Pangu Academy, doesn't that mean a commander appreciates him too? Zhang Yuntong looked at the questioner with a mocking smile. Aren't you being a bit too naive? Lin Yin was merely appreciated, whereas the crown prince was the biological son of the 7th town general. This simple comparison instantly silenced those who had been eager to join Lin Yan's camp, their enthusiasm quickly fading. The harsh reality of societal politics was like a cold bucket of water poured over them. They all looked toward the direction Lin Yin had left, their faces filled with worry. Lin Yin and his group might not escape unscathed, someone whispered with a sigh. Chu Xiong struggled to get up from the ground, wincing in pain from his injuries. Although he heard the discussions around him, he knew deep down that the special admission notice from Pangu Academy was no trivial matter. Even if the crown prince was the son of the 7th town general, he couldn't trample over the rules. After all, even a town general had to abide by certain constraints. Chu Xiong wanted to catch up with Lin Yan, but every movement sent sharp pains through his body. That kid really hits hard. He cursed under his breath. Just then, 5 figures descended from the sky. Chu Xiong squinted and his face lit up. Luo Yin, what brings you here? It was Luo Yin and her team, who had been left far behind by Lin Yan earlier. Luo Yin replied. We just got back from a mission outside the city. She trailed off as she noticed Chu Xiong's injuries. Director Chu, how did you get hurt? Chu Xiong managed a wry smile. Got beaten up. By the way, do you know Lin Yan? Yes, Luo Yin nodded, though she secretly wondered if Lin Yan was responsible for Chu Xiong's injuries. Chu Xiong urgently said, that kid wants to drop out. You need to catch him. What? The 5 of them exchanged shocked glances. Lin Yan wants to drop out? What? Song Ling pressed for answers. Clutching his chest, Chu Xiong spoke anxiously. There's no time to explain. It's not his fault. He beat me up and left with a group of students. You must bring him back. He absolutely cannot leave. However, Luo Yin and Song Ling's group remained motionless. Chu Xiong was so anxious that he stomped his foot. Why aren't you moving? You know how important Lin Yin is. Luo Yin shook her head with a bitter smile. Director Chu, you should find someone else. We can't beat him. What? Not only Chu Xiong, but all the surrounding students were wide-eyed with disbelief. 5 dragon warriors admitting they couldn't defeat Lin Yan. Images of Lin Yan thrashing a demon immortal flashed through Luo Yan's mind. That demon could have easily killed them. Yet Lin Yin managed to suppress it for so long, a testament to his formidable strength. After a moment of silence, Luo Yin suggested, Director Chu, perhaps we should report this to Minister Tian. Vice Principal Tian. Chu Xiong hesitated. All right, Lin Yan's situation is indeed beyond our ability to handle. After arranging for the injured students to be taken care of, Chu Xiong followed Luo Yin and the others from the scene. At the headquarters of the Dragon Information Department, Vice Principal Tian Peng glared at the 6 people standing before him, especially Chu Xiong. His voice was filled with anger. You've really caused a disaster. He fixed his gaze on Chu Xiong and scolded. What right did you have to expel those students? Where were your eyes when that royal brat was bullying the girls? Do you realize how much you've made us lose just to curry favor with the royals? Vice Principal Chu Xiong started to speak, but Tian Peng cut him off sharply. Shut up. Do you even see me as the vice principal? You're the director of education. You're the sky. Tian Peng's furious roar echoed in the office, and Chu Xiong was immediately silenced, trembling with fear. The students broke your rules, and now you're going to expel them? Those are your rules, not the academy's. Tian Peng glared at Chu Xiong, his eyes like daggers, making Chu Xiong too intimidated to speak. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds before Tian Peng gritted his teeth and said, "They haven't gone far yet. Now, immediately, you go and apologize to him with utmost sincerity. You come back when he decides to return. I'll arrange for other teachers to take over your duties temporarily." Chu Xiong opened his mouth to speak. Vice Principal, But facing Tian Peng's fierce eyes, he swallowed his words, turned silently, and left, his back exuding a sense of helplessness. Tian Peng's gaze then shifted to Lin Yan and the other four, sharp as an eagle's. Their hearts skipped a beat. They had never seen Minister Tian so furious. Usually, Tian Peng was always kind and never put on airs. Song Ling and the others instinctively looked at Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan was the class monitor, and it was her own words. If there's an issue, talk to the class monitor. Lin Yan sighed inwardly, wishing she could travel back in time to stop herself from saying that. With no other choice, Lin Yan braced herself and spoke up. "Minister, we just got back." Tian Peng glared at her. "Just got back? Didn't you return with Lin Yin? How did you let him cause such a big scene?" He blamed Lin Yan and her group for inadequate supervision. Lin Yan smiled wryly. "Minister, it's not that we didn't want to return with him. It's just, he flew so fast, we couldn't keep up." "What?" Tian Peng was slightly surprised, finding it hard to believe they couldn't keep up with Lin Yan. Song Ling nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chick. "Really, Minister? I'm the fastest among us, but Lin Yan, his speed is unrivaled. We were together, but 100 kilometers from the capital, he suddenly said his people were being bullied and, whoosh, he flew off. His speed broke the sound barrier." Song Ling explained tearfully, and the other three nodded in agreement, their faces filled with shame. Compared to Lin Yan, these warriors felt embarrassed that they couldn't even keep up. Seeing their distressed expressions, Tian Peng realized the main responsibility didn't lie with them and softened his tone. "All right, just write a detailed report on this mission. We need to reassess Lin Yan's capabilities." "Yes, thank you, Minister." Lin Yan smiled sweetly, leading her companions away. After everyone left, Tian Peng stood alone by the window, gazing at the cityscape outside, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. He silently counted Lin Yan's achievements, defeating a second awakening beast, subduing a great demon, single-handedly slaying a demon king, and even fighting a demon immortal without losing. Astonishingly, all this was accomplished in less than a month. His growth rate is too fast, Tian Peng murmured to himself. Lin Yin is too important for Huaxia, for humanity. Until he fully matures, nothing must go wrong. Tian Peng's gaze turned firm, his fists unconsciously clenching. Meanwhile, in the capital city, a group of students dragged their luggage along the bustling streets, their blood-stained clothes drawing the attention of passersby. Jingwu stepped forward and asked, "Brother Lin, where are we headed now?" Lin Yin glanced at the group of students in front of him, all covered in blood, and couldn't help but frown. "Look at you guys, you look like you've just come out of a slaughterhouse. Of course, it's time for a shower." As soon as he spoke, a tall, skinny guy suddenly grinned, a sly glint in his eyes. "Brother Lin, are we going to that special place?" Lin Yin raised an eyebrow and gave him a meaningful look. "A shower, right? Where else would we go?" This hint made the guy laugh even more brazenly. Brother Lin, I get it. We're all guys here, but..." His smile suddenly froze. "We're broke. Those places must cost a lot, right?" At this, over 300 students behind him looked worried. Most of them came from average backgrounds. Even the wealthy ones from other cities were just ordinary here in the capital. Besides, the cost of living in the capital was many times higher than elsewhere, and their money was barely enough to get through the door. Lin Yin snorted. "No money? I didn't bring any either." He had left all his money at home, which amounted to a few milliona sum that, given Luo Hongyi's lineage, would only last him a few years if he was frugal. "Brother Lin, what do we do then?" The tall, skinny guy suddenly had an idea. "Are we going to pull in Xiangyu?" Lin Yin was puzzled. "Xiangyu? Why would we do that?" The guy quickly explained. "Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Shu. You know, like getting things for free meals, free baths, free deals, free flowers." He went on listing words related to hegemon. Lin Yin quickly interrupted him. "Hold on, are you suggesting we freeload?" Brother Lin, you get me." The guy laughed even more slyly. "As long as we run fast enough, there's nothing we can't get for free." Lin Yan's expression darkened instantly, and he fixed him with a knife-like stare. "In the future, I better not hear that word again." "Why not?" The guy looked puzzled. "What's wrong with freeloading? It's fun to get things for free and then run away." Lin Yan's face turned stern, and he spoke seriously. "People work hard to create things, and you take them without giving anything back. You enjoy services without leaving anything in return. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Just like when you read a novel and leave without even a silver ticket. How do you think the author feels? Their morale drops, and the quality of their work suffers. When it's not good, those who usually vote stop doing so. It's a vicious cycle. Don't you find this behavior despicable? Feeling the intensity of Lin Yan's gaze, the guy sat on the ground, cold sweat dripping down. Brother Lin, what should we do then? Lin Yan reached out to pull him up. Say no to freeloading, starting with you and me, right now. The guy nodded repeatedly. Thank you for the lesson, Brother Lin. But he soon looked worried again. But, I'm really broke. Lin Yan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. I've got a plan. With that, he pulled out a business card from his pocket and dialed a number on his phone. Hello, who's this? A puzzled voice answered on the other end. Lin Yin spoke directly. It's Lin Yan. Send money. Transfer money. A disdainful chuckle echoed from the other end of the line, abruptly cut off by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. You are? Lin Yan. The voice on the other end noticeably shifted in tone. What do you think? Duanzhu, what were you saying about me just now? Lin Yan asked casually. Duanzhu immediately changed his attitude, chuckling awkwardly. Ha ha. I meant you have extraordinary talent and unrivaled strength. All right, enough with the flattery. Just transfer the money. I could use some cash right now, Lin Yin said bluntly. No way, you're actually short on money? Duanzhu exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing something. Wait, you can call me. Are you in the capital? In this era of rampant dark energy radiation, long-distance communication had become extremely difficult. Throughout Huaxia, only the special 10th Sandpoint communication devices for dragon warriors could make long-distance calls. Lin Yin clearly didn't have such expensive equipment. Of course, Pangu Academy starts today, so I came to the capital, Lin Yin replied. Lin Yin, how much do you need? Never mind. Where are you? They'll come over. Lin Yin glanced around and his eyes settled on a huge poster behind him that took up half the building. There's a large promotional poster for Era of Terror and Demon Editor here. Got it. Stay put under the poster. I'll be there shortly, Duanzhu said before hanging up. Lin, I didn't expect you to know people in the capital, Jing Wu and Lin Jinhao curiously remarked. The slightly scruffy-looking classmate glanced worriedly at the more than 300 students behind them. But Lin, does he have enough money? That place isn't cheap. Lin Yin chuckled. Money's not an issue. Duanzhu is a dragon warrior. He can earn a hefty bonus from just one mission. Before long, a figure descended from the sky, landing steadily in the dragon warrior uniform. Haha, Lin Yin, you really made it to the capital. Come on, let me show you around. Just as Duanzhu finished speaking, he noticed the 300-plus male and female students standing behind Lin Yan, all staring at him in astonishment. The students whispered among themselves, for bloodline awakenings? Lin's friend in the capital is a dragon warrior. Was Lin asking him for money just now? Wow, I knew Lin was strong, but I didn't realize his friends were this powerful too. Lin is just amazing. Someone tried to express admiration, but could only resort to simple words out of awe. Hearing the buzzing chatter around him, Duanzhu felt a bit overwhelmed. He pulled Lin Yin aside and whispered, What's going on, brother? Does Pangu Academy give a day off on the first day? He noticed the eerie blood condensation on the students, making them look particularly unsettling. If it weren't for his trust in Lin Yan's character, Duanzhu would almost suspect Lin Yan of being a human trafficker, mistreating and selling the children. Lin Yan sighed and said helplessly, Oh, don't mention it. We've been expelled from Pangu Academy. Expelled? Duanzhu looked at Lin Yan in shock, his gaze sweeping over the group of students. Every student admitted to Pangu Academy was a genius of the era, a future pillar of the nation. How could they be expelled so easily? Especially Lin Yan, the prodigy of the century. Duanzhu found it hard to believe and thought Lin Yan was joking. Lin Yan, my friend, that's not a funny joke. Lin Yan rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. Do I look like I'm joking? I've already torn up the admission letter. Duanzhu gasped. Brother, you're serious? What madness has taken over Pangu Academy to expel so many students at once? Especially you. Did the commander behind you agree to this? Duanzhu leaned closer to Lin Yin and whispered, Brother, what exactly happened? Lin Yin spread his hands helplessly. I don't really know. It's just those people in the capital looking down on us from the provinces. He shook his head and changed the subject. Forget it. Why dwell on such things? I didn't call you here to make us relive painful memories. Lin Yin pointed to the bloodstains on his classmates' clothes and urged, Didn't you say you'd treat us to a welcome party? So hurry up and take us to clean up. Well, Duanzhu frowned and thought for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing. All right. Organizing accommodation for over 300 people is usually a logistical nightmare. But there are two ways to solve this problem. One is to have money, using wealth to overcome all obstacles. The other is to have power, using authority to create exceptions. However, Duanzhu had a method superior to both, had both money and power. Duanzhu led the group to a hot spring hotel and directly requested to book the entire place. The receptionist looked at the large group of over 300 people behind him and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, sir. We don't have that many vacant rooms." Duan Zhu glanced at Lin Yin and reluctantly pulled out a card. "I'll book the whole hotel. For those already checked in or with reservations, I'm willing to pay double if they're willing to vacate." The receptionist smiled apologetically. "I'm very sorry, sir. We can contact those guests for you, but the hotel policy requires at least a week's notice for a full booking." She handed the card back to Duan Zhu with a look of regret at losing such a valuable customer. Lin Yan placed his hand on the card and calmly said, "Rules can be bent." He gave Duan Zhu a meaningful look. Duan Zhu sighed, pulling out a document stamped with the Yulong seal. "Lin, this is my first time using my commander privileges in everyday life. Go easy." Lin Yin took the document and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be the bad guy. If anyone complains, tell them to talk to me." He opened the document and handed it to the receptionist. "A Yulong commander, will that suffice?" The receptionist was stunned and stammered, I'll need to consult with the general manager." She quickly took out her phone to call the manager, who in turn immediately consulted the chairman. Not long after, a corpulent man in a suit emerged from the hotel entrance, flanked by a group of people. He immediately recognized Duan Zhu and Lin Yan and warmly approached them. "Oh, it's you, the esteemed warrior," the man beamed with a smile. "It's truly an honor to have you at our hotel. Rest assured, we've contacted all our guests, and they've agreed to your terms for checking out. By tonight, all rooms will be ready." Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction. "That's great. Let's settle the payment." He lightly tapped the card in his hand. The receptionist quickly printed out the invoice. After deducting compensation for all customers and applying a 10% discount for the exclusive booking, the total is 8.63 million. "Please have a look." She handed the long receipt and the card back to Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at the bill and turned to Duan Zhu with a smile. "Duan Zhu, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Over 8 million, and you didn't even flinch." Duan Zhu took the card, feeling the pain inside but maintaining a calm exterior. "It hurts a lot, you know." Lin Yan added, "Duan Zhu, I know you don't care about the money, but I, Lin Yin, won't take it for free. I'll pay you back in full when I can." Duan Zhu looked at him and replied indifferently, "No need, it's just deducted from my points. Just take me to slay a couple of demon kings sometime." Lin Yin was surprised. "Demon kings have money?" "Demon kings don't have money, but points are valuable," Duan Zhu explained. "In China, one of the functions of points is that they can be converted into money. What we just spent was only over 3 million points, which can be earned from 1 or 2 demon kings." "I see." Lin Yan realized, suddenly remembering that he should have a lot of points as well. He pulled out his phone to check and was stunned by the balance of his points. Lin Yan turned to Duan Zhu with a grin. "Duan Zhu, I might be able to pay you back right now." "What?" Duan Zhu leaned in, surprised. When he saw Lin Yan's points balance, Duan Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Over 16 million points. Did you hack the Yulong smart system?" "What?" Lin Yan was equally shocked by the number. Duan Zhu's voice echoed clearly in the classroom, and the surrounding students couldn't help but perk up their ears. 1,000 points, he exclaimed incredulously. "That's a number you'd only get by slaying an existence at the level of a demon immortal." Mentioning demon immortals sent a chill through everyone present. These were terrifying creatures with the power of 5 bloodline awakenings, their strength comparable to a true dragon immortal. Duan Zhu pondered silently, knowing he could handle a peak demon king, but against a demon immortal, he probably wouldn't last a single round. Jing Wu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to Lin Yin. "Brother Lin, you didn't take down that demon immortal, did you?" The classroom fell silent instantly. All the students stared intently at Lin Yin, especially the girls, whose eyes shone with admiration. Today, they had witnessed the terror of a demon immortal firsthand, and thought Lin Yin had merely escaped by luck, but now, Lin Yin scratched his head in confusion. "No, it was Fu Yun Jinxian who dealt with the demon immortal. I just stalled for a bit." As he spoke, he fell into thought. Even counting the 4 demon kings and other creatures he had defeated, the points shouldn't be this high. Suddenly, he realized something. A smile playing on his lips. Fu Yun Jinxian was indeed a charming person. "Everyone." Lin Yin turned to face his classmates with a cheerful grin. "Forget about that. Let's go soak in the hot springs." "Yes." The room erupted in cheers. "Thanks, Brother Lin." The chubby chairman quickly approached with a smile plastered on his face. "Honorable warrior, we've prepared the largest and most comfortable hot spring area to accommodate everyone." "Everyone," a sly student exclaimed, eyes gleaming. "Is it mixed bathing?" The chairman lowered his voice. "There's a board that can be removed." "Then remove it, quickly," the student said with a mischievous grin. A few male classmates around him chuckled knowingly, sharing an unspoken camaraderie. Meanwhile, on the streets of the imperial capital, a disheveled figure was looking around. It was Chu Xiong, who had just sneaked out of the hospital, still attached to an 4, wearing a hospital gown. As he wandered the streets, he shouted loudly, Lin Yin, where are you? I admit my mistakes, isn't that enough? The imperial capital's premier holiday hot spring hotel was bustling with people and filled with steam. Lin Yin leaned lazily against a rock at the edge of the hot spring pool, the warm water enveloping his body, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Duanzhu leaned in closer to Lin Yin and whispered, Brother Lin Yin, this is the top-tier hot spring hotel in the capital. Its uniqueness lies in its expansion from a natural hot spring. The open-air bath we're in now is located at the mountain top, offering a wide view of the capital's breathtaking scenery. Following Duanzhu's direction, Lin Yin gazed down at the city below, where the dazzling lights of the capital twinkled like stars, blending with countless household lights to create a stunning night view. He couldn't help but admire. This location is truly well chosen. The surrounding environment added to the charm. The harmonious blend of soothing music and birdsong enhanced the elegance of the experience. Lin Yin closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the hot spring and relaxing completely. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted by the boisterous voices of a group of male classmates. They were eagerly watching the female classmates playing not far away, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wow! Strapless, one-piece, bikinis, and even shark suits. Oh, school swimsuits. Nice, nice. Hee, what a devilish figure. Wow, such curves. Ahem. Skin as smooth as cream. Wow, these girls' figures are so wow. The boys lounged in the hot spring, staring intently at the girls on the other side, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The graceful figures and curvy silhouettes made them wish they could rush over and take a closer look. Unfortunately, a small stone path ran through the center of the hot spring, separating the boys' and girls' sides. The boys could only stay on their side, longingly watching the girls, filled with both frustration and desire. Suddenly, one boy couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, I can't take it anymore. I'm going over. His fellow male classmates immediately swarmed him, holding him down firmly. One quickly reminded him, Are you crazy? This is Brother Lin's rule, one side for each gender. Aren't you afraid of Brother Lin's wrath? The impulsive boy was instantly in tears, helplessly saying, Guys, are we really okay with just watching from afar and not being able to touch? The boy holding him back wore a pained expression, explaining, Well, but that was the rule the girl suggested, and we all agreed with Brother Lin at the time. He added regretfully, Why did I agree back then? The restrained boy looked heartbroken and regretful, lamenting, If only I hadn't agreed. What kind of mixed bathing is this? The essence of mixed bathing should be no distance between genders. Just then, a classmate with a mischievous grin approached, sporting a small bump on his head. The others curiously asked, Hey, what's up with you? They all remembered that it was his idea to come to the hot springs. The mischievous classmate explained dejectedly, Don't even ask. I found a small gap over there and tried to sneak through, but those girls were relentless and kicked me right back. The classmate who had earlier clamored for Lin Yan to allow real, mixed bathing sympathetically said, Brother, you're so unfortunate. This guy is a true hero. Suddenly, the mischievous classmate's eyes lit up, and he asked them, By the way, did you just say you want Brother Lin to let us go over? The surrounding boys exchanged knowing smiles, respectfully making way for him, and said in unison, Brother, after you. At that moment, Lin Yin was lying with his eyes closed, resting, when he suddenly sensed a group approaching him. He opened his eyes and asked, puzzled, Do you need something? Lin Yin stood in the boys' dormitory area, facing a fellow student who looked anxious. This student, known as the awkward classmate, was looking at him with hopeful eyes and a hint of pleading in his voice. Brother Lin, we all earnestly request that you remove that boundary line so that we can have a good environment to foster friendships. Lin Yin immediately understood his true intentions, a slight smile playing on his lips. So, you want to go and bother the girls? The awkward classmate's cheeks turned red as he took a deep breath to defend himself. Brother Lin, it's about fostering friendship among classmates, and it's what everyone wants. Everyone. Lin Yin chuckled, glancing around. But aren't you the only one here? The awkward classmate turned around in surprise, realizing that no one else was with him. He cursed under his breath. Those bastards. Clearly, his companions had abandoned him. Still, he looked at Lin Yin with pleading eyes, unwilling to give up. Lin Yin replied seriously, No, we need to respect the girls, right? Besides, you all agreed to it, boys on one side and girls on the other. Standing next to Lin Yin, Duanzhu couldn't help but interject, What are you students thinking about all the time? The awkward classmate bowed his head in shame, but soon lifted it again, pointing towards Lu Wang on the girl's side. Then why can he go over there? At that moment, Lu Wang was massaging his sister Lu Qiao's arm, surrounded by a group of girls. Lin Yin explained, His sister isn't well, so it's natural for him to take care of her. Coincidentally, Lu Wang noticed Lin Yin and the others looking at him and waved with a smile. This scene made the surrounding boys envious to the point of gritting their teeth. In the end, the awkward classmate gave up in frustration. He joined the other despondent boys, staring blankly at the paradise separated by the stone path. Duanju looked at the growing number of boys gathering inside. What are these students thinking about all the time? He turned to Lin Yan, curious. Aren't you also a teenager? Why don't you agree to their requests? Lin Yan's gaze remained on the indistinct figures across the way as he calmly replied. I have to consider the girls, don't I? Besides, just looking is enough. Suddenly, the girls seemed to sense Lin Yan's gaze. They smiled sweetly and began walking towards the stone path. The boys immediately became excited, whistling at the girls. However, the girls ignored them, their eyes fixed solely on Lin Yan. One girl picked up a cocktail from the stone path, took a small sip, and her cheeks flushed. She looked at Lin Yan and began to sing. In front of the wine, together we stand, softly embraced by the light. A glance invites a tender hold, pains forgotten. Gently pushing the boy, a tremor in the voice, a blush of surprise. Trying to dance closer, no space between. This time the madness is sweet. Moving, arms entwined, lips meeting, tongues playing. As she sang, she leaned against the girl beside her, winking at Lin Yan. This scene left the boys present with their blood boiling, some even covering their noses to prevent a nosebleed. I thought she was quite innocent. One boy murmured. Huh. When women get flirty, men don't stand a chance, another boy chimed in. Duanju looked confusedly at the girl, then turned to Lin Yin and asked, what is she saying? Why are all the boys blushing? Lin Yin was momentarily stunned, looking at Duanju's innocent expression, realizing he wasn't joking. He didn't know how to explain the sudden provocative scene. Duanju shook his head in confusion, clearly puzzled by Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan smiled, patting him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, read more, and you'll understand everything. Meanwhile, across from them, a girl noticed Lin Yan's lack of reaction and her disappointment was evident. Her friend, noticing her expression, gently pulled her aside and confidently said, watch me. The girl smiled charmingly, delicately picking a grape and placing it in her mouth. Her eyes, like blossoming peach flowers, lingered on Lin Yan as she began to sing a melodious and touching verse. Silk carpets from Shu line the floor. In winding corridors, I wander on a quiet night. The new moon rises over jade railings. The half-open vermilion door, someone looks out. The warm incense fills the air, the canopy is cozy. Jade trees and branches intertwine. The wine takes effect, thoughts of spring stir. The embroidered quilt of mandarin ducks turns into red waves. After finishing her song, she gazed at him with a flirtatious glance, but Lin Yan remained unmoved. The girl, seeing this, left feeling dejected. Another girl, with a seductive figure, refused to be outdone. Wearing a revealing bikini, her alluring figure was on full display. She performed a sultry dance that made the nearby boys' hearts race. Then, gracefully approaching Lin Yan, she softly recited. The world is full of wonders. Two banks of green shade flank a stream. A spring gushes at the cave entrance. Grass grows thick with no path outside. Flowers deep in the mountains are hard for bees to gather. Birds refuse to nest on the hillside. Only an old monk visits often, always leaving as drunk as mud. As she recited, she sensually caressed her body, leaving the boys around wide-eyed, and even some girls blushing, astonished by her boldness. The surrounding boys were envious to the point of tears, whispering among themselves, why is everything sung for Lin? I'm so jealous. Sigh. Brother, you're not the only one who's jealous. Does jealousy help? Ahem. I'm starting to think Lin's boundaries are actually for our sake. The other boys nodded in agreement. If mixed bathing were allowed, all the girls would probably flock to Lin Yan. Envy. Unmatched envy. Yet Lin Yin remained unfazed, even closing his eyes to relax. The girls took turns trying, while the boys were tormented, almost suffering nosebleeds. Duanju, watching this, finally couldn't hold back. His face flushed, he stood up and shouted, nonsense. You're all still students. Look at yourselves. Do you resemble students at all? Especially you girls. Aren't you ashamed to sing such things? He then turned to the laughing boys, angrily saying, and you're no better. What on earth are you thinking about all day? After Duanju's scolding, the students sulked in the water. The girls quietly complained, not a single success. What does that count for? No winners or losers. I didn't expect Lin to have such self-control. I blushed singing it myself. Sigh. Lin is truly the man we can never have. Suddenly, someone pointed to the shore and exclaimed, look, someone's trying to have him all to herself. A girl in a swimsuit, draped in a sheer white veil, approached Lin Yin and softly asked, Lin Yin, can we talk? Lin Yin slightly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips, and said, shall we go somewhere quiet? In the presidential suite, the luxurious decor caught the eye. Lin Yin lay lazily on the soft sofa, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea, its aroma filling the room. Duanmu Yilin elegantly set down the teapot, a charming smile playing on her lips. This is a Biluakun tea plant our family found 10 years ago, she said softly. I hope you like it, Lin Yin. Lin Yin carefully placed the teacup down, his gaze sweeping across the room. The opulence left him inwardly gasping, unable to imagine its cost. However, what captured his attention even more was the girl before him, reminiscent of a drama's leading lady. Her demeanor was composed, her aura graceful, and her beauty ethereal, truly stunning. Lin Yin was certain that among his classmates, there was no one as unforgettable as this beauty. Duanmu Yilin blinked her bright eyes, curiously asking, Lin Yin, since you know a bit, can you guess who I am? Her sheer fabric was slightly revealing, and Lin Yin couldn't help but steal a glance. I've heard that Duanmu Yilin is the most beautiful lady in the capital, Lin Yin said, with a hint of probing in his tone. Duanmu Yilin's smile widened. You are well informed, Lin Yin. However, Lin Yin suddenly shifted the conversation. Unfortunately, you're an imposter. Duanmu Yilin's smile froze, looking at him in confusion. Lin Yin, I'm the real deal. Why do you say I'm an imposter? As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer, their faces only 5 centimeters apart. Lin Yin could clearly smell the subtle fragrance on her. He slightly turned his head, explaining, the famous Duanmu Yilin, known as the cold beauty in the capital, is not as fiery as you. Duanmu Yilin giggled. Lin Yin, you've done your homework well. Those are just for show to others. She paused, then added, however, you're just like the other guys, a bit of a flirt. Lin Yin turned to her. Why do you say that? Duanmu Yilin gracefully sipped her tea. Just now, you glanced at me 7 times, and although you turned your head, you were watching me through the window's reflection. Lin Yin blushed, his eyes darting. You're so beautiful, any man would look a few times. But I'm a gentleman. Yes, you're a gentleman, Duanmu Yilin said, looking directly at him. A gentleman who sings praises to those girls without a care? You could have stopped them. Lin Yin felt uncomfortable, as if his little secrets had been exposed. He suddenly stood up, speaking seriously. Duanmu Yilin, if you called me here just to discuss my character, I'll leave now. My classmates are waiting for me. Although Luo Yin and others had briefed him on the 4 major families, indicating that only the Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor had issues with him, Lin Yin knew he couldn't ignore the Duanmu and Lu families either. Duanmu Yilin shook her head with a smile. Oh, you can't even take a joke. All right, let's get down to business. Lin Yin sat back down, hoping that the business Duanmu Yilin mentioned wouldn't disappoint him. Duanmu Yilin's smile faded, and she asked seriously, do you know who you hit today? Lin Yin replied, who else could it be? Lin Yin shook his head nonchalantly, a hint of disdain in his voice. The so-called Crown Prince and Dark Emperor may have impressive titles, but they're all show and no substance. Duanmu Yilin frowned slightly, her tone laced with concern. Aren't you worried that after you and your classmates beat them up, they'll seek revenge through their families? Lin Yin spread his hands casually, a confident smile playing on his lips. Why should I be afraid of them? Let them come, I'm ready for it. Duanmu Yilin shook her head gently, her expression serious. You really don't understand the influence their families wield in the capital. Besides, the Crown Prince's father, Huang Wuji, is the 7th town general. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow in response. Does being a town general give him the right to bully me? I'm not that easy to push around. You? Duanmu Yilin's brows knitted tightly, her voice tinged with helplessness. Honestly, what you're doing is pointless. Director Chu doesn't have the authority to expel you. She thought Lin Yin was acting out of anger to embarrass Chu Xiong, but Lin Yin just smiled and asked, do you think I'm doing this for myself? To spite Chu Xiong? Duanmu Yilin asked, puzzled. Then what are you doing it for? Clenching his fists, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He has no right to expel them. With that, he turned and left the room. Duanmu Yilin stood there for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on her lips. She dressed, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Director Chu, if you want to apologize to Lin Yin, you should start by apologizing to his classmates. On the other end, Chu Xiong sighed deeply and said slowly, thank you. As Lin Yin returned to the hot spring area, a swarm of classmates gathered around him. The girls looked anxious and flustered, as if their prized catch had been snatched away. Brother Lin, you really should. One classmate hesitated. What? Lin Yin asked, feigning ignorance. The classmate, looking somewhat lewd, said, you know, in and out. Oh no, with a girl that open, surely not out. He felt sorry for Lin Yin. Brother Lin, who would have thought you'd lose your first time to someone like that? But hey, at least she was good looking. So Brother Lin, what was it like? Tell us. Yeah, tell us, Brother Lin. The surrounding male classmates chimed in, egging him on. Lin Yin chuckled slyly, his eyes glinting with mischief. Wanna know? Come closer. As they leaned in, he suddenly smacked each of them on the head. You all have dirty minds. I just had a cup of tea, and you've turned it into something else. Lin Jinhao rubbed his head, incredulous. No way, Brother Lin. You were up there for an hour just drinking tea? Brother Lin, you wouldn't be, he said, glancing downward. Without a word, Lin Yin kicked him into the water. Just tea and conversation, not playing video games. Your heads really need fixing, Lin Yin said, exasperated. The girls around them, upon hearing Lin Yan's response, breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes were full of admiration, each silently resolving to buy Brother Lin some health supplements. Duanju walked over, looking Lin Yan up and down, teasing, "You're really okay? I thought Miss Duanmu would have devoured you." Lin Yan shot back with a grin. "If anyone's doing the eating, it's me." Duanju laughed. "That depends on your skills. Han Yuesian Duanmu Yilin is no ordinary person." Lin Yan agreed with that. The Duanmu Yilin described by Luo Yin and the one he had seen with his own eyes seemed like two different people. He didn't believe she had a split personality. Just then, a group of classmates crowded around again, grinning mischievously. "Brother Lin, we're here to give you a checkup." Suddenly, two girls gracefully approached Lin Yan. One was voluptuous with a striking presence, while the other was petite and delicate, like an overturned small bowl. They were the same classmates who had sung earlier. Lin Yan smiled politely and said softly, "No, thank you. I'm a bit tired and would like to get some sleep. Let's explore the capital together tomorrow." With that, he got up and headed to his room, leaving behind a group of disappointed male classmates. These guys sighed inwardly. "Lin doesn't want it, but we sure do." Unfortunately, the girls ignored them. As Lin Yan left, the girls also gradually dispersed. The hot spring lost its allure, leaving the remaining boys disinterested and reluctantly leaving. Meanwhile, outside the hot spring hotel, a man in a hospital gown hurriedly approached. It was Chu Xiong, having carelessly discarded the drip he carried. As soon as he stepped into the hotel lobby, the receptionist apologetically informed him, "I'm sorry, sir, but our hotel has been fully booked." Chu Xiong looked directly at the receptionist and said firmly, "I'm not here to stay. I'm here to find someone Lin Yan." The receptionist explained awkwardly, "Sir, customer information is private, and we can't." At that moment, Duanmu Yilin emerged from the side, exuding an even stronger presence than at the station. "Director Chu, is this how you come to apologize?" she remarked with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. The receptionist nodded respectfully at Duanmu Yilin. Duanmu Yilin approached Chu Xiong and continued, "Even in ancient times, people knew to humbly apologize. This doesn't seem very sincere." Chu Xiong spread his hands helplessly. "Then what should I do?" Duanmu Yilin's lips curled slightly. "Director Chu, perhaps you should wait until tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Chu Xiong was momentarily confused. Duanmu Yilin smiled mysteriously. "Just trust me, Director Chu." The next morning, Lin Yin stretched and exited the elevator, ready to start a new day with his classmates. However, he was surprised to find all his classmates gathered in the lobby. "What's going on?" Lin Yin asked as he approached. The classmates made way for him. "Lin, you should come and see. It's the director," a classmate said, pulling Lin Yin forward. At the center of the crowd, Chu Xiong, wearing a hospital gown and looking haggard, was kneeling on one knee. No matter how Duan Zhu tried to persuade him, he wouldn't budge. The classmates dared not get too close, as the previous day's events still lingered in their minds. Duan Zhu quickly approached Lin Yan, explaining, "Lin Yan, it's good you're here. Director Chu has been kneeling here all night, insisting on seeing you." Lin Yan nodded and approached Chu Xiong, a mocking smile on his face. "Director Chu, what kind of play are you acting out?" "A melodrama," Duan Zhu whispered. "Hey, this is Director Chu." Lin Yan chuckled. "I even hit him yesterday." Just as Chu Xiong was about to speak, Lin Yan interrupted. No, there's no need to apologize to me. You didn't bother me yesterday. If anything, I hit you. If anyone should apologize, it should be me." Chu Xiong insisted. No, Lin Yan, I must apologize. Yesterday was my fault, and I caused psychological harm to these classmates. I admit, I was possessed by a fool, and I acted like a fool. I'm here today not just to apologize to you, but also to these classmates." Chu Xiong slowly stood up and turned to his classmates, then suddenly dropped to his knees. His swift and decisive action shocked everyone present. "Classmates," Chu Xiong said with his head bowed, his voice filled with remorse, "I'm sorry. Yesterday was my fault. I'm here today to apologize and hope you can forgive me." This unexpected scene left the classmates at a loss. They exchanged confused and uneasy glances. Some wanted to help Chu Xiong up, but hesitated, considering he was a distinguished dragon commander. They wondered silently. How could they possibly deserve such a profound apology? Lin Yin stood quietly on the side, observing everything. After Chu Xiong's forehead remained on the ground for a full 3 minutes, Lin Yin finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Everyone," Lin Yin said, looking around calmly and firmly. "Do you accept this apology?" A heavy silence hung in the air. No one dared to be the first to respond. Chu Xiong, still kneeling, clenched his teeth and abruptly lifted his head, hitting the ground with a resounding thud. The dull sound sent a shiver through everyone's hearts. "I'm sorry," Chu Xiong spoke again, his voice quivering with pain. "Classmates, what happened yesterday was my fault. I've reflected deeply and asked for your forgiveness." His words made it even harder for his classmates, many of whom turned their eyes to Lin Yan, seemingly seeking guidance. Lin Yan chuckled softly. "Why are you looking at me? Whether you forgive him or not is up to you. Looking at me won't help." Lu Qiao quietly approached Lin Yin and whispered, "Brother Lin, but he's a dragon commander, and we." Lin Yin gently patted her head, speaking firmly. "So what if he's a dragon commander? If someone makes a mistake, they must face the consequences. He did something wrong and is asking for your forgiveness. Whether you forgive him and how you choose to do so is up to you, regardless of his or your status." At that moment, a booming voice came from the hotel entrance. "Well said. If you make a mistake, you should face the consequences. How about we confine him for a month as punishment?" Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the voice. Two people were walking in from the hotel entrance. One was Su Fei, whom Lin Yin had seen when he awakened. The other was a middle-aged man whose presence alone commanded respect, instantly intensifying the atmosphere. As Su Fei entered the room, he deliberately lagged half a step behind, a subtle indication of the extraordinary status of the person ahead. The composed middle-aged man who had just spoken was none other than this individual. Upon seeing him, Duanzhu immediately straightened up and respectfully greeted, "Minister Tian." This person was indeed Tian Peng, the Minister of Information and Vice Principal of Pangu Academy. He looked at Lin Yan with satisfaction, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Good, very good, Lin Yan. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Tian Peng nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with Lin Yan's accomplishment of a third bloodline awakening at such a young age. Su Fei stepped forward to introduce Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, we meet again. This is Minister Tian Peng, the Information Minister and Vice Principal of Pangu Academy. Since the day of your awakening, he's been following your progress and was the one who suggested Pangu Academy recruit you specially." Lin Yin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to Tian Peng. "Thank you, Minister Tian, for your recognition." Tian Peng waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Chu Xiong on the ground, his expression turning serious. Chu Xiong abused his power, causing significant losses to the academy. However, considering his sincere attitude, I hope you students can forgive him. As compensation, I'm willing to reinstate your student status and award each of you 100,000 points. He then looked at Lin Yin. "Lin Yin, what do you think?" Lin Yin shrugged casually. "That depends on these students." The surrounding students exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Tian Peng's status and the generous compensation. At that moment, Chu Xiong bowed deeply again, his forehead hitting the ground with a thud. "I realize my mistake. Please forgive me, everyone." "Well, all right." The students finally relented. Tian Peng nodded slightly, then turned to Lin Yin again. "Lin Yin, you should come back too." "I never left the academy." Lin Yin chuckled softly. "I knew it." Tian Peng nodded kindly and handed him a badge with the words "Class Monitor." Lin Yin looked at the badge in confusion. "What is this?" Tian Peng gave a mysterious smile. "It's a gift." Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Ding. Task. Achieve the highest average score in the grade for the entire class. Reward. Golden Sacred Dragon Bloodline Purification 47. A familiar armored train carried Lin Yin and his classmates 150 kilometers east of the capital towards a military base. This was once an important city in history, but it suffered severe destruction from mythical beasts during a century-long catastrophe. Due to its proximity to the Bohai Sea, the area was frequently attacked by fierce oceanic beasts, leading China to abandon the residential area and transform it into a military fortress for monitoring and defending against these threats. As the train slowly came to a halt, Lin Yin swiftly jumped off the carriage. His eyes quickly scanned the heavily guarded military facilities around him. Ultra-high voltage electric grids stretched like spider webs. Automatic enemy-seeking machine guns and cannons were poised for action. Anti-aircraft rocket launchers aimed at the sky, and titanium alloy armored vehicles stood ready. Not far from the port, a majestic aircraft carrier and 15 warships lay quietly anchored, while the periscopes of submarines cut through the distant waters like shark fins, patrolling the area. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yin listened as Chu Xiong explained. "This is the capital's Bohai Base Number 1, the first line of defense on the Bohai front. Its purpose is to block amphibious mythical beasts from threatening the capital. The firepower configuration here is 2 to 3 times that of most other city bases." Lin Yin nodded slightly, understanding the importance. As the heart and face of China, the capital must remain inviolable. His classmates disembarked one after another, equally awed by the base's grandeur and stringent defenses. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Yin clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, gather around. We'll take roll call, then head to choose our gear. Remember, pick the best." "Yes," the classmates replied in unison. Lin Yan's gaze drifted towards the distant battlefield, a confident smile playing on his lips. In his view, achieving the highest average point score for the class was not a difficult task. Earlier that morning, when the system released the mission, Lin Yan had noticed the variable rewards. The task completion was evaluated at 4 levels. Average. Points slightly exceed second place, Bloodline Purity 4. Normal. Points exceed second place by 30, Bloodline Purity 5. Excellent. Points exceed second place by 70, Bloodline Purity 6. Perfect. Points exceed second place by 100, bloodline purity 7. During the journey, Lin Yin had thoroughly understood the concept of point scores. Pengu Academy implemented this strategy to compensate and boost the scores of students who started early, over a month before the regular schedule. Unless these students came from cities like Siji Province, which experienced multiple mythical beast invasions and significant disasters with first and second awakening beasts roaming, their points for missions would rank low compared to past students, struggling to cover even basic living expenses. To address this, the Academy cleverly arranged a special 2-week period, immersing students in practical combat environments. This not only enhanced their combat skills, but also helped them earn much-needed points, achieving 2 goals at once. However, the points earned during this activity were termed point scores, with an exchange ratio of 1.2 to 1 compared to regular points, and calculated separately. Each class of 400 students had their total point scores averaged, and the top 5 classes by average point score would receive additional point rewards. Lin Yin chuckled softly, a glint of insight in his eyes. This so-called field practice was nothing more than a way for the Academy to exploit students under the guise of education. The Academy suffered no losses and even took a cut of the points students earned, needing only to send a few strong individuals to ensure the students' safety. Even the protective gear students wore had to be purchased out of their own pockets at the base, at exorbitant prices. When Lin Yan first learned of this, he immediately instructed Tianpeng to change their class's points exchange rate to 1:1. He was not one to be taken advantage of. At the base's equipment depot, Lin Yan raised his phone to look at the 8-digit points number, 16,678,247. A relaxed smile played on his lips. In less than half an hour, all the students had selected and donned their gear. Lin Yin looked around and was surprised to see everyone clad in the same black titanium alloy exoskeleton armor. I let you choose your gear, and your taste is so uniform? A student lifted his helmet and grinned at Lin Yin. Brother Lin, didn't you say to choose the best? This is the top exoskeleton armor we could find. That's right, Brother Lin. Another student chimed in, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Titanium alloy, nuclear-powered, with full group communication capabilities. This set costs 80,000 points, while other equipment maxes out at 30,000. We wanted to try different styles, but this is the best available. Lin Yin sensed their frustration and recalled that the 100,000 point compensation Tianpeng mentioned had already been credited. He had initially planned to pay out of his own pocket for better equipment to prevent them from being a burden. The students lined up neatly, confidently looking at Lin Yin with helmets open. Lin Yin glanced at their determined faces, a slight smile on his lips. Are you ready? Lin Yin asked. Ready. The students responded in unison. Lin Yin pointed to the large transport plane behind him. Then, let's go. Yeah, the students shouted excitedly. The transport plane roared as it took off. On the ground, countless beasts roared up at the aircraft. A 2-headed falcon, having undergone a second bloodline awakening, dove towards the transport plane. Rat-a-tat. The plane's automatic cannons fired, taking down the falcon before it hit the ground. Before the body could fall, a lightning eagle twice the size of the plane grabbed it and flew away. On the ground, a massive white bear and black bear were locked in combat. In the sea, a giant crocodile emerged, swallowing a low-flying beast in one gulp. The students watched the scene outside, gasping in shock. These beasts were at least 3rd bloodline awakening level, and that crocodile in the water was nearing the threshold of becoming a beast king. Is this a paradise for beasts? A student asked in disbelief. Chu Xiong, standing nearby, explained, No, this is a hell for beasts. He went on to explain that each class required at least one warrior to act as a guardian for student safety. Chu Xiong was their class's guardian, volunteering as a form of compensation. However, with Lin Yin present, the students felt Chu Xiong's role was almost unnecessary. The plane flew north for a while before descending to an appropriate altitude. Lin Yin checked the map and said, All right, we'll land here. Boys, follow me to scout the area. Girls, wait for instructions. Yes, the students replied in unison. Lin Yin spread his phoenix wings and descended from the sky, while the others followed with parachutes. Roar! A slumbering, antlered beast suddenly sensed the presence of humans above. Looking up, it saw a group parachuting down. Roar! Outraged, the antlered beast roared, its antlers glowing blood red, eyes turning the same hue. It charged towards the humans, gathering more beasts along the way, including powerful second bloodline awakened beasts. As the ruler of this mountain, it would not allow humans to set foot here. Roar! The landing point was near, and it could see the humans removing their parachutes. Humans, kill. Whoosh. Just as the word kill left its mouth, its body suddenly split in two from the middle. The surrounding beasts watched in shock as their king was split from head to tail. A thin line of blood seeped out, and the antlered beast collapsed in 2 halves, its innards spilling out. A human, clad in a black coat, wielding a glowing green sword, and with flaming wings, landed between the beast's 2 halves. Roar! The other beasts halted abruptly, staring warily at the human. They instinctively sensed the extreme danger emanating from him. The green light that split their king had come from the sword in his hand. Lin Yin surveyed the area. 16 second bloodline awakened beasts, 67 first bloodline awakened acid decent configuration. He squinted, licking his lips, as the green demon's sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a burst of green light. Roar! A bizarre beast's eyes widened, roaring in anger. At the sound, the other beasts scattered. They instinctively knew this human was beyond their capability. All they could do was flee. Lin Yin chuckled behind them. Think you can escape? Swish, swish, swish. The green demon's sword vibrated, sending beams of green light shooting towards the fleeing beasts. Roar, howl, bleat. The beasts felt a sudden tightness and let out pained cries as they fell to the ground. Lin Yin soared back into the sky, unleashing a sweeping wave of sword energy. Boom! Trees were severed, rocks sliced away. He cleared the area of all beasts. Below the transport plane, over 300 students looked up at Lin Yan, a hint of helplessness on their faces. Brother Lin, could you leave some for us? Boom. A ball of fire erupted in Lin Yan's hand, instantly reducing a swarm of aggressive killer bees to ashes. He landed lightly and glanced at his classmates who had just parachuted down. Most were still fumbling to untangle their parachutes, while a few quick-thinking boys had already grabbed their weapons, ready for action. Lin, help me. A scream pierced the sky. Lin Yan looked up to see a female classmate awkwardly tangled in a tree branch, tears in her eyes, a mix of shame and frustration on her face. With a sigh, he swiftly climbed the tree and gently helped her down. She tried to take advantage of the situation, but Lin Yan deftly avoided her advances. A hint of disappointment flickered across her face, but Lin Yan said nothing. As the last two classmates landed safely, the team finally assembled. An excited boy brandishing a machete asked, Lin, where do we start hunting the beasts? The others were eager, cracking their knuckles in anticipation. Clad in the base's most advanced exoskeleton suits, they felt invincible, shadowing a skilled fighter like Lin Yan. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile at these overconfident rookies. Their confidence far exceeded their abilities, akin to someone thinking they're a CEO just by sitting in a taxi or feeling like a celebrity just by posing for a camera. The only solution was less daydreaming and more practice. Already thinking about hunting beasts? Lin Yan retorted. Have any of you actually fought a beast? That time on the way here doesn't count. Over 300 students exchanged glances, most having never ventured beyond the city walls, let alone faced a beast. Without further ado, Lin Yin dragged over 2 beast corpses and began an impromptu anatomy lesson. These are 2 beasts with awakened secondary bloodlines, he explained while dissecting them. Their weak points are similar to ordinary animals, mainly the eyes and neck. But beasts with different bloodlines have unique vulnerabilities, like a wolf's lower back or a snake's vital spot. 2 hours later, the beasts were dissected beyond recognition, and the students were mentally exhausted. It was even more grueling than preparing for college entrance exams, yet their excitement remained undiminished. Just then, a pack of large-tailed wolves swaggered by. The lead wolf glanced at the group in surprise, then its gaze fell on the carcasses on the ground, its pupils contracting sharply. That was a grand beast-level spotted deer. The wolves stared in disbelief at the humans, uncertain of what would happen next. The lead wolf raised its head, its greedy eyes fixed on the group of humans. A female student gasped and took a step back, explaining in a trembling voice, "Oh no, that's an ironbone wolf. Their bones are as hard as iron, and a normal shield can't withstand their attacks." Next to her, a male student holding a stick laughed dismissively. Huh, what's there to fear? Didn't Lin just say the wolf's weak spot is their waist? Just focus on attacking there. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his standard issue staff, and the titanium alloy exoskeleton armor he wore lit up with blue lights, indicating it was calculating additional force. Wait, don't, the knowledgeable female student urgently called out. That lead wolf has already undergone a second bloodline awakening. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. With the propulsion of his exoskeleton armor, the male student charged at the ironbone wolf leader like a cannonball. Take this, beast, he shouted as he swung his staff down hard. Bang! To everyone's surprise, a figure was sent flying back like a projectile, landing heavily on the ground. It was the male student who had just charged forward. His staff spun in the air before gently landing beside him. The ironbone wolf leader looked at its paw in confusion, then suddenly its eyes lit up as if it understood something. Awoo! The lead wolf howled, and the pack quickly gathered around it. 20 wolves stood imposingly, staring at the students. Some were eager to fight, while others were paralyzed with fear. Why are there so many wolves? And they're so fierce. They're nothing like the ones we killed before, a student stammered. Come on, don't chicken out. Last time they were scared off by Lin. You're a man, aren't you? Another student encouraged. The group charged forward but was quickly repelled by the wolf pack. Lin Yan watched from above, showing no intention of helping. Chu Xiong flew to Lin Yan's side and asked, confused, Aren't you going to help them kill these beasts? Lin Yin replied calmly. They can't always rely on me to kill the beasts. These people are supposed to become the future pillars of the nation. If they can't even handle a beast, they might as well be scrap. Aren't you worried they'll get bitten to death by the beasts? Chu Xiong asked with concern. Lin Yin pointed to the student's dark titanium alloy exoskeleton armor. With those Iron Man suits, at most, a beast with a second bloodline awakening will just break a bone or two. It won't hit any vital spots. After observing for a while longer, Lin Yin finally intervened, not by fighting directly, but by guiding them through their communication devices. Under his direction, the students eventually managed to kill the 20 wolves. Phew, finally, haha. I really killed a second awakening beast with my own strength. The student who had stabbed the Ironbone wolf leader in the head laughed joyously. Despite Lin Yan's guidance, overcoming such a challenge wouldn't have been possible without the student's own efforts. Lin Yin descended slowly, looking at them with satisfaction. Congratulations. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that these students had finally learned the importance of teamwork. After all, human individual strength is generally no match for beasts of the same level, not to mention crossing realms. Although humans are no match for beasts in solo combat, with their intelligence and unity, they have mastered the art of group fighting. On the battlefield, two male classmates worked hard to pull a brother out of the ground after he had been knocked in by the Ironbone wolf leader. Still dazed, the newly awakened brother suddenly shouted, "Hey, beast, come fight me for 300 more rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around to find his classmates giving him strange looks, with the corpse of the Ironbone wolf lying beside him. Embarrassment flooded him instantly. At that moment, Lin Yin descended from the sky, smiling. Want to fight for 300 rounds? I'll make it happen. Huh. The male classmate was taken aback. Lin Yin pointed southeast. There are plenty of beasts over there. Let's go. Is that really a good idea? The classmate chuckled wryly, but was already being dragged along by Lin Yin. Attack. One classmate swung a stick, smashing a demonized monkey's head to bits. The surrounding classmates also dealt with the remaining beasts. With the battle over, everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Oh man, Brother Lin, I'm done for. This is the 20th beast group already. We're about to collapse from exhaustion. One classmate panted heavily. Lin Yin laughed. Worn out already? You all need some serious training. Jingwu removed his helmet, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Even training doesn't change that. Lin Yin was about to respond when he heard a commotion in the distance. He quickly flew up, spotting a small team of dozens being attacked by a beast group less than a kilometer to the northeast. Among the beasts were 3 with secondary bloodline awakenings, along with a great beast. Lin Yin frowned and called to his classmates. Everyone get ready. There are beasts. The classmates promptly donned their armor and grabbed their weapons, standing ready. After a moment of thought, Lin Yin said, I'll handle the great beast. Follow me and use the charge formation to take out the regular beasts. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yin had already slashed at the great beast among the group, causing a burst of blood to explode from its chest, cleaving it in two. The classmates looked at each other in confusion. What's a charge formation? One of the boys had a light bulb moment. It must be like the ancient cavalry charge formation, shaped like an arrowhead. Right. The charge formation. How could I forget? Excitedly, he explained. We're wearing exoskeleton armor now, which even a great beast might not easily break. In ancient times, heavy armor meant low mobility, but now we have both strong defense and speed that can surpass cars. Isn't this like a high-speed fortress? The most effective tactic is to charge straight ahead. The boy praised. Brother Lin really came up with an unbeatable strategy for us. Ha! Let's go, let's go. The group, brimming with excitement, quickly found their positions, forming an arrowhead formation. Hey, we should name this formation, someone suggested. How about calling it Mudslide? Ha! What a genius name. Great. Let's call it Mudslide. Mudslide. Charge. A group of students, breathless and exhausted, halted in their tracks, feeling utterly powerless and despondent in the face of the beast horde before them. Over 30 students clustered around a burly boy wielding a massive axe, their eyes filled with fear and anticipation. Leader, are we going to be eaten by the beasts? One student asked tearfully, his voice trembling. Not only eaten, but we'll be turned into dung afterwards. Another student added hopelessly, staring intently at the beasts whose numbers far exceeded theirs, especially the enormous, fierce-looking alpha beast. The burly boy gritted his teeth, suppressing his own fear, and shouted sternly, Slap yourself and stop saying such ominous things. The warrior will come to protect us. Their class was divided into 10 groups, each consisting of 30 to 40 students. The original plan was to act separately to encircle and eliminate the beasts over a wider area. However, they overlooked a fatal flaw. If danger arose, the scattered groups would have diminished fighting power, and if multiple groups fell into peril simultaneously, not even the warrior could save everyone in time. At this moment, the burly boy anxiously scanned the sky, searching for the warrior who was supposed to ensure their class's safety, but there wasn't even a bird in sight. and they were utterly exhausted, unable to run any further. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed all around them. Leading the charge was a massive lion-like beast with blood-red eyes, the alpha beast, the demon lion. With a single furious roar, the 40 or so beasts behind it launched a fierce charge. The thunderous footsteps sounded like rolling thunder, shaking the ground. The beasts charged like an unstoppable torrent, ready to engulf the group of students in an instant. Fear completely shattered the students' psychological defenses. Cries and screams erupted. Wah! I'm really going to die. I'm still a virgin. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. I can't accept this. No, I don't want to become dumb. It's too gross. I haven't spent all my money yet. I don't want to die. The beasts charged forward, reaching them in no time. Nearly all the students were reduced to tears by the terrifying sight. Even the burly boy with the axe, standing in front of his classmates, couldn't help but tremble, barely able to hold the axe. However, when he glanced back at his crying classmates, a sense of responsibility surged within him. He struggled to overcome his fear, silently telling himself, I was chosen as the leader by them. My duty is to protect them. Ah! The burly boy roared, unleashing the last of his bloodline power, draining his dwindling life force. Die, he shouted, raising the massive axe and striking down at the alpha beast. Leader, his classmates cried out in agony behind him, fully aware that the leader's axe stood no chance against the alpha beast. The burly boy knew this too. In the moment he swung the axe, he closed his eyes, thinking, even if I die, I'll die with dignity. However, the expected pain never came. After a moment, he suddenly realized he was unharmed. Strange. He opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him speechless with shock. The alpha demon lion that had driven them to despair was dead. It had been split cleanly in two. In front of him lay a 1-meter wide, 100-meter-long trench. In stunned disbelief, he raised his axe, murmuring incredulously, Did I do this? The sturdy student stood in place, looking around in confusion. He didn't feel any change, but his classmates suddenly cried out, pointing to the sky. Look, there's someone up there. Turning around, he instantly recognized the familiar figure Lin Yan, the terrifying person who just yesterday had pinned the head of the discipline office to the ground. Great. We're saved. A classmate burst into joyful laughter. Thank you, Lin Yan. I don't have to die today. I must find a girlfriend at the academy from now on. Everyone cheered for Lin Yan, anticipating him to show his prowess. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yin turned and flew in the opposite direction. Bro, you haven't finished off the beasts yet. Lin, don't leave. But Lin Yin paid no heed and soon disappeared from sight. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled as to why Lin Yin suddenly left. Did he not care about the points from these beasts? The beasts, staring at the disappearing red in the sky, then turned their gaze to the students, their eyes gleaming menacingly. Howl! A beast's cry echoed, and they began to stir restlessly. Attack! The sturdy student shouted, raising his axe once again. A wolf-like beast lunged, biting the axe and flinging it over 10 meters away. Weaponless, the sturdy student was at a loss, watching the beast draw closer. This time, I'm really going to die. Just at this critical moment, the beasts suddenly shifted their gaze behind the students, showing a hint of fear. They let out a low howl and turned to flee. The students barely had time to feel relieved when a loud crash sounded behind them. Amidst the rumbling noise, giant trees fell one after another. It's over. That must be another beast horde. I'm still single. I don't want to die. Despairing cries echoed around. Someone pessimistically estimated, judging by this momentum, there must be at least 100 beasts. Faced with this sudden new threat, the students were plunged into deeper panic. If there was a chance to escape amidst chaos before, this beast horde gave them no such opportunity. They couldn't even handle a single fight, let alone a group assault. In this life-and-death moment, everyone realized this battle seemed truly unwinnable. The thunderous crash of falling trees grew ever closer, deafening in its intensity. A group of students could already make out the vague shapes of a horde of beasts behind the forest, their hearts racing with each resounding boom. Suddenly, one student squinted in confusion. Wait, aren't those beasts a bit small? Another student chimed in. Maybe they're just concentrated essence, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. The first student added, and, are those beasts wearing armor? Maybe they think armor looks cool, the second student joked, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. The two of them continued to watch the approaching shadows, chatting as if it could ward off their fear. Suddenly, the shadows burst out from the forest. In the sunlight, the metallic sheen was blinding. Hold on a second, doesn't that armor look familiar? One sharp-eyed student exclaimed, incredulous. Isn't that the most expensive titanium alloy exoskeleton suit from the armory? Another student blurted out, eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality, recalling the exorbitant price of that armor. 88,888 points. A number so auspicious it was almost despairing, etched into their minds. Even though the weapons manager had mentioned that buying more than 10 sets would reduce the cost by 888 points per suit, it wasn't the 888 they were short of. No, they lacked the full 88,000 points. As they stood in shock, those armored figures raced past them, not even sparing them a glance. These fully equipped warriors were shouting as they ran. "Don't run, beastlings. Come here and meet your end." The ordinary students were stunned. They thought, who on earth are these guys in armor? Those beasts almost devoured us. Boom. Once the armored warriors caught up with the beasts, they raised their fists. With the power of their armor systems, each punch landed like a cannonball, shattering the beasts before them. After slaying all the beasts, these warriors charged back. The rescued students prepared to greet them with smiles, ready to express their gratitude. But the armored warriors didn't even turn their heads, racing past them again, leaving a trail of dust. The students were left even more bewildered, their smiles frozen midway, unsure of how to react. "Are they students like us?" one person asked weakly, watching the group disappear into the distance. Someone immediately countered, "No way. What student could have so many points to afford that titanium exoskeleton armor?" "But what if they're from Lin Ji's class?" a cautious voice suggested. The group fell silent. They all knew Lin Yan's points were far from ordinary. Plus, the number of those people was around 300 to 400, just right for a combat class. "Whoa, an entire class in armor. That's terrifying," someone gasped. The students watched the shadows in the distance, uprooting trees and moving like a mighty force. Their eyes were filled with envy and awe. They all sighed in unison. With such formidable competitors, the top spot seemed out of reach. Even though Lin Yin had already flown far, he continued to monitor their battle closely from the sky. Seeing his classmates quickly mastering the art of charging into battle, he nodded in satisfaction before turning to seek out other groups of beasts. Unlike other combat classes that could only target beasts with up to a second awakening, Lin Yan's sights were set on those with a third awakening the great beasts. In his view, only these formidable foes could put enough pressure on his classmates to spur rapid growth. Otherwise, they'd never truly progress by merely hiding in armor to crush small beasts. Elsewhere, beneath a towering peak, a massive great beast slowly rose to its feet. It had suddenly sensed humans encroaching on its territory, its fur bristling instantly. Roar! It let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, the ferocious great beast had already charged out of its lair, racing towards the intruders with furious speed. In the darkness, a pair of fiery red eyes gleamed like two blazing flames. With a deep growl, hundreds of demonic beasts surged forward, surrounding the owner of those eyes. Not far away, a massive black arrowhead formation made up of humans charged forward, aiming directly at the heart of the beast horde. "It's a great demon," a high-pitched shout pierced the sky. "Brothers, get your weapons ready." In an instant, the crisp sound of metal being drawn echoed as everyone brandished a gleaming longsword, pointing their blades forward and quickening their pace. The great demon let out an earth-shaking roar, and a blurred shadow began to form behind it. However, just as the shadow was about to take shape, a figure descended from the sky, dispersing the shadow with a single palm strike. Lin Yin hovered in the air, slowly retracting his hand, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. "The bloodline shadow of the great demon is indeed still a problem," he noted to himself. "Haha, Brother Lin has suppressed the great demon." Cheers erupted from the ground. "Everyone, charge." The black arrowhead formation pierced into the beast horde like a sharp blade. The titanium alloy armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, while the beast's claws and fangs sparked against it, unable to inflict substantial damage. The students split into two groups, like two sharp knives, cutting through the beast horde from either side. The battle was intensely fierce, with the howls of the beasts and the shouts of the students intertwining. Although the titanium alloy armor offered strong protection, the great demon's attacks still injured some students, leaving jagged cracks on the armor. Finally, a spear pierced through the great demon's head. With a mournful cry, the powerful beast collapsed, life extinguished. The battle wasn't over yet. Lin Yin quickly organized the remaining forces, leaving Chu Xiong to care for the wounded, while he led the others to continue clearing out the remaining beasts. Wherever they went, they didn't hesitate to assist other classes being overwhelmed by beasts. Soon, this special team donned in titanium alloy armor gained a formidable reputation on the battlefield. However, not everyone had heard of their exploits. In a corner of the battlefield, a class was heavily surrounded by beasts. Even the guardian warriors struggled to break free. Just as they were losing hope, a thunderous sound of running approached from afar. Trees were brutally snapped, emitting sharp cracking noises. "We're done for. We're done for," someone shouted in despair. "We're surrounded by beasts." However, when they turned to see who was coming, everyone was stunned. "Holy crap, it's allied forces," someone shouted in disbelief. "And the whole class is decked out in titanium alloy armor." Throughout the day, Lin Yan's class experienced an emotional roller coaster. From despair to hope and finally to victory. Everyone felt the harshness of battle and the joy of success. As night fell, Lin Yin led the class back to the military base on a transport aircraft. Upon their arrival, other classes were also returning. As the plane landed and the hatch opened, all eyes focused on them. Look, it's them, someone whispered. They took down countless monsters today. Their armor, it's the most expensive titanium alloy exoskeleton. Another voice exclaimed with envy. It costs a fortune, and the whole class has it. Unbelievable. Lin Yin led his fully armed classmates off the plane. Suddenly, hushed conversations reached their ears. Isn't that Lin Yin leading them? He wasn't expelled. Are you crazy? A nearby student retorted. Lin Yin is a Ancestor century genius. How could he be expelled? I heard Director Chu personally apologize to him this morning. What? Really? Lin Yin glanced around and nodded politely at those discussing him before leading his class straight to the cafeteria. At the cafeteria entrance, they bumped into the Crown Prince and the Dark Prince, both clad in silver alloy armor. Their faces turned to shock upon seeing Lin Yan. Lin Yan! The Crown Prince exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Yan paused. Who are you? He didn't recognize them as the ones he had beaten up the day before. Don't block the way with armor worth less than 20,000 points, Lin Yan said impatiently. We need to eat. With that, he brushed past them, leading his classmates into the cafeteria. The Crown Prince was about to lash out but stopped when he saw the 300 students in titanium armor following Lin Yan. He fell silent, recognizing the faces of those who had beaten him yesterday. As this group proudly walked by, the Crown Prince clenched his fists and seethed through gritted teeth. Lin Yan. As the night grew cooler, Lin Yan sat in the temporary camp tent, meticulously tallying the day's spoils by the dim light. His fingers moved swiftly over the tablet, his brow furrowing deeper with each swipe. 8 powerful demons, 123 beasts with second awakenings, and 156 with first awakenings. Altogether, they only amounted to just over 300,000 points. Lin Yin sighed, picked up the team leader's badge, and logged into the Pangu Academy website with his account details. The webpage listed every beast they had slain in detail. This data was updated in real time by the Dragon Intelligence System, ensuring every kill was accurately recorded unless someone was completely without electronic devices. Dividing the total points among more than 300 people meant each person earned only a little over 1,000 points. Lin Yin shook his head. Although this achievement would be unattainable for other classes, it was far from enough in his eyes. He was the best exploration team leader in Spring City. How could he settle for such mediocre results? Lin Yin opened the system interface and examined the task rewards carefully. The rewards were graded as follows. General, points just surpassed the second place, bloodline purity 4. Ordinary, points exceed the second place by 30, bloodline purity 5. Excellent, points exceed the second place by 70, bloodline purity 6. Perfect, points exceed the second place by 100, bloodline purity 7. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. If he exceeded the perfect reward, how would the system judge it? A slight smile appeared on his lips. It seemed it was time to show his true skills. The next morning, when the class gathered, everyone noticed the unusual look in Lin Yan's eyes. Lin Jinhao couldn't help but ask, Lin, did you not sleep well last night? Lin Yin shook his head and replied calmly, No, I slept well. Then why do you look? Lin Jinhao pressed on. Lin Yin squinted, giving a meaningful smile. You'll find out soon. This smile sent a chill down everyone's spine, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Sure enough, by noon, the battlefield was in chaos. The students' cries echoed one after another. Hold it back. Hold that beast back. Support. Haven't you finished with that tiger yet? It's just a second awakened beast. How long do you need with 30 people? Giving it a manicure. Here. Help here. I'm about to be overwhelmed by this cat's claws. Lin, help please. Lin Yan, however, floated leisurely in the air, peeling an orange and watching the fierce battle below with indifference. Chu Xiong flew up to Lin Yan, frowning. Lin Yan, are you sure you're not going to help? They might not hold out. Lin Yan chuckled lightly, placing a segment of orange in his mouth. There are only 5 beasts in total. They'll be fine. Below, a student with keen hearing almost spat blood upon hearing this. Only 5 beasts. 2 of them were powerful demons, and the other 3 were second awakened beasts. They were all just rookies who had only awakened their bloodline once. This student looked up at the sky in agony, internally screaming. This wasn't extreme training, it was sheer torture. Recalling the scene on the plane, Lin Yin had mysteriously shared a method with them that could quickly earn them points and help them achieve their second bloodline awakening. He warned that it would be tough and asked if they were willing to try. Everyone agreed without hesitation, not realizing how truly grueling it would be. Without a word, Lin Yin led them into a valley. The sight inside was terrifying. 2 powerful demons and 4 twice-awakened beasts were eyeing them fiercely. Usually, Lin Yin would handle the powerful demons, but this time, he soared into the sky to watch, leaving them alone in this natural arena. Without the advantage of terrain, They were initially pummeled by the beasts. However, crises often breed opportunity. In the face of life and death, they gradually found a rhythm, and through teamwork, managed to hold their ground against the beasts. In the sky, Chu Xiong observed the brute force of the demon below and remarked to Lin Yan, "You must have suppressed the demon's abilities somehow, right? Otherwise, with its powers, one spell could cause them serious harm." A faint purple light flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he calmly replied, "The right amount of pressure can push you beyond your limits, but too much pressure is counterproductive." On the ground, over 30 people worked together to finally take down a twice-awakened striped cat. "Guys, we've taken care of this cat. Let's go and support the others." Without delay, they rushed to help in other battles. With the reinforcement, the two struggling teams felt the pressure lift significantly. Soon, another two beasts were successfully subdued. Only one powerful demon remained, and although it was under some mysterious suppression, it still struggled against so many opponents. Suddenly, the demon let out a deafening roar, scattering the crowd in front of it. It turned and attempted to escape through a narrow mountain pass. "It's trying to escape. Block it!" The reinforcements shouted, quickly leading a group to block the pass. Now, with over 300 people attacking a demon whose power was suppressed to the level of a twice-awakened beast, the situation quickly turned in their favor. The demon was soon subdued and pinned to the ground. Lin Yin chuckled softly in the sky, tossing aside the orange peel in his hand. "Wow, such impressive fighting strength. Looks like I need to up the ante." As he spoke, the purple aura in his eyes gradually dissipated. On the ground, the subdued demon suddenly felt a weight lift from its body. Surrounded by thunder, the students restraining Lai Tingzi were caught off guard and were blown away by a sudden burst of electricity. With a poof, they simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, which quickly stained the inside of their masks. "What's happening?" one student shouted in fear. "How did this demon suddenly become so powerful?" Another student's face turned pale as he urgently explained, "It's not that it suddenly got stronger. This is Lai Tingzi's true power." The massive beast slowly stood up, lightning swirling around the curved horn on its head, with every hair on its body crackling with electricity. It loomed like a mountain, wrapped in thunder, resembling a mighty thunder god standing before them. Chu Xiong, witnessing this scene, immediately grabbed Lin Yin by the collar and angrily demanded, "Are you crazy? How could you completely release the suppression on this demon? Do you realize these students are no match for Lai Tingzi's slightest move?" Lin Yin calmly pried Chu Xiong's hand away and gave him a reassuring look, whispering, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Chu Xiong glared at Lin Yin, his tone stern. "I am the guardian of your class and have a duty to ensure the safety of every student. If their lives are threatened, I won't hesitate to kill Lai Tingzi." Lin Yin simply smiled faintly. "Do as you wish." On the ground, Lai Tingzi's power was fully unleashed. It glared furiously at the small humans before it. These insignificant beings, with only a single awakening, dared to disrespect it. Rage burned within. "These humans must die?" "Roar!" Lai Tingzi bellowed to the sky, a ball of blinding lightning shooting from its mouth. "Not good. Run." The students in front of Lai Tingzi were terrified and hurriedly scattered in all directions. Boom! The lightning ball slammed into the ground, exploding instantly. The deafening blast left a charred crater, with lingering sparks of electricity flickering in the pit. Those who narrowly escaped stood in shock, swallowing hard, and staring in fear at the gaping hole. "Damn!" Lin Yin released his grip on Chu Xiong's arm and pointed to the sky. A massive boulder whistled past, narrowly missing their heads as it fell. "See? No harm done," Lin Yin remarked nonchalantly. Chu Xiong snorted in frustration. "What if it had hit me? You were the one who said to suit myself." Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Exactly, suit yourself, but I never said I couldn't stop you." Chu Xiong was at a loss for words. Whether it was fighting or arguing, he was no match for Lin Yin. Lin Yin pulled an orange from his pocket and handed it to Chu Xiong. "Here, have an orange to calm down. They're my classmates. I wouldn't let anything happen to them." Chu Xiong took the orange with a cold snort. "I hope so." On the ground, the group once again narrowly avoided the attacks of the Thunder Beast. Someone gasped, "We can't keep dodging like this forever. How about we try a combined attack?" "Agreed," another voice chimed in. "If we keep dodging, this place will turn into a thunderous inferno. Everyone, put on your helmets and masks. According to the Faraday cage principle, we won't be affected by the lightning from its body." "Wow, a genius. Let's follow your lead." The surrounding people agreed enthusiastically. All the students quickly donned helmets and masks, gripped their weapons tightly, and charged at the Thunder Beast. "Roar!" The Thunder Beast roared in fury, lightning coursing over its body. However, only a few students were affected, and most managed to get close. "Take this," shouted a student wielding a spear. The spear shot forward like lightning, its tip piercing the Thunder Beast's hide. "We got a chance," the student exclaimed excitedly. But in the next moment, the Thunder Beast's tail lashed out like a whip. A group of students couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying. The Thunder Beast stood up abruptly, its angry eyes fixed on the crowd before it, and it spat out a ball of lightning. Sister, Lu Wang suddenly shouted, his bloodline power fully awakening. He unleashed an incredible force, leaping towards Lu Qiao, who stood beneath the lightning ball with no time to escape. Chu Xiong's eyes widened, just about to act, when a streak of red light shot past him. Lin Yan, Chu Xiong exclaimed in shock. Lin Yin held a glass vessel containing a mass of dark alloy. He decisively threw it to the ground, and the vessel shattered on impact. The dark alloy suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and sparks of electricity danced across Lu Wang's body as his second bloodline awakening officially began. In this critical moment, a thunderball from Leitang Ji roared through the air, its fierce electricity piercing the surrounding atmosphere. Lu Qiao's pupils contracted as she realized her brother was at a crucial stage of awakening and must not be disturbed. She quickly moved behind Lu Wang, attempting to intercept the thunderball, but her speed was insufficient. Just as the thunderball was about to strike, a burst of flames exploded in the air, creating a barrier between the Sea of Lightning and the Lu siblings. Lin Yin had somehow positioned himself in front of Leitang Ji, cradling a vivid red flame in his hand, and teasingly said, "He's in the middle of awakening. If you're looking for trouble, could you wait a moment?" Leitang Ji scoffed and lunged at Lin Yan with a claw. Lin Yin chuckled softly, his eyes instantly turning purple, releasing the aura of the Beast King unique to the purple-eyed white tiger. The oppressive presence immediately reminded Leitang Ji of its earlier suppression, rendering its movements weak and its electricity gradually dissipating. The surrounding students were stunned, finally realizing that Lin Yan's prowess was the reason they had been able to subdue the great demon so easily before. Someone bitterly complained, "Lin, you can't just surprise us like that." Unfazed by the subdued Leitang Ji and the reactions of the students, Lin Yin turned his attention to Lu Wang's awakening process. The white light slowly dimmed, and Lu Wang suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting bolt of lightning flashing within them. Lu Qiao excitedly shouted, "Brother, have you completed your second bloodline awakening?" Lu Wang nodded in confirmation, feeling the surge of powerful and unfamiliar energy coursing through him, as if his entire being was being gently massaged. He murmured softly, "The power of abilities." Lin Yin approached Lu Wang with a satisfied smile on his face. "Congratulations, Lu Wang, for being the first among you to complete the second awakening of your bloodline." Lu Wang grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thanks, Brother Lin. Without you, I would have been blown to bits by this thunder beast." He raised his right hand, revealing a small sphere of electricity in his palm, ready to unleash its power. "Look, Brother Lin, this is my second awakening bloodline, the Thunder Puppet. My ability is to create and control lightning." Lin Yin leaned in for a closer look. Though the tiny lightning sphere seemed weak, he could feel the immense energy contained within it. If fully unleashed, it could deal significant damage to an enemy. Lin Yin nodded approvingly. "Not bad. I can raise the difficulty of your missions now." Hearing this, Lu Wang's excitement faded, and he looked pitifully at Lin Yin. However, Lin Yin merely smiled and said, "With great power comes great responsibility." Lu Wang instantly looked tearful. Lu Qiao, standing nearby, comforted him. "Don't be sad, brother. At least you've completed your second awakening. And the way you protected me just now was really cool." Lu Wang's face lit up again. "Really?" Lu Qiao giggled. "Of course. But you're still far from Brother Lin's level." Upon hearing this, Lu Wang's face fell, thinking how quickly his sister sided with others. The surrounding classmates looked at Lu Wang with envy, whispering among themselves, "How amazing, completing a second bloodline awakening. He awakened his bloodline while protecting his sister, didn't he? Oh my gosh, my parents owe me a sister." A boy cried out dramatically, imagining that if he had such a cute sister in danger, he might awaken his bloodline too. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately teased, "Hey, buddy, with your personality, if you really had such a cute sister, your dad would probably send you to the bone specialist." The boy jumped up angrily, cursing. Suddenly, a girl pointed at the glass shards on the ground, excitedly saying, "I figured it out. It's all part of Brother Lin's plan." Curious classmates asked, "What plan?" She explained, "Bloodline awakening requires dark alloy to replenish dark energy, but most people don't have dark alloy. Only Brother Lin brought some." Everyone realized and looked gratefully at Lin Yin, tears welling up in their eyes. "So Brother Lin asked us to abandon the landslide assault strategy to unlock our potential, stimulate our bloodline, and quickly achieve a second awakening. Brother Lin is truly a great class leader." Lin Yin turned around and was startled by the scene. "Whoa, what's going on? Did they all eat onions?" Suddenly, a student, with a sobbing voice, said, "Brother Lin, we understand your good intentions. Let me fight the Thunder Beast next. If not me, then who?" Following this, other classmates eagerly volunteered to battle the Thunder Beast, each with their own bizarre reasons. Lin Yin looked back at the Thunder Beast with a wry smile, seeing it already terrified. Its body was devoid of lightning, The shiny horn on its head had dulled, and it lay on the ground, drooling, almost muttering, "Abba Abba." Lin Yin shook his head helplessly and pointed at the thunder beast, saying to Lu Wang, "You've completed your second bloodline awakening. You need practice, so try it out on this one." Lu Wang nodded, standing in front of the thunder beast, one hand holding a sword, the other forming a terrifyingly powerful lightning sphere capable of piercing the air. The thunder beast, startled by the familiar lightning aura, refocused its gaze. "No," it cried out, looking at Lin Yin with pleading eyes. Without its protective lightning, its defenses were fragile. Any sharp alloy weapon could pierce it. However, Lin Yin and Lu Wang showed no sign of stopping. The surrounding students and Chu Xiong, who was flying above, widened their eyes, eager to witness Lu Wang's new power after his bloodline awakening. The thunder beast was utterly panicked, paralyzed by the strange pressure. Just before becoming a target, it suddenly shouted, "Points." Lin Yin immediately signaled Lu Wang to stop, frowning at the thunder beast. "How do you know about points?" The thunder beast sighed in relief and explained haltingly, "Humans entered. Exchange, points died." Lin Yin thought for a moment, realizing the beast must have heard about the points from other students. "Killed? Was it you?" The thunder beast quickly shook its head. "No, poison. Scorpion King." It gestured toward a nearby cave. Chu Xiong dragged out 3 student corpses from the cave, their bodies purple and nearly black. Judging by the time of death, it must have been this morning, about an hour before they arrived. Chu Xiong examined them, frowning. "It's the poison of the Scorpion King. They haven't been dead long." His tone was somber. Though casualties are inevitable in practical training, losing even one genius capable of entering Pangu Academy is a great loss. Lin Yin checked the information on the 3 students' phones, then stored them away, using Phoenix Flame to turn the bodies to ashes, respectfully placing them in cups. The thunder beast wagged its tail expectantly at Lin Yin. Lin Yin put the cups away and said to it, "I'll spare you, but you need to tell me where the Scorpion King is." The thunder beast was overjoyed. "Roar, okay. I'll lead the way." Chu Xiong grabbed Lin Yan's arm, frowning. "Lin Yan, the Scorpion King's poison is extremely potent. Even I can't take it lightly. Are you sure you want to go? It's very dangerous there." Lin Yan replied firmly. "If I don't go, it's even more dangerous for other students who encounter it." He turned to the other students and said, "Everyone, from now on, you're free to move around under Director Chu's protection." With that, he released the pressure on the thunder beast, mounted it, and rushed toward the Scorpion King's location. The remaining students looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "Free to move around. What should we do? Maybe we should follow Brother Lin." The combat grounds of Pangu Academy were tightly sealed off with layers of security tape, guarded by rows of warriors in Yulong uniforms standing like an iron wall. A military truck sped in, unloaded a batch of antidotes, and quickly departed. Inside the truck, an ordinary soldier curiously asked, "Brother Gio, what do you think is locked up in there? Why are there only Yulong Awakeners and not a single regular soldier?" The driver, known as Brother Gio, replied, "What else could it be? A monster, of course. Do you know what we just delivered? Special antidote serum. My awakened classmate told me that the monster inside is a highly venomous demon king." "A demon king?" the soldier exclaimed, looking back at the distant battlefield where dust and sand were flying, expressing concern. "Can we humans really handle it?" Brother Gio reassured him. "Don't worry, there are plenty of war generals in the capital, even a few true immortals. Dealing with a demon king is just a piece of cake for them." The soldier sighed in relief, smiling. "Yeah, I was worrying too much. When it comes to dealing with monsters, Yulong is the way to go." The military truck continued towards the capital. Suddenly, Brother Gio noticed a flash of light, and the dashboard flickered erratically before returning to normal. Surprised, he leaned out to look, but saw nothing. "Brother Gio, what's wrong?" the soldier asked. Brother Gio rubbed his temple. "Maybe I've been driving too long. It seemed like something just dashed past." The soldier laughed. "There's nothing there. Maybe you're too tired. Want me to drive instead?" "Sure." Brother Gio stopped the truck and got out, glancing back once more. In the distance, there seemed to be a tiny glimmer, but when he blinked again, it had vanished. Meanwhile, a figure and a beast raced swiftly, enveloped in thunder. "Roar just ahead." The beast, Lei Tingji, spoke. Lin Yin squinted towards the distant swirling sands, where the battle had already begun. On the battlefield, a commander with the strength of 3 awakenings was orchestrating the fight. Surrounding him were artillery and missile vehicles, their rounded warheads targeting the dark silhouette amidst the dust. On the ground, Yulong warriors were being pulled back from the front lines, some gravely injured and poisoned, others already lifeless. "Report. All personnel have been evacuated. Ready for artillery strike," came a tense voice over the radio. The commander ordered without hesitation, "Number 3 artillery vehicle, fire at will. Launch." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For missiles launched from the 3rd artillery vehicle, followed by launches from the 4th and 5th vehicles. 12 short-range missiles locked in on the area surrounding the tyrant scorpion. Chirp! The hook on the back of the tyrant scorpion lashed out, spraying 4 drops of venom into the air. Bang! The venom of the overlord scorpion was like a powerful acid, instantly corroding the missile's casing. 4 decoy missiles launched from the 3rd artillery vehicle exploded in the sky with a thunderous roar, flames shooting high into the air. Following closely, 8 live missiles rained down on the massive scorpion. Amidst the booming explosions, the flames scattered like a blazing sun. The soldiers on the artillery vehicle held their breath, eyes fixed on the dissipating smoke ahead. One soldier exclaimed excitedly, "Great! All 8 missiles hit the target." The commander squinted, observing the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, the enormous body of the overlord scorpion was nowhere to be seen. Scattered on the ground were the beast's severed limbs and charred shell fragments. A dragon-riding warrior exclaimed in surprise, "Did we really take down a beast king that had awakened its bloodline 4 times?" The others began to cheer, and even the commander was about to order the battlefield to be cleared. Just then, a soldier operating the dark energy radar turned pale and shouted hoarsely, "No, the beast king isn't dead yet." Before he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the flattened battlefield in the distance. It was a seductive woman draped in black gauze, walking towards the armored vehicle with a feline grace, a long scorpion tail swaying behind her. One soldier picked up binoculars and was mesmerized by the woman's beauty, unconsciously stepping forward. His comrade slapped the binoculars out of his hands and shouted, "Don't go! That's the beast king in disguise." The awakened soldier said in horror, "It's a female. 8 missiles couldn't kill it." The surrounding comrades began to tease the soldier, who almost fell for the trap, calling him Gangu. One soldier joked, "Gangu, I never thought you were so bold, even daring to approach a scorpion." Gangu, embarrassed and angry, pushed away the teasing comrade, though feeling secretly relieved. An older soldier patted his shoulder, squinting at the distant seductive figure with a grave expression. "It's poison." Gang was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He thought to himself, how could he be poisoned from such a distance? The veteran ignored Gang's confusion and pointed to the constantly swaying tail of the venomous scorpion, speaking in a low, serious voice. "The tail of the king scorpion releases trace amounts of neurotoxin into the air. Among us, you're the weakest, so you're the first to feel the effects." The surrounding warriors were instantly filled with terror. They anxiously asked, "What should we do, Sergeant?" The veteran quickly issued orders. "Put on your gas masks. Those with fire abilities, follow me. Those who are poisoned, go get some antiserum." "Yes." The warriors responded in unison, swiftly donning their gas masks. They cautiously advanced behind the veteran, closing in on the king scorpion. The king scorpion scoffed, unfazed. "Oh, just a few of you? You really hurt me earlier." She continued, playing with her lower lip while casting a seductive glance at the approaching veteran and his team, her tail still swinging. The veteran smirked coldly, unfazed. "Just a few of us are enough to stop you, King Scorpion." "Hey Chi." The woman's face turned dark, glaring at the veteran, demanding, "Who are you? How do you know my old name? Someone here to kill you." The veteran sneered, then shouted, "Fire now." The veteran extended his hand, conjuring a powerful fireball in his palm. The surrounding warriors added their flames to it, causing the fireball to swell with a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the king scorpion in her current state. Sensing the fireball's formidable power, the king scorpion exclaimed, "That aura. It's you." "From 8 years ago," the veteran replied solemnly, a pained look in his eyes. "Do you remember now? 8 years ago, you used my brothers' lives to disrupt my 4th bloodline awakening, leaving me stuck at the peak of my 3rd. Yet you still didn't spare my brothers." Squinting in pain, the veteran continued, 8 years, my brothers died with regrets. I remained at the peak of 3 awakenings, while you completed your 4th. I thought I'd never get revenge, but now fate seems to have given me a chance. Bei Guoxiang, Lin Yan, Shi Yufei, Ai Yibin, Qingying. Let your life be their tribute." Before he finished speaking, the veteran hurled the fireball at the king scorpion. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending a shockwave comparable to 8 missile blasts from the king scorpion's position. Bang! Several dragon warriors were blown away by the shockwave. The veteran shielded himself, closing his eyes, saying, "Brothers, the captain has avenged you." However, at that moment, a woman's voice emerged from the flames. "Hee hee. Is it really over?" Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind scattered the flames. "What?" The veteran's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief. A man had appeared in front of the king scorpion, casually dispersing the formidable flames with a wave. More astonishingly, the man had a long horn on his head. "The second demon king," the veteran exclaimed. The man, having appeared, embraced the king scorpion's slender waist. He smiled menacingly at the veteran and his team. "I heard someone wants to kill my wife." As he finished speaking, his hand transformed into a pincer, gripping the veteran's throat tightly and lifting him. "I wondered why my wife didn't return after going out for a meal. Turns out, she's been tangled up with you, old man." the man sneered. The veteran struggled desperately, trying to use his spiritual power to break free. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the grip of this terrifying demon king. The mysterious man seemed to possess a unique ability to suppress spiritual power. He tightly restrained the squad leader, prompting the surrounding dragon warriors to launch a fierce attack. Annoying, the man scoffed disdainfully, waving his other hand casually. A powerful gust of air instantly blew everyone away. The old warrior struggled in pain, managing to gasp out a few words. Run, quickly. Before he could finish, the man's grip tightened abruptly, severing the old warrior's head from his body. Blood spurted out, staining the ground around them. Squad leader? The other warriors cried out in anguish, their voices choked with tears. The man turned around coldly and said, "Stop shouting. You'll be joining him soon enough." In that critical moment, a barrage of machine gun bullets rained down on him. The commander shouted loudly, "Retreat." The surviving warriors took one last glance at the old warrior and turned away with tears in their eyes. As they reached a safe distance, a volley of rockets roared toward the two demon kings. "Umph, how naive." The man snorted in contempt as his left hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive shield. The rockets hit the shield but left it unscathed. The seductive demon scorpion queen said, "Darling, they want to kill me. What should we do?" The man sneered. "Of course, they must die." No sooner had he spoken than his body swelled dozens of times, transforming into a gigantic demon scorpion. This scorpion had no tail, but a long, jet-black horn protruded from its head. "Another demon king," a warrior shouted in horror, pointing at the newly appeared mysterious demon king in the distance. The horned demon king spoke. "I am known as the horned demon scorpion." Before finishing its words, the horn on its forehead emitted a pitch-black smoke. Wherever the smoke passed, trees withered instantly, leaving no signs of life. "The smoke is poisonous," someone shouted. Everyone quickly donned gas masks, but these protective measures seemed useless. All who came into contact with the smoke perished. Even more terrifying, the corpses quickly turned jet black, creating a gruesome scene. The commander gritted his teeth, standing in front of the black mist while clutching a spell in his hand, struggling to withstand the toxic fog's assault. "Everyone fall back. Forget the equipment. Contact headquarters. Why haven't reinforcements arrived yet?" A warrior clutched a communicator, dodging the black mist while adjusting it. "The fastest reinforcements are still 5 minutes away," the commander said in despair. "By then, we'll all be dead. All those who've awakened 3 times, hold the line. The rest, run as far as you can." "Yes, sir." A group suddenly broke away from the team and charged toward the front line. They held talismans and spells, quickly joining the commander's defensive formation. The commander gritted his teeth and said, "We must hold on. Behind us is the imperial capital." The horned demon scorpion sneered. "How can you weaklings hold out?" As he spoke, a beam of demonic light fiercely attacked them. Boom! The demonic light exploded, but surprisingly, the group emerged unscathed. "Who dares?" The horned demon scorpion sneered, staring intently at the sudden appearance of lightning in front of them. A creature with a horn on its head, enveloped in thunder and lightning, had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The horned demon scorpion looked at the thunderous creature on the ground and sneered. "A mere great demon. Dares to be insolent." A monstrous pressure, as heavy as a mountain, suddenly bore down on Lei Tangji, suppressing the thunder that enveloped it. Lei Tangji was forced to the ground in pain, filled with confusion and resentment. It hadn't provoked the Demon King, so why was it being targeted? The unicorn scorpion looked down with disdain. "A mere great demon dares to oppose me? You must be tired of living." Lei Tangji struggled, the weak lightning flickering around its horn. With a roar, it stood up against the Demon King's pressure, once again cloaked in lightning. Its bloodline purity had reached 70%, marking its advancement to the late stage of the great demon realm. It glared at the unicorn scorpion, seething with anger. "First, humans had their way with me, and now a scorpion tries to bully me? So what if you're a demon king? I am a noble G." The unicorn scorpion snorted, releasing a beam of poison from its claw aimed straight at Lei Tangji. Responding with a roar, Lei Tangji summoned a heavenly thunderbolt that exploded in front of it. "Summon the 9 thunders, annihilate the evil." Lei Tangji shouted fiercely. The unicorn scorpion scoffed. "Overestimating yourself." Its body erupted with magical light, turning the sky dark. Lei Tangji was undeterred, continuously summoning heavenly thunder, attempting to break through the darkness. Nearby, a human commander and his troops observed from behind an abandoned armored vehicle. A bald soldier curiously asked, "Old Guan, why is this great demon suddenly fighting the Demon King?" Old Guan shook his head, sighing. "Who knows where this Lei Tangji, daring to challenge a Demon King, came from? And it has only awakened its bloodline 3 times. In the demon world, the suppression of ranks is far more severe than in human society. A Demon King's power is overwhelmingly superior to a great demon, and no beast has ever crossed that chasm." Suddenly, A female soldier's eyes lit up with excitement. Could it be that this great demon also has feelings for the Overlord Scorpion and can't stand it being taken by the Unicorn Scorpion, so it's here to fight for it? She quickly imagined a dozen dramatic love and rivalry stories among the beasts. Old Guan's forehead was lined with exasperation as he sternly said, Du Hongzhuang, I told you to stop watching those brainless dramas. They affect your intelligence. Du Hongzhuang pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph. Brother Guan, you're not the boss of me. Why should you care? Old Guan glanced at the soldiers around who were stifling laughs and said helplessly, I am your captain. In the distance, the battle between the two beasts had reached a fever pitch, its intensity leaving onlookers speechless. The power of the Thunder Beast was astonishing. Not only did it display fearless bravery, but it also cleaved through the black clouds summoned by the Unicorn Scorpion with incredible force. 9 bolts of lightning struck like divine punishment, piercing countless holes in the clouds, as if the entire sky was about to be shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Yan silently approached the Overlord Scorpion, with the Qing Yao sword already pressed against its neck. Overlord Scorpion, you were the one who killed our 2 classmates, weren't you? Lin Yan said coldly. The Overlord Scorpion's voice trembled. Who? Who are you? She was shocked that a human could approach her so silently. Her scorpion tail quietly aimed to sting Lin Yan, but the Qing Yao sword had already cut lightly across her neck. Pale green blood trickled down the blade, but before it reached the hilt, the sword suddenly burst into flames. With a loud boom, the crimson fire instantly vaporized the blood, and the Overlord Scorpion was blasted into the air. With a puff, the Overlord Scorpion spat out a mouthful of pale green blood, her body suddenly enlarging to reveal her true form. Lin Yin sneered. Think being big means you can bully others? Beast King descends. Purple light shone brightly in Lin Yan's eyes, and a pair of fiery wings sprouted from his back, propelling him swiftly towards the Overlord Scorpion in the sky. The Overlord Scorpion had intended to suppress Lin Yan with her true form, but she hadn't expected this human to unleash power even greater than hers. Since you won't speak, I'll take that as an admission, Lin Yan said, his cold gaze fixed on the Overlord Scorpion, his sword trembling with light. Dragon roar. 3,000 swords. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from Lin Yan's sword, with countless golden sword lights shooting out like meteors. This dragon's roar alarmed the Unicorn Scorpion, which was entangled with the Thunder Beast. Turning its head, its expression changed drastically. The Thunder Beast seized the moment of distraction, and a bolt of lightning struck the Unicorn Scorpion's head with precision. With a loud boom, the Unicorn Scorpion spewed green blood. You brought this on yourself? It roared in anger, launching a dark beam at the Thunder Beast before turning to charge at Lin Yan. Human, you're courting death, Lin Yan scoffed. You're the one courting death. Countless sword lights poured down like a torrential rain towards the Unicorn Scorpion. Shocked, the Unicorn Scorpion hadn't expected to become the target of this human. With a deafening explosion, the sword lights pierced through, and the Unicorn Scorpion's body shattered into fragments. In the distance, several people hiding behind a wrecked armored vehicle stared dumbfounded at the sky. A bald man swallowed hard, patting Lao Guan on the shoulder. Lao Guan, am I seeing things? That demon king we couldn't defeat together was just wiped out like that. Du Hongzhuang also expressed her astonishment. I might be seeing things too, a single sword piercing the demon king. Is that person a dragon warrior? None of them recalled any dragon warrior having a pair of fiery wings. Lao Guan was equally stunned, staring at Lin Yan's figure. After a moment, he said, perhaps it's a newly promoted warrior? But even as he spoke, they couldn't believe it themselves. How could a newly promoted warrior slay a demon king with a single sword strike? Lin Yan hovered in midair, looking down at the now revealed form of the Scorpion King. The massive scorpion lay paralyzed with fear on the ground, incapable of flight. Above, the corpse of the horned scorpion demon plummeted, having been blown apart by Lin Yan's attack. With a cold snort, Lin Yan remarked, it seems you're the one courting death. Before he could finish speaking, he swiftly turned, raising his Qing Yao sword, ready to strike the Scorpion King. At that critical moment, a voice from the system suddenly resonated in Lin Yan's mind. Ding. Temporary task. Rescue captured classmates. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward, Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity 3. Accept. Lin Yan's sword halted abruptly. A temporary task? And to rescue captured classmates? Without hesitation, he replied, accept. A 2-hour countdown immediately appeared on the system interface. Lin Yin sheathed his sword and swiftly flew to confront the Scorpion King, the sword's tip poised at its brow. Someone's missing. Did you capture them? The Scorpion King shuddered, hastily denying, no, I didn't capture anyone. At this moment, it feared saying anything wrong would lead to its immediate demise by Lin Yan's sword. Lin Yan frowned in thought. The Scorpion King's reaction didn't seem deceitful. Under the threat of imperial power, it wouldn't dare lie. Seeing Lin Yan's hesitation, his sword still unsheathed, the Scorpion King suddenly spoke. I might know where those captured are. Speak, Lin Yin commanded sternly, his Qing Yao sword glowing intensely. Northwest, Demon King Mountain. There are 4 more Demon Kings there. No sooner had the Scorpion King spoken than a bloody hole appeared in its massive head. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yin sped towards the northwest. Back at the scene, Lao Guan and the others exchanged perplexed glances, unsure why Lin Yin had suddenly departed. To the northwest, a colossal mountain loomed, its dense foliage resembling a primeval forest. What was once a small hill had, over the past century, grown into a massive mountain with trees towering over 100 meters high. Countless demon beasts resided there, including 6 demon kings who frequently inhabited the area. At present, within a large stone cave on Demon King Mountain, 4 scorpion-like humanoid demons with hooked tails lounged lazily on stone chairs. These demons had each undergone 4 bloodline awakenings, making them demon kings. They sat in a circle, surrounded by an assortment of human snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and spicy strips. One demon king took a swig of cola and complained, "Damn, human food is tasty, but it doesn't beat the satisfaction of eating meat." Another demon king sneered, "If you want meat, there are plenty of little demon beasts outside. Go eat them." The third demon king licked its lips. "Those beasts are tasteless. I actually prefer human flesh. It's fragrant and delicious. Who wouldn't like it? But humans aren't what they used to be. They've built high walls, and you might be killed before you even get close." The fourth demon king suddenly grinned slyly. "If you want human flesh, why bother with cities? Just capture them outside." With that, he pulled a rope from a crevice, revealing 2 unconscious young girls tied at the other end. Human children. The eyes of the other 3 demon kings lit up instantly. "Got any wine? I want to eat drunk girls," one demon king exclaimed excitedly. As another demon king was about to fetch wine, a commanding voice descended from above. "Come out! Come out!" A thunderous roar echoed through the valley, causing the 4 demon kings to feel the earth tremble. Inside the cave, rocks crumbled and debris flew everywhere. A small scorpion messenger was unlucky enough to have its tail severed by a falling boulder, and it crawled painfully into the cave. The demon kings leaned unsteadily against the walls, their eyes burning with anger as they glared outside. "Who's playing tricks on us?" one demon king sneered, fixing its gaze on the tailless scorpion. The small scorpion knelt and wept. Reporting to you, my lord. Something terrible has happened." "What exactly happened?" demanded the demon king who had just been boasting about eating human flesh, its eyes nearly spitting fire, and its scorpion tail raised high as if ready to pierce this useless subordinate. The small scorpion trembled as it replied, "My lord, it's really bad. A human has broken in. He's outside slaughtering everyone." "What?" The demon king was furious. "Why didn't you kill him?" It stared incredulously at the scorpion, unable to believe that with its countless scorpion minions, they couldn't handle a mere human. The small scorpion was terrified. "My lord, that human is too powerful. We're no match for him. He even threatened to kill all of you." "Nonsense," the demon king snorted, ready to strike. "Wait," another demon king intervened just in time. "This little scorpion is from my lineage. It wouldn't dare lie to me. Why don't we go out together and see for ourselves?" "Black scorpion makes sense," the third demon king agreed, putting down the 2 girls it was holding. "Let's go out and investigate." The red scorpion demon king cast a cold glance at the 2 girls and said angrily, "Fine. I'll go kill that human outside and drag him in for a snack. How dare he interrupt my feast? This human must die." At that moment, another roar came from outside. "Still not coming out? Huh. If you don't come out soon, I'll kill all your little scorpions." Boom. The cave shook violently again, and a massive sharp rock fell from the ceiling, crushing the scorpion messenger to pieces. "My kin!" The red scorpion roared, its tail lashing out to smash the falling rock to bits. "This is too much. Human, you're dead for sure." All 4 demon kings lifted their heads, their scorpion tails wildly thrashing in the air. Black, red, white, and green beams shot out from the cave. Outside the cave, Lin Yan wielded the green demon sword, his fiery wings beating fiercely behind him. "Divine flame," he muttered, and a blazing fireball shot toward the ground. Countless scorpions scattered in panic, but no matter how they fled, they couldn't escape the sweeping inferno. In an instant, the area around Demon King Mountain became a fiery hell. Numerous demon beasts turned to ash in the flames, and the small scorpions were incinerated in an instant. Agonizing screams echoed, and the surviving demon beasts watched in horror, internally crying out, "Heavens! What kind of formidable being is this? Where is our king? Where is he?" A piercing wail shattered the night sky. "Why hasn't he come out yet? We're on the brink of annihilation." The mountain of the Demon King was engulfed in a sea of flames, an unforgiving barrier encircling the entire peak. The beasts were in a panic, desperately trying to escape this hellish scene. Yet those who dared to approach the fire were immediately scorched back, and those who forced their way through were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. In this dire moment, for beams of eerie light black, red, white, and green suddenly shot out from a hidden cave entrance, piercing through the darkness like sharp swords. The red scorpion charged out first, only to be stunned by the devastation before it. Its kin, its followers, were all struggling and wailing within the towering flames. Veins bulged on the red scorpion's forehead, its eyes bloodshot, as it roared with clenched teeth. Humans, you deserve to die? I will feast on you. In the sky, Lin Yin turned around with a cold smile. I'm afraid you won't dare. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sword aura had already whistled through the air, slashing directly at the red scorpion. Within that aura, a faint dragon's roar could be heard, striking awe into the hearts of those who heard it. The red scorpion's pupils contracted, and its body, which was about to charge forward, suddenly halted. It took a deep breath and exhaled a red poisonous mist, forming a 10-meter-thick barrier in front of it. However, this seemingly impregnable defense was nothing against the sword aura. The aura cut through effortlessly, penetrating the toxic shield. A resonant hum echoed as the poison barrier shattered instantly. The red scorpion's eyes widened, reflecting the shadow of a dragon in its protruding red eyes. In the next moment, a fine dark green line appeared on the red scorpion's head, and dark green blood began to trickle out. Red scorpion, what's wrong? The black scorpion asked in confusion, sensing something amiss with its companion. Just as the red scorpion was about to turn its head, a sudden bang erupted as its body exploded from within. The massive carcass of the red scorpion crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A thunderous boom resonated through the valley, signaling the end of the battle. The ground shook violently. Massive rocks crumbled, and the earth trembled. Smaller beasts didn't have a chance to escape and were instantly crushed. Lin Yin swung his sword. A flash of red light sliced through, and the body of the red scorpion king was severed in an instant. The remaining three kings, the green scorpion, black scorpion, and white scorpion, witnessed this with terror in their eyes. They couldn't believe that a human could kill a newly ascended king with a single strike. Even though the red scorpion was the weakest, it was still a genuine king. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not have been able to defeat it so swiftly. Run! The green scorpion suddenly shrieked and turned to flee towards the cave behind them. The black scorpion and white scorpion followed without hesitation, diving into the cave. In the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful human, they knew that even if they fought with all their might, it would only lead to their deaths. White scorpion, seal the entrance, the green scorpion commanded as it ran. At the words, the white scorpion cast a white light, instantly forming a complex sealing formation at the cave entrance. With a loud boom, the entrance collapsed, sealing it completely. Inside the cave, the black scorpion panted heavily, still shaken. So terrifying. Could that human be a fifth awakening of humans? Recalling the fearsome figure, the green scorpion broke into a cold sweat, its voice trembling. It's beyond scary. What if that human comes after us? The white scorpion approached from the entrance, feigning calm. Don't worry. This cave goes 300 meters underground, and the entrance is protected by the defensive formations set by the 6 great kings. Plus, the entire Scorpion King Mountain is pressing down on top. He definitely can't get in. Haha, that's perfect, the black scorpion sneered. I can continue to enjoy those 2 delightful girls. Someone, bring the wine. Today, I'm going to indulge in drunken maidens. The green scorpion agreed. Exactly. Once that jinx leaves, everything will be fine. It's just a pity about those scorpions outside. Haha, those are just the descendants of the red scorpion, nothing to do with us. The white scorpion said dismissively. The 3 kings regained their confidence, cheerfully pushing the 2 trembling girls forward, each grabbing a jar of wine, ready to pour it down. Just then, with a resounding boom, the surrounding rocks shattered and fell again, and the once dark cave was suddenly illuminated by a piercing ray of sunlight. A ray of sunlight suddenly pierced into the cave, causing Bai Xie to turn back in fear. Following the sunlight, a golden dragon silhouette appeared with a thunderous roar. Beside the dragon shadow, a human wielded a sword, slashing through the air. With a deafening crash, the mountain trembled once more and then began to collapse. Around the mountain, lights of red, green, white, and black converged, forming a massive phantom of a magic array in the sky. Runes flowed across this phantom, appearing indestructible. However, as the sword light approached, the magic array trembled violently and was soon covered in visible cracks. Bai Xie was stunned, as if those cracks were etched directly onto its body. He Xie stared at the sky in disbelief, while even the powerful Lu Xie was too shocked to move. Lu Xie was astounded, for this was a defensive formation even he couldn't break, having once been bettered in for over 2 months after attempting it. Yet this human had sliced it open with a single blow. Lin Yin raised his sword again, surrounded by dragon energy from the Qin Yao sword. Lu Xie suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted, "No, we can't let him continue to destroy the array. You too, hurry and help." He swiftly cast a green light spell towards the array in the sky. With the green light's reinforcement, the array's collapse slowed but continued nonetheless. Lu Xie anxiously turned to Bai Xie and Hei Xie behind him. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help. If we don't stop this human, we're all doomed. Bai Xie and Hei Xie finally snapped out of their daze and each cast a spell. A white light and a black light appeared in the sky. After the three lights infused the defensive array, the collapse finally ceased and even began to slowly repair. Lu Xie showed a look of delight and shouted, "Just like that. Keep it up and restore the defensive array completely." He poured all his spiritual power into it, and the green light grew even stronger. In his view, the human must have already exhausted all his strength. The two previous strikes had drained all of Lin Yan's strength. He raised his azure sword but couldn't bring it down, and the golden dragon shadow that had torn through the Demon King Mountain was nowhere to be seen. This scene seemed to confirm Green Scorpion's suspicion. Lin Yin was exhausted. Seeing this, Green Scorpion was overjoyed and shouted, "He's out of strength. Let's hurry up and fix this defensive array." White Scorpion and Black Scorpion also noticed Lin Yan's weakened state and unleashed their potential, accelerating the repair of the defensive formation in the sky. At that moment, two bound young women slowly regained consciousness. One tried to rub her aching head but was shocked to find her hands tied. "What's going on?" she exclaimed. The other girl also awoke, noticing the vines wrapped around them, and attempted to break free to no avail. These two young women, with their bloodlines awakened and refined to over 80%, ranked among the top at Pangu Academy. Yet, despite their strength, they were helpless against the seemingly ordinary vines. Even more unsettling was their lack of memory about how they were captured and knocked out, only vaguely recalling being startled by a scorpion while hunting beasts. Suddenly, the girls noticed three figures with scorpion tails not far away, their hooks emitting a chilling aura. "Who are you?" they cried out in terror, their faces pale with fear of being violated. Black Scorpion turned around upon hearing the commotion, surprised to see the two human girls awake. How are they awake? Didn't Red Scorpion poison them? He wondered. White Scorpion shrugged it off. Whether they're conscious or not doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't affect the taste later. Black Scorpion pondered for a moment, then grinned wickedly. "True. I've heard that eating them while they're still conscious has the best effect." Hee hee. Green Scorpion impatiently glared at them. "Stop thinking about eating. Fixing this defensive array while that human is powerless is the real task." Black Scorpion and White Scorpion acknowledged and continued focusing on the repair. By now, nearly half of the damaged defensive array was restored. "It's the three Demon Kings." One of the girls finally realized their dire situation, screaming in terror. They exchanged glances, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. With only the strength from their first bloodline awakening, they were utterly defenseless against the Demon Kings. "Lin, what do we do? Are we going to be eaten?" one girl asked, trembling. Lin glanced around and suddenly noticed that the four Demon Kings seemed too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Her gaze was drawn upwards to a massive cave blasted out by the golden dragon shadow. "Jiang Yan, look at that hole!" Lin suddenly shouted, pointing to the opening. Outside the cave, a solitary figure stood. Jiang Yan squinted, finally recognizing the figure in the sky. Flaming red wings glistened in the sunlight, and in his hand was an azure sword. It was none other than Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, help! Help!" The cries of two young girls pierced the silence of the cave. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Yan outside the cave entrance, as if he were their last hope. Jiang Yan and Ling felt a spark of hope ignite within them. They recalled how Lin Yan had effortlessly subdued Chu Xiong at the station yesterday, even impressing the four generals. With such strength, he was sure to rescue them from the clutches of the Demon King. The Black Scorpion turned abruptly, his expression growing darker. "Shut up," he barked harshly. "Once we repair the defensive formation, you'll be my meal." Ling trembled in fear, not daring to make another sound. Jiang Yan, however, glared defiantly. "Don't be so arrogant. Once Lin Yan is ready, you'll all be dead." The Black Scorpion laughed maniacally, pointing at Lin Yan in the sky. "Ha ha ha. Him? Maybe before. But now we'll send him to see the King of Hell." Jiang Yan clenched her fists, her gaze once again focusing on Lin Yan outside the cave. She was convinced that with his abilities, dealing with these three Demon Kings would be a breeze. But why hadn't he acted yet? Was he waiting for the perfect moment? Various thoughts flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. If Lin Yan really saved them, how could she repay this life-saving favor? The thought made her cheeks flush slightly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yan again, filled with both anticipation and doubt. In the sky, Lin Yan lightly touched his forehead, and an invisible wave subtly spread into the mountain. This was his spiritual sensing ability, which he hadn't used since acquiring it on his birthday. Now, he was using it to locate his classmates captured by the Demon Kings. Moments later, Lin Yan opened his eyes. The entire structure of the mountain was clearly imprinted in his mind, including the exact location of the two girls and their cries for help. His gaze fell on Jiang Yan, a small smile playing on his lips. What was this little girl thinking? Lin Yan surveyed the scene and noticed that the defensive formation before him was already 60% repaired. The three demon kings looked exhausted, their energy depleted. What once required the combined effort of 6 demon kings to set up was now barely maintained by 3 who were on the verge of collapse. Lin Yan chuckled coldly. Even at full strength, this formation couldn't stop me. What can this half-baked version do? As soon as he spoke, a golden dragon shadow, dreaded by the demon kings, appeared beside Lin Yin once more. Damn, that dragon again. The green scorpion roared in fury, the power of his spell reduced to its limits. His energy was nearly depleted, and the black and white scorpions were in no better condition. Roar! The golden dragon shadow suddenly swooped down, its claws striking the defensive formation with force. Crack! In an instant, the formation shattered completely. Arg! All 3 demon kings spat blood simultaneously. Their spells were linked to the defensive formation, and as it was destroyed, they suffered severe backlash. The 3 demon kings turned pale, teetering on the brink of collapse, their eyes filled with despair and fear. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, filled with an incredible fear. They had thought he was exhausted, yet Lin Yan remained as powerful as ever. The golden dragon's phantom continued to unleash its destructive force on the formation, even more intensely than before. Lin Yan raised the Qing Yao sword again, mirroring his previous stance. However, this time, the aura emanating from the sword filled the 3 demon kings with unprecedented terror. They finally realized that they had severely underestimated Lin Yan. He was an opponent they could never hope to defeat. At this moment, the 3 demon kings were drained of energy, while Lin Yan was still full of vigor. The defensive formation had left them utterly exhausted, to the point where even the 2 girls, who had only awakened once, could easily kill them now. As they gazed at the fierce light emanating from Lin Yan's sword in the sky, despair washed over them like a tidal wave. Lin Yan lifted the sword above his head, channeling all his power into it. The purple-eyed white tiger roared thunderously, while the golden holy dragon let out a ferocious cry. The 2 forces, one purple and one gold, surged into the Qing Yao sword, splitting into 2 beams of light, one like a streak of purple lightning, the other like a golden brilliance illuminating the world. Simultaneously, 2 soul-stirring roars of giant beasts pierced the clouds. Roar! Roar! As the sound swept through, massive trees trembled, and the demon beasts dropped dead instantly. Dragon Tiger Mountain Cleaving Sword, Lin Yin shouted, as the Qing Yao sword slashed downward. The purple and gold beams shot out from before him, cutting through the air toward the 3 demon kings with unstoppable force. The demon kings' pupils contracted. They attempted to muster their spiritual power to resist, but found themselves paralyzed by fear, unable to gather any strength. In despair, they screamed, "No!" as the sword light hurtled towards them, leaving them incapable of escape. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the mountain forest. The sword's light sliced through Demon King Mountain like lightning, causing the massive mountain to split open, revealing a menacing fissure several meters wide. The 3 demon kings, caught off guard, were right in the path of this chasm. A deafening roar followed as the entire mountain collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the 2 halves of the mountain toppled to the sides, burying the 3 demon kings who couldn't escape in time. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning shot up from the ruins, trailing 2 vines. Attached to these vines were the 2 female classmates who had been kidnapped by the demon kings. Their clothes were tattered, and their faces were covered in dust, clearly injured by the falling rocks and pervasive dust. One of them had fainted from fear, while the other gazed intently at Lin Yan, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Yin retracted his dragon concealment sword, firmly grasped the vines, and descended slowly. In the moment the sword's light split the mountain, he had used the dragon concealment sword to rescue the 2 girls. Once on the ground, he quickly untied the vines. The conscious girl blushed deeply and stammered, Lin Yin, thank you for saving us. I have no way to repay such a life-saving grace, except..." Her face reddened further, and she couldn't continue. Turning to untie the vines from the unconscious girl, Lin Yin said without looking back, "Except by becoming a cow or horse in the next life. Sorry, I'm not interested in raising livestock." He was too familiar with this kind of scenario. If the savior was handsome, they were offered gratitude in kind. If not, it was a promise for the next life. Though confident in his looks, he had no intention of letting a stranger take advantage. The girl named Jiang Yan was taken aback. That wasn't her intention, but seeing that Lin Yan hadn't even glanced her way, she didn't bother to explain further. Lin Yan squinted, cautiously watching the collapsed Demon King Mountain. Were those 3 demon kings truly dead? Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! You successfully rescued the kidnapped classmates in 34 minutes and eliminated 4 demon kings. Reward: Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity 3. Additional reward: Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity 2. Extra reward. Lin Yin stared at the prompt on the system interface, his face lighting up with a surprised smile. His guess was right. There really was an extra reward. Lin Yin suddenly realized that the system's operations were becoming more intriguing. From initially doubling attributes, to tangible rewards like the Beast King seal, and now extra rewards based on task completion, the system seemed to be evolving. Although the long-awaited, sweet-voiced system lady hadn't appeared, this cold, task and rewardingly system seemed to be quietly evolving. As Lin Yin was lost in thought about the system, Ling gradually woke up. She blinked her sleepy eyes, still a bit confused. After Jiang Yin gave a brief explanation, Ling immediately thanked Lin Yan, while discreetly observing this young man somewhat handsome and with unfathomable strength. Lin Yan led the two of them out of Demon King Mountain. The little demon beasts that had narrowly escaped the divine phoenix flame stayed far away, afraid to provoke this formidable figure. In this eerie atmosphere, the three safely left Demon King Mountain. Lin Yin initially wanted them to return to their respective classes or bases, but seeing the desolate surroundings of Demon King Mountain, he worried the two girls might not survive until sunset. Worse, if they were captured by the Demon King again, it would be truly dramatic. Along the way, Lin Yin tried to contact classmates through the class communicator, but found it completely useless. The communicator he purchased had a range of only 50 kilometers in open areas, and Demon King Mountain was clearly beyond that distance. Worse still, this was not a practical training ground for Pangu Academy, making it impossible to contact the base. With no other choice, Lin Yin decided to accompany the two girls on foot back. To break the silence, he asked, "By the way, I don't know which class you're from or where you're from." Jiang Yin spoke first. "I'm from Class A local from the Imperial Capital. She's He Ling, my best friend, also from the capital. Our class monitor is the Imperial Capital's top genius, the Crown Prince." Before she could finish, He Ling gently pulled Jiang Yan's arm. Jiang Yin immediately fell silent, her eyes looking watery as she glanced at Lin Yan. She suddenly remembered Lin Yin had a grudge against the Crown Prince, especially since the Crown Prince had led the capital's geniuses to bully Lin Yan's classmates and had been disrespectful to Lin Yan. Jiang Yin regretfully thought, Lin Yin must despise the geniuses from the Imperial Capital. Now she not only said she was one of them, but also mentioned the class monitor was the Crown Prince, which was like digging her own grave. She worried that her image in Lin Yan's eyes had plummeted, now seen as an accomplice to the Crown Prince and the Dark Prince. Seeing Jiang Yan's suddenly dejected face, Lin Yan laughed heartily. "Jiang Yin and He Ling, right? Nice names, and you're both quite pretty." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Lin Yan waved his hand and said calmly, "The grievances I have with the Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor are personal. I won't treat you coldly just because you're from the capital." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she choked up, "Lin Yan, you're so kind." She was deeply moved, realizing that despite Lin Yan's immense power, he was neither arrogant nor domineering. On the contrary, he was gentle and considerate. Compared to the famous Crown Prince and Dark Emperor of the capital, Lin Yin was superior in every way. Lin Yin glanced at Jiang Yan and reached out to adjust her collar. This small gesture touched Jiang Yan's heart once more, and she eagerly awaited Lin Yin to speak. However, when he finally did, her heart sank. With a warm smile, Lin Yin said, "Actually, I think I'm pretty great too." Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. "You jerk." She reached out to grab Lin Yin, but he had already dodged aside, leaving Jiang Yin stomping her feet in frustration. "If you don't like me, just say so. You don't have to insult me in such a roundabout way." Jiang Yin looked down at herself and noticed she could almost see the entire back of her shoes. She couldn't help but mutter, "I guess it's still a bit too small." Beside her, He Ling gently took Jiang Yan's arm and comforted her. "Jiang Yan, don't have any illusions about Lin Yan. He's a genius beyond our reach. Just today, he single-handedly killed those demon kings and saved us. Haven't you noticed? His world is completely different from ours." He Ling watched Lin Yan's figure as he walked ahead, a hint of reverence in her eyes. This man is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, and the woman by his side could never be ordinary. Jiang Yan followed He Ling's gaze. Although Lin Yin wasn't particularly bulky, his silhouette gave an impression of grandeur. She finally realized that she was like a toad yearning for swan meat. She could let go of pursuing Lin Yin, but, with He Ling clinging to her right arm, she couldn't let go of her right elbow. At this moment, she was contemplating whether to break off with He Ling for half an hour just to vent her frustration. Lin Yin led the two women across over 100 kilometers, and they could faintly see the place where he had previously killed the tyrant scorpions. They estimated that the battleground was just another 100 kilometers away. The two women behind him were already struggling to keep up. Although they were awakened beings, they had only awakened once, and after being imprisoned by the demon kings for so long without food or water, they were exhausted and dehydrated, with no strength left to continue. Pointing to where he had defeated the two demon kings, Lin Yin turned to them and said, "Do you see over there? If we keep heading in that direction, We'll be able to call for base support in no more than 100 kilometers. However, Jiang Yan, looking utterly exhausted and panting heavily, said, Huff. What? What? Another 100 kilometers? Forget it. Just let me die here from exhaustion. With that, she lay down on the ground, closing her eyes as if ready to sleep. Ling also wiped the sweat from her face and pleaded with Lin Yan, Lin Yan, let's rest for a bit. We really can't hold on much longer. Lin Yan frowned, sighed, and said, all right, 10 minutes of rest. I'll go find something for you to eat. With that, he spread his divine phoenix wings and flew off into the distance. This scene left Jiang Yan and Ling speechless. When Lin Yan returned, he was carrying an armful of oddly shaped fruits. These fruits had been guarded by a group of monkeys, but Lin Yan swiftly subdued them, and the Monkey King personally offered the fruits. Try them. They taste pretty good, Lin Yan said, handing out the fruit and taking a bite himself. Immediately, a rich fragrance filled the air. Ling took a fruit that looked like a cross between an apple and an orange, her brow furrowed. Are these really edible? They're not poisonous, are they? Lin Yin swallowed the fruit, smiling. I seem fine, don't I? If you're too scared to eat it, give it back to me. Don't waste it. I'll eat it, Jiang Yin said eagerly. She was already famished and thirsty, not caring if it was poisonous. She took a big bite. The juice was plentiful and sweet. It's so fragrant. What kind of fruit is this? She exclaimed, devouring the fruit in her hand and eyeing Ling's share. Ling rolled her eyes at her. Don't worry about it. With that, she took a bite, finding it indeed sweet and delicious. After enjoying the fruits and taking a short rest, the three were about to continue on their way when suddenly, 7 figures appeared before them. These people were wearing black dragon-embossed uniforms, and both sides were momentarily stunned. Jiang Yan and Ling realized who they were and shouted excitedly, Great! We've found our team. Jiang Yan was about to rush over when Lin Yan pulled her back. Lin Yan, why are you holding me back? Jiang Yan asked in confusion. Lin Yin smiled gently. Didn't you say you were tired? Let's rest a bit more. I'll go ask if they can contact the base to get us out of here. Jiang Yin was momentarily distracted by Lin Yan's warm smile and nodded. All right. Ling also held Jiang Yin back, whispering. I have a feeling something's off about those 7. What's off? Jiang Yin looked at the 7, puzzled. They seem normal to me. Ling shook her head. I can't pinpoint it. It's just a feeling. She instinctively tugged at her clothes, feeling uncomfortable with their gaze. Lin Yin approached the 7, his eyes scanning their attire, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hello, I'm Lin Yan, a student from Pangu Academy. He extended his hand, his smile innocent. Anyone familiar with Lin Yan would be startled by this unusual smile. When Lin Yan smiled like this, something significant was bound to happen. The leader was taken aback for a moment, then quickly extended his hand. Hello, I'm Captain Changzong, and these are my team members. The others also greeted him. Lin Yan maintained his smile, a suspicion forming in his mind. Changzong asked, Lin Yan, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class? A strange gleam flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he replied. The 3 of us are awakened and have been admitted to Pangu Academy, so we don't need to attend classes anymore. Pangu Academy. Changzong looked at them, astonished. Getting into Pangu Academy meant they were top talents in China, with at least A-level aptitude. The 7 showed a glimmer of desire in their eyes. Changzong cleared his throat, and the others quickly averted their gaze. He shook Lin Yan's hand warmly. So you're from Pangu Academy. This place is dangerous. Let me take you back to school. Don't wander around again. Lin Yan's smile turned slightly mischievous. That would be a great help. No trouble at all. Changzong scratched his head with a smile, then turned to command. Bring the car around and escort these students back. Yes, Captain. One of them dashed into the woods. Soon the sound of an engine rumbled. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Changzong, Lin Yin returned to the 2 girls. His smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Ling asked, puzzled, Lin Yin, are they? Lin Yin nodded, speaking softly. They're not from the dragon unit, nor are they Chinese. What? Ling sighed in relief. Why do you say that? I can't see any difference. Lin Yin held up 3 fingers. It's simple, 3 clues. 1. Their clothes don't fit their body shapes. 2. They don't know about the Pangu Academy students' field exercises nearby. 3. I trust my first 2 points. Jiang Yan was speechless, but upon closer inspection, these people did stand rather casually, some even smoking. Chinese soldiers and dragon warriors would never be so undisciplined. Lin Yan, what do we do? Isn't this dangerous? Jiang Yan asked anxiously in a low voice. Lin Yan replied calmly. With me here, there's nothing to fear. These guys have awakened at most 3 times. I can deal with them with 1 sword. Ling nodded firmly, having witnessed Lin Yan's abilities firsthand. The vehicle soon arrived, a specially modified jeep for the dragon unit. Please get in, the driver said. Lin Yan nodded and reached for the door handle. Just as he touched it, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Temporary mission. Disrupt the spy plan of the Eastern Sun Nation. Reward. Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline Purity 5. Lin Yin paused, a smirk appearing on his lips. More spies from the Eastern Sun Nation, it seemed. The wheels rolled over the asphalt, and Changzong's gaze darted between Lin Yin and his two companions, a cryptic smile on his lips. Getting into Pangu Academy, you must be the pride of the Huaxiao people, he said, his tone carrying a hint of probing. He Ling and Jiang Yin instinctively edged closer to Lin Yin, a flicker of disdain in their eyes, though they suppressed it. Sensing their discomfort, Lin Yin gently squeezed their hands to reassure them. He turned to Changzong and replied humbly, "You're too kind. We were just lucky. Our talents are only at grade B, just barely meeting the admission line for Pangu Academy." "Oh, grade B." Changzong stroked his chin, a brief flash of disappointment in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "Haha, you're way ahead of me. I only have a grade D talent, probably never achieving my dream of soaring freely in the sky." Lin Yan's lips curled slightly, and he hinted, "Oh no, Captain Chong, I'm sure you'll reach great heights, maybe even in the next moment. You never know with these things. Right? Right? You never know." Changzong chuckled, scratching his head, though a wary glint flashed in his eyes. The vehicle soon came to a stop. As Lin Yin stepped out, he noticed the surroundings were surprisingly close to the Pangu Academy's training grounds. His communicator was intermittently connecting to the base signal. Scattered around were a few makeshift tents, with what appeared to be scientific instruments placed nearby. Lin Yan's heart tightened, knowing these spies from Dongri couldn't possibly be here for scientific research. What was more unsettling was that they had donned the Yulong uniforms. Thinking of the original owners of these clothes, Lin Yin couldn't help but mourn for the Yulong warriors who might have perished. Jiang Yin and He Ling trembled as they approached Lin Yin, their eyes filled with fear. Now aware of the truth, they were wary of everything around them, feeling only slightly safer near Lin Yin. He gently patted their shoulders, silently reminding them not to reveal anything. As Changzong alighted from the vehicle, he witnessed the scene of Lin Yin with the two girls clinging to him. The girls showed no resistance and instead moved closer to Lin Yin. An unusual glint appeared in Changzong's eyes, and he smirked, teasing, "Lin Yin, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you?" Lin Yin chuckled, casually responding, "Haha, nothing like that, just classmates, all classmates." Changzong let out a knowing laugh, but said no more. Lin Yin signaled the girls to stand, then approached Changzong, pointing to the instruments in the distance. "By the way, Captain Chong, why are you here? What are these instruments for?" Changzong's expression turned serious as he explained, "These are detectors. We received a mission about a massive dark energy reaction here, so we came to investigate." He paused before adding, "Ah, Lin Yin, these are confidential Yulong missions. It's best not to ask too much, we can't disclose anything." With that, he gave Lin Yin a meaningful smile. The expression on this guy's face was so strange that Lin Yan's instincts were on high alert. If he hadn't confirmed the other person's student status, he would have suspected their plan had been compromised. Lin Yin cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was around, and forced a slight smile. "Oh, then we won't disturb you any longer." Lin Yin turned and took the hands of Jiang Yin and He Ling, asking Changzong, "Captain Chong, is there a place to rest? You see, we've been traveling for so long and got lost in the forest for quite a while, and haven't had a proper rest." Changzong smiled kindly. "Yes, yes, we have 3 spare tents. I'll have someone set them up for you." Lin Yin suddenly said, "No need, Captain Chong. We're used to roughing it out. 1 tent will do for the 3 of us. No need to use up 2 more tents." Changzong's face showed a hint of hesitation. "But you 3. Lin Yin secretly chuckled. "3 tents would make it easier to deal with us separately. If we only have 1 tent, it's harder for them to make a move." But outwardly, he remained calm and continued, "Captain Chong, we're just students. Nothing will happen." He deliberately emphasized the word students, as if hinting at something. After a moment of thought, Changzong eventually agreed to their request. Just 3 students, nothing to worry about. Once inside the tent, Lin Yin carefully inspected it to ensure nothing was amiss. Only then did Jiang Yin and He Ling breathe a sigh of relief, their tense nerves slightly relaxing. However, Jiang Yan's eyes still held a hint of resentment as she looked at Lin Yin. "Lin Yin, since you realized they were spies, why didn't you just knock them out or take them down? Why walk into their trap? What if there are powerful foes here?" Her voice carried concern. "You're strong, but what about us? If you face trouble, can you still look out for us?" Before she finished speaking, He Ling placed her hands on Jiang Yan's shoulders. "Jiang Yan, calm down. Lin Yin must have his reasons for doing this." She winked at Lin Yin, clearly trusting him completely. Seeing this, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit confused, wondering whether she liked Lin Yin or if her best friend did. She recalled He Ling previously saying they belonged to different worlds. Lin Yin silently praised He Ling's wisdom, thinking that the intelligence of students from X University was indeed impressive. He smiled slightly at the two. "Don't worry, if something really happens, I'll make sure we all get away." Although the mission to rescue them was complete, Lin Yin had no intention of abandoning them. He silently vowed, I, Lin Yan, am not someone who only cares about points. Reassured by Lin Yan's promise, Jiang Yin finally felt a bit more at ease. As the tension faded, exhaustion washed over her. Being kidnapped by the Demon King, nearly eaten, rescued by Lin Yin, and then traveling over 100 kilometers with only an unknown fruit to eat was draining, even for an awakened one. Both Jiang Yin and He Ling felt a wave of drowsiness. He Ling fought to stay awake, but Jiang Yin couldn't resist and fell onto the bed, quickly falling asleep. Lin Yin turned to He Ling and softly said, "You should rest too. I'll keep watch. I'll wake you if anything happens." He Ling nodded. "Okay." She lay down next to Jiang Yin and soon drifted into slumber. Lin Yin remained vigilant at the entrance of the tent, closely monitoring the situation outside. When the two girls fell to the ground, their torn clothes barely concealed the curves of their bodies. Lin Yin chuckled softly, shaking his head as he placed his fingertips on his forehead and released a spiritual sense. Instantly, the surrounding scene unfolded in his mind. Not far away, Changzong was engaged in conversation with others, occasionally issuing commands through the walkie-talkie in his hand. Although Lin Yin had watched countless films in his previous life and understood some Japanese, the conversation of Changzong and his companions still sounded like gibberish to him. Undeterred, Lin Yin continued to expand the range of his spiritual sense. Within a radius of over 10 kilometers, the movements of 20 Japanese spies were fully within his grasp. They gathered in small groups, holding shovels and hoes, with some tinkering with mysterious boxes. At first glance, it seemed like they were preparing land for cultivation. Lin Yin snorted, thinking how unlikely it was for the Japanese to benevolently help China with land development. After observing for a while, Lin Yin noticed that the men were burying the boxes in the dug pits. Subsequently, a type of microwave, undetectable by human senses, emanated from the boxes. If not for his spiritual sense, this microwave would have been nearly impossible to notice. Suddenly, Changzong began walking in his direction. Lin Yin quickly withdrew from his spiritual state, pretending to have just woken up as he lay on the bed. "Lin Yin, Lin Yin," Changzong called urgently, opening the tent with a worried expression. Lin Yin rubbed his eyes, feigning drowsiness. "Captain Chang, what's going on? Why are you still sleeping? We need to go. The beast tide is approaching." Changzong exclaimed anxiously. "A beast tide? How is that possible?" Lin Yin gasped, his feigned sleepiness disappearing instantly. Changzong explained helplessly, "We don't know either. The beasts suddenly went berserk and are all charging this way. They'll be here in no more than 7 minutes." Fear appeared on Lin Yan's face. What? What should we do?" Seeing Lin Yan's frightened expression, Changzong felt secretly pleased, though he maintained a facade of urgency. "Don't worry, Lin Yan. I've prepared the safest vehicle to get you out of here. We'll stay behind to hold off the beast tide." Lin Yin pretended to be moved. "Thank you, Captain Chang. Once we make it through this, we'll definitely repay you." With that, he woke the two sleeping girls, gave them a knowing look, and led them out of the tent. Outside, a metal truck was waiting. The cargo door was open, revealing several seats inside. Changzong explained, "Lin Yin, the truck's body is made from the toughest alloy, so most beasts won't stand a chance. We've equipped it with 2 heavy machine guns. It's the safest vehicle we have." He Ling's sharp gaze swept over the dilapidated truck, her brow furrowed. She said coldly, "Are you expecting us to sit in the cargo hold? Even if it's made of alloy, it's just a mobile cage. We can get in but not out, left at the mercy of others. It's a classic trap." Changzong wore an awkward smile and explained, "I apologize, but carrying out tasks often involves hardship. This is the best protection plan we could come up with, so please bear with us." Jiang Yin frowned, about to speak, but Lin Yin gently pressed her shoulder. Jiang Yin looked at Lin Yin, puzzled as to why he stopped her from exposing this obvious trap. Lin Yin smiled slightly and said to Changzong, "No problem. This is nothing. Thank you for your consideration, Captain Chang." Changzong gave Lin Yin an approving look and urged, "Glad you understand. Hurry up, the beast tide will be here in 3 minutes." Lin Yin nodded and led his 2 companions onto the truck. Before getting on, he reminded Changzong, "Captain Chang, you be careful too. Don't get yourself killed." "Thank you for your concern, Lin." Changzong locked the door, a trace of regret flashing across his face. Such innocent and lovely students were rare, and he was reluctant to harm them. But unfortunately, different positions led to unavoidable actions. However, Lin Yan's words seemed a bit odd to him. Maybe it was just his lack of understanding of Huaxia culture. Inside the truck, Jiang Yin banged on the indestructible alloy door and said to Lin Yan in frustration, "The door's locked tight. We can't open it. Aren't you just playing into their hands?" He Ling also looked at Lin Yan in confusion, unable to fathom what he was thinking. Had he really given up? Lin Yan lay back in his seat, smiling. "Don't worry, everything is under control." "How can it be under control when we're locked in?" Jiang Yin muttered. Lin Yan sighed, stood up, and said, "Well, I didn't want to show too much, but since you're pushing me, let these people see the power of Huaxia." He walked to the cargo door and kicked it hard. Bang! The sturdy alloy door deformed instantly. Crack. The sound of the door frame breaking was clearly audible. Clang. The heavy door crashed to the ground. Caught in shock, Lin Yan and Ling barely managed to hold on to their seats, preventing themselves from being thrown out. Lin Yan, however, had already spread his phoenix wings and leaped out. Wait, Lin Yan, we're still inside, the two girls shouted, their voices lost in the howling wind. The two girls watched Lin Yan soar into the sky without looking back, no matter how much they called out to him. Lin Yan, anxious, turned to Ling and asked, Lin Yan, he won't just leave us, will he? She lowered her head in regret. It's my fault. Did I upset him earlier? Ling, helplessly looking at the girl who always overthought when it came to Lin Yan, reassured her. Lin Yan, you have to trust Lin Yan. He won't abandon us. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yan suddenly lost her balance and fell towards the chair. Just at that critical moment, the truck screeched to a halt, leaving a 30-meter skid mark on the ground. Bang! The door of the driver's cabin was kicked open, and an unconscious spy was roughly thrown out by Lin Yan. Who said I was leaving you? Lin Yan said as he dragged the spy by the collar towards the truck bed. Lin Yan, Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, her eyes falling on the eastern spy in Lin Yan's grip. Isn't this the truck driver? Lin Yan tossed the spy into the truck bed and smiled at Lin Yan. If I'm going to save someone, I do it thoroughly. I, Lin Yan, am a man of principles. With that, he swiftly cast a binding spell, securely tying up the spy, whose strength was only at the level of a second bloodline awakening. Ling curiously asked, Lin Yan, why don't you kill him? Are you planning to notify Yulong for interrogation? Lin Yan gave her an approving look. Smart, but there's no need to trouble Yulong. I can handle the interrogation myself. He then took out the Qing Yao sword and fiddled in the spy's mouth. Soon, he shook the spy's cheeks, and a mouthful of bloody teeth fell out. This brutal scene frightened the two girls, making them shiver. Lin Yan buried her head in Ling's embrace, unable to watch. Lin Yan explained, I'm afraid he'll commit suicide. Last time I encountered a spy, he killed himself. This time, I broke all his teeth to prevent them from biting their tongue or hiding poison in their teeth. After dealing with the spy, Ling asked, so what now? Do we drive back to the base? We don't know how to drive. Lin Yan chuckled, you're too young to drive. I'll take you to the skies. With that, he grabbed both of them by the waist and shot up into the sky. Wait, Ling and Lin Yan screamed as Lin Yan held them tightly, flying towards the direction where the eastern spies had taken them. Lin Yan, held by Lin Yan's left arm, pouted and complained, can't you fly us back? Why didn't you do that earlier? Lin Yan grinned, because I felt like it. In truth, he was too exhausted at the time to fly far with the two of them. Why are you taking us back here again? Lin Yan and Ling looked at the familiar spy base with dismay. Lin Yan said seriously, how can we rush back when the enemies aren't dealt with? Making sure no one was around, he carefully set the two down. Lin Yan pulled out his communicator, frowning slightly. The signal here was weak, but just usable. He quickly issued a command. Contact the base, report the discovery of Dongri's spies. He knew this information would be enough for the base to immediately pinpoint this location. After giving his orders, Lin Yan gripped his sword tightly and stealthily moved forward. Just over 10 minutes ago, Changzong had warned of the presence of mythical beasts and advised them to retreat. However, time had passed, and not even a shadow of a beast had been seen. Lin Yin was filled with doubts. What exactly were those Dongri people up to? He searched the surroundings carefully, but found no one. This unusual silence made him even more cautious. Lin Yin gently closed his eyes, placing a finger on his forehead to activate his spiritual sense. Instantly, everything around him became clear in his mind. So this is where you're hiding. Lin Yin opened his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. He suddenly dashed toward the direction where he had previously discovered those people burying a mysterious box. 10 kilometers away, 4 people were crouched on the ground. One of them was intensely focused on operating a laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. Changzong stood behind Nagayama, his gaze fixed on the screen with an authoritative tone. Nagayama, how much longer until you fix this issue? Sweat beaded on Nagayama's forehead, and his voice was slightly tense. This problem is quite tricky, at least another 3 minutes. Changzong nodded expressionlessly, his tone filled with pressure. Nagayama, you should understand the importance of this plan to our great Dongri Empire. Other squads have completed their tasks. We cannot afford to fail and face the Emperor's wrath because of your issue. Yes, I understand, Lord Changzong. Nagayama, feeling immense pressure, worked even faster on the keyboard. Changzong turned to look into the distance, where the outline of a massive steel wall was faintly visible. He squinted, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The Imperial Capital's Bohai Base 1, the so-called impregnable wall. Let's see if you can remain undefeated in the face of the impending beast tide. He calculated silently. Although humans had reclaimed the city, the beast tide remained the greatest threat. In the face of a supermassive beast tide, even the strongest humans were as insignificant as ants. Human life was fragile, easily torn apart. This was the terror of the beast tide, where only a few who had reached the fourth awakening could resist. Changzong and his team's goal was to trigger a supermassive beast tide to completely destroy the first line of defense of this Huaxia imperial capital. All of this was to pave the way for Dongri's invasion. Changzong's gaze fell again in the direction of the base, a glint of greed in his eyes. Once the beast tide successfully destroyed that base, he would receive a great reward from the emperor, gaining ample cultivation resources. Then, achieving the fourth bloodline awakening would be within reach. He glanced back at the direction the truck had left, feeling secretly pleased. In addition, he had captured 3 Huaxia prodigies, which was undoubtedly another significant achievement. Suddenly, Changzong's expression turned highly alert. He keenly sensed that a figure had appeared in the direction of their temporary base. Moreover, the figure looked familiar, like Lin Yan. Changzong's pupils contracted sharply, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? No, it can't be. They were supposed to be locked in the alloy compartment. Changzong knew very well that the compartment's sturdiness was such that even some second awakeners could not break through it. At that moment, a team member noticed Changzong's unusual behavior and asked in confusion, "Captain, what's wrong?" A person noticed Changzong's shocked expression and followed his gaze, instantly freezing in place. In the sky, a figure was flying. "A fourth-time bloodline awakener," the person exclaimed, their face turning pale. They had never imagined attracting the attention of such a powerful being. Lin Yin descended slowly, a mocking smile on his lips as he looked directly at Changzong. "Oh, Captain Chang, what are you up to?" Changzong was taken aback, assuming Lin Yan hadn't discovered their plan, and forced a smile. "Yeah, Lin Yan, what brings you back?" Lin Yan sneered. "I was worried you might get killed by monsters, so I came back to see if I could help." Cold sweat formed on Changzong's forehead, sensing something strange in Lin Yan's words. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Haha, we appreciate your concern, but it seems our intel was wrong. There are no monsters here." Lin Yan glanced around, squinting. "No monsters, huh? But I still wish you were dead." "Wow, what?" Changzong's face turned pale, and he instinctively formed a hand seal. Sunblade charge. He drew an Eastern Sunblade, releasing a spinning light wheel. Lin Yin effortlessly swung his azure demon sword, and with a flash of green light, the light wheel vanished. A spiritual weapon. Changzong's pupils contracted. "You're not a student. You're with Yulong." The 2 spies nearby also drew their Eastern Sunblades, but their faces were filled with fear, lacking any fighting spirit. Lin Yin chuckled. No, I'm not with Yulong. They invited me once, but I declined. I'm just an ordinary freshman at Pangu Academy." "What?" Changzong and the others were incredulous. How could a freshman possess such power? Lin Yin continued. "Surprised, aren't you? Spies of the Eastern Sun?" "What?" Changzong was shocked. How did Lin Yin know their identities? He suspected that Sakurako, who had been captured, betrayed them. Changzong nervously glanced at Nagayama, knowing the 3-minute mark was approaching. At that moment, a white light pierced through Nagayama's chest, destroying the computer in front of him. "Nagayama!" Changzong shouted in terror. Lin Yin sneered. "This was your plan?" It was far too easy to destroy. Before Changzong could react, his abdomen was torn open. The 2 spies who had undergone a second awakening were instantly killed. "You?" Changzong couldn't finish his sentence before collapsing heavily. Lin Yin coldly surveyed the surroundings and flew in the direction where other Eastern Sun spies were located. Boom, boom. The sound of sand and soil rumbling filled the air as Lin Yin began a new round of clearing. The bodies of 19 Dongri spies lay sprawled at Lin Yan's feet, their hidden boxes entirely destroyed. Lin Yin was unaware of the specific purpose of these boxes, but since they belonged to enemy spies, destruction was the only option. After the final box was reduced to fragments, Lin Yin didn't rush to leave. Instead, he waited for the system to issue his reward. However, 2 minutes passed, and the system remained silent. He frowned, pondering, could the system malfunction? This was unheard of in his experience. Just as Lin Yin was about to wait a little longer, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! You have not completed the temporary mission. Sabotage the Dongri spy plan. The system reward has been retracted." This unexpected notification hit Lin Yin like a heavy blow, leaving him in a state of extreme confusion and shock. Mission not completed? How could that be? Hadn't he already eliminated all the Dongri spies and destroyed all the boxes? Enraged, Lin Yin shouted into the void. "System, I demand an explanation." His aura surged, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the faint silhouettes of the divine phoenix, white tiger, and sacred dragon roamed among the clouds. A purple lightning bolt struck down, instantly reducing a century-old tree demon to ashes. The surrounding small demon beasts, terrified by the sight, scattered in all directions. The entire area seemed on the brink of a natural disaster. Not far away, a massive python hissed, surrounded by dozens of small demon beasts. Although the strongest among them had reached the great demon realm, their combined strength rivaling 2 demon kings, they could only tremble and bow under the overwhelming celestial might. Another lightning bolt struck, leveling a small mountain. Lin Yin hovered in the air, exuding a regal authority from his brow. At this moment, the system spoke again. Ding. You failed to completely resolve all the demon beast disturbance devices. Thus the mission is deemed unsuccessful. Lin Yin was incredulous. He was certain he had scanned the area with his divine sense, and all the boxes should have been destroyed. The system reiterated, "This system does not misjudge. Please verify for yourself." Lin Yin furrowed his brow in thought, then placed a hand on his forehead, releasing his divine sense. The surrounding scene instantly appeared in his mind. As his divine sense extended over 10 kilometers, a familiar wave signal penetrated his consciousness. Lin Yan's eyes snapped open, shocked. There were still other disturbance devices. At that moment, the ground suddenly resonated with chaotic rumbling, as if countless giant beasts were charging. Lin Yin squinted towards the source of the sound, his pupils contracting sharply. In the distance, the horizon was obscured by swirling dust. A massive horde of demon beasts, as if driven mad, was stampeding wildly in one direction. In that location, the imposing silhouette of a tall and sturdy steel wall stood prominently. It was the Bohai #1 base of the imperial capital, known as the Bohai First Line of Defense. Lin Yan's pupils contracted as he saw countless frenzied beasts surging towards the base like a tide. Such a massive beast tide would be difficult to withstand, even for a true dragon immortal who had completed the 5th bloodline awakening. Damn it! Lin Yin sighed inwardly and swiftly turned to fly away. He had realized the cause of the beast tide, the beast alarm device. All of this was because he had failed to complete the system task. The consequences of failing the task were more brutal than any punishment. This extraordinarily large beast tide would claim countless lives. Lin Yin flew back to the camp, where Jiang Yin and He Ling, 2 girls, were crying uncontrollably. Seeing Lin Yin return, He Ling anxiously shouted into her communicator, "Lin Yin, you're finally back. It's terrible. The base is under attack by a massive beast tide." Lin Yan's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists. "Damn it," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Lin Yin, what should we do?" He Ling asked tearfully, looking at him. The base had ordered them to hide or find a way back to the imperial capital, as it could no longer support them. Lin Yin looked at the 2 of them and said resolutely, "I have to go back to the base to defend it and make up for my mistake." He Ling paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. "I'll go back with you." Jiang Yin wiped her tears and sobbed. "If you're both going back, then I'll go too." "All right, let's return to the base," Lin Yin said, grabbing the 2 of them and taking off. "But we need to bring one more person." With that, he flew to the truck and brought back Sakura, the driver. Since the beast tide was caused by spies from Dongri, they should know how to stop it. This person is the key. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop in the opposite direction of the dragon base, a group of people was observing the situation through binoculars. A person in camouflage put down their binoculars and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, there's no need to watch anymore. This disaster is far beyond its level beast tide. Even if there are those with 5th bloodline awakenings, their base may not hold." The others nodded in agreement. Although the Bohai #1 base of the imperial capital was reputedly impregnable, it was only slightly more fortified than an ordinary city in the face of such a colossal beast tide. One person stowed away their binoculars and turned to say, "Our mission is complete. Let's leave quickly. Once the dragon base people react, we won't make it back to Yaki for our reward." "Strange, why hasn't Captain Changzong returned?" someone asked, looking around and noticing none of Changzong's people were back. "He might have accidentally died in the beast tide." Another person sneered. "Oomph. One less person means one less to share the reward. We should hurry back to Dongri." "Right? That's true." The others agreed, and they hurried away. After speaking, they leaped into the dense forest atop the mountain and disappeared. Meanwhile, the Bohai base, one of the imperial capital, was thrown into chaos. The shrill sound of alarms echoed throughout the base, a constant buzz buzz buzz, ringing in the air. The base was instantly in turmoil. Gates were shut tight. All external transport was halted, and the defense systems were fully activated, reaching the highest state of alert. All students were urgently called back, and the practical training at Pangu Academy was cancelled. The dragon warriors, who served as the class guardians, were urgently summoned to the iron walls. Chu Xiong stood atop the wall, his expression grave as he looked at the dark mass of beasts before him. It was a vast, endless tide of beasts, daunting and terrifying. Chu Xiong's face grew even more troubled. Among those beasts were countless 2nd bloodline awakened beasts, at least several hundred 3rd awakening great beasts, and even more than a dozen 4th awakening beast kings. An innumerable number of beasts charged toward the base, as if intent on uprooting the entire Bohai base, one of the imperial capital. A warrior swallowed hard and asked in horror, "What would happen? Why are all these beasts attacking us like mad?" Chu Xiong shook his head with a wry smile. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? This beast tide, even if a true immortal descended, might be impossible to resolve perfectly. He glanced back at the gathered students, but didn't see Lin Yin among them. Lin Yin hadn't returned yet. At that moment, someone approached them quickly and saluted. Hello, I am Peng Fanghai, the base commander of Bohai Base, one of the imperial capital, also a dragon warrior like all of you, a fourth bloodline awakener. Peng Fanghai gazed intently at the approaching wave of beasts less than a kilometer away, his voice steady and resolute. He turned to the battle generals beside him, his eyes sharp and commanding. Everyone, you were once the guardians of students. But now, in the face of this sudden crisis, I need you to take on a greater mission to become the protectors of the entire imperial capital stationed at Bohai Base 1. Do any of you have objections? No objections, the generals shouted in unison, their voices filled with determination and courage. Satisfied, Peng Fanghai nodded and continued, Good. I've contacted the imperial capital's Yulong headquarters. They are dispatching the nearest true immortals to support us. Until they arrive, I need all of you to give your all to safeguard the base. One general grinned, pride gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, Commander. We are Yulong warriors. It's our duty to protect our country and people. With the base in danger, how can we stand by and do nothing? Exactly, another general chimed in, his voice firm and powerful. We have sworn to eliminate any enemy for our country. Our loyalty belongs to the nation, and our hearts are devoted to the people. Suddenly, a vigilant soldier shouted, Commander, the beasts are within striking range. Upon hearing this, Peng Fanghai wasted no time, decisively ordering, Everyone, initiate defenses. Repel the beast tide. Yes, the generals responded in unison. Immediately, the base's defense system roared to life. In front of the steel walls, runes glowed brightly, shooting light skyward to form a massive protective shield. Simultaneously, dark cannon muzzles extended from the walls, targeting the swarming beasts below. Peng Fanghai commanded in a deep voice, Second sequence missiles, fire. As soon as he spoke, 16 orange beams shot out from the walls, carrying devastating power towards the beast kings. Amidst the booming sounds, the ordinary beasts were instantly obliterated. However, the powerful beast kings, though wounded, remained standing. Seeing this, Peng Fanghai turned to all the Yulong generals, clasping his hands earnestly. Everyone, I leave the rest to you. Hearing this, the generals smiled confidently. Leave it to us. Before the words had fully left their mouths, 13 generals had already shot into the sky like arrows. Behind them, the base's defense measures were fully activated, with explosions ringing out incessantly, deafeningly loud. At this moment, whether the base could hold out until the true immortals arrived for support depended on this very effort. Everyone understood that this battle would determine the base's survival. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.